A young man with a buzz cut, Qian Lin, stood at the entrance of a scenic area with a lush forest sprawling behind him. Facing the camera of a flying drone, he was hosting a live stream destined to be extraordinary. The reason? 2 months ago, the world experienced a monumental upheaval, the arrival of Pokemon. On a hospital bed, Lu Hui slammed the edge of the bed in frustration. Ever since these creatures, capable of breathing fire, controlling water, and wielding lightning, invaded, chaos had engulfed the entire planet. The military was powerless to suppress them, forcing humanity to retreat into cities, while the wilderness became a forbidden zone. Even Lu Hui himself had ended up in the hospital after being attacked by one of these creatures, while simply venturing out for a meal. Bored and restless, Lu Hui opened a live streaming app and was immediately drawn to a startling title. What if I told you the so-called monsters aren't monsters but Pokemon? Would you believe me? With a hint of sarcasm, he tapped into the live stream. To his surprise, the streamer named Qian Lin turned out to be someone who had been reincarnated. Born into this world 20 years ago, Qian Lin had been living a modest life, relying on memories from his past life. After the arrival of the Pokemon, he received a Pokemon education live streaming system. The system provided him with only a dedicated drone for streaming and a marketplace where he could purchase items using education points before vanishing without further explanation. Despite the sparse audience in the live stream, Qian Lin remained unfazed. He had set out to camp for a week in this scenic area of Bamboo County in Sichuan, determined to showcase the true nature of Pokemon to the world. When the first comment popped up on the screen, his eyes lit up, and he began explaining patiently. Responding to the skepticism of a viewer named Hui Mang Mang, Qian Lin calmly elaborated. Most Pokemon are gentle by nature and do not actively attack other creatures. The conflict began because some humans, driven by greed for Pokemon's power, used improper methods to control them. The first wave of arriving Pokemon became wary of humans as a result. Coupled with humanity's violent attempts at capturing them, tensions escalated. The subsequent Pokemon arrivals, unaware of the situation, were met with hostility, perpetuating the endless cycle of conflict. Qian Lin chose to educate people about Pokemon not because he sided with them was human too, but because after uncovering the truth about Pokemon, he wanted to mediate this senseless war. He didn't expect humanity to fully embrace the existence of Pokemon. He simply wanted to convey to both humans and Pokemon that this war was meaningless and that peaceful coexistence was indeed possible. That was all. Walking through the scenic area, Qian Lin noticed traces of 2 months. Without human presence, the vegetation had grown more lush than before, and even tiny wild grasses had sprouted along the edges of the man-made paths. Gazing at this renewed vitality, Qian Lin appeared deep in thought. Human development, while inevitably impacting nature, had inadvertently created opportunities for the environment to take a brief respite, especially with the emergence of Pokemon. This enforced pause, though not inherently positive, might ultimately pave the way for more harmonious progress in the future. As he pondered, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a large tree by the roadside, and he froze in place. I see a Pokemon, he whispered softly. Lu Hui, who had been about to end the live stream, was startled by this remark. He quickly asked in the chat, Where? Where is it? Staring intently at his phone screen, he saw nothing. Though he usually disliked these creatures, his curiosity was undeniably piqued in this moment. I need to speak quietly because I think I startled it, Qian Lin said, his smile growing wider. Moving carefully, he set his backpack down, pulled out an apple, and began to approach the tree cautiously. Speaking in a low voice, he explained, Wild Pokemon are naturally wary of all living beings. Unless absolutely necessary, you shouldn't approach them carelessly. They usually won't attack people unless provoked well, unless you're unlucky enough to encounter something like a primeape or a bee drill. Looking at the small creature on the tree trunk, Qian Lin offered a gentle smile. Sorry for scaring you. This apple is my apology. He placed the apple gently on the edge of the trunk and took a few steps back, continuing in a soft voice, I'm live streaming, hoping to show others what you look like. If you're uncomfortable, they'll leave right now. The live stream chat quickly grew restless. Hurry up and show me the creature. You won't get any gifts if you keep doing this. Lu Hui anxiously typed. Another new viewer bluntly commented, This streamer is such a coward. But Qian Lin was entirely focused on his interaction with the Pokemon, carefully restraining the excitement in his voice. Suddenly, a soft mew echoed through the live stream. The sound was crisp and sweet, reminiscent of a kitten's meow. Holy crap, it's real. I can't believe I find this creature's voice kind of cute. Is there something wrong with me? Bro, same here. Qian Lin's smile finally became completely genuine as he nodded gently toward the Pokemon on the tree trunk. Thank you, Wurmple. The camera pans and slowly zooms in, revealing a red, spiky insect with a snow-white abdomen. Its big, glistening eyes sparkle with a human-like joy as it clings to a tree trunk, happily nibbling on the apple that Qian Lin just gave it. The chat suddenly becomes lively. What a huge bug. Is this thing a monster too? Never seen it before, and it's not on the official website. Must be a new species. The streamer is so lucky to encounter a new kind of monster. Better catch it and send it to the officials for research. Seeing a creature resembling a Pokemon in the video, some casual viewers decide to stay, and the chat grows more active. A smile spreads across Qian Lin's face as he looks at the creature and begins to explain. It's called a thorntail bug, an insect-type Yuchong Pokemon. It mainly feeds on tree sap, but also loves leaves and fruit. While it doesn't have much offensive power, it will fight desperately if threatened. The spikes on its body secrete venom, so if you encounter one in the wild, don't attack it. If you think they're cute, you can offer them some fruit. They'll appreciate it. Thorntail bugs are somewhat similar to caterpies in that they're often preyed upon by bird Pokemon. However, thorntail bugs use the venom from their spikes for self-defense, making them a bit more dangerous than caterpies. The chat erupts in chaos. Hey, just because you say it's called that doesn't make it true. Who do you think you are? This streamer must think they're so clever. Thorntail bug? Why not call it red spike bug? Another one naming monsters, huh? Your name isn't even as good as the other guys. Let's stick to the official names, okay? Dumb streamer. There are also a few dissenting voices. Honestly, I think it's kind of interesting. Look, the monster isn't even attacking the streamer. Vegetarian monsters exist too. This dumb streamer just got lucky. Qian Lin glances at the chat before looking away. Changing this kind of mindset takes time. Rather than letting it affect his mood, he'd rather focus on observing the thorntail bug in front of him. Watching it adorably munch on the apple, Qian Lin feels his right hand itching to reach out. This was even more tempting than petting a cat. He pulls out another apple and cautiously approaches. Thorntail bug, can I pet you? The thorntail bug tilts its head in confusion, but its eyes light up at the sight of the apple. It seems to sense no malice from the human and nods enthusiastically. Me, it chirps, its voice full of excitement. Yes. Qian Lin nearly jumps with joy. This is a real-life Pokemon. A dream he'd been obsessed with for 20 years in his past life was now coming true. With trembling hands, he places the apple in front of the thorntail bug and gently strokes it from its head to its tail. Other than the spikes slightly affecting the texture, the overall feel is quite pleasant, like petting a hedgehog with less dense spines. As Qian Lin skillfully employs his cat petting technique, the thorntail bug seems to enjoy it, even lifting its head to nuzzle against his hand. Totally worth it, to say the least. Whoa, did he really touch it? A comment quickly zipped across the livestream chat. More messages of doubt and amazement followed. Wait, is this thing really called a wurmple? Why is it responding to the streamer? Can it actually understand human language? Streamer, you're insane. You're the first one I've seen who dared to touch a monster. From behind his screen, Lu Hui, who had been watching since the start of the stream, sent a comment. Although he had been mocking Qian Lin earlier, seeing the scene of Qian Lin gently stroking the wurmple, Lu Hui began to believe what the streamer had been saying all along. Qian Lin, while carefully watching the wurmple enjoy the apple, patiently explained to the camera, most Pokemon are actually as gentle as wurmple and won't attack humans unprovoked. They're like wild animals. When they first encounter humans, they can feel scared. He paused for a moment before continuing, but the biggest difference between Pokemon and wild animals is that Pokemon can understand human language and have a purer heart than humans. They can sense kindness and malice. Once they trust you, they'll never harm you. Even when facing someone with bad intentions, their first instinct is to flee. They'll only fight back if they have no other choice. Packing up his bag, Qian Lin turned to the wurmple and said sincerely, "Thank you, wurmple. I hope that the next time we meet, you've evolved into a beautifly or a dustox. If you still remember me by then, feel free to come say hi, and I'll take some pictures of you." The wurmple let out a cheerful me, squinting its eyes and nodding, seemingly bidding Qian Lin farewell. With his backpack secured, Qian Lin's smile was brighter than when he first arrived. After the stream ends, they'll create a mini program on Super Chat called Pokédex to introduce these adorable little creatures. If you're interested, check it out. Taking one last look at the wurmple still enjoying its apple, Qian Lin turned toward the distant forest and waved. Let's go. Onward into the unknown world. The chat immediately exploded with new comments. Damn, that actually fired me up. Way more exciting than I expected. Streamer, I believe you now. Can you tell me more about wurmple? And what did you mean about it evolving into beautifly or dustox? Does wurmple transform like bugs turning into butterflies? The last comment was quickly answered. Bugs can turn into moths, not butterflies. Qian Lin watched as the barrage of comments on the screen began to slow down, a faint smile appearing on his face. He patiently began to explain. Wurmple does indeed transform into a butterfly or a moth. In the Pokemon world, this transformation is called evolution. And it's not just wurmple, most Pokemon have this ability. Evolution? Someone questioned in the chat almost immediately. Do you mean the kind of evolution where an individual life form changes directly? Or are you talking about species evolution caused by environmental factors, like how apes supposedly evolved into humans? I don't buy it. I believe it. Another comment chimed in. Qian Lin went on to elaborate. Pokemon evolution refers to a transformation in an individual's life stage. Take Wurmple as an example. It has two evolution paths. It can randomly evolve into either Cascoon or Silcoon. Cascoon will eventually evolve into a stunning butterfly known as Beautifly, while Silcoon will become the equally beautiful Dustox. So it's basically just a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, right? One viewer teased. Qianlin smiled calmly. You could think of it that way. But he paused for a moment. If you had the chance to witness a Pokemon's evolution process firsthand, you'd understand what I mean. It's an incredibly profound phenomenon, one that remains a mystery even in the Pokemon world. Seeing a living being transform into an entirely different form with your own eyes, it's an experience beyond words. Suddenly, a particular comment caught Qianlin's attention. Streamer, are you talking about Beautifly? The one with a black and white body, two antennae, a curved proboscis, black wings with yellow edges, and yellow spots on the inside. Qianlin froze for a moment, carefully recalling Beautifly's appearance before nodding in confirmation. That's right. But keep in mind, while Beautifly looks elegant, it has a fiercely aggressive nature. It's best to keep your distance if you encounter one. How do you know all this? Another viewer asked curiously. Because I've seen this butterfly with my own eyes on the battlefield, the commenter replied. The chat went silent for a moment before being flooded with reactions like whoa and salute, filling the screen. Qianlin stopped what he was doing, his gaze fixed on the screen, pondering the weight of that comment. Then, another question popped up. Streamer, do you really understand these creatures? The stream fell into a brief silence as everyone waited for Qianlin's response. His expression turned serious as he answered firmly, I do. While I wouldn't claim to know everything about these creatures, I can guarantee that everything I've said is true. Having inherited the system's knowledge, Qianlin not only had access to the national Pokédex but also possessed deep expertise about Pokemon, even down to the intricacies of crafting Pokeballs. The technology required to create a Pokeball is far beyond the capabilities of humanity today. Qianlin shook his head and said, even with extensive research resources, it would take decades of accumulated effort to make any breakthroughs. Just the concept of spatial compression alone is far beyond the scope of modern scientific understanding. I have a question to ask on behalf of my companions. If you truly know about these creatures, a comment popped up in the livestream chat. Qianlin picked up the thread of conversation. It's a large bird with black and red coloring. Its wings and tail resemble claws, and its body is covered in black patterns. When it spreads its wings in the sky, its silhouette forms the shape of the letter Y. I'm starting to believe the streamer now. A viewer named Jia E sent a message, their tone filled with urgency and disbelief. Standing amidst the lush forest, Qianlin felt a chilling cold that seemed to pierce his bones. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Yveltal. That's the name of this Pokemon. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Qianlin continued to explain. What I'm about to say might sound unbelievable to you. In the Pokemon world, there are many legendary beings, those who create worlds, bring light, and govern the seas, land, and skies. We call them legendary Pokemon. Simply put, they are akin to gods. That thing is a god? In a distant military camp, a soldier lying on his bunk stared at the screen in disbelief. Recalling the encounter with that creature, the notion didn't seem entirely implausible. Qianlin looked up at the sky. Yes, Yveltal is the god of death. When it awakens, it brings death, drains life, and ends all things. He turned his gaze to the camera. Your companions, they've all turned to stone, haven't they? When the viewer confirmed, Qianlin sighed. Creatures whose life force is absorbed by Yveltal turn into stone. But there's still hope. Another divine being, Xerneas, the embodiment of life, has the power to restore them. Can they really be saved? The chat was filled with messages brimming with hope. Qianlin nodded in affirmation, but suddenly seemed to recall something. He asked, did you encounter a deer-like creature at the time? One with a black and blue body, and antlers that glowed with radiant colors. The soldier in the military camp turned pale instantly. It seems you did, Qianlin sighed. If the stone statues haven't been restored, it's likely because you attacked Xerneas. Though gentle by nature, it wouldn't offer help after being attacked without cause. This is the price of not understanding legendary Pokemon. The livestream chat was flooded with astonished comments. Whoa, is this for real? Viewers expressed their disbelief, while also realizing that if this was some kind of publicity stunt, it would undoubtedly backfire. Meanwhile, the stream's viewership quietly climbed, with dozens of people tuning in. Faced with the tense situation, Qianlin pondered for a moment before explaining in detail. About Yveltal and Xerneas, they are indeed very unique. Yveltal absorbs the life force of its surroundings when its life ends, forming a cocoon and waiting for its next awakening. Xerneas, on the other hand, does the opposite. When its life nears its end, it releases life energy to heal the damage caused by Yveltal, then enters a dormant state for about 1,000 years. Qian Lin paused, his tone becoming more serious. If you can locate Xernea's resting place and make a sincere wish, it might wake up and help restore the fallen warriors. But to be honest, the chances are slim. Once these deities enter their slumber, they rarely wake up easily. Unless Xerneas hasn't fully entered its dormant state yet, you could try searching the area where you encountered it before. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the viewers immediately responded, "Got it, streamer. They'll report this right away." The man quickly jumped out of bed, barely taking the time to adjust his clothing before grabbing his phone and rushing out the door. To him, those petrified comrades were his everything, and he wouldn't give up even on the slimmest chance of saving them. Besides, the nation was also doing everything it could, pouring vast resources into efforts to rescue the warriors, though no progress had been made so far. On his way, he passed many fellow soldiers who had just returned from the battlefield and were resting, their faces etched with exhaustion. Meanwhile, Qian Lin noticed that the viewer had stopped sending messages in the chat. He sincerely wished, "I hope our warriors can recover." The chat was instantly filled with an outpouring of blessings, with viewers repeating words of hope and support. At that moment, there was little they could do besides pray. As a small-time streamer, Qian Lin continued venturing deeper into the scenic area, interacting with the chat and answering questions about Pokemon along the way. The initially skeptical viewers gradually became more receptive, seemingly starting to believe his words. After all, in this area near the base of the mountain, where human activity was frequent, encountering Pokemon wasn't easy. The further he ventured, the higher the chances would be. The livestream audience had started referring to the small creatures as Pokemon, and this subtle change filled Qian Lin with genuine delight. About an hour later, Qian Lin reached the summit of the scenic area. Beyond this point lay regions that ordinary tourists would never venture into. He glanced at the livestream stats. While the number of viewers hadn't spiked significantly, the existing audience remained steady, as if they were all waiting for some kind of revelation. "I'm about to head into the deeper forest now," Qian Lin said with a smile to the camera. "Even though this is more of a camping educational stream than a survival one, I've prepared plenty of supplies. I'll introduce every Pokemon we encounter in detail and answer your questions as much as I can. But keep in mind, Pokemon are naturally cautious. They tend to keep their distance from strangers, so when I run into them, I might not be able to respond to the comments right away." The chat instantly became lively. "That's fine. We're here to see the Pokemon. Just tell us their names, and we're happy." Wait, how has the streamer climbed this far without running out of breath? Seriously, the stamina is unreal. Qian Lin smirked to himself. Of course, his physical abilities had been enhanced by the system, making his endurance over 3 times greater than that of an average person. While he wasn't quite at the level of a superhuman, climbing a mountain like this was hardly a challenge for him. "Alright then, it's time for the real educational segment," Qian Lin teased. "Take your seats, everyone. Your Qianjage is about to start the lesson." Crossing over a safety barrier, Qian Lin stepped into the untouched wilderness. The scene here was entirely different from the manicured paths of the tourist area. Tangled branches, overgrown underbrush, and a labyrinth of greenery that made a compass essential to avoid getting lost. He now understood why some hikers ended up missing in the mountains. "This is why you should never hike alone," Qian Lin said, pushing aside some branches that snagged on his backpack. "It's far too dangerous." Just as he finished speaking, a faint rustling sound came from up ahead. A small Rattata was rummaging through the fallen leaves in search of food. Qian Lin immediately froze, adjusting the camera to capture the little creature. The chat exploded with messages. "Isn't that the purple rat? I heard they live in groups and are super strong in fights. They say they can bite through metal. Run. Streamer, run. That doesn't look friendly at all." Rattata aren't exactly the friendliest, Qian Lin explained in a hushed tone. "Like regular mice, they're always foraging for food and have a habit of gnawing on everything. The key thing is that they live in groups. Seeing one usually means there are more nearby." Hearing his voice, the Rattata snapped its head up. Its body pressed low to the ground and let out a wary ratta sound. Calmly, Qian Lin pulled an apple from his bag, gently placed it on the ground, and slowly backed away. "I mean no harm, little Rattata," he said softly. "I'm just here for some outdoor camping. Consider this apple my apology for disturbing you." Qian Lin spoke softly once again, with a hint of caution in his voice. Rattata is extremely alert. Even when it's asleep, the slightest noise can wake it up. However, they generally won't attack humans because we're not part of their diet, just like ordinary mice. "Seriously?" Someone immediately responded in the livestream chat. "I've seen this creature before. It didn't attack me, but it kept baring its teeth at me. I was so scared I turned around and ran." "I've seen one too. That thing bolted faster than a rabbit the second it saw me. By the way, how many apples did you bring with you, streamer?" At this moment, Qian Lin slowly took a few steps back. Perhaps it was his retreating movement, or maybe it was the sweet aroma of the apples. But Rattata seemed to lower its guard slightly. It simply stared at Qian Lin, motionless. Then, after Qian Lin had backed away a certain distance, the creature suddenly darted forward at lightning speed. Holy crap! Run, streamer. The monster's gonna kill him. Call an ambulance. No, call the police. Actually, call the fire department. The chat exploded in panic, with viewers in a frenzy. But Qian Lin merely gave a knowing smile. Calm down, everyone. Didn't you see? Rattata already ran off. As it turned out, Rattata had dashed forward at incredible speed only to snatch the apple. It grabbed the fruit and disappeared from sight like a sprinter in a 100-meter race. That's actually kind of cute. Rattata just wanted the apple, Qian Lin explained as he continued deeper into the forest. Their teeth grow continuously throughout their lives, so they need to keep gnawing on things whether it's wood, steel, or grain. Combined with their amazing reproduction rate and sheer numbers, they're constantly on the lookout for food. If you ever encounter a Rattata, don't panic or attack it. Just leave some food behind and walk away slowly. If you don't have any food, just slowly back off. They really want to attack humans unprovoked. That's true. Rattata is just like real-world mice. They're more afraid of people and will only fight back if cornered. But if it evolves into Raticate, that's a whole different story. Those things are super aggressive and will even bite their own trainers if provoked. Got it. If you run into a Pokemon, the first thing to do is post it on social media, right? Honestly, the streamer has really changed how I see these creatures. Stop calling them monsters. They're Pokemon. Reading these comments, Qian Lin felt a small sense of relief. Even though he was now deep in the untouched wilderness, surrounded by the distant cries of various Pokemon, their elusive presence made him slightly uneasy. Hey streamer, did you come up with all these Pokemon names? Someone suddenly asked in the chat. Qian Lin hesitated for a moment before making up an answer. No, I once stumbled into a strange place where there was a ton of information about Pokemon. I was trapped there for a long time, so I ended up reading through it out of boredom. Then, I somehow found myself back outside, and no time seemed to have passed. It happened to coincide with the arrival of Pokemon. This far-fetched explanation might have been dismissed under normal circumstances, but with Pokemon now a reality, the viewers seemed to accept it. Whether they believed it or not was another question entirely. Hearing the chirping of birds above, Qian Lin looked up at the sky. Squinting slightly, he carefully identified the figures darting through the air. Gentle Pidgeys and their more aggressive counterparts, Spearows. Though they were a bit far away, the outlines of these two bird Pokemon were still distinguishable. The official names for them are Friendly Bird and Aggressive Bird, Qian Lin explained as he continued walking. Actually, most Pokemon names come from the sounds they make. For the next hour or so, there weren't many Pokemon encounters aside from the occasional Rattata darting by. Although the cries of various Pokemon echoed intermittently around him, the sounds would abruptly stop whenever Qian Lin approached, a testament to the high alertness of these little creatures. At last, Qian Lin arrived at a modestly sized artificial lake. Originally built to provide water for the crops of the mountain residents, it had unexpectedly developed into a vibrant little ecosystem. The crystal-clear water rippled gently, with aquatic plants swaying beneath the surface and small fish swimming leisurely. Toward the center of the lake, the water deepened into a mysterious, dark hue. Surrounding trees embraced the lake, their fallen leaves floating on the water, creating a natural, picturesque scene. Well set up camp here, Qian Lin said, putting down his backpack and stretching. There should be plenty of Pokemon around the lake. If we spot any, I'll give you guys a little lesson about them. He pulled out a compact tent from his backpack just large enough for one person, but lightweight and easy to carry. While chatting with his livestream audience, he cleared the ground and set up the tent. Glancing at the darkening sky, Qian Lin estimated that there was an hour or two left before nightfall. Dinner was simple, a pack of instant noodles. He set up a portable stove, placed a kettle on it, and kept himself busy. Taking out a small fishing rod he had brought along, he baited the hook with a few worms and sat by the lake to fish. It's like opening a mystery box, he joked with a grin. Whatever I catch will be a bonus meal. By this time, as people were getting off work, his livestream audience had grown to over 100 viewers. The chat became lively, with someone asking about the brand of his backpack. Treasure bag, Qian Lin quipped. LOL, you really pull out everything from that bag. Let's see if you can pull out a Pokemon, one viewer teased. Pokemon? What's that? A new viewer asked, clearly unaware of the earlier conversation. Leaning against a tree with his fishing rod in hand, Qian Lin gazed at the calm surface of the lake and gave a sly smile. I'm pretty sure I'll catch something, but there's an 80 chance it'll be a Magikarp. Wanna bet? What's a Magikarp? A Pokemon? Someone in the chat asked. Are you new here? Qian Lin adjusted his fishing rod as he explained. Magikarp is a Pokemon with incredible resilience. You can find it struggling to survive in lakes, ditches, even sewers. Since Pokemon have appeared, Magikarp is bound to show up too. I'll bet with you, streamer. If I'm wrong, I'll gift you a plane. Someone enthusiastically typed in the chat. Qian Lin shook his head. I've said before, there's no need to send extravagant gifts. Just send me something free if you feel like it. I'm not streaming to make money, just enough to afford some outdoor gear is fine. As he spoke, the float on the water suddenly twitched. Qian Lin immediately gripped the fishing rod tightly, an excited smile spreading across his face. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what we've got. He yanked the rod up with force, feeling a significant weight at the other end. Even with his system-enhanced strength, he could sense the pull clearly. This wasn't an ordinary fish. With a splash that sent water flying, an exceptionally ugly fish emerged from the surface. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, its hideous appearance became even more striking. What is that thing? Is this color scheme for real? Can you even eat this fish? The chat exploded with disbelief. It's so ugly. Is this a Pokemon? Streamer, don't stay silent. Tell us what this ugly thing is. Qian Lin stared at the flopping fish on the shore, hesitating to approach it. It was then he realized, am I really this lucky? Then why haven't I encountered any other Pokemon along the way? The grotesque creature was none other than a Feeba, one of the ugliest Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Carefully removing the hook from its mouth, Qian Lin introduced it to his audience. This little guy, like Magikarp, is extremely resilient and usually lives in areas with plenty of aquatic plants. They prefer to live in groups. But because of its appearance, almost nobody wants to catch it. Its combat abilities are weak, and it's not aggressive at all. Its only redeeming quality is it eats anything. The chat was filled with disdain. Streamer, do I look like I care? Just throw it back. It's too ugly. I wouldn't eat it even if you gave it to me for free. As everyone mocked Feeba for its peculiar coloring and lifeless fish eyes, one viewer suddenly pointed out something crucial. Wait a second. If Feeba is so common, why did you say you're lucky to catch one? Streamer. Qian Lin looked at the Feeba in his arms, a subtle, meaningful smile appearing on his lips. This Pokemon, often deemed the ugliest, could evolve into Milotic's most beautiful Pokemon in the world. The crystal-clear lake before him was the perfect habitat for a Milotic. Though the lake wasn't large, the presence of a Feeba strongly hinted at the possibility of encountering its magnificent evolution. The livestream chat began to buzz with activity. The most beautiful Pokemon? This one? Can this thing really become that stunning? Red and blue colors? Multicolored? Radiant? Dazzling? Vividly vibrant? 5 blessings in one. Watching the increasingly off-topic comments, Qian Lin shook his head helplessly. I've mentioned this before. Pokemon evolution represents a transformation on a fundamental level of life. You can't picture Milotic while focusing on Feeba's appearance. You should. Before he could finish, Qian Lin's body jolted as if struck by lightning, instinctively leaping backward. His left arm tightened around Feeba, while his right hand swiftly drew a dagger from inside his jacket, holding it defensively in front of him. His eyes locked onto the surface of the lake with unwavering intensity. It was an instinctual alertness, a primal reaction, as though he had been targeted by a lethal predator. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. For the first time in his life, Qian Lin felt such an overpowering sense of danger. It was as if an invisible mountain was bearing down on him, completely ignoring the lively, teasing comments still flooding the chat. He was certain of one thing. Something incredibly dangerous was watching him. The malice in that gaze was suffocating, and even the slightest lapse in focus could cost him his life. But what was it? A Gyarados? No, it couldn't be. If it were, the Gyarados would have already leapt out of the water to attack. Qian Lin's gaze shifted to the Feeba in his arms. Though it still looked as vacant as ever, he keenly noticed its eyes were also fixed on the surface of the lake. As the ominous presence grew stronger, Qian Lin made a sudden decision. He dropped the dagger to the ground. I'm just an ordinary camper, here to educate people about Pokemon. Fishing was only for dinner, and I had no intention of capturing Feeba. Once I'm done with my explanation, they'll release it back into the wild. It was a gamble that the malevolent gaze was focused on Feeba. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the hostility seemed to lessen slightly. It hadn't disappeared completely, but it no longer intensified. Qian Lin exhaled quietly in relief and cautiously took 2 steps toward the lake, still cradling Feeba. If I've disturbed you, I sincerely apologize. You can't blame Qian Lin for being cautious. As an ordinary person who is neither a trainer nor possesses any Pokemon, he could only take a gentle approach to resolve the crisis at hand. Suddenly, a graceful sound echoed from the lake. With water splashing everywhere, a massive figure slowly rose from the surface of the lake. It was an elegant creature over 5 meters long, its body covered in cream-colored scales that shimmered brilliantly under the setting sun. Its ruby-red eyes sparkled like gemstones. Its serpentine body moved gracefully in the water, resembling a mythical mermaid. This was Milotic, often hailed as the most beautiful Pokemon. Qian Lin was mesmerized, staring in awe as even the live stream's comment section fell silent. Snapping back to reality, he swallowed nervously and carefully held Phoeba close to his chest. I'm so sorry, Milotic. I didn't mean any harm to Phoeba. Milotic glided gracefully toward the shore, lowering her head to carefully examine Phoeba. Being so close to this elegant creature, whose height rivaled that of a Gyarados, made Qian Lin's hands tremble slightly in excitement. He even found himself holding Phoeba in an awkward position. After ensuring Phoeba was unharmed, the wariness in Milotic's eyes faded. She gently slapped the water with her tail fin, signaling Qian Lin to return Phoeba to the lake. Qian Lin complied, stepping back a few paces, then summoned his courage to ask, Milotic, may I camp here? I only need 7 days. Milotic glanced at the swimming Phoeba beside her, thought for a moment, and then gave a slight nod. Thank you, Milotic, Qian Lin said with genuine gratitude, a smile spreading across his face. With a graceful flick of her tail, Milotic dove back into the lake with Phoeba in tow. The golden hues of the sunset reflected off the rippling water, creating a breathtaking scene. Qian Lin collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply before lying on his back. Staring up at the sky, he broke into a goofy grin. The invisible drone faithfully captured everything. The delicate interaction between the boy, the ugliest Pokemon, and the most beautiful Pokemon, framed perfectly against the glowing sunset like a stunning painting. Ah! Qian Lin suddenly shouted toward the sky, a cry filled with excitement and joy, letting his surging emotions pour out. Whoa! The chat exploded with excitement. I almost screamed. What was that? How can a creature be so stunning? That's not a monster. It's a Pokemon, someone quickly corrected. Streamer, give us your location, please. A more rational voice chimed in shortly after. I suggest those without the streamer's level of knowledge shouldn't even think about trying to find that Pokemon. But it truly is breathtaking. Just seeing it on the screen is already so overwhelming. Imagine witnessing it in person. Stop it. I'm so jealous of the streamer right now. Milotic made a brief 1-minute appearance, yet it caused Qian Lin's livestream viewership to triple in no time. Although the total audience hadn't broken into 4 digits yet, for someone who had only started streaming half a day ago, this was an impressive achievement. Sitting up from the ground, Qian Lin glanced at the flood of comments and smiled as he explained, that was a Milotic. Judging by the length of the tendrils on her head, she's a female. The Phoeba I caught earlier is likely her offspring, which explains why she reacted so aggressively when I reeled it in. He paused for a moment, his tone turning heavier. She might have encountered malicious humans in the past. Otherwise, with Milotic's naturally gentle disposition, she wouldn't harbor such intense hostility towards people. The chat erupted once more. Milotic? Why does that name sound so familiar? Did you all forget already? The streamer literally just said Phoeba evolves into Milotic. Wait a second. Phoeba is Milotic's kid? They look nothing alike. Indeed, a small, scruffy Phoebas barely larger than its own head and with dull coloring being the child of the elegant, art-like Milotic, which stood over 5 meters tall, was a stark contrast. Even Qian Lin, when first learning about Pokemon, had assumed Milotic was an evolution of Dragonair or Gyarados. As the sun set, Qian Lin sat by the lakeside, watching the golden hues of the sunset reflect on the serene water. The lake mirrored the sky, like a natural masterpiece. With a knowing smile, he cast his fishing line again. From Phoeba to Milotic, Magikarp to Gyarados, Dratini to Dragonite, Qian Lin murmured softly. The world of Pokemon is truly magical, transforming from the ugliest to the most beautiful, the weakest to the strongest, the frailest to the most valiant. That's the power of evolution. The audience, touched by the picturesque scene and Qian Lin's words, fell silent for a moment. The chat slowed as everyone paused their chatter to soak in the tranquility of the moment. Until someone typed begrudgingly, damn it, I'm going camping outdoors next time too. No other streamer knows as much about Pokemon as you do. I suggest you don't go. A rational comment floated across the livestream chat, but it was soon drowned out by an avalanche of enthusiastic messages. Streamer, let me hold the camera for you. I'm a camping pro. I guarantee you'll never have to eat instant noodles again. Take me with you. I'll send a super rocket right now. The conversation in the chat subtly shifted toward who could become the top supporter and who could accompany Qian Lin on his adventures. Numerous wealthy viewers began furiously sending virtual gifts, their dazzling effects even obscuring the chat window. Qian Lin, who had been focused on fishing, noticed the unusual activity and quickly asked everyone to stop, curious about what was going on. After understanding the situation, Qian Lin gave a helpless smile. It's not that I don't want to bring you guys along, it's just that I really can't manage it right now. If I ever find the right partner in the future, I'll use a fair lottery system to choose someone to come along, not based on who's the top supporter. Qian Lin had considered bringing someone along. Teaching newcomers about Pokemon could be a meaningful experience. However, given his current circumstances, he already needed to be extremely cautious in the wild. Adding another person would only increase the risks. When facing a Gyarados, a Beedrill swarm, or a flock of Spearow, his experience allowed him to handle the situation alone. Having someone else there might actually complicate things. Only if he found a highly capable partner would he entertain the idea of taking a viewer along. The chat, however, interpreted the word partner in their own way. Pick me. I've lived in the mountains for years. Professional photographer here fully equipped and in great shape. I'm an outdoor streamer with a professional team. Let's collaborate. What skills do you need, streamer? English? Japanese? Keeping you warm? Or just calling you Gigi? Qian Lin's face broke into a mysterious smile. That's not what I meant by partner. You'll understand when I find one. He knew that considering Pokemon as companions in this world was akin to befriending monsters. While his audience had started to accept the idea that Pokemon weren't inherently harmful, the truth might still come as a shock to them. As the sun set and nightfall crept in, Qian Lin watched the water come to a boil and reluctantly packed up his fishing rod. Aside from the Phoeba he'd caught earlier, he hadn't made any other catches. His eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on the lake's surface. This water should be drinkable, right? Just kidding. But as a fisherman, I can't go home empty-handed. Gotta bring something back. Dinner was a luxurious bowl of spicy hot pot noodles, paired with 2 glistening braised eggs. The aroma was irresistible, and the taste was exceptionally delicious. After finishing his meal, Qian Lin sat leisurely by the campfire, gazing up at the sky. Under the night sky, various birds circled in the air. He enthusiastically introduced them to the viewers in his live stream. That one over there is a Pidgey, and this one here is a Spearow. Look, that's a Noctowl. And over there is a Taillow. While most were common bird species, occasionally, he managed to spot some rare Pokemon. A flock of Altaria suddenly flew by in the distance. Unfortunately, they moved too quickly, and the screen was too small for the viewers to get a clear look at them. Time quietly crept up to around 10 p.m. Qian Lin added some firewood to the campfire and looked up at the night sky. Thick clouds had gathered, obscuring the stars. The air felt heavy, and he could sense the dampness in his nostrils, a telltale sign of an impending storm. Speaking of the weather in the Sichuan Basin, Qian Lin recalled an interesting phenomenon. Perhaps due to the basin's unique terrain and climate, weather forecasts in this region, especially in smaller cities, were often unreliable. Instead, locals had developed the skill of reading the sky to predict rain. By observing changes in temperature, humidity, and cloud patterns, they could often predict the weather more accurately than official forecasts. Qian Lin reminisced about his childhood. Every time the weather forecast predicted no rain, his grandmother would insist he take an umbrella. In his youthful arrogance, he often dismissed her advice, only to end up drenched like a wet rat. Back then, he naively believed his grandmother was some kind of prophet. It wasn't until he mastered this skill himself that he realized it was simply the result of accumulated life experience. Of course, this was a regional peculiarity. Weather forecasts were generally reliable in most other places. As the time approached, Qian Lin addressed his viewers. That's it for today's live stream. This is the Wild Pokemon Educational Live Stream, and I'm your host, Qian Lin. Don't forget to follow, and join me again tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, as we continue our journey exploring Pokemon in the wild. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with comments from viewers. Ending already? Stay safe out there in the wild, host. Good night. See you tomorrow. After closing the live stream, Qian Lin packed up the system-provided drone, pleased to find its battery still fully charged, truly a testament to the high-tech equipment provided by the system. About 10 minutes later, as anticipated, raindrops began to fall. The rain was neither too heavy nor too light. Fortunately, he had already dug drainage channels around the site, so this level of rainfall posed no threat. With everything packed away, Qian Lin retreated into his tent and started scrolling through his phone. Although the signal was weak and videos buffered intermittently, he discovered that someone had already uploaded the clip of today's encounter with Milotic to Bilibili. Unsurprisingly, the video surpassed 100,000 views in just a short time after 10 p.m. The comment section was filled with admiration for Milotic and playful jokes about Phoeba. When the audience heard Qian Lin claim that Cho-Cho-Yu was the child of Milotic, the livestream chat was instantly flooded with question marks. Many viewers began mocking Qian Lin. Some said he had lost his mind. Others criticized the unpleasant name he'd chosen, and some accused him of trying to ride the wave of popularity. Such reactions were hardly surprising in this era after all. Most people regarded Pokemon as dangerous creatures and believed them to be humanity's natural enemies. Only those who rarely encountered Pokemon could view the subject with relative neutrality. Sigh, still a long way to go, Qian Lin muttered as he set his phone aside and lay down, resting his head on his arms. His backpack only carried a simple matno blanket or pillow. After all, it wasn't a four-dimensional bag. Having something to keep him off the bare ground was good enough. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, Lu Hui scratched his head as he replayed Qian Lin's live stream in his mind. He had watched the entire broadcast from start to finish earlier that day. To his surprise, the live stream had indeed started to shift his perception of Pokemon. He even began to believe that perhaps they didn't intentionally harm humans. However, as someone who had recently been attacked by a Pokemon, doubts still lingered in his heart. Just yesterday, while driving through a park with his friends, a Pokemon resembling a monkey with a pig-like nose suddenly charged out and launched a fierce assault on their car. Its glowing fists and kicks smashed the vehicle into a wreck. Although his friends escaped with only minor scrapes, one even had just a small cut on his head. Lu Hui wasn't so lucky. When the car flipped, it pinned his leg, landing him in the hospital. If not for his friends risking their safety to pull him out, he might not have survived at all. Yet, after watching Qian Lin's live stream, Lu Hui found his resentment toward Pokemon beginning to waver. Reflecting on the incident, he realized that the Pokemon's target seemed to be their car, not them as individuals. Should I try bringing some fruit to approach it, like the streamer suggested? Lu Hui started to seriously consider the idea. Around midnight, Qian Lin was jolted awake by a sudden notification. Ding! Daily knowledge sharing completed. You've earned 769 knowledge points. Shop upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Next level upgrade requires 100,000 knowledge points. Half asleep, he instinctively reached for his phone to check the time. It was exactly midnight. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, staring blankly at the system prompt that had popped up. Shop upgrade? Fighting off his drowsiness, Qian Lin opened the shop interface and let out a yawn. The shop had always been stocked with a variety of items, such as berries and healing potions, common goods carried over from the Pokemon games, though there were no Pokeballs. However, after this update, something new caught his attention. Alongside several newly added berries, a product labeled Pokeball Crafting Technique stood out immediately. Pokeball Crafting Technique? Qian Lin frowned. Isn't this the knowledge the system already gave me a long time ago? He stared at the 500 knowledge points price tag in the product description, an internal struggle playing out in his mind. He still had over 700 points left, so it wasn't particularly expensive, but no way. Qian Lin's left hand clamped down tightly on his right hand, which was itching to act. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What if it's redundant? I need to save those points for berries to build better relationships with Pokemon. Right hand, calm down. But in the very next moment, exchange successful. Congratulations, you've acquired the Pokeball Crafting Technique. Qian Lin, now in a state of resigned detachment, stared blankly at his right hand. This hand is useless. I should just chop it off. Yet before he could finish the sentence, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Since the purchase was already made, Qian Lin began reviewing the knowledge he had obtained. At first, he remained calm, still in his detached state, but as the information poured in, his eyes gradually widened. By the time he fully grasped it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't some modern crafting technique, it was the unique crafting method from the Hizhui region. There, trainers could handcraft Pokeballs themselves, from simple redandwhite balls to great balls and ultra balls, as long as they had the materials. While the variety didn't compare to modern technology, the effectiveness was just as good. Qian Lin quickly flipped to the second page of the shop and found the required apricorns, also known as ball apricorns, priced at 200 knowledge points each. Though he could afford them, he didn't have the other materials necessary for crafting. Still, this crafting knowledge might be worth submitting to the government. It could potentially accelerate harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokemon. This thought reminded him of that one viewer who might have been a soldier. Ever since Qian Lin had shared information about Yveltal and Xerneas, the viewer hadn't appeared again. If this technique could help restore those petrified soldiers, it would be a significant breakthrough. Outside, the rain continued to drizzle softly. Feeling a touch of excitement, Qian Lin lay back down in his tent. As he drifted into sleep, a small black creature quietly slipped into the tent, shaking off the rainwater on its fur. After ensuring the area was safe, it found a warm spot near a slightly damp towel, let out a contented chew, and slowly fell asleep. Around 8 a.m. the next morning, Qian Lin woke up from his sleep. The morning sunlight streamed through the tent, and a good night's rest left him feeling refreshed and energized. He walked to the lake, using the cool water for a quick wash, savoring the crisp, fresh air unique to the aftermath of rain. The rain from the previous night had stopped, and Qian Lin quickly located the firewood he had stashed beforehand. While the surface was slightly damp, the inside remained dry. He cleared a relatively dry patch of ground and spent over 10 minutes successfully starting a fire. He then began preparing his breakfast, braised beef noodles. While waiting for the water to boil, Qian Lin set up his live streaming equipment. It was exactly 9 a.m., and the number of viewers in the stream gradually increased, soon stabilizing at over 200. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Qian Lin, he greeted with a smile. I'm currently in a natural scenic area in Zhu County, Sichuan. This place was sealed off 2 months ago due to a Pokemon invasion. Although it has since been confirmed safe and reopened, Citizens are still advised to avoid the area. I arrived here yesterday, planning to do a week-long camping livestream to share knowledge about Pokemon such as their personalities, abilities, and attribute testo help everyone better understand these creatures. The chat instantly came alive with comments. Good morning, host. Is your Pokemon guide ready yet? You're so brave to go out there alone. Aren't you afraid of the dangers? Aren't you the host from Billy? Where's Milotic? Newbies, stop messing around. It's called Milotic. At least know what you're talking about before jumping on the bandwagon. Seeing the variety of comments, Qian Lin patiently responded one by one. Of course, I have concerns, but I'm more worried about the growing misunderstanding between humans and Pokemon. As for Milotic, it's a gentle Pokemon that rarely shows itself. Its name isn't something I made up, it's the name of its species, just like how humans is a term for us. Of course, if they accept it, you can give them other names too. As for the guide, it'll only be completed after the livestream ends. At this point, some tension began to appear in the chat. Do people really believe this? If you don't like it, you can leave. Who even invited you here? Qian Lin quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's all stay calm. Everyone has different levels of understanding about Pokemon. Right now, there's indeed a gap between humans and Pokemon. If you trust me, our goal should be to bridge that gap, not to argue among ourselves. Despite his efforts, the debate in the chat continued. What a fool. Don't bother with these keyboard warriors. It's school break, so you get all kinds of people here. Some folks just refuse to listen to reason. Hey streamer, what cute little creatures are we meeting today? The chat suddenly quieted down, as if those who had been sending snarky messages vanished into thin air. The screen felt unusually clean. Qian Lin noticed the viewer count in his stream was still slowly increasing, showing no signs of dropping. This odd situation made him think of the warrior he encountered yesterday. Could it have something to do with him? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Today, we're going to take a lap around the lake, Qian Lin said with a smile, addressing the camera. This place is home to many Pokemon, and I'll be giving you all a detailed introduction. But first, he turned to check the small pot, now steaming hot. We need to take care of breakfast. He opened a packet of instant noodles and poured it into the boiling water, letting the aroma waft through the morning breeze. Just then, ripples appeared on the lake's surface, and a Phoeba emerged. With its blank, deadpan fish eyes, it stared straight at Qian Lin, blowing bubbles from its mouth. Holy crap, that ugly fish from the videos is real. It's Phoeba, okay? Can you at least call it by its name? Phoeba forever wait. No, Milotic is the real goat. Streamer, it probably smelled the noodles. Give it a taste. Scratching his head, Qian Lin pondered. How can it smell anything underwater? Besides, Phoeba doesn't eat noodles, right? I mean, sure, Pokemon eat all kinds of stuff in this world, but a fish eating noodles is just weird. Even so, he walked over to the water's edge, picked up a single noodle with his chopsticks, and asked, do you want to try it? Phoeba blew another bubble, slowly swam closer, and opened its mouth expectantly. Qian Lin, surprised, carefully placed the noodle into its mouth. If it doesn't feel right, just spit it out, okay? To his astonishment, Phoeba actually began to chew. Its previously lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled, and it quickly opened its mouth again, asking for more. This is kind of adorable? Qian Lin muttered to himself. The chat exploded. Adorably ugly. Ah, am done for. Milotic, come save me. A fish that likes instant noodles? That doesn't make sense. And you think a 5-meter turtle, 10-meter long Milotic makes sense? Alright, fair point. They'll take it. It's alright, the streamer will pick one of us to join them as a partner. The chat buzzed with lively discussion. Shut up, you silly goose. There are so few people now. Let's see if you still get picked when the crowd grows. Partner with the streamer? Count me in. Qian Lin was feeding the ugly fish, while watching the chat rapidly shift from discussing the fish to arguing about the chance to tag along with him. The sudden change of topic caught him off guard, though he didn't really mind. About 10 minutes later, Qian Lin looked at the now empty bowl in his hand, and then glanced at the ugly fish in the water, which was happily burping. He couldn't help but chuckle. You've eaten my entire breakfast. Now I have to make another bowl. Hearing the words another bowl, the ugly fish's eyes lit up instantly. Its tail slapped the water joyfully, making a plop sound. Don't even think about it. The second bowl is mine, Qian Lin said with mock annoyance. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Mooching off someone else's food and acting so entitled. I haven't even eaten yet. Despite his words, his tone was filled with affection. The ugly fish seemed to understand and, while making soft, plop-plop sounds, swished its tail and disappeared into the lake. Heartless ugly fish abandoned the streamer again. I'm dying of laughter. Mooched a bowl of instant noodles and ran. Next time for sure. Poor streamer, but this is hilarious. Qian Lin scratched his head and gazed at the direction where the ugly fish had vanished. Alright, They'll just think of it as doing a good deed by feeding a wild animal. He set up the pot again to boil water. As you can see, I need to make breakfast again. Once I'm done eating, well, hit the road. As the water started to boil, Qian Lin realized he had only taken out 1 pack of instant noodles. The rest were still in his backpack. He walked to the tent and rummaged through his bag, but his hand suddenly touched something unusual. What's this? He pulled out a grayish-white lump with a puzzled look. It resembled a towel, though he didn't recall owning such a dirty one. On closer inspection, the object was covered in dried mud, with its base color faintly showing as white with a hint of blue. Oddly, it felt incredibly soft, almost like feathers. Qian Lin's expression turned peculiar. What is that? A ball of yarn? Looks like a towel. It's definitely a Pokemon. Judging by the streamer's face, it's gotta be a Pokemon. Dear viewers, Qian Lin held the lump up to the camera. I think this might be a Swablu. He examined the creature closely. But what's strange is that Swablu usually don't approach humans. They're as wary of people as ordinary birds. I'm not sure if they're social creatures, but they rarely show up near humans. Whoa, did you seriously just pull a Pokemon out of your backpack? The chat exploded with a mix of shock, excitement, and envy. Streamer, tell us about Swablu. It looks so dirty, covered in mud. Don't you guys think it looks kind of ugly? Qian Lin looked at the mud-covered Swablu in his hands and patiently explained. Swablu is a cotton bird Pokemon, typically with flying and normal attributes. Its feathers are supposed to be fluffy and cloud-like, but because of their cotton-like texture, they clump together when wet or muddy. Now that the mud has dried, it does look a bit out of sorts. He continued, Swablu is actually a very clean Pokemon. It usually uses its cloud-like feathers to dust itself off. At this point, Qian Lin glanced at the mud-caked Swablu in his hands and added somewhat awkwardly, well, in any large group, there are always exceptions. The chat erupted again. LOL, by clean, you mean covered in mud, right? Fun fact, pigs love cleanliness too, which is why they roll in mud to bathe. So being clean equals rolling in mud? Makes sense, bro. Amid the teasing comments, Qian Lin explained, it might be because of the heavy rain last night. When it landed and saw my tent, it was probably too exhausted and came inside to take shelter. It must have fallen asleep before it had a chance to clean itself up. At that moment, the Swablu, which had been resting in his hands for quite a while, began to wake up. It stretched its mud-covered wings, revealing a chubby little face. 2 small blue feather tufts on its head suddenly stood upright. With its innocent wide eyes and slightly open white beak, it exuded an adorably foolish charm. Qian Lin gently patted its tiny head. Hello there, Swablu. Are you lost? How did you end up sleeping in my backpack? Chirp. The Swablu, still half asleep, tilted its head and stared blankly at Qian Lin, nodding absent-mindedly. Wow, that's kind of cute. Just as Qian Lin was about to say more, the Swablu suddenly looked startled. It flapped its mud-covered wings frantically, trying to take off. But the weight of the dried mud made it impossible, and instead, it tumbled right out of Qian Lin's hands. Worse yet, it fell face-first onto the damp, soft ground left by last night's rain. Its little head got stuck in the mud, with its 2 short legs flailing in the air as it let out a series of panicked chirp, chirp, cries. Watching this scene unfold, Qian Lin couldn't help but think to himself, what a ridiculously silly bird. The livestream chat suddenly erupted with laughter. The viewers were in stitches watching a Swablu with its head stuck in the ground, laughing so hard they could barely catch their breath. Ha ha ha, what a silly bird. Streamer, your comment just made me spit out my breakfast from laughing. I'm dying of laughter. How can a bird be this dumb? Angry Birds? No, this is adorably foolish bird, stealing the show. Qian Lin sighed helplessly and gently pulled the Swablu out of the ground. Its face was covered in dirt, and its big, watery eyes were brimming with tears, making it look just like a wronged little child. He took out a towel and softly wiped the dirt off the Swablu's face. If your feathers are covered in dirt, don't even think about flying. You're not like Pidgey or Spearow. You need to take better care of your feathers. Indeed, Swablu's feathers were as soft as cotton, and once wet or burdened, it couldn't fly. However, if it evolved into Altaria, it wouldn't have this issue anymore, as flying would no longer solely rely on its wings. What, is a dragon type not allowed to have a little privilege? Qian Lin muttered to himself, looking at the dejected Swablu in his hands. All right, stop crying, he said gently. Want to eat something? The moment it heard the word eat, Swablu immediately perked up, lifting its head with teary eyes to look at Qian Lin. Its adorably clueless expression made the chat explode with comments about how cute it was. Qian Lin lightly tapped its head and walked over to the campfire, pulling out 2 packs of instant noodles. The water was already boiling, and as he prepared the noodles, he pondered whether Swablu could eat them if a Phoeba could eat. Surely a bird Pokemon could too. He placed the Swablu on his lap and retrieved a few apples from his backpack. Here, have an apple first. We'll eat the noodles later. The Swablu excitedly hugged an apple and started nibbling on it, chirping happily with little chukyu sounds, its cuteness melting everyone's hearts. The chat was immediately flooded with reactions. Oh my god, so cute. My heart can't take this. I want one so badly. Qian Lin chuckled at the comments while gently stroking the Swablu's head. Judging by its size, this Swablu was likely still very young and might have gotten separated from its flock. After all, bird Pokemon often lived in groups, where the elders took great care of the young ones. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to humans, but they were far more innocent and would never abandon their offspring just because they were weak. The habitat of Swablu is generally not in forests but along cliffs and precipices. Qian Lin looked around and, apart from the Swablu before him, saw no trace of its kind. Considering last night's heavy rain, this Swablu had likely become separated from its flock and, in its panic, sought refuge in the tent. Swablu, do you know where your flock is? Qian Lin asked softly. The Swablu, busy pecking at its food, froze at the sound of its name and raised its head blankly. It seemed to think for a moment, but quickly began to cry, tears welling up in its eyes. Chirp. Crying again, huh, Qian Lin sighed. So, you can't find your companions, is that it? The Swablu sniffled and nodded. Chirp. A spark lit in Qian Lin's eyes. Then, how about coming with me? I don't have much money, but I can guarantee you'll never go hungry. And once I learn how, I can even make poke blocks for you. The Swablu froze, wiping the tears from its eyes as it tilted its head, studying Qian Lin. It recalled how this human had groomed its feathers, given it food, and provided a warm little bed so different from the humans it had encountered before. Chirp? Swablu chirped inquisitively. I can't understand what you're saying, Qian Lin admitted. But if you agree, just nod. Okay? Chirp. Swablu nodded vigorously, flapping its wings and chirping repeatedly. Chirp. Chirp chirp. Chirp. Although Qian Lin couldn't understand its cry of I want to go with you, the Swablu's enthusiasm was unmistakable. Qian Lin's face lit up with a radiant smile. Carefully, as if handling a treasure, he lifted the Swablu in his hands. So I've officially bonded with Swablu. The morning sunlight bathed his innocent, joyful expression, making it shine even brighter. Though the Swablu didn't fully understand the reason, it couldn't help but share in the trainer's happiness. Chirp chirp chirp. Qian Lin handed the Swablu an apple, cradling it gently. Bonding means that from now on, Swablu is my partner, not a pet, but a partner. If we encounter unfriendly Pokemon, we can face them together, and Swablu will protect me, right? He tenderly patted the Swablu's tiny head. Swablu looked up from its apple, affectionately nuzzling Qian Lin's hand. Chirp chirp, but then, its gaze dropped, and it seemed to grow somber. Chirp, it was worried that it was too weak to protect its trainer properly. Sensing Swablu's concern, Qian Lin smiled gently. It's okay. We'll grow stronger together. My goal is to make the whole world recognize how amazing and adorable Pokemon like you are. Chirp. Swablu flapped its wings with determination, resolved to grow alongside its trainer. Qian Lin extended his right hand. It's a deal, let's get stronger together. Chirp. Swablu lightly tapped Qian Lin's palm with its wing, as if to say, it's a promise. Wait, is that even possible? The chat was filled with astonished comments. The live stream quickly became a sea of envious messages. Wow, I want to keep a bird too. Someone exclaimed excitedly. I mean a Swablu. The discussion in the chat grew more intense. Hold on, didn't the streamer say yesterday that he found a partner and would take viewers camping only when it's safe? Is this what he meant? What? I thought he meant a human partner. Turns out he was talking about a Pokemon. Wow, I'm so jealous. I want to go into the wild too. I want a Swablu as my partner. At that moment, someone brought up another topic. Hey, there's another streamer trying to ride the wave of popularity. He's currently near the Great Wall. The area around the Great Wall is still partially closed, and since it's mostly surrounded by mountains, the number of wild Pokemon there is much higher than in the protected tourist area where Qian Lin is. Are you serious? Isn't he afraid of getting hurt? The streamer is fine, so others should be okay too, right? Are you kidding? The streamer is an expert in Pokemon knowledge. You've seen how much he knows. Do you think others can handle it like he can? Honestly, among the people I know, Qian Lin is the only one with this level of understanding. As for others, I wouldn't count on it. Let's wait and see. If things go south, we'll call the authorities immediately. Qian Lin, who was gently stroking his Swablu, frowned slightly as he listened to the discussion. I don't recommend any of you heading into the wild just yet. I've only explained a small number of Pokemon to you. If you accidentally provoke them, the consequences could be severe. He paused for a moment before continuing. It's not that I'm being stingy. If everyone in this world fully understood Pokemon, I'd completely support people exploring the wild. But right now, it's too dangerous to act recklessly. You've seen the dangers even the professors in the Pokemon world face out there. He touched the survival knife at his waist, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the knowledge granted by the system, his understanding of Pokemon from his previous life wouldn't have been enough for him to venture into the wild so boldly. Glancing at the pot of instant noodles still cooking, Qian Lin pulled out his phone and asked, "What's the room number for that streamer's live broadcast?" "Let me take a look. It's on Dosha Live. The room number is." He's already climbing the Great Wall, and the background is full of Pokemon. I feel like his attitude is a bit off. He's not as cautious as you, Qian Lin. I'm really worried he'll encounter a Pokemon with a bad temper. Well, to be fair, his stream is pretty entertaining. It's fun to watch. Qian Lin, Qian Lin. The other streamer riding on your popularity has a higher viewership than you now. Qian Lin wasn't concerned about viewership numbers. What mattered more to him was helping the world recognize that Pokemon weren't monsters. If that streamer could achieve this goal, Qian Lin would even be willing to step back from the spotlight. However, he couldn't help but feel that his optimism might be a bit misplaced. Qian Lin frowned as he stared at his phone screen. On the live stream, the host was casually introducing a bee drill in the distance. "Hey guys, look at that big bee over there. It's called a bee drill, and just like regular bees, it collects nectar for its queen," the host said, pointing at the massive insect on the screen. "It won't attack humans unless provoked, just like normal bees." As he spoke, the host began walking toward the bee drill. "Watch me. I'll give it some food, and it won't attack me." Good grief, what an idiot. Qian Lin gasped, his face turning pale. The live stream chat, however, was abuzz with excitement. Wait, is the host right about this? Kinda makes sense. Didn't Qian Lin say some Pokemon have behaviors similar to humans? Wow, so the wild isn't as dangerous as I thought. I might go exploring too. Not dangerous. Are you kidding me? It's incredibly dangerous. Qian Lin shouted at his screen. For crying out loud, don't you read the official notices? This guy is literally asking to die. Someone message him to run away now. Qian Lin was stomping his feet in frustration. That thing is called a bee drill, and it's extremely dangerous. It will actively attack anyone who enters its territory. The only thing this host got right is that they live in groups. Everything else is complete nonsense. It had been 2 months since Pokemon began appearing in the real world. While the authorities hadn't figured out the true origins of these creatures, they had created a basic information website based on collected data. Beedrill, labeled as the killer poison bee on the site, was one of the most dangerous Pokemon, responsible for the highest number of injuries and fatalities during this time. Meanwhile, in a solemn conference room, an elderly man's eyes widened as he anxiously barked orders at a staff member operating a computer nearby. "Contact the local police and have them bring that fool back immediately. And send a warning to that idiot. Tell him to stay away from the killer Poisano, from the Beedrill." The staff member swiftly got to work, issuing a police alert and sending warnings through the live stream platform's chat and private messages. However, moments later, he frowned and reported back, "Sir, the host isn't responding. The contact information we found isn't working either. It seems he's put his phone on silent." Bang! The conference table shook violently under the force of an enraged slap, and the old man's beard fluttered with his fury. Ever since the report from the soldier arrived yesterday, they had been closely monitoring Qian Lin's livestream channel. Whether or not Qian Lin was broadcasting, they maintained around-the-clock surveillance. This was done with 2 purposes in mind. First, to verify Qian Lin's knowledge of these mysterious creatures, and second, to confirm the accuracy of his claim that most Pokemon are friendly toward humans. At present, humanity knew very little about these suddenly appearing creatures, and only the soldiers fighting on the front lines truly understood their terrifying power. For this reason, they had refrained from shutting down Qian Lin's livestream and instead assigned people to meticulously document every piece of information he shared. While ending the war seemed far from possible, peaceful coexistence remained the ideal outcome. As Qian Lin's information continued to prove accurate, many of them were eager to contact him directly. But now, a reckless streamer had provoked a Beedrill, putting all their efforts on the edge of collapse. With Qian Lin's current popularity, if he were harmed or even killed by a Beedrill in front of a live audience, not only would their work be for nothing, but Qian Lin might also be branded as a traitor to humanity. Why would he mess with a Beedrill of all things? The old man said in frustration, his voice laced with worry. If it were a more docile Pokemon, he'd at most get roughed up, but Beedrill can be deadly. Shut down his livestream immediately and contact all streaming platforms. Another voice cut in, a commanding middle-aged man who spoke with stern authority. Anyone trying to ride the wave of this situation without real expertise is not allowed to stream. If I see anything like this again, their platforms won't be allowed to operate anymore. Everyone in the room could feel the anger in the middle-aged man's tone. If what Qian Lin said was true, this war might not even be necessary. Indeed, Qian Lin wasn't the only one hoping for harmony between humans and Pokemon, though their motivations differed. Qian Lin sought coexistence for mutual harmony, while they sought it to ensure humanity's survival. The cost of war was too great. No one truly wanted it to continue. Understood. The secretary snapped to attention and responded crisply. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and turned to the secretary standing nearby. Any updates on Xerneas, the Pokemon Qian Lin mentioned? The secretary shook his head. According to Qian Lin, Xerneas is difficult to locate. We've deployed numerous soldiers to search, but they were attacked by Pokemon. The man interjected, seeing through the situation. Yes, the secretary confirmed with a nod, then added, but following your orders, the soldiers did not initiate any attacks. The reports indicate that most Pokemon are indeed just wary and didn't launch assaults. 3 soldiers were severely injured after accidentally entering a Pokemon's territory and are currently being treated. The others sustained only minor injuries. And the secretary hesitated for a moment before continuing. One of them was actually saved by a white, horned Pokemon. He said he owes his life to that Pokemon. A collective gasp filled the room. The old man who had spoken earlier looked at Qian Lin's livestream feed, his voice trembling. So, does this mean we were wrong? That we shouldn't have attacked out of fear? Protecting our home wasn't wrong. Another elderly man across from him sighed. What we didn't realize was that these creatures might feel the same way. Our intentions were right, it's just that our methods may have been flawed. Who could have guessed that these Pokemon were capable of communication when they first appeared? But this does confirm that what young Qian Lin has said is true. The old man sighed again and asked, Dehu, have you shared this with the senior researchers at the Institute? I have. The middle-aged man, Dehu, nodded. They're organizing efforts to make contact with the friendlier wild Pokemon. However, for now, this won't take place in the capital. The Pokemon here have all been attacked by us. There's no rush. This kind of thing must be approached with the utmost caution. I understand, Dehu replied firmly. Qian Lin, who still had no idea what was going on, continued to talk to the streamer through the live chat. Bro, I'm serious. That thing is called a Beedrill. They're extremely territorial and really dangerous. You need to get out of there before they notice you. Qian Lin's tone was filled with urgency. You're serious is just so convincing. Huh? The streamer, Lao Pai, scoffed. I could just as easily say these twin-needle wasps are super friendly. Lao Pai dismissively addressed the camera. Are you one of those trolls from the neighboring stream? Everyone knows bees don't attack humans unless provoked. The chat quickly chimed in. Exactly, he's probably just jealous of Lao Pai's popularity. Totally. Some people will do anything out of envy. Don't mind him, Lao Pai. Go feed the twin-needle wasp something and give us a close-up look. Watching the barrage of comments, Qian Lin was growing increasingly anxious, pacing in frustration. Stop encouraging him. I'm telling the truth. Beedrills are really dangerous. Oh, so just because you say it's true, it must be true? Who do you think you are? F you. If any of you had just checked the official site, you wouldn't be spouting this nonsense. Screw it. If you want to get yourself killed, go ahead. Qian Lin's own viewers were also furious, flooding the chat with comments. This is so frustrating. We're just trying to help, and the streamer and his chat are all being so snarky, acting like we're just jealous of his views. By now, Lao Pai's stream had surged to over 10,000 viewers, far surpassing Qian Lin's modest 600 earlier that morning. Smirking at the camera, Lao Pai said, if you want to gain popularity, try a better method. Leeching off a big streamer comes with consequences. I may not be a top streamer, but I'm not someone a nobody can compete with. Qian Lin sighed and rubbed his forehead, watching as Lao Pai gleefully approached the Beedrills. He had done everything he could, warned him, explained the risks. There was nothing more he could do. Let's just hope he doesn't get hurt, Qian Lin muttered. The chat, however, erupted in mockery. After his fans trashed you, you still hope he's okay? Honestly, I hope he gets what's coming to him. Yeah, let's see him learn the hard way. On screen, Lao Pai, holding an apple, walked toward the Beedrills without a hint of caution. As he entered within 20 meters, the Beedrills, previously busy collecting nectar, suddenly lifted their heads. Their blood-red eyes reflected his figure. Slowly, the Beedrills raised their sharp stingers, the cold gleam of their needle-like tips flashing ominously. In that moment, Lao Pai's smile froze on his face, and he crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Facing the massive Beedrill, far larger than an ordinary bee, he stammered nervously, "A two mean no harm. I'm just a streamer, trying to show my viewers what you look like. That way, they'll know not to be scared if they encounter one of your kind in the wild." A deep, resonating buzz echoed all around. The sound was far more intimidating than that of a regular bee, as if hundreds or even thousands of bees were buzzing in unison, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace and cold dread. Qian Lin watched the livestream and let out a long sigh. He typed a final piece of advice into the chat. If a Beedrill locks onto you, the best thing to do is jump into water. In most cases, it'll hover around for a while before leaving. He knew that the Beedrill was already provoked, and what happened next would be up to the streamer's fate. Lao Pai was completely frozen in fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably as an apple slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He tried to maintain a facade of calm, though his voice quivered. It's just the sound, it's a bit scary, that's all. Bees are like this, they won't attack unless provoked. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, glinting flash of light, filled with deadly intent, shot straight toward him. Qian Lin shook his head and closed the live stream, unwilling to watch any further. What he didn't notice was that after he exited, the live stream abruptly went dark, leaving only a flood of panicked comments like, "Oh my god," and "run," filling the screen. Qian Lin picked up the small pot over the campfire and, with a serious expression, addressed his own live stream audience. As you've just seen, this is what I wanted to tell you. Pokemon can be friendly, but they also have a dangerous side. I'll not only introduce the friendly Pokemon, but also warn you about those that require extra caution and teach you how to handle dangerous situations. He looked directly into the camera. Honestly, I don't recommend you rush into the wild just yet. If you're interested in encountering Pokemon, feel free to message me privately. I'll respond as soon as I can. But if you know nothing about Pokemon, you must be extra careful. You can't judge a Pokemon's temperament just by its appearance. Take Beware, for example. If it waves at you, would you dare approach it? I wouldn't. If you see a waving Beware, just run, don't hesitate. The chat filled with viewers expressing their newfound knowledge, while others expressed concern for Lao Pai's safety. One viewer asked, "What should we do if we see someone being chased by a Beedrill?" Qian Lin answered thoughtfully, "If there are only one or two Beedrill and you have a group of people, you can try to act intimidating. Beedrill are aggressive, but they're not reckless, they consider risks. If they're unsure of your strength, they usually won't attack impulsively. Face them while slowly backing away, and when you've created enough distance, you can turn and run. If there's a large number of Beedrill, jumping into water is your best bet. As long as you haven't provoked them too much, they usually won't chase for long." Qian Lin explained while continuing, "Additionally, using a torch is also a good idea. As bug-type Pokemon, Beedrill are naturally afraid of fire, much like wild animals. Distract them with the torch and take the chance to escape. But remember, once you find an opportunity to run, you must act immediately, because Beedrill are highly social. Their buzzing will attract more of their kind." If none of these methods work, Qian Lin glanced down at the Swablu in his arms and added, "There's one last option, Pokemon battles." Pokemon battles? That's right. Qian Lin gently stroked Swablu's feathers. If a Pokemon acknowledges you as its trainer, you can command it to fight off attacking wild Pokemon. The live stream's chat immediately became lively. "Streamer, can you command Swablu to show us a demonstration?" "Yeah, we want to see a Pokemon battle." "Sounds so exciting." Qian Lin glanced at the comments, his mood lifting slightly. "While eating instant noodles," he replied. "Maybe later. Swablu is still young. I'll show you when it grows up a bit." Chirp. Swablu, who had just finished eating an apple, looked up in confusion. Qian Lin pointed at the camera and explained, "I'm livestreaming, it's like showing what we're doing to lots of people watching." Swablu followed Qian Lin's finger to the hovering drone, looking excited as it tried to fly toward it. But with mud still on its wings, it stumbled again, face planting into the dirt, its little legs flailing in the air. The chat erupted with laughter. "Haha, it fell again. So adorably clumsy. This isn't Swablu, it's Silly Blah." Qian Lin helplessly pulled Swablu out of the dirt. Seeing its pitiful expression, he said, there, it doesn't hurt. Be more careful next time, and stop diving into the ground, you can't dig holes, you know?" He carried Swablu to the lake, intending to clean off the mud. Just then, ripples spread across the water, and an elegant figure slowly emerged. It was a Milotic. Swablu froze in place, completely stunned by the sudden and breathtaking sight. Although there was no sense of malice, Qian Lin still cautiously observed the Milotic swimming up to him. "Milotic, is there something you need?" Milotic gently nodded, its gem-like eyes glancing behind Qian Lin, a faint blush appearing on its face. Turning around, Qian Lin noticed his bowl of fragrant, steaming instant noodles sitting not far away. At that moment, a Phoeba jumped up beside Milotic, pouting and making a plop sound. Qian Lin suddenly realized the little Phoeba had gone to complain to its guardian. "Streamer, you're not seriously going to give it to them, are you?" questioned the scrolling comments on the live stream. "I actually am," Qian Lin replied with a smile, picking up the bowl of noodles. "Milotic, just wait a moment. I'll give it to you after I finish bathing Swablu." Milotic gracefully lowered its head, gently picking up Phoeba and placing it on the shore. Phoeba happily hopped over to Qian Lin, eagerly diving into the bowl and devouring the noodles with gusto. Watching this, Milotic blushed even more and softly murmured, "It's fine." While bathing Swablu, Qian Lin dealt with the little bird's playful splashes. Swablu clearly enjoyed the process, flapping its wings to spray water everywhere, soaking Qian Lin completely. Thankfully, he had brought a change of clothes. Standing in the water, Milotic watched the scene with a gentle, amused smile. Occasionally, it flicked its tail to splash water and tease Swablu. Swablu became even more excited, flapping its wings and engaging in a playful water fight with Milotic. It gradually swam toward the center of the lake, but with Milotic keeping a watchful eye, Qian Lin wasn't too worried. After the bath, Swablu became even more mischievous, using Milotic's smooth back as a slide. Watching this, Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself how lucky it was to have the mild-tempered Milotic. If it had been a Gyarados, it might have unleashed a hyper beam by now. This heartwarming and lively scene captivated the livestream viewers, who eagerly commented about how hungry they were and how they now wanted to go out and buy instant noodles. What a heartwarming scene, the audience sighed collectively. Who would have thought that the creature once labeled a monster just 2 months ago could now present such a harmonious image? By the lakeside, an Altaria was fluffing its downy feathers after a bath. Its round eyes and adorably expressive face, paired with its slightly puffed-up plumage, made it look like the cutest angry bird imaginable. Meanwhile, Milotic swam gracefully in the lake, exuding the unique charm of a Pokemon often hailed as the most beautiful. However, this picturesque moment was disrupted by a Phoeba devouring a packet of instant noodles with great enthusiasm. Watching this, Qian Lin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. You really have no awareness of your future as the most beautiful Pokemon. And how can you eat so much at your age? Qian Lin said helplessly. Suddenly, Qian Lin's attention was drawn to the playful Altaria. Although the system had given him knowledge to determine a Pokemon's gender, he found it difficult to identify the Altaria's gender at that moment. As he pondered, an idea struck him. Altaria, could you show me some of your moves? Qian Lin called out toward the lake. Altaria, who had been playing with Milotic, paused for a moment before excitedly flapping its wings and soaring into the air. It let out a crisp chirp, instantly lowering Milotic's attack stat by 1 level. Growl, huh? Qian Lin nodded. Anything else? Altaria nodded earnestly, and its beak began to glow white, resembling a sharp sword as it charged toward Milotic. But in the next moment, it was deflected and fell into the water with a splash, while Milotic remained completely unscathed. The two Pokemon in the water exchanged amused glances. The audience burst into laughter at the scene. That must be Headbutt. By the way, don't some Pokemon breathe fire or water? Altaria should have similar moves, right? Actually, that was Peck, Qian Lin said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Even though I know Milotic doesn't mind Altaria, you really shouldn't use Milotic as a test subject. Milotic let out a gentle cry, indicating it truly didn't mind, which surprised Qian Lin. Are you sure? I mean, Altaria is pretty weak right now, but if it accidentally hurt you, that wouldn't be good. The stark contrast between the real world and the game world was vividly apparent in this moment. In the game, even a level 1 Pokemon could inflict damage on a level 100 opponent. But in reality, such a gap in power was almost insurmountable. Although Swablu was just a fledgling, the Milotic before it could withstand its attacks without so much as a scratch, clearly showcasing its extraordinary strength. Milotic smiled gracefully, its gaze filled with encouragement. All right, I'm counting on you, Milotic, Qian Lin exclaimed excitedly. Chirp! Swablu flapped its wings again, shaking off the water droplets on its feathers as it fixed its gaze on the Milotic below. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped Swablu, and the translucent figure of a dragon appeared, wrapping around it entirely. Though the dragon's form was somewhat abstract, the overwhelming aura it exuded was undeniably real. Chirp! With a sharp cry, Swablu, cloaked in the dragon's shadow, charged straight at Milotic. The moment they collided, the surface of the water erupted with a massive shockwave, sending a spray of water that drenched Qian Lin completely. The force of the impact was even more powerful than a typical grenade explosion, though admittedly, the comparison wasn't entirely accurate, as a grenade's lethality wasn't solely reliant on its explosive force. When the water settled, Milotic remained completely unharmed, lowering its head gently to affectionately nuzzle the soaked Swablu. What the heck was that? Wait, was that a dragon? Seriously, a dragon? I thought I was seeing things, turns out it was real. Damn. The livestream chat exploded with astonished comments. Everyone had just witnessed Swablu's incredible dragon-infused charge, a display of power so immense it sent chills down the spines of the viewers. Those who had initially found Swablu cute now swallowed nervously. That move just now was Dragon Rush, Qian Lin explained as he wiped the water from his face. Given Swablu's current level, this move must have been inherited from its parents, so its power isn't at its peak yet. He recalled scenes from anime in his previous life, where such moves could destroy entire mountains in a single strike. The fact that Swablu had inherited this ability was a testament to its remarkable potential. Still, Qian Lin lamented the absence of game-like stats such as individual values and effort values. While the real world didn't rely on such mechanics, he felt their absence diminished the experience slightly. Not terrifying enough? Are you kidding me? I believe the streamer now. He'll just stay home and listen to more of his explanations. Milotic, are you alright? Qian Lin asked, looking up. Milotic simply shook its head with a gentle smile, clearly unfazed. A dragon rush from a fledgling Pokemon wasn't enough to harm it. Qian Lin nodded thoughtfully. Milotic's ability to withstand such a powerful move without a scratch was proof of its incredible level. It must have been exceptionally strong even when it first arrived in this world 2 months ago. Swablu, do you know any other moves? Qian Lin asked, looking at the cheerful little bird. Swablu tilted its head in thought for a moment, then nodded. It fluttered into the air gracefully and, under the watchful eyes of Qian Lin and Milotic, suddenly flapped its wings with great force. A gentle breeze swept from behind the Swablu, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the lake. Qian Lin observed the move carefully. Tailwind? No, wait, Swablu shouldn't be able to learn that. He noticed that Swablu's speed had suddenly increased. It was no longer flying leisurely, it was darting through the air like an arrow released from a bow. Tailwind! Qian Lin exclaimed, finally realizing. The livestream chat instantly lit up with comments. What kind of move is that? A refreshing spring breeze? Looks like it'd be great in summer. Nature's wind is undefeated. Tailwind? Like express delivery? No wonder it's so fast. Laughing, Qian Lin addressed the chat. Not all Pokemon moves are offensive. For example, earlier it used Growl to lower its opponent's attack power. Tailwind, on the other hand, doubles the speed of your team. While this explanation isn't entirely precise, it works for the real world. Looking up at Swablu in the sky, he added, I didn't expect it to inherit Tailwind. Its parents must be very impressive. As the effects of Tailwind faded, the lake's surface returned to calm. Swablu seemed puzzled by its sudden loss of speed but quickly shrugged it off, happily diving into Qian Lin's arms and snuggling affectionately. Qian Lin took the opportunity to take a closer look at Swablu. Such a mischievous little girl, he said with a smile, gently stroking the bird. You're a girl, can't you be a bit more reserved? Chirp. Swablu tilted its head in confusion. Never mind, Qian Lin said, chuckling. Do you know any other moves? Swablu shook its head, but Qian Lin wasn't disappointed. For moves were already impressive, especially with Tailwind and Dragon Rush in its arsenal. Even though it was still young and couldn't fully unleash its potential, it had great promise for battles. Just then, Milotic swam to the shore and gently nudged Swablu. Before Qian Lin could figure out what it meant, Milotic turned toward the distance and unleashed a brilliant blue beam. The beam transformed into a roaring dragon midair and crashed into a distant hillside, obliterating a third of the mountain. The livestream chat exploded. What just happened? Milotic, calm down. Did anyone else just see that? Qian Lin stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Swablu stared in shock, speechless. Dragon Pulse? Qian Lin stammered, his eyes fixed on the collapsing hillside in the distance. He was completely stunned. The Dragon Pulse unleashed by Milotic was utterly breathtaking in its power. The beam of light struck the mountainside, instantly reducing a third of the mountain to rubble. The subsequent landslide caused the peak to shrink by nearly half. Such destructive force would obliterate not just humans but even tanks and planes in an instant. Qian Lin couldn't help but compare this strike to the Dragon Rush performed earlier by the Swablu. While Swablu's attack was powerful enough to create splashes several meters high, it was utterly insignificant when measured against Milotic's Dragon Pulse, which leveled an entire mountain peak. What on earth has this Milotic been through? Qian Lin murmured, patting his chest to calm his racing heart while feeling relieved that he hadn't provoked this benevolent Pokemon yesterday. Meanwhile, the livestream's chat exploded with activity. Some viewers questioned whether this was a dream, while others rationally analyzed the power of the attack compared to modern weaponry. One nearby viewer even sent a message, claiming to have witnessed the entire event firsthand and was now sitting outside their house smoking to calm their nerves. They added that their neighbors were panicking and had already called the authorities. Qian Lin tensed up upon seeing this message. Hey, you over there, are there any people living on or near that mountain? Luckily, the viewer quickly replied, saying that the area was too remote and had been restricted due to frequent Pokemon activity, so there were no casualties. Sensing Qian Lin's concern, Milotic softly reassured him, Funa, don't worry. That mountain range has poor ecology, and there are hardly any Pokemon living there. By now, Milotic had returned to her usual graceful demeanor, as if the terrifying display of power earlier had not been her doing. Her gaze shifted to the dazed Swablu in Qian Lin's arms, then to the Phoeba nearby that had already finished eating. Milotic, are you trying to teach Swablu how to use Dragon Pulse? Qian Lin asked, his realization dawning. Milotic nodded gently, gesturing with her tail. Qian Lin stroked his chin and looked at the Milotic in front of him. Are you saying that because I fed Phoeba instant noodles, you're willing to teach Swablu Dragon Pulse in return? Milotic let out a soft "foo" and nodded, its elegant form shimmering faintly under the sunlight. Well, Qian Lin looked a bit embarrassed. Instant noodles aren't really anything special. Trading them for Dragon Pulse feels like I'm taking advantage of you. Milotic, however, shook its head and swam closer to Qian Lin, rubbing against him affectionately. Its streamlined body radiated a gentle warmth. Qian Lin reached out to touch Milotic, finding its smooth, soft texture unlike the hard scales of snakes, yet even more slippery. In that case, thank you, Qian Lin said sincerely. Fiona. Milotic squinted its eyes, smiling like a carefree child. So beautiful. Qian Lin murmured in admiration. Then he glanced down at the trembling Swablu in his arms and couldn't help but laugh. You were so fierce attacking Milotic earlier. Why so quiet now? Chirp? Attack Milotic? When did I attack Milotic? Trainer, stop making things up. Swablu hastily denied. Coward. Qian Lin teased with a chuckle. Chirp chirp. Swablu protested indignantly. Soon after, Milotic began teaching Swablu how to use Dragon Pulse. Meanwhile, Qian Lin prepared some instant noodles while keeping an eye on the training. Swablu kept attempting the move, sneezing adorably as it tried to get it right, while Milotic patiently guided it. Occasionally, Milotic would demonstrate the move, and even when holding back its power, it still sent towering splashes of water soaring over 10 meters into the air. After finishing its meal, Fiba quietly stayed by Qian Lin's side, its dull eyes staring blankly into the distance. Finally able to enjoy his breakfast in peace, Qian Lin ate his noodles while interacting with his livestream audience. Milotic is so gorgeous. Streamer, you said Swablu is normal and flying type. What type is Milotic? Is it a dragon? No way it's a dragon. After seeing Swablu's Dragon Rush and Milotic's Dragon Pulse, my perception of reality is shattered. Forget dragons at this point. I believe in aliens. Aren't dragons even more fantastical than aliens? Qian Lin wiped his mouth and set down his bowl of noodles. I forgot to introduce the Pokemon type system to you all earlier. Pokemon have 18 types: normal, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, and fairy. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual-typed. For example, Swablu is normal and flying type, while both Milotic and Fiba are water type. He gently stroked Fiba's head as he continued. Some Pokemon change types when they evolve. For instance, when Swablu evolves into Altaria, its type changes from normal and flying to dragon and flying. Classic, everyone knows that moment. Wait, dragons? Psychic? Ghosts? Fairies? Those sound way too over the top. Seeing these comments, Qian Lin paused to think before replying. Pokemon are incredibly mysterious creatures, and I can't say for sure if there are only these 18 types. Maybe new types will be discovered in the future. But as for the 4 types you think are unbelievable, they do exist, and they're very real. After breakfast, it was already close to 11 a.m. The unexpected events of the morning had delayed the schedule, so Qian Lin set off just before noon. However, this posed no issue for his planned journey around the lake. An afternoon would be more than enough time given the lake's size. Before departing, Qian Lin packed his bag with a few essentials and bid farewell to the Swablu. Milotic stood by the lake, offering a gentle smile as it watched him leave. Swablu stayed behind to learn Dragon Pulse from Milotic, a strategically sound decision. The circular path around the lake kept Qian Lin within a relatively close range, ensuring that should he encounter danger, Milotic could swiftly swim to his aid, and Swablu could use Tailwind to speed up the rescue. Under this invisible safety net, Qian Lin set out on his journey. The scenery along the way truly embodied the saying, "Water is the source of all life." Within just a few hours, he encountered dozens of different Pokemon. While most quickly hit upon spotting a human, a few braver ones stayed behind, their curious eyes watching him intently. Teddiursa, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Sudowoodo, Ursaring, Gloom, Bellsprout. These normal, grass, and flying-type Pokemon appeared intermittently along his path. Occasionally, he even spotted some bug types like Wurmple and Cascoon. Perhaps it was the sense of safety he felt that made Qian Lin act more relaxed and approachable than usual, which in turn attracted more Pokemon to approach him. He picked wild berries along the way to share with them, and they gladly accepted, some even posing for photos with him. The live chat occasionally erupted with excitement. Some viewers expressed concerns about safety, others shared their own experiences, but the majority were amazed at how harmoniously Qian Lin interacted with the Pokemon. This contrast continued to draw in new viewers, and by the end of the afternoon, Qian Lin's livestream had surpassed the popularity of the previous Old Pie sensation, breaking into 5-digit viewership. What was even more surprising was the retention rate of his audience. Nearly 90 of viewers stayed to watch, captivated by the peaceful interactions between Qian Lin and the Pokemon. Only a small number left due to other commitments or skepticism about the authenticity of the stream. This scene prompted many to reconsider whether Pokemon were as fearsome as the rumors claimed. while it further solidified Qian Lin's confidence in the goals he had set for himself. As dusk fell, Qian Lin bid farewell to a playful Eevee and returned to camp. Swablu immediately dove into his arms, nestling comfortably in the crook of his arm and wriggling slightly. Qian Lin gently stroked its head and asked softly, "How did the training go?" "Chirp." Swablu flapped its wings, exuding confidence. "Impressive, as expected of you," Qian Lin praised, then added, "But don't get cocky. Think about Milotic's powerful attack, that's your goal." The livestream chat suddenly erupted with excitement. "Chirp, wow, such a cute bird. Quick, quick, light the fire." Streamer, what kind of bird is this?" "This is a Qingmian bird, the streamer's companion. Honestly, the streamer is pretty awesome." On the surface of the lake, an elegant Milotic was gliding gracefully, accompanied by a comically awkward Phoeba. The stark contrast between the two sparked a flurry of comments from the viewers. "Whoa, am I the only one who thinks that snake-like creature on the lake is gorgeous? You're new here, aren't you? That's a Milotic, the most beautiful Pokemon. Don't just focus on Milotic, take a look at that fish next to it for a change of pace. EW, what an ugly fish. Thanks, buddy. Change of pace achieved. My eyes are ruined now." Qian Lin chuckled as he read the chat while preparing dinner. He set up a small pot over the campfire, took out 3 packs of instant noodles, and, after hesitating for a moment, turned to Milotic. "Milotic, do you want some?" Milotic softly murmured, "Fu," and nodded shyly. Considering Milotic's towering size of over 5 meters, Qian Lin grabbed a few more packs of noodles. As the noodles were cooking, the Phoeba flopped out of the water, its deadpan fish eyes fixed hungrily on the pot of food, almost drooling. Meanwhile, Milotic quietly slipped back into the water, only to return moments later with several 10-pound live fish in its jaws. "Fu-na," Milotic gently placed the fish on the shore, gazing at Qian Lin with a tender expression. "Are these for me?" Qian Lin asked in surprise. Milotic smiled and nodded. It was a small gesture of gratitude for Qian Lin's care for its offspring. After all, aside from these overpopulated fish in the lake, there wasn't much else to offer. Delighted, Qian Lin accepted the gift and immediately began preparing the large fish. Watching Qian Lin's skilled movements, Milotic couldn't help but smile warmly. As for the story's background, after Pokemon suddenly appeared in this world, the population of wild animals and plants not only didn't decrease but actually thrived. On the other hand, humanity's living space was significantly compressed. After 2 months of conflict, humans barely managed to secure their city defenses, while most Pokemon were confined to roaming in the wild. Facing the fish by the lakeside, Qian Lin began to contemplate different cooking methods. Grilling was the basic approach. Boiling the fish with seasonings and hot pot base also seemed promising. As for steaming, though he didn't have a steamer, he could cleverly use lotus leaves along with oil and spices to create a result similar to beggar's chicken. Dinner lasted nearly 3 hours, wrapping up around 9 p.m. During the meal, several Pokemon attracted by the aroma came by and got their share of the delicious food. They left with adorable smiles on their faces except for Ursaring, whose smile was more intimidating than cute. After tidying up the dishes, Qian Lin sat on a rock, gazing at the starry sky. Swablu, having eaten too much, lay sprawled to his left, while the Oddish they encountered earlier nestled on his right. Ursaring, satisfied, thanked him before heading back to the forest, and Milotic returned to the lake with Phoeba to rest, as it would continue teaching Swablu the move Dragon Pulse the next day. The live chat in the streaming room became lively. "I'm so jealous. Oddish is so cute. Eevee is adorable. And Cascoon is cute too. Except for that Ursaring, it's terrifying. I'd climb a tree if I saw it. How is the host staying so calm?" Qian Lin chuckled. "You're not wrong. Ursaring is indeed good at climbing trees, but it usually just smashes the tree down to get at the berries. Whoa, it's like Lu Zhishan uprooting the willow tree. Not uprooting, just smashing. Ursaring's got that silent but deadly vibe." The night passed in this light-hearted atmosphere. Qian Lin answered questions from the chat while sharing Pokemon knowledge, explaining which Pokemon were safe to approach, which required caution, and which to avoid entirely. For example, Ursaring is usually gentle but becomes extremely aggressive when hungry, using Hyper Beam as its way of greeting intruders. Today's Ursaring was unusually friendly, possibly due to Milotic's presence. As midnight approached, Qian Lin ended the stream, leaving a message about resuming at 9 a.m. the next day. He placed the drowsy Swablu on the tense carpet, covering it with his jacket, then sat beside it, waiting for the system notification. At the stroke of midnight, the system chimed. Ding. Today's knowledge sharing complete. You've earned 26,452 knowledge points. Next upgrade requires 100,000 points. Qian Lin pondered. Upgrading requires 100,000 points, and he had already earned over 20,000. It seemed gaining points wasn't too difficult. Glancing through the shop's selection of berries and various tools, he realized the system's core function, it was purely a knowledge-sharing platform. All the additional items were just extras, and there weren't even Pokeballs available. Knowledge points were primarily meant for exchanging information. The next few days were peaceful and routine. Qian Lin kept to his schedule of starting early and finishing late, while Swablu focused on learning Dragon Pulse from Milotic. Since this area wasn't a completely wild environment, by the third day, most of the Pokemon they encountered were familiar faces. Many were old friends of Qian Lin, who would run over joyfully to nuzzle the berries he carried whenever they saw him. With the addition of the science points, Qian Lin often exchanged them for berries to share with the Pokemon. While regular fruits were edible for them, berries, being native to the Pokemon world, always seemed to bring them more happiness. Occasionally, viewers in the live chat would question how Qian Lin managed to pull so many berries out of his backpack, but he chose to selectively ignore these queries. Milotic and Swablu's daily diet primarily consisted of berries, with occasional fish and instant noodles. Each day, Milotic would catch fresh fish for Qian Lin, and the surrounding wild Pokemon often joined in for meals, ensuring nothing went to waste. Interestingly, Phoeba had a peculiar love for instant noodles, consuming 2/3 of Qian Lin's supply within 3 days. Once the noodles ran out, Phoeba looked gloomy, often floating listlessly on the lake's surface, lost in thought. By the morning of the 9th day, Swablu finally mastered Dragon Pulse, sending a burst of energy that created a 5-meter-high splash in the lake. This achievement filled everyone with joy and excitement. With their goal accomplished, Qian Lin decided to head back after lunch. When it was time to say goodbye, Qian Lin hugged Swablu and waved to Milotic. "Goodbye, Milotic. Goodbye, Phoeba. I'll bring you something tasty next time." Milotic, though reluctant, gracefully waved its tail in farewell. Phoeba, however, seemed disinterested until Qian Lin promised to bring more instant noodles next time. At that, it perked up, happily flapping its fins. Watching this pragmatic little fish, Qian Lin couldn't help but smile. Then, his tone turned serious. "In the future, humans might come here. If their intentions are good, please don't hurt them. If they mean harm, spare their lives. And lastly, thank you, Milotic." Milotic nodded gently in response. Swablu, however, was sobbing uncontrollably nearby. Qian Lin softly stroked its small head. "Whether it's a friend or an elder, when saying goodbye, keep your eyes open and wave to them with a smile. Don't let them see you cry, or everyone will feel sad." Swablu seemed to understand his words. It wiped away its tears with its wing, gathered its courage, and waved its wings energetically to bid farewell to Milotic and Phoeba. The chat was filled with tearful goodbyes. This got me crying for Milotic. For 9 days, viewers had accompanied the streamer and Milotic, and now, the parting left everyone deeply emotional. One viewer commented in the chat, "Thank you, Milotic, for making me realize that not all Pokemon are dangerous. At least the ones around the streamer are willing to trust humans." Another added, "When will humans truly trust Pokemon? I don't know, but I think I'll try to believe in them." "Goodbye, Milotic," someone said. Suddenly, a playful remark appeared. "Hey, why is no one saying goodbye to Phoeba? You guys are so shallow." Before leaving, Qian Lin stocked up on a variety of berries and left them for Milotic and the Pokemon in the forest. While the recovering forest wasn't lacking in food, berries were more nutritious than wild fruits. With a compass in hand, Qian Lin carried the still sobbing Swablu and began the journey back to the human world. Along the way, the Pokemon they passed smiled and waved goodbye. Ursaring silently followed them until they reached the human-built road, where it turned back toward the forest. Swablu eventually stopped crying, staring blankly at the distant forest before looking up at Qian Lin, who seemed lost in thought. She gave a sweet smile, nuzzled into his arms and curled up. "Chirp, I'll always stay with you." Qian Lin suddenly looked up to see the elegant silhouette of a beautifly shimmering in the sunlight as it flew back toward the forest, where the life-giving water source lay. He gently stroked Swablu's little head. "Let's go home. Chirp chirp to our home." As they descended the mountain, they spotted several police cars and 2 regular sedans parked nearby, along with scattered private vehicles in the distance. 10 police officers were holding back a crowd of onlookers, while 2 stern-looking middle-aged men stood at the forefront. When Qian Lin emerged from the scenic area's gates, the 2 men broke into smiles. Seeming to understand what was happening, Qian Lin spoke to the drone. "I'm heading home now, so this is where the stream ends. Over the past 9 days, we've witnessed the ecology of wild Pokemon and met many kind Pokemon. I hope that in the future, when you encounter Pokemon, you'll remember the knowledge I've shared. The next stream schedule will be posted on the announcements board, so stay tuned to learn more stories about Pokemon." He took a deep breath. "Finally, I'm Qian Lin, your streamer, and my goal is to help the world understand Pokemon. See you next time." With a wave and a warm smile, he ended the stream, leaving the screen with one final comforting image. "No, don't stop, streamer." The live chat kept scrolling rapidly. "Let us see the Swablu again, or at least show yourself." The enthusiastic viewers flooded the chat with messages. Some worried that the next stream might be a long time away, others envied those fans living in the same city as the streamer. and a few even claimed they were waiting at the scenic spot's entrance, only to be turned away by the police. Despite the lively chat, Qian Lin had already approached two middle-aged men. The man on the left first fixed his gaze on Qian Lin, then glanced at the swablu in his arms before quickly looking away. With a smile, he introduced himself. "Hello, Comrade Qian Lin. I'm Che, the administrative supervisor of the Pokemon Scientific Research Institute." "Hello, Supervisor Che," Qian Lin said, extending his hand for a handshake. "I have a rough idea of what you're here for, and I also have some important information about Pokemon to share with you." Supervisor Chi's eyes lit up, but he refrained from asking for details immediately. "You must have had a tough time out there these past few days. Let's discuss it back at the Institute. It's just about dinner time." Before getting into the car, Qian Lin briefly explained the situation to the viewers. The fans were understanding, given that it involved national affairs, and only requested to see the swablu again in the future. The swablu, as if on cue, flapped its wings playfully, eliciting gasps of delight from the crowd. The car headed toward Qian University, and Supervisor Che explained as he drove. The Pokemon Scientific Research Institute is a newly established national department. Although the team is small, it consists of top experts. They're currently studying the knowledge you mentioned during your live stream. The institute is temporarily set up next to the university in our city, making use of some newly constructed but unused buildings there. Qian Lin nodded in understanding. He knew that Qian had been developing rapidly in recent years, and the newly built university occupied a significant area, with construction and enrollment happening concurrently. While the infrastructure was complete, activities had been put on hold due to the emergence of Pokemon. The surrounding area had well-developed commercial facilities, but with most residents being students in a dormitory system, the neighborhood remained relatively quiet. "This time, some higher-ups want to meet you," Supervisor Che continued. "Considering the current security situation, they want to meet you in person but have arranged an online meeting instead. Can you tell me who will be attending?" Qian Lin asked. "I only know there will be representatives from the military, the tech park, and researchers from various fields. I'm not sure about the full list," Supervisor Che replied. Qian Lin took a deep breath, unable to hide his nervousness. As an ordinary person, he had only ever seen leaders of this level on television. Facing them directly was undeniably intimidating. "By the way, Supervisor Che," Qian Lin suddenly remembered, "the information I want to provide is a technology for capturing Pokemon. The process involves advanced technical knowledge, so we'll need a computer to document the procedure and technical requirements." "A technology for capturing Pokemon?" Supervisor Che gasped, his voice trembling slightly. "There might be a misunderstanding," Qian Lin clarified. "This isn't about forcibly capturing them. It's a method to turn Pokemon into companions that can be carried and stored, but only with their consent. Like the swablu you have here?" Supervisor Che asked, finally grasping the idea. "Not exactly," Qian Lin shook his head. "Swablu hasn't been captured yet. She's still technically in the wild. The technology behind the Pokeball was simply too groundbreaking for this world." Qian Lin meticulously documented the key aspects of this technology and handed the records over to Manager Che. Unexpectedly, Manager Che accepted the files with a calm expression, his face showing only a faint smile. After all, to him, these intricate technical details were as incomprehensible as a book written in an alien language. As night fell, around 8 or 9 o'clock after dinner, Manager Che led Qian Lin to a conference room. When the large screen in front of them lit up, it displayed a conference hall with over a dozen people seated inside. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to Qian Lin, as he rarely paid attention to television and only recognized a few well-known public figures. The people on the screen, however, were either seldom seen in the media or kept out of the public eye due to their unique positions. At the center of the screen sat an elderly man, who was the first to speak. "So, you're Comrade Qian Lin?" "Yes, that's me." Qian Lin stood up and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The elderly man waved kindly and said, sit down, no need to be so formal. My name is Lu Guohui. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Lu." Leaning forward, he squinted slightly, focusing on Qian Lin. "That little one in your arm, sis, that the swablu you captured during the live stream?" "Chirp." The swablu curiously tilted its head toward the screen. "Yes, Grandpa Lu," Qian Lin confirmed with a nod. Chirp, hearing itself mentioned, the swablu cheerfully nuzzled against Qian Lin, who smiled and gently stroked its feathers, giving its little head a soft rub. "Truly remarkable." Lu Guohui leaned back in his chair, marveling at the sight. He then sighed deeply. "If we had someone like you 2 months ago, this war might never have started. But if someone dares provoke us, we'll fight back. Our country has never feared anyone. Fight. Fight until they can't stand it anymore. But let me be clear, we're not afraid of war. We just don't like it." Qian Lin hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. 2 months ago, when Pokemon first appeared, he was merely a fan of the games and anime, with little knowledge of the deeper lore and history of Pokemon. While he firmly believed in their friendly nature, he had no solid evidence to support his claims. It wasn't until the system appeared half a month ago, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the Pokemon world, that he finally had the tools to educate others. Sensing Qian Lin's unease, Lu Guohui chuckled and reassured him, "Young man, I'm not blaming you. Quite the opposite, you did the right thing. Do you know, because of your live streams, the war is already slowing down? The casualties among our soldiers are decreasing day by day, and we've even encountered Pokemon who refuse to fight anymore. This is a good thing." "That's a relief," Qian Lin said, exhaling in relief. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, "By the way, Grandpa Lu, have you found Xerneas yet?" Lu Guohui's expression instantly darkened. With a bitter smile, he shook his head. "No, we've searched that area thoroughly, but we still haven't found the legendary Pokemon. Those soldiers who were turned to stone are still lying in the military hospital. The petrification caused by Yveltal is fundamentally different from ordinary petrification. It does not simply turn living beings into stone. Rather, it drains their life force to achieve the petrification effect. This means that the warriors who have been petrified have, in fact, already lost their lives. Those present were painfully aware of this harsh reality, yet they could do nothing but continue their search. It was the only thing they could do for the fallen warriors." The atmosphere in the conference room gradually became more lively. Besides the elderly Mr. Lu Guohui, the researchers and lab coats also began to actively join the discussion. They showed immense interest in the Pokeball technology that Qian Lin demonstrated, frequently asking for detailed information about various Pokemon. Qian Lin answered every question without reservation, explaining the origin of his knowledge in the same way as before. The experts present seemed unconcerned about where the knowledge came from, focusing instead on the value of the information itself. Before anyone realized it, the night had slipped into the early hours of the morning. With a serious expression, Mr. Lu Guohui said, "Comrade Qian Lin, we hope you can join the Pokemon Science Research Institute." "I agree," Qian Lin nodded, then added, "but I hope to continue my live streams. I want to visit more places and introduce people to unfamiliar Pokemon, so that ordinary people can understand their nature and learn how to coexist with them when they encounter them." Mr. Lu Guohui smiled warmly. "Of course, that's perfectly fine. We will assign a dedicated team to support you. Your live stream will be synchronized across all platforms, and you'll have specialized administrators assigned to manage it. If you need anything, you can contact them directly." Looking down at the Swablu sleeping peacefully in his arms, Qian Lin chuckled. "Grandpa Lu, I didn't expect you to know so much about live streaming." Despite their age, Lu Guohui and the other experts discussed live stream-related topics with remarkable expertise. "You're absolutely right. Even us old folks have to keep up with the times," Lu Guohui said with a hearty laugh. The entire evening's conversation revolved around Pokemon. In the end, Qian Lin proposed the idea of creating a comprehensive Pokemon encyclopedia, which received Lu Guohui's full support. He immediately instructed the previously silent Mr. Che to provide full cooperation for the project. What had initially been planned as a small program was upgraded to a nationally supported app project, greatly increasing its scale and impact. However, given the late hour, the detailed work was postponed to begin the following day. After everyone had gone to bed, the official website underwent a quiet transformation. The previous pages describing monsters were replaced with a heartwarming image. A man standing on the lakeshore, holding a small bird in his arms, waving goodbye to an elegant serpent in the water, both wearing sincere smiles. The term monsters was replaced throughout the site with Pokemon, and the content was updated accordingly. The creature once referred to as a murderous toxic bee was now called Beedrill, and numerous entries for unknown Pokemon were added. When no one had noticed, a link suddenly appeared in the most prominent spot on the webpage, boldly titled, "Pokemon Knowledge Livestream." The next day at noon, Qian Lin woke up from a chaotic dream. Despite sleeping until this late hour, the exhaustion from staying up late the previous night left him feeling groggy. Turning his head, he saw Swablu standing by the bed with a puzzled expression, its feathers puffed up into a giant fluffy ball, resembling a blue dandelion. "Chirp!" Swablu tilted its head and made a curious sound, a sight that made Qian Lin burst out laughing. It took a full half-hour of grooming before Swablu's mood started to improve. Cradling it in his arms, Qian Lin headed to the dining hall, attracting plenty of curious glances along the way. However, Swablu seemed completely unfazed, happily perched in his arms, flapping its wings and humming a cheerful tune. At the dining hall, the little creature displayed an impressive sense of determination, directly pointing out what it wanted for lunch. However, considering its health, Qian Lin also redeemed a few berries as an additional option. While Pokemon wouldn't suffer malnutrition from eating human food, berries were undoubtedly more beneficial for their growth. Over the past 2 weeks, Qian Lin's knowledge points had yet to reach the target of 100,000, still falling short by over 20,000. Besides live streaming, he discovered that uploading pre-recorded videos online also generated knowledge points, though the effect was far less significant than live streams. At this rate, it would take about another week to gather enough points to update the store. During this period, With the assistance of several technical experts, a fully functional Pokemon app had been developed. This app not only included basic Pokédex data, but also incorporated Qian Lin's expertise, providing detailed records of Pokemon abilities and attributes. So far, it featured photos of over 100 commonly seen Pokemon, with additional species awaiting future updates. The app's standout feature was its real-time recognition function. By simply opening the phone's camera, users could scan and receive information about any Pokemon in front of them. Though its precision wasn't on par with an official Pokédex, it was still a significant breakthrough. When the Pokemon Pokédex app officially launched on major app stores, Qian Lin and the officials released announcements simultaneously. Within just one day, the download count exceeded 500,000. That very evening, the familiar voice once again echoed in Qian Lin's ears. Ding! Daily knowledge sharing completed. You've earned 263,159 knowledge points. Shop upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. The next upgrade requires 500,000 knowledge points. Already in a light sleep, Qian Lin immediately opened his eyes and checked the system shop for updates. As expected, in addition to the newly added berries, 2 new items had appeared: Pokeball Crafting Techniques 2 and Energy Cube Basics. Without hesitation, he purchased both and closed his eyes to absorb the influx of new knowledge. The advanced Pokeball crafting method originated from the Hisui region, while the Energy Cube Basics provided detailed information on various berry properties and crafting techniques. Although it was just an introductory level, it was sufficient for making basic energy cubes. Qian Lin couldn't help but imagine what more advanced energy cubes would be like. Would they make Pokemon glow after eating them? Thinking of this, he gave the Swablu beside him a curious glance. Almost as if sensing his thoughts, the sleeping Swablu smiled in its dreams and even let a tiny droplet of shiny saliva escape from its beak. You little glutton! Qian Lin chuckled helplessly, gently tucking the Swablu in before lying down to rest himself. The next morning, while brushing his teeth, Qian Lin heard a knock at the door. Holding the Swablu in his arms, he opened the door to find the district manager standing outside. Straightening his posture, Qian Lin asked, "District manager, is something wrong?" The district manager smiled and shook his head. "No, nothing's wrong. I just noticed you've been busy lately. Now that the Pokédex is complete and the data integration is done, I thought you could use a break. There's a cultural exhibition at the Central Plaza today. It's not very big, but it's quite interesting. I suggest you take some time to relax." Well, I'm more of a homebody, so actually Qian Lin scratched the back of his head, thinking that staying home to watch TV or play games sounded far more appealing. "Even your Swablu is turning lazy," the district manager said with an exasperated smile. Qian Lin glanced down at the Swablu in his arms. It blinked its big, innocent eyes, as if protesting the accusation. Considering the district manager's good intentions, Qian Lin finally nodded and agreed. "All right, I suppose it's a good idea to get out for a bit. I can also take Swablu to experience more of the human world." Chirp chirp. Swablu chirped excitedly, its eyes lighting up instantly. Truthfully, Qian Lin thought that half a month of staying indoors was hardly a big deal. Give him an internet connection, and he could happily stay home for half a year. Heck, even a full year only stepping out to take out the trash. But since he had agreed, he might as well take Swablu out for a stroll. Seeing how happy the Swablu was, Qian Lin decided to head out to the central square. Not only would it make Swablu even happier, but it would also give him a chance to stretch his legs and prepare for the upcoming livestream. Before boarding the bus, Qian Lin looked down seriously at the Swablu nestled in his arms and gave it a reminder. "Swablu, you need to stay quiet and still in a bit, okay? Most people aren't used to the idea of Pokemon yet. If you scare anyone, we might end up spending the night at the police station." This was no exaggeration. While Qian Lin's live streams had tens of thousands of viewers, that was just a drop in the ocean for this vast country. Despite official efforts to promote Pokemon, they were still seen by many as dangerous creatures. If anyone realized he was carrying a real Pokemon around, staying indoors might become his only option in the future. Chirp. Swablu nodded earnestly, promising to behave. Qian Lin gently stroked its head, making the little creature melt with delight. But in the next moment, Swablu straightened its body, suddenly stiff and silent, perfectly mimicking the demeanor of a toy. Its convincing act made Qian Lin chuckle quietly. Once on the bus, the driver glanced briefly at Swablu, assuming it was just a toy. Internally, he scoffed, thinking, "A grown man carrying such a cute toy, how disgraceful." Shaking his head, he started the engine. Qian Lin settled into the back row. Beside him sat a young girl on her school break, staring wide-eyed at Swablu. Realizing it was impolite, she turned away, only to steal glances again moments later. After a brief internal struggle, Swablu couldn't resist turning its head to meet the little girl's gaze. Mom, the toy. It moved," the girl exclaimed excitedly, tugging on her mother's sleeve. Her mother, noticing the movement as well, instinctively pulled her daughter closer, casting a suspicious look at Qian Lin. With a light laugh, Qian Lin continued stroking Swablu's head. Cute, isn't it? I bought it overseas. It not only moves but even talks. Chirp. Swablu chirped on cue, only to remember Qian Lin's earlier warning. Hastily, it covered its beak with its wings, sneaking a guilty glance up at Qian Lin with its large, shiny eyes. Qian Lin remained calm, fully aware that panic would not solve the problem. He gently held the Qingmian bird and brought it closer to the little girl, speaking softly. Look, doesn't her gaze look just like a real one? Yeah. The little girl immediately wriggled out of her mother's arms, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She carefully extended her right hand, gently touching the soft wings of the Qingmian bird, then exclaimed excitedly, so soft, so cute. Seeing this, the girl's mother visibly relaxed and offered Qian Lin an apologetic smile. Sorry about that, Xiao Yu can be a bit mischievous. It's no problem at all, Qian Lin replied with a warm smile. Kids should be curious, it keeps their minds active. Besides, the Qingmian bird really is adorable. His words brought a smile to Xiao Yu's mother's face as well. Xiao Yu leaned closer to the Qingmian bird, her wide eyes fixed on it. Uncle, is it really called Qingmian bird? That's right, Qian Lin nodded, then added with a playful grin. But I'd prefer it if you called me big brother. Okay, uncle. Xiao Yu replied innocently. The journey not only succeeded in keeping the Qingmian bird's true identity hidden, but also led to some unexpected developments. Its occasional chirps and slightly stiff movements only added to its believability as a high-tech toy. However, the longer the conversation went on, the more Qian Lin found himself overwhelmed by Xiao Yu's mother's enthusiasm. From asking about his relationship status to urging him to settle down, she eventually started giving heartfelt advice. Qian Lin couldn't help but silently think to himself, we're practically the same age, why does she talk like we're a generation apart? After getting off the train, Qian Lin and the Qingmian bird stood on the platform, somewhat dazed, as they waved goodbye to the mother and daughter. Still feeling a bit bewildered, they made their way into the cultural exhibition hall. The exhibition showcased various traditional cultural artifacts that had been familiar to Qian Lin since childhood. While he found the displays a bit mundane, the Qingmian bird watched with keen interest, letting out soft chirps from time to time. Thankfully, Qian Lin's earlier precautions paid off, and the bird's sounds remained subtle enough not to attract attention. At midday, they found a quiet spot to enjoy some snacks. The Qingmian bird eagerly tried different flavors for the first time, happily flapping its wings. Just as they were savoring the food, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah, there's a monster! Qian Lin's head shot up, and he saw the previously peaceful crowd descend into chaos as people scrambled to flee the exhibition. In the distance, a strange light flashed, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the venue. Amid the swirling dust, a display platform collapsed with a thunderous crash. Without hesitation, Qian Lin scooped up the Qingmian bird, which was still nibbling on food, and sprinted toward the source of the commotion. Only one thought filled his mind. Whether it's people or that unknown Pokemon, he must do everything he can to help. No one could have imagined that a monster would appear in the heart of the city. While most monsters were intercepted in the wilderness, there were always a few exceptional individuals that managed to sneak into urban areas, like the cunning Rata, scurrying like a rat, the fiery Spearow, gliding between buildings, and the ever-present Magikarp. These stragglers occasionally caused trouble in the city, and the police typically dealt with them swiftly, neutralizing them on the spot. However, some monsters managed to hide in the city's nooks and crannies, making it impossible even for the authorities to track them down. On this particular day, it was a young man, barely 18 or 19, who became the first to spot one. He was browsing at a street vendor's stall when something unusual caught his eye and his peripheral vision. Turning his head after putting down the item in his hand, he was met with a pair of chilling eyes, the unmistakable gaze of a monster. For a moment, the boy's mind went blank. Acting on pure instinct, he let out a startled scream and hurled the metal cup in his hand at the creature. The cup struck the monster squarely on the head, but instead of deterring it, the attack only enraged the beast. With a guttural growl, the monster opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The resulting explosion sent the boy flying backward, slamming him onto the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the brunt of the flames struck the nearby stall, merely pushing the boy away. Though his clothes were singed and partially destroyed, his injuries were limited to superficial burns. The stall owner was also lucky, sustaining only minor scrapes from falling debris without any severe harm. The monster fully emerged from the shadows, revealing its form and sending the onlooking crowd into a panic. People scattered in all directions, leaving the injured boy struggling to crawl backward on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Just as the monster began to advance on him, it suddenly turned its head to look in another direction. A group of heavily armed security personnel arrived just in time, forming a tight perimeter around the creature with shields and weapons at the ready. The security team leader helped the boy to his feet and asked about his condition. The boy tried to respond that he was fine, but the lingering shock rendered him unable to form coherent sentences. Don't worry, we've got this under control, the team leader said firmly. An ambulance is on its way, and the police and fire department are en route as well. He glanced at the stall, still ablaze, and then fixed his gaze on the monster. It was about the size of a medium-sized dog, standing defiantly by the flames. Its eyes gleamed with malice, and fire churned in its mouth as it glared at every person within the encircling line. Due to the latest policy regulations, the security team refrained from attacking immediately, maintaining the perimeter with their shields and weapons. Once the boy was safely evacuated, the team leader stepped forward cautiously. He pulled out his phone, opened an app, and pointed it at the monster. As a crisp notification tone sounded, a voice from the phone broke the tense silence. The security captain stared in astonishment at the Pokédex displayed on his phone. Growlithe Canine Pokémon, Fire type, Moderate danger level. The Pokédex described this Pokémon as serious in nature, fond of humans, but capable of barking and biting to fend off threats. Special note: if you encounter a Growlithe barking or growling at you in the wild, it is a warning signal. Keep your distance. It actually works, the security captain exclaimed as he carefully read through the Pokédex's suggested response strategies. The first option was to retreat immediately. If escape wasn't possible, the next step was to try to lower Growlithe's guard before attempting to approach it. He put away his phone and glanced between the snarling Growlithe and the tense security team surrounding it. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the circle, maintaining a safe distance from the Pokémon and positioning himself in front of the shield line. Hello, Growlithe, he said in a calm, steady voice. We mean you no harm. We're just here to help you leave this place that's making you uncomfortable. I promise you won't be hurt. The other security team members exchanged uncertain glances, clearly skeptical of their captain's outlandish approach. But to everyone's surprise, the once frantic Growlithe quieted down, though its wary eyes still watched them intently. I understand your mistrust, the captain continued, but please, don't use your fire abilities anymore. The stalls here are highly flammable, and if a fire breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. At that point, we'd have no choice but to use force, and I don't want that to happen. Do you understand? Growlithe seemed to comprehend. It hesitated, glancing at the already smoldering stalls around it, then extinguished the flames in its mouth. Slowly, it retreated to a corner, licking a wound caused by a thrown cup while keeping a cautious eye on the humans. This unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily frozen, their weapons and shields awkwardly held midair. They all turned to the captain, awaiting his next move. Suppressing his relief, the security captain gestured for his team to lower their weapons. Thank you for understanding, he said to Growlithe. We're going to put out the fire now, and no one will carry any weapons. Growlithe glanced at him, then at the burning stalls, and gave a slight nod. Communication successful, the captain said, barely able to contain his excitement. Turning to his team, he ordered, put away all weapons. Leave 2 people to keep an eye on Growlithe. The rest of you, follow me to extinguish the fire. The entire security team sprang into action in an orderly manner. Since the fire wasn't too severe, only burning the outer shed while the tea leaves and tea sets stored inside remained untouched, the situation was quickly brought under control. In the corner, Growlithe curled up, lying on the ground like an ordinary dog, silently watching the busy security personnel from a distance. Not far away, Qian Lin held Swablu in his arms, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He gently rested his head against Swablu's soft wings and whispered, Swablu, the world is starting to change. It's moving in a direction that will be better for everyone. Chirp, Swablu, though not fully understanding her trainer's words, felt the dampness on her wings and was moved. Mimicking the way her trainer usually petted her, she gently patted Qian Lin's head with her wing, as if saying, no matter what happens, I'll always be with you. Qian Lin lifted his head, his face beaming with a bright smile. Thank you, Swablu. As the danger subsided, onlookers gradually approached, with some bold individuals even pulling out their phones to record videos. Most people stared at Growlithe with a mix of fear and curiosity. Despite the presence of security guards, the crowd grew larger and larger. Feeling uneasy, Growlithe stood up and let out a low growl at the onlookers. The security captain noticed this and was alarmed. He quickly ordered his team to disperse the crowd. Approaching Growlithe, he tried to calm it down. Growlithe, they mean no harm. Theory, just curious onlookers. There's no need to be upset. However, what Growlithe felt from the crowd was blatant hostility, insults, disdainful looks, and even someone shouting, kill that monster. It had no intention of attacking them. It simply wanted them to leave, as the overwhelming number of people made it feel unsafe. Seeing Growlithe on the verge of breaking down, the captain turned to the crowd and shouted, everyone, please leave. The police and firefighters will handle the situation. Your presence here is only making things worse. Most people heeded his warning and slowly backed away, leaving only a few persistent live streamers broadcasting the scene. Among them, A boy with brightly dyed hair excitedly spoke into his phone. Guys, the monster's right there, and we've got it cornered. Once the police arrive, they'll take care of it. I'll stream the whole thing, keep those gifts coming. Arf. Growlithe, overwhelmed by emotion, began to gather flames in its mouth again. The security captain yelled at the live streaming boy. You, turn off the live stream immediately. We won't harm Growlithe, but you need to back off now. The boy retorted sharply. Who the hell do you think you are? Barking orders like that? Are you and that monster from the same litter? Both of you love barking, huh? Turn off the stream? I'll do whatever I want, mind your own business, idiot. Then, turning back to his phone, he said, Guys, check this out. Some lowly security guard thinks he can tell me to stop streaming. Who does he think he is? The captain was stunned by the boy's relentless vulgarity. His face darkened as he said, Smash his phone. You wouldn't dare, the boy shouted defiantly. But it was too late. A streak of fire shot through the air, illuminating the boy's shocked expression and the captain's grim face. The captain sighed inwardly. What could have been resolved peacefully had been ruined by a thoughtless fool. It seemed the higher-ups were right sometimes. Firm measures were necessary. Kid, you've really gone too far. Swablu. Dragon Pulse. At Qian Lin's command, Swablu let out a sharp cry, releasing a powerful dragon-shaped energy wave. The energy surged through the air, colliding fiercely with the blazing flames spewed by Growlithe. The resulting explosion echoed all around, and the shockwaves tore through the area, destroying nearby flower beds and toppling street vendor stalls. As the aftermath of the explosion began to settle, the flamboyantly dressed young man finally realized how perilous his situation had been moments ago. Trembling, he collapsed to the ground, his shattered phone lying nearby. Even in such a chaotic moment, the security captain bravely stood in front of the young man, shielding him. Though fear flickered in his eyes, the overwhelming awe of what had just transpired was unmistakable. Following the security captain's gaze, one could see a blue feathered swablu with wings as fluffy as cotton, happily chirping as it circled in the air. Qian Lin turned to the trembling young man on the ground, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Do you realize that your careless words just now nearly got you and this security officer killed? When faced with an enraged Pokemon, the only right choice is to keep your distance. More importantly, you almost destroyed the fragile trust we've worked so hard to build with Pokemon. Though Qian Lin's frustration tempted him to let Growlithe's flames teach this reckless individual a lesson, he chose instead to act in rescue. Not only because, no matter how foolish, the young man was still part of society, but also because the brave security captain deserved protection. The young man continued to shiver, his gaze fixed on Growlithe, clearly overwhelmed by the raw power the Pokemon had displayed. Qian Lin turned to Growlithe, attempting to calm it down. Growlithe, settle down. We are not your enemies. However, Growlithe remained enraged, its mouth glowing white as it prepared to use its bite attack. Acting swiftly, Qian Lin ordered the surrounding crowd to evacuate, and the security captain immediately sprang into action. The area was soon cleared, leaving only Swablu and Growlithe in a tense standoff. Growlithe let out a furious roar before charging at Swablu with lightning speed, its glowing fangs bared. Swablu, fly up. Dragon Pulse. Swablu soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack, and quickly launched a Dragon Pulse that struck Growlithe just as it landed. However, before the dust could settle, a fierce burst of flames shot out from the smoke, hitting Swablu midair. Chirp, the flames struck Swablu, causing her to lose balance in midair. Swablu, Qian Lin shouted anxiously. Fortunately, Swablu only dipped a short distance before steadying herself and flapping her wings to rise again. Her gaze turned unusually focused, which allowed Qian Lin to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the situation was far from optimistic. Growlithe's speed was a clear advantage. Even if Swablu could dodge attacks in the air, any attempt to counterattack left her vulnerable to retaliation. As her Pokemon, Qian Lin couldn't bear to see Swablu get hurt. Swablu, use Tailwind. Chirp. Swablu flapped her wings, and a gentle breeze surged behind her, lifting her body gracefully. Growlithe, though unaware of Tailwind's effects, clearly had no intention of letting her power up. It tilted its head back and let out a long howl, sending a beam of light shooting skyward. The sunlight suddenly became scorching. Growlithe had used Sunny Day. This Growlithe knows Sunny Day? Qian Lin's eyes widened in surprise. But what's the point of using Sunny Day now? He looked puzzled, unable to figure out Growlithe's strategy. Growlithe, however, wasted no time. Empowered by the blazing sunlight, it began to gather intense flames in its mouth, launching them straight at Swablu in the sky. With Tailwind, Swablu's speed is doubled. Even Flamethrower won't hit. Qian Lin called out confidently. Swablu dodge. Then use Dragon Rush. With the boost from Tailwind, Swablu's movements became incredibly agile. As the flames surged toward her, She let out a soft chirp and effortlessly evaded the attack with a subtle flap of her wings. Immediately afterward, she summoned a powerful dragon-shaped energy around her, transforming into a fearsome dragon and crashing down heavily onto Growlithe. Boom! Growlithe gritted its teeth, enduring the full force of the dragon rush. Its eyes were bloodshot with determination. Despite the considerable power of Swablu's attack, it wasn't enough to bring Growlithe down. Enraged, Growlithe, while still enduring the impact, began gathering searing flames in its mouth and lunged at the nearby Swablu with Fire Fang. Under the amplified sunlight and type advantage, this move would be more than enough to knock Swablu out of the fight. That was a misstep in strategy, Qian Lin regretted silently. This Growlithe's battle instincts far exceeded those of ordinary wild Pokemon. Not only could it use baiting tactics, but it also executed strategies like trading hits with remarkable precision. It was in a different league compared to previous opponents. Swablu, to your right. Such a vague command might have caused any other trainer and Pokemon pair to falter due to confusion, missing the opportunity. But Swablu seemed to instantly understand Qian Lin's intent. It was the same kind of unspoken connection they had when, back at the lakeside, Swablu had dived into Qian Lin's backpack without hesitation, and Qian Lin hadn't noticed that Alan unshakable bond of trust and intuition. Trust? No, it's more like a bond. The flaming fangs tore through the air, heading straight for Swablu. Without hesitation, she darted to the right. Though the timing was tight, her move was perfectly executed. The fiery attack left a scorched mark on her wing, but the force from the blow propelled her away, avoiding a fatal hit. Growlithe stared in shock at Swablu in the distance. Its confident, all-out attack had been neutralized. One last move. Dragon Pulse! Qian Lin shouted, clenching his fists. Swablu, midair and barely managing to keep her eyes open, drew strength from her trainer's voice. She locked her gaze on Growlithe, who had just unleashed its Fire Fang, and a proud smirk appeared on her tiny face. See? This is my trainer. You don't have one like him. A dragon-shaped wave of energy surged from Swablu's mouth, striking Growlithe directly. With a deafening explosion, Growlithe was slammed to the ground, unable to continue the battle. Swablu also fell to the ground, but she still had enough energy to flash a goofy smile at Qian Lin. He rushed to her side, quickly spraying her with healing and burn medicine. Watching her wounds gradually heal, he let out a long sigh of relief before murmuring apologetically, "I'm sorry, Swablu. I let you get hurt." Although it was within the rules of the game, reality wasn't turn-based. Letting Swablu endure such an injury was undeniably his mistake. Chirp chirp, Swablu flapped her wings excitedly, as if to say, "I won. Look, I won." Her enthusiasm made Qian Lin chuckle. He gently stroked her feathers. "Well done, Swablu." Chirp. Taking a deep breath, Qian Lin carried Swablu and walked toward the struggling Growlithe. He pulled out 2 citrus berries and placed them in front of the Pokemon. "Growlithe, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of that person. I promise we won't hurt you. Can you trust us?" Growlithe's gaze shifted between the berries, Qian Lin, Swablu, and the distant crowd. Finally, it let out a soft whimper and lowered its head to eat the berries. Qian Lin exhaled in relief, gently patting Growlithe's head. "Thank you for understanding." He turned and waved to the security captain in the distance. "It's all fine now. Could you please come over and help maintain order?" The security captain, still stunned, nodded instinctively and instructed his colleagues, "Keep things under control and check when the police will arrive." Clearly, this situation was beyond his usual responsibilities. Nearby, a young man holding his phone stared at the video he had just recorded, his face full of admiration. "Whoa, Qian Lin is incredible. No wonder he said having partners means having safety. Who'd dare mess with him now?" Originally, he had just come to a nearby internet cafe, never expecting to witness such a scene firsthand. When he heard the news about the Pokemon rampaging, a flicker of excitement rose within him. Qian Lin's livestream had left him with a good impression of Pokemon, but he remained cautious, wanting to confirm exactly which Pokemon was involved. However, by the time he arrived at the scene, the security team had already brought the situation under control. Although he felt a tinge of regret for missing the thrilling moment firsthand, seeing the Pokemon safe and sound allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled out his phone, intending to capture the moment, but the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. At that very instant, Qian Lin's presence completely shifted the dynamics. Witnessing Qian Lin command Swablu and Growlithe in battle left him utterly awestruck. Swablu's agile movements, the dazzling skill effects, and Qian Lin's calm and composed voice directing the fight, every detail ignited his passion. The intensity of this moment surpassed even the most exhilarating anime he had ever watched. Glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention, he turned and sprinted away without hesitation. He couldn't wait to share the video, not to seek attention, but to prove Qian Lin's professional expertise. He was determined to show those who had been disparaging in the live stream what true Pokemon knowledge looked like. Meanwhile, Qian Lin was cradling Swablu and staying close to Growlithe, both to check on its condition and to be ready for any unforeseen circumstances. As for the possibility of the video being shared, he welcomed it. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, a video titled Commanding Pokemon in Battle live streamer Qian Lin's Professionalism, MD This is so hype, passed priority review, and was immediately featured on the homepage. The 5-6-minute video captured the entire sequence. From the security team surrounding Growlithe, to the captain successfully calming it, to the sudden incident that enraged the Pokemon. Just when everyone thought the situation was beyond saving, Qian Lin made a stunning entrance with Swablu. Though the footage was slightly shaky, it perfectly captured the breathtaking Pokemon battle. As Qian Lin stepped onto the scene, commanding Swablu to defeat Growlithe, the battle, though lasting only a minute, left the audience utterly speechless. On the live stream, Swablu's graceful yet fierce attacks, combined with the blazing flames scattering in all directions and Qian Lin's calm and composed commands, created an unbelievable spectacle. For a brief moment, the comment section froze, only to erupt the instant Growlithe fell. Holy crap! Is this real? Qian Lin is a legend. Swablu is insanely strong. Some viewers even recalled the awe-inspiring moment when Milotic's Dragon Pulse shattered half a mountain. This video spread like wildfire, pushed to everyone's homepage in no time. The comment section was quickly flooded by notable figures, led by the official account of the Pokemon Research Institute. Pokemon are truly extraordinary creatures. Shortly after, the local authorities confirmed, Comrade Qian Lin is a member of the Pokemon Research Institute and the world's only Pokemon trainer. Feel free to download the official Pokemon Encyclopedia app to learn more. Various departments issued statements. The police announced that streamer Zhao had been arrested for disrupting social order, advising citizens to keep their distance from Pokemon. The fire department expressed their eagerness to collaborate with Qian Lin. The medical team reported only 3 minor injuries and no fatalities from the incident, thanking the security team, Qian Lin, and Swablu. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs revealed that Pokédex data had been shared with Japan, seeking public feedback. However, Bilibili's official response stood out. We dare not ask, we dare not comment. This abrupt shift in tone sent the comment section into fits of laughter, with users playfully mocking the timid little level 6 official account. Meanwhile, Qian Lin, who had just finished giving his statement at the police station, stumbled upon the now viral video. The sheer magnitude of the responses left him stunned. As a humble level 4 account holder, he nervously replied under the Pokemon Research Institute's comment, "Hello? Gotcha for a Pokemon?" Then, he added a single word. "Worth it? After all, it's just a level 4 account. How could anyone recognize me?" Qian Lin thought to himself, unaware that after his first live stream, the platform had already tagged his account with a certification mark as per higher-ups' orders. Apart from the level, his account was virtually indistinguishable from those of the top players. Back at the Research Institute, Qian Lin handed over the Growlithe to the vehicle supervisor. Following the knowledge provided by the system, they set up a simple resting area for the Growlithe. The defeated Pokemon appeared unusually docile but kept glancing back at Qian Lin as it was led away. Qian Lin crouched down, gently stroking the Growlithe's head, and spoke softly, "The vehicle supervisor won't harm you. They'll explain the research they need your cooperation with, and if you're unwilling, you can refuse." Reassured by these words, the Growlithe nodded and left with ease. This Growlithe became the first Pokemon in this world to voluntarily cooperate with research, standing in stark contrast to others that had been forcibly captured. The Institute granted the Growlithe significant freedom, merely assigning personnel to observe it. As long as it didn't harm humans, the Growlithe was free to roam within the research facility. After watching Qian Lin command the Swablu in his livestream, the researchers began frequently hovering around the Growlithe, using all sorts of treats and toys to try and earn its trust. However, no one besides Qian Lin could truly command the Pokemon. Even when faced with the most tempting food, the Growlithe displayed remarkable self-control, eating only during its scheduled 3 daily meals. This self-discipline might have been the key to its survival in a city full of hostility. Over time, the Growlithe's personality began to emerge. It maintained a certain aloofness while also displaying a gentle and friendly demeanor. Interestingly, it smiled at everyone but only obeyed Qian Lin's commands. Whenever it saw Qian Lin, it would sit obediently, waiting to be petted. This behavior often drew teasing from the Swablu, but the Growlithe would simply respond with a good-natured grin. Half a month flew by, and it had been nearly a month since Qian Lin's last live stream. During this time, the Research Institute continuously updated the globally shared Pokédex data and made significant breakthroughs in their studies on the Growlithe, though the findings were not yet ready for public release. With Qian Lin having fully extracted the system's knowledge, the higher-ups finally eased their tight surveillance over him. The overt 20-person security detail and countless covert protectors were no longer visible. Still, Qian Lin frequently encountered familiar faces under various guises trying to strike up conversations, making him suspect even the restroom was under surveillance, though the vehicle supervisor never admitted it. But none of that mattered anymore. The knowledge Qian Lin had provided was enough to fuel decades of research at the institute. Now, it was time for him to continue his journey. That day, Qian Lin marched straight into the office of the vehicle manager and got straight to the point. I'm ready to resume my science live streams. To his surprise, the vehicle manager responded with a warm smile and simply said, "All right." Seeing Qian Lin scratching his head in confusion, the manager pulled a key out of the drawer and handed it to him. "This is a specially customized field vehicle for you," the manager explained in detail. "It's equipped with topophthalene outdoor camping gear, ample supplies of water and food, and the experimental energy cubes we've been working on. The rest area for you and Qing Mian Bird has also been set up." He paused for a moment and continued. "The research on restoring pokeballs is still underway, though progress has been slow. In the meantime, we've prepared materials for simple pokeballs. Additionally, the vehicle is equipped with satellite tracking, emergency signal systems, and various other safety features. We'll have a dedicated team monitoring your live stream," the manager said in a more serious tone. "If you encounter any danger, just say the word, and the rescue team will mobilize immediately." Qian Lin, "You're a national treasure. Don't take unnecessary risks." Taking the key, Qian Lin felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He responded with a smile, "Taking risks is part of our tradition, because we refuse to lose and don't believe in defeat." "Well said." The vehicle manager patted him on the shoulder. "But remember, the nation has your back, and protecting our own is also part of our tradition." When Qian Lin reached the courtyard gate, he saw the specially designed vehicle. Its imposing and powerful appearance far surpassed that of an ordinary beetle. What stood out most was the license plate, reserved for special purpose vehicles, signifying exemption from traffic regulations and emergencies. Surrounded by a convoy of escort vehicles flashing their police lights, Qian Lin started up the onboard computer and adjusted the camera. As his live stream went live across major platforms, the official effects accompanying the broadcast immediately dazzled viewers. Tens of thousands of people flooded into the stream, greeted by the first scene. Qian Lin driving the vehicle while Qing Mian Bird peacefully napped on his head, creating a heartwarming sight. The live stream chat was in a frenzy, with messages about Swablu flooding the screen. The audience was hyped. "Hey, did you download the Pokédex yet? If not, hurry up. Swablu. Dragon Pulse. Swablu. Dragon Rush. Swablu. Tailwind." But soon, someone noticed the streamer on screen. "Wait, are none of you paying attention to the streamer? How can you ignore such a handsome guy?" "The streamer? What streamer? Isn't this Swablu's live stream?" "Hey, it's me. I'm the streamer. Finally, you're live again. Where are you heading this time? To see Milotic? 1 whole month. A whole month without a stream. Do you even know how I survived this past month?" As the live stream's popularity surged, the viewer count neared 100,000. Qian Lin took a deep breath to steady himself and began explaining his plans. "Hi everyone. I'm Qian Lin, your Pokemon education streamer. This time, my destination is a deserted village called Shire Village in the Sichuan Bamboo County region. 2 months ago, wild Pokemon invaded the area, causing casualties. Since then, the village has been completely overrun by Pokemon. I plan to camp and stream there for half a month." He added, "The village is nestled against a mountain, and the roads leading there are in poor condition. Although construction started a couple of years ago, the work couldn't be completed due to the Pokemon presence. Fortunately, my vehicle is equipped to handle the terrain, so I'll be able to make it." Reading the rolling comments, Qian Lin smiled. "Last time, I promised to randomly select a viewer to travel with me, but my current team is still too weak, so maybe next time." The chat exploded. "Come on, why did you have to say it out loud again? Can't you just let us longtime viewers have a peaceful giveaway? Ugh, this hurts. I want to cry. Seriously, if you're not taking us, just don't bring it up. You think I won't get mad? Of course I will. My fists are ready. Streamer, let's settle this with a real-life battle." "Hey, you up there. Real-life battle sounds fine, but you might want to consider whether Swablu would approve." Swablu, Dragon Pulse warning. Perched on Qian Lin's head, Swablu tilted its head in confusion at the comments. Chirp. It couldn't read them, but the overwhelming response left it in awe. Qian Lin gently patted Swablu. "Remember when I told you about live streaming? Those words are from viewers in other places, talking to us." Swablu flapped its wings excitedly. Chirp chirp. Qian Lin turned to the camera. "Swablu is saying hello to everyone. Chirp." The chat erupted again. "Oh my gosh, so cute. R.I.P. me. I'm dead from the cuteness. Swablu is too adorable. Let me hug it. Mommy's here." "No, not mommy. Why not? What's wrong with mommy? Are you kidding me? This world is so messed up. Not mommy? Then how about daddy?" Swablu tilted its head again, puzzled. Then it let out a warning cry. Dragon Rush incoming. With the help of a specialized escort vehicle, Qian Lin safely arrived at a town near Shire Village. The area was heavily guarded by police and security personnel to prevent wild Pokemon from encroaching on human settlements. Once the formalities were completed, Qian Lin drove alone onto the rural roads leading to the village. The deeper he went, the more frequently wild Pokemon appeared along the roadside. Qian Lin activated his drone system, which followed his vehicle and recorded the journey. The chat buzzed with excitement. I know that one. The streamer talked about it last time. It's Oddish. Didn't the streamer say Oddish is nocturnal? Why is it out in broad daylight? Maybe it overslept and needed a bathroom break? Eevee. I see an Eevee. It's so cute. Whoa, Beedrill. There are way more Pokemon here than in the last place the streamer visited. Probably because it's close to the mountains, undisturbed by humans, and has leftover food. The environment's perfect for Pokemon to thrive. Wait, I just saw a Pokemon I don't recognize. It looked like a little dog, so adorable. Adorable? Growlithe would like to know your location and is preparing a flamethrower. Spider. A huge spider. As the chat suggested, this abandoned human settlement had become a paradise for Pokemon. With ample food sources and an ideal location nestled between the mountains and rivers, the wild Pokemon population far exceeded Qian Lin's expectations. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel astonished. About 10 minutes later, Qian Lin pulled up in front of an abandoned house. The scene that greeted him was one of complete desolation. The residents had taken everything they could carry, leaving behind only a scattering of insignificant or oversized items strewn about. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the scorching summer heat hit him like a wave, creating the illusion that he might melt on the spot. While the car's air conditioning had provided a cool, comfortable reprieve, the outdoor temperature was almost unbearable. Perched on his head, the Swablu stubbornly maintained its role as a hat, its soft, fluffy feathers only adding to the heat on his already sweltering scalp. Fortunately, the discomfort was still within tolerable limits. Qian Lin gazed at the dilapidated house in front of him and said, I won't bother going inside. I don't really need any supplies. The main goal now is to find a suitable camping spot. The requirements are simple shade and a water source. He made a quick assessment of the supplies in his car. The food was sufficient to last 2 weeks, but drinking water was slightly lacking. After all, water was needed not just for drinking but also for cooking. If he could find a well or some other water source, it would be ideal. The roads in this rural area were far from optimal. With construction incomplete, most of the paths were muddy tracks, and the slightly better sections were merely covered with loose gravel. While his car could manage to navigate them, the driving experience would surely be unpleasant. After weighing his options, Qian Lin decided to scout for a campsite on foot first before driving over. Along the way, he encountered several wild Pokemon and took the opportunity to share their characteristics with his companion. However, these Pokemon seemed wary of humans, likely due to unpleasant encounters during previous attempts by people to reclaim the village. As soon as they spotted Qian Lin, they darted away, not even giving him a chance to offer food. After circling the village for about half an hour, Qian Lin stopped near a wooded area. This patch of forest was connected to the distant mountains, with trees spaced out enough to allow sunlight to filter through. The ground was mostly free of thick undergrowth, and a few abandoned hammocks could still be seen here and there, suggesting it had once been a favorite spot for villagers to relax in the shade. What delighted him even more was the presence of a well nearby. It was fairly large and still held water. A fence and a warning sign stood next to it, with the words, "Drinking water, no washing or swimming," written on it. Though Qian Lin had noticed water pipes near the abandoned houses earlier, this well had likely been out of use for a long time. Upstream from the well, a narrow creek flowed by. It was so small that one could easily step over it, yet its water was crystal clear, and he even spotted a Magikarp swimming upstream. This is the place, Qian Lin said with a satisfied nod. Even if the well water wasn't safe to drink, it should be fine for everyday use. If he ran low on water, he could follow the creek upstream to find a source. Everyone knew that boiling running water made it safe to drink. He calculated to himself, it's only 2 weeks. Even if he occasionally got an upset stomach, he could always drive back to town for some medicine or, worst case, refill his water supply and return. Qian Lin quickly returned to the parking spot to retrieve his car, but he didn't rush to set up the tent. Instead, he first cleared a small area, took out a portable gas canister and stove, and started preparing to boil water for lunch. The livestream chat instantly became lively. Wow, the host has upgraded his gear. From magnesium rods and fire starters to a gas stove now. He used to take cabs, and now he's driving his own car. Many viewers were particularly intrigued by Qian Lin's seemingly magical backpack. That backpack is like a treasure chest. Last time, it had everything Swablu. A tent, instant noodles, fruits, a fishing rod. It's like something out of Doraemon. Some viewers began to complain. Why is the host cooking again? Last time, too, he spent all his time cooking instead of showing us the Pokemon around. Seeing the comments, Qian Lin laughed and explained, "Don't worry, food is fuel. Let me fill up first, and I promise we'll explore Pokemon this afternoon. Though he said this confidently, he wasn't entirely sure, as the Pokemon in the area tended to avoid him. He cooked a bowl of luxury lobster noodle soup, which was actually just regular instant noodles, and then retrieved a special meal prepared for Swablu from the car. It was a vacuum-sealed, re-added meal that only required water to heat up. Designed to be both delicious and nutritious, it perfectly suited Swablu's taste and growth needs. Qian Lin had packed an entire box of these meals in the car, enough to last Swablu for half a month. Qian Lin also prepared some fruit and berries for Swablu, though he regretted not knowing how to make berry-based dishes yet. While Swablu was eating, he had a sudden idea and pointed the camera directly at the little creature. The live stream chat went wild. Take your time eating, little one. Swablu is so adorable. Keep the camera on it. Don't move. The audience was so captivated that they only reluctantly moved on after Swablu finished eating, leaving comments like, "Great job, host. Do this again next time." After cleaning up the dishes, Qian Lin turned to the camera and said, "They'll set up the tent tonight. For now, we're heading to the fruit orchard in the east. It's a large, man-made grove and our destination for today." The chat lit up with responses. The host is heading to the orchard? My family grows pears, and we're always dealing with Thieveso frustrating. This orchard's abandoned. Picking some fruit doesn't count as stealing, right? Honestly, in this situation, even if you pick it all, it's fine. 12 Village is nestled by the mountains. According to records from 2 months ago, it is a typical remote mountain village. Although electricity and running water were introduced years ago, the development has remained stagnant due to the rugged mountain roads. The villagers live off the land, growing hardy crops and fruits, mostly self-sufficient, and rarely venturing down the mountain. As Qian Lin walked along the village path, a brown figure darted swiftly across his view. "Streamer, I just saw a monkey-like Pokemon." "I saw it too. Its tail was super long." The chat in the live stream scrolled rapidly. "That's an Apom," Qian Lin explained. "They're tree-dwelling Pokemon. Their tails are like human hands thick and strong, allowing them to swing through the forest. Judging by the direction, it's probably heading to the orchard." Along the way, Qian Lin continued answering viewers' questions about Pokemon. Someone mentioned seeing a small yellow Pokemon on a rooftop that vanished in an instant. Qian Lin speculated it might be an Abra or a Drowsy. Another person complained about their fishing rod being bitten clean off, while others shared eerie experiences of hearing strange laughter during rituals. That laughter, Qian Lin said, is definitely the work of ghost-type Pokemon, maybe a Ghastly or a Misdreavus. If it's even scarier, it could be a Litwick or a Banette. Through these discussions, Qian Lin realized there were quite a few Pokemon in the city, though most were rather shy. What puzzled him was why large, conspicuous Pokemon like Growlithe had only recently started appearing. "We're here." Qian Lin suddenly stopped. In front of him was a vast orchard with pear trees and countless Pokemon darting between them. "Look, there's an Apom, and over there is an Oddish, even an EV." The live stream chat erupted with excitement. "EV is so adorable. Come to mommy." "Forget EV. Swablu is the best." "Oh no, that bear is back again. Run." Qian Lin froze on the spot, his gaze fixed on the unmistakable figure of an Ursaring in the distance. He gently cupped the Swablu perched on his head and brought it to eye level. "We're in trouble. Without Milotic to back us up this time, there's no way we can handle that Ursaring." "What do we do, Swablu?" "Chirp." The Swablu tilted its head, looking at Qian Lin with a completely puzzled expression. "All right, that's my good daughter. I trust you." Qian Lin put on a face of heroic determination, hugging the Swablu tightly before striding resolutely towards the Ursaring. The live stream chat instantly exploded with comments. "Chirp. No way, streamer. Calm down. Safety first. Swablu is so cute. I want to pet it." "Wait, what are you doing, streamer?" Some seasoned viewers, however, seemed unfazed. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of newbies fell for it." All the veteran viewers know the streamer loves pulling stunts like this, even using the innocent Swablu to trick people. Unbelievable. But there were also voices of concern. "Wait, that's a real Ursaring. Aren't you guys even a little worried? Go read the Pokédex more carefully. This isn't something to joke about." Amused by the growing wave of concern in the chat, Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Holding up the Swablu, he explained, "It's true that Ursaring can become aggressive when hungry, but a well-fed Ursaring is just like real-world bears. They generally won't attack humans unprovoked. To them, humans are large creatures, and unless they're starving, they tend to avoid conflict. That said, I still don't recommend approaching wild Ursaring unless, of course, you have a Swablu to protect you." The Ursaring in the orchard was massive but calm, clearly satisfied with its meal. The surrounding trees were laden with fruit, more than enough to sustain it. As Qian Lin approached, the Ursaring cast a brief glance his way before returning its focus to plucking fruit from the tree, showing no interest in the uninvited visitor. Seeing this, Qian Lin chuckled softly and carefully skirted around the Ursaring, heading deeper into the orchard. Ursaring may look intimidating, but its pre-evolution, Teddy Ursa, is absolutely adorable. The chat quickly took a humorous turn. I can't believe I was worried about you. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. Streamer, you're too mischievous. Unless you let me pet the swablu, I won't let this go. Pet the streamer's bird? That's quite bold. Pass it on. Someone wants to pet the streamer's bird. Pass it on. Someone wants to be the streamer's bird. Some people talk and then suddenly open their browser. Seeing the increasingly off-topic comments, Qian Lin cleared his throat and reminded them, hey, keep it appropriate, this is an official live stream. The moderators here are assigned by the platform. I might not get banned, but you all might not be so lucky. Driving in an official stream? This crowd is impressive. By the way, wasn't it one of your mods who joked earlier about you not having a bird, Qian Lin? Qian Lin. These days, you can't be a chat moderator without some unique skills. Qian Lin chuckled at the barrage of comments. Technically, he could ask the stream manager to revoke the moderator's privileges, but he found these jokes harmless and even amusing. Walking along the orchard path, Qian Lin casually plucked 2 fruits from a nearby tree. He handed one to the swablu nestled in his arms and took a bite of the other. Seeing the other Pokemon happily munching on the fruits reassured him that they were safe to eat. The live chat became increasingly lively, with comments flooding in and topics bouncing around from discussions about Qian Lin's swablu to admiration for the wilderness around him. As this was only his second live stream, Qian Lin found it a bit overwhelming. Unlike the sparse comments during his first stream, the chat was now moving so fast it was nearly impossible to keep up. Holding the swablu a little tighter, he decided to remain silent for the moment. Just as he was about to exit the orchard, something caught his foot, causing him to stumble forward. Qian Lin lost his balance, and the swablu in his arms ended up face first in the dirt, its tiny legs flailing helplessly in the air. Chirp, 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 the swablu cried out in distress, and to Qian Lin's surprise, he could understand its plea for help. The chat exploded with activity. Classic move, huh? Poor swablu. Forget the streamer. Come with me. Every stream has to have this moment, doesn't it? LOL. Qian Lin quickly pulled the swablu out of the soft soil. Thankfully, it wasn't injured, but its face was completely caked in mud. I'm so sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Qian Lin apologized repeatedly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The swablu angrily pecked at Qian Lin's arm, though not with full force. Dodging the little bird's strikes, Qian Lin kept trying to soothe it. I know, it was my fault. I promise it won't happen again. After cleaning the swablu's face, Qian Lin turned his attention to the object that had tripped him. It was a hiking backpack, and it didn't look like something a researcher or a soldier would use. The bag appeared relatively new, suggesting it hadn't been left there for long. A sense of unease crept over him as he reached out to pick up the bag. To his surprise, it was heavier than he expected. Qian Lin frowned as he carefully examined the backpack. He pondered while keeping an eye on the rapidly scrolling comments in the livestream chat. Was it snatched by an apom? Someone asked. Qian Lin shook his head and explained. Apoms are mischievous and love to play. Sure, but they never just toss away things they take. Once you've played with them enough, they'll return what they took, well, except for food. This backpack looks pretty new. New? It's covered in mud. Wait, take a closer look at that mud. Leaning in for a better look, Qian Lin noticed that the parts not smeared with mud were indeed as good as new. The way the mud was distributed seemed deliberate, almost as if someone had intentionally applied it. With my years of experience, I'd say this backpack hasn't been here for more than a day, he remarked. Years of experience? What do you do for a living? Just a humble police officer, Qian Lin replied. The chat immediately erupted. Whoa, now I believe him. Everyone in the chat's turning into Detective Conan. Could it be poachers? Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Don't overthink it. Who would dare poach Pokemon nowadays? Even something like an Oddish, Gloom, Meowth, or Ursaring could easily immobilize a poacher with a single solar beam. But it's not just Pokemon out in the wild. Exactly. This is the Sichuan region. What if they're after the national treasure? True. Sichuan locals ride national treasures to school. Now that's a load of nonsense. As the conversation veered further off track, Qian Lin sighed in exasperation. Despite the chat egging him on to search for a dojuo, he knew it wasn't exactly a common sight in this once quiet village. Still, deep down, he couldn't deny a tiny spark of hope after all. Who wouldn't want to cuddle an adorable dojuo? With mixed feelings, Qian Lin unzipped the backpack. As the contents were revealed to the camera, his expression turned rather peculiar. One by one, he pulled out a large pack of instant noodles, a portable camping tent, a hanging cooking pot, a set of chopsticks, a small fishing rod, 2 towels, a modestly sized blanket, and finally, 2 perfectly intact apples. Wait a second, aren't these the exact same items that Tamiyu brought during the last livestream? A comment floated by, sparking a lively discussion. Viewers quickly pointed out that aside from the flavor of the instant noodles being slightly different, the other items were almost identical to what Qian Lin had shown in the previous stream. Streamer. Have you been secretly scouting the area beforehand? Of course, the streamer's bag has everything you could ever need except a Swablu. Swablu tilted its head in confusion at the teasing comments, looking curiously at Qian Lin. Chirp? Trainer, when did you come out? Why didn't you call me? Stop being silly. Qian Lin chuckled and gently patted Swablu's head. Turning to the chat, he explained, you all know my schedule these past few days. There's been someone waiting outside my door every day. How would I have had the chance to sneak out? These items aren't mine. Carefully packing the items into his bag, Qian Lin analyzed the situation. It's likely that a viewer who watched my stream tried to replicate my setup for an adventure. But judging by the freshness of these apples, the bag hasn't been left here for long. Considering there aren't any Beedrill around and the wild Pokemon we've encountered so far have been pretty docile, I suspect they might have been startled by an unfamiliar Pokemon and abandoned the bag in a panic. Qian Lin sighed and emphasized, this is exactly why I always advise everyone not to venture into the wild without thoroughly understanding the Pokemon you might encounter. The chat largely agreed, with one viewer commenting, true. Watching the stream makes it look easy, but staying calm in real situations is a whole other matter. Swablu. Qian Lin turned to his companion. Can you fly up and check for any signs of human activity nearby, especially anything recent? If you find anything, come back and report immediately. Chirp chirp. Swablu nodded earnestly before spreading its wings and soaring into the forest, quickly disappearing from the camera's view. As Qian Lin waited for Swablu's return, a comment about completing the Pokédex caught his attention. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he pulled up the system interface. After a moment of contemplation, a smile spread across his face. Guys, I just made a decision. My next goal is to complete the National Pokédex. I'm going to find every Pokemon I've never encountered before, and I'll document them with my camera and my own eyes to build a comprehensive Pokédex database. This feels way more meaningful than just random commentary. Streamer, do you even know how many Pokemon there are in the world? One viewer asked. Of course I do, Qian Lin replied confidently. From Bulbasaur, number 001, to Enamorus, number 905. I might not be able to recite them all, but I'll definitely recognize them when I see them. Clenching his fist, he looked straight into the camera and extended an invitation. Friends, will you join me in completing this Pokédex? Whoa, this is epic. Count me in. Whoever quits first is a coward. The chat erupted with excitement. Arf! Growlithe suddenly let out a loud bark towards the screen, its fur standing on end. Its entire stance radiated agitation and unease. The researchers standing behind it exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Director Che pushed the door open and walked in. What's going on? He asked. One of the researchers quickly pointed to Growlithe and explained, ever since Qian Lin left this morning, Growlithe has been in this tense state. We tried showing it Qian Lin's live stream, but it only made things worse. The researcher continued, it's been making these strange low growls, not like it's warning us, but more like it's anxious. What's more concerning is that it's completely ignoring us and won't even touch its favorite food. Director Che observed Growlithe for a moment before crouching down beside it. Speaking gently, he said, Growlithe, if you want to go find Qian Lin, we can arrange it. But it'll take some time to get in touch with him. Hearing this, Growlithe immediately stopped whimpering and turned to fix its bright, intense eyes on Director Che, as if seeking confirmation of his words. Director Che smiled at the reaction. Don't worry. It's not far from here. We can have you there in 2 hours at most. Arf! Growlithe let out a resolute bark in response. Director Che couldn't help but admire Qian Lin's insight. Pokemon truly were extraordinary creatures. He then spoke seriously, but there's one issue. Since our research on wild Pokemon is still in its early stages, we can only take you to the edge of the restricted zone. Will you be able to find Qian Lin on your own? Arf! Growlithe lifted its head proudly and barked with confidence, as if to say, of course. Director Che stood up and turned to the researchers. Assign someone to escort Growlithe to the edge of the restricted zone. Notify the moderators in Qian Lin's livestream to contact him. Arf! Growlithe interrupted with a determined gesture, signaling that it could find Qian Lin on its own. Director Che chuckled. All right, then we'll just let Qian Lin know you're on your way. Arf! Growlithe barked excitedly, spinning in circles. One of the researchers hesitated before speaking. Director Che, are you sure this is? Relax, Director Che interrupted with a shake of his head. The higher-ups have already taken your concerns into account. Ah, I see, the researcher said in realization. Then there's no problem. Katagu is coming to me? Hearing the slightly nervous voice of the car owner over the phone, Qian Lin instinctively rubbed the back of his head, his brows furrowing slightly. Yes, we've already arranged for someone to bring it over. It should reach the perimeter in about 2 hours. The car owner paused. But Katagu seems reluctant for you to pick it up. It should be able to find your location on its own, right? Qian Lin glanced toward the stretch of orchards in the distance and nodded. Katagu's sense of smell is incredibly sharp. This distance is nothing for it. There's no real danger around here, and with its abilities, there's nothing to worry about. His gaze swept across the vast orchard behind him and then shifted to the slope adjoining the 12 villages. Besides, if someone really is lost, Katago can help me find them. The Swablu had not yet returned, and the orchard before him, along with the mountain range beyond, formed a massive search area. Detecting traces of human activity in such challenging terrain was no easy task. That would be ideal, the car owner replied, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. As a longtime follower of Qian Lin's live streams, he was well aware of the current situation. Personnel checks were underway near the perimeter, and if it was confirmed that someone was missing, a search and rescue operation would immediately be initiated. In such terrain, a search and rescue dog was undoubtedly the best option. This was precisely why the higher-ups had thought of Qian Lin's best partner for the police Katago. If even a regular trained dog could handle rescue missions, then Katago's abilities would surely be exceptional. I'm not a professional, so I can't accurately determine how long this backpack has been here, Qian Lin sighed. The worst-case scenario is that the person came here right after my last livestream ended. That would be the most concerning. If that were true, it would mean an entire month had already passed. Take care of yourself, and don't stress too much about the search and rescue, the car owner reassured him. After confirming Katago's arrival time, the call ended. Qian Lin put away his phone, slung the mud-stained backpack over his shoulder again, and headed toward the campsite he had discovered earlier. Some viewers in the live stream marveled at how bold the streamer was. One comment after another floated by, and soon they started talking about Lao Pai's past. Speaking of Lao Pai, what happened to him later? Nothing serious. He was rescued by patrolling soldiers. I heard he jumped into a lake to escape being chased by B-drill. Although he got injured, he's already out of the hospital now. I saw him ranting on social media a couple of days ago, calling Qian Lin a coward for not daring to provoke the B-drill. Yeah, and he even said he's planning to head back into the wild again. Amid the discussions, a new viewer, completely confused, asked, "So, who exactly is Lao Pai?" In short, he's the original reckless guy. Later, he served a year and 3 months. If you want to know more, search commanding Pokemon battles on Bilibili. The flurry of comments eased Qian Lin's nervousness a little. He knew the audience was deliberately trying to change the subject, hoping to keep him from worrying too much. With Swablu out searching for clues, all he could do now was wait. Taking a deep breath, Qian Lin decided to carry on with the stream. Let's get back to the topic of the National Pokédex. Completing it is no easy task. If you rely solely on aimless exploration, it could take a decade or more. He turned to the camera and gave an earnest smile. So now, I'd like to ask all of you to decide the next direction of exploration. What kind of Pokemon are you interested in? It'll take you along to find them and experience the beauty of the Pokemon world together. The chat instantly lit up. Does he think he looks cool doing this? Don't call him out, just play along. Did I just spot a mansion under his feet? A bunch of trolls, all of you. Qian Lin forced a smile, choosing to ignore the teasing. You can post on the official forum if you have any suggestions or need help with something. He'll prioritize and handle things accordingly. Finally, he glanced at the chat and caught sight of his moderator, the one who had joked earlier about him having no bird, now asking about the mansion. His face darkened. One of these days, I'm firing you and getting a new mod. Back at the campsite, Qian Lin walked to the car and retrieved a small tracking device, about the size of a fingernail. This was a backup device provided by the Pokemon Research Institute, and both he and the Swablu carried one. In addition, similar devices were installed on larger equipment, such as the vehicle and the tent. Qian Lin's phone was able to receive all the tracking signals, allowing him to monitor the locations at any time. Leaning against the car, Qian Lin began planning his next steps. Wait for Swablu to return, then head back along the original path to meet up with Growlithe, and continue searching for their target. Just then, a cheerful chirp-chirp came from the sky. Qian Lin looked up to see Swablu circling the campsite, letting out excited calls. Moments later, Swablu landed lightly in Qian Lin's arms, her cotton-like wings gently flapping, her entire demeanor radiating joy. You really found it. Qian Lin's eyes lit up. Chirp. Swablu pointed toward a distant orchard, beyond which lay a range of rolling mountains. Over there? Don't tell me it's up in the mountains? Qian Lin gazed at the sprawling peaks, feeling a twinge of apprehension despite his enhanced physical abilities. Chirp. Swablu shook her head, looking quite pleased with herself. Qian Lin couldn't help but smile as he reached out to gently stroke her little head. Well done, Swablu. You never disappoint. Hearing this, Swablu shyly lowered her head, letting out a soft chirp. After settling Swablu on his head, Qian Lin retrieved a lightweight backpack from the car. Inside were emergency supplies prepared by the car's owner. While there were no weapons, the pack included a sturdy hiking staff. Slinging the backpack over his shoulders and grabbing the staff, Qian Lin gave a gentle pat to the Swablu perched on his head. Lead the way, Swablu. Let's go check it out together. Saving someone, Qian Lin knew his abilities might fall short, but when it came to rescuing someone from the clutches of Pokemon, the situation was entirely different. As a Pokemon trainer, and with the arrival of Growlithe on the way, he had enough confidence to face the challenge. A forest environment paired with a fire-type Pokemon was a combination that even the chief and the car owner would admire. Swablu understood Qian Lin's intentions immediately. It spread its wings and flew above his head, spiraling deeper into the orchard. Tightening his backpack, Qian Lin followed closely. This time, they chose a different route, not cutting straight across the mountain, but heading toward its depths. The village nestled against the mountain maintained a self-sufficient lifestyle, with half the slope covered in fruit trees and crops. From tea leaves to grains, the scale of cultivation far exceeded the typical 1 or 2 acres of farmland. Over the years, the crisscrossing paths trodden by villagers had become well-defined. Even after months of neglect with weeds growing wild, these paths remained clearly visible, greatly facilitating Qian Lin's progress. Stepping into such an orchard for the first time, Qian Lin was struck by its magnificence. Looking around, the neatly arranged rows of fruit trees stretched endlessly, and the vast expanse of vegetable and fruit groves was awe-inspiring. This grandeur wasn't a product of nature, but a testament to human ingenuity. Just as Qian Lin was marveling at the sight, a sharp chirp abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Swablu had landed on a fruit tree ahead, flapping its wings repeatedly to signal him. Understanding the cue, Qian Lin quickened his pace in that direction. It had been about 30 minutes since they set out, but they still hadn't reached the true mountainous area, remaining within the orchards of the small hillside. Reaching the tree where Swablu perched, Qian Lin glanced around but found no traces of human activity. Looking up to ask Swablu, he noticed it hadn't flown down but was instead pointing with its wings toward a spot in the tree canopy, emitting soft calls. The leaves obstructed Qian Lin's view, making it impossible to discern what was up there. It seemed he had no choice but to climb up and investigate. The tree wasn't particularly tall, roughly the height of a 2- or 3-story building. Qian Lin tilted his head back to examine the sturdy trunk. He couldn't identify the exact species, but judging by the thickness of the trunk, it could easily support his weight. The key was to avoid climbing onto the thinner branches. He carefully slid his trekking pole back into his backpack, made sure the straps were secure, and gripped the thickest branch with both hands. With a push from his feet, he began climbing upward. Growing up in the countryside, tree climbing was second nature to him after all. What rural kid hasn't raided a bird's nest before? In less than a minute, Qian Lin reached the spot where the Altaria was perched. Although the branches here were thinner, he tested them and found they could still bear his weight. He settled himself steadily on one of the thicker branches. The Altaria immediately fluttered its wings and hopped onto his head, chirping twice toward a specific spot in the branches above. Following the Altaria's indication, Qian Lin spotted a fragment of white cloth. His brows furrowed slightly as he reached out to take it and examined it closely. Was it torn by the branches, or had a Pokemon ripped it off? Though he couldn't determine the exact cause, the fabric seemed fresh, suggesting it had been left here recently. That must be the warrior carrying the same backpack as mine, Qian Lin thought to himself. Without warning, he hugged the Altaria tightly and leapt from the tree. He landed firmly on the ground. The livestream chat exploded. Whoa, did he just jump straight down from that height? That's gotta be at least 3 meters. Ignoring the audience's amazement, Qian Lin dusted himself off and studied the cloth fragment in his hand again. Without Growlithe here, I can't track this down. Should I have Altaria search again? Chirped the Altaria, puffed out its chest, full of confidence. Qian Lin chuckled and patted it. The area's too big. Unless you can search the entire plain and mountain range in a short time, it's just a matter of luck. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about you try sniffing it out? Follow the scent? Chirp? Altaria's expression seemed to say, do I look like a dog to you? Seeing Qian Lin actually holding the cloth fragment up to its face, the Altaria pecked his forehead indignantly and turned its head away in protest. The chat erupted with laughter. Wow, using a bird like a dog? You're the real dog here. Qian Lin quickly apologized and pulled out a persim berry to offer the Altaria. The delicious treat immediately brightened its mood, and it happily began munching away. The live stream viewers were charmed by the adorable scene and flooded the chat with praise. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Pokemon Research Lab staff exchanged puzzled looks. None of them had packed any fruit, let alone berries, in the emergency supplies. But their team leader merely chuckled softly and said nothing. Now then, don't blink. I'm going to show you how to seek help from wild Pokemon in the wilderness, Qian Lin said with a serious expression, staring intently at the camera. His tone was solemn. He skillfully opened his backpack and began pulling out all sorts of berries. Red, yellow, blueberries of various shapes and colors quickly piled up into a small, vibrant hill on the ground. The colorful display was quite a sight to behold. The live stream chat immediately exploded with comments. Wow, is this baiting, or what? So this is how you get help from Pokemon? I trusted you for nothing. If I had that many berries, I wouldn't be stuck at home watching this stream. How does that backpack even hold so much stuff? Facing the viewer's skepticism, Qian Lin flashed a sly smile and pretended to wipe non-existent sweat off his forehead. Beside him, a Swablu stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene. For Pokemon, Qian Lin began patiently as he slung the backpack over his shoulder again. While they can eat human food, the energy contained in berries is what they truly need. If you want to gain a wild Pokemon's assistance, having plenty of berries is the best way to make a fair trade. He leaned back against a tree and cuddled the Swablu in his arms. Pokemon are generally quite intelligent, some even surpass humans in certain areas. They're inherently kind-hearted, but that doesn't mean they'll help humans for nothing. Apart from a rare few exceptionally friendly individuals, most will ignore requests that come without any kind of reward. Time passed slowly as Qian Lin interacted with the chat. About 10 minutes later, a small yellow figure peeked out cautiously from the berry trees. That's Qian Lin's eyes lit up. What an adorable Pokemon. Quick, tell us what it is. The little Pokemon froze at the sight of Qian Lin sitting behind the pile of berries, then quickly ducked back into the trees. But the lure of the berries was too strong. It soon poked its head out again, this time halfway. Pick. It's a Piku, Qian Lin said softly, then asked directly, Hello, Piku. Have you seen another human like me around here? He should have been here a few days ago. The Piku hid behind a small tree, hesitating for a moment as if deep in thought. Finally, it shook its head, saying, Piku, haven't seen anyone like that. I see. Qian Lin murmured quietly. Qian Lin let out a soft sigh but maintained his smile. Thank you, Piku. Could you ask your friends, or any Pokemon you know around here? I need to find that person. He gestured toward the pile of berries beside him. You can take some of these berries too. If you or your friends can help me find that person, I'll give you all of them. Piku stood still, its round black eyes blinking as it tilted its head, seemingly pondering Qian Lin's proposal. After 10 seconds of silence, the tiny electric mouse finally mustered the courage to step out from behind the tree. It perked up its large ears and nervously inched closer to the pile of berries. When it was just a few steps away, Piku let out a small cry and suddenly dashed forward like an arrow. It grabbed a berry larger than its own head and turned to flee. However, the berry's weight clearly surpassed what the little creature could handle, and it tripped after only a few steps. Undeterred, Piku quickly scrambled back up and continued its escape, disappearing into the bushes in the blink of an eye. Am I really that scary? Qian Lin muttered with a wry smile. Nearby, the Swablu paused mid-bite on its half-eaten guava and nodded seriously with utmost sincerity. Ha ha ha. Qian Lin burst out laughing at his companion's blunt reaction. Serves me right for not giving you guys a proper explanation. Lost the berries and got roasted in the process. But wow, Piku is so adorable just like you. Swab. Sitting back down, Qian Lin pulled out his phone, connected it to the drone, and retrieved the photos it had taken of Piku earlier. As he edited the images and sent them to the Pokemon Research Institute, he began explaining to the livestream audience. Piku, an electric-type Pokemon, is known as the tiny mouse Pokemon. It's the pre-evolution of Pikachu. Because it's still young, Piku isn't skilled at controlling its electricity. Its cheek pouches are small and can't store much power. When startled or emotionally overwhelmed, it might accidentally discharge electricity, sometimes even shocking itself. After submitting the data, he looked up at the camera with a serious expression. However, keep in mind that while Piku's electricity is considered weak among Pokemon, it's strong enough to be lethal to humans in this world. In the Pokemon world, a human might only be paralyzed by a shock, but here, even a single discharge could be fatal. And so, the waiting continued. Qian Lin thought to himself that although his body had been enhanced by the system, making him quite formidable in the Pokemon world, he definitely wasn't eager to test Pokemon attacks on himself. After all, he wasn't some kind of superhuman protagonist. As time passed, the sweet aroma of the berries attracted many Pokemon. Although none of them had seen the human Qian Lin was searching for, a Pidgey provided a valuable clue. It had caught a glimpse of a human while flying overhead 5 days ago. Unfortunately, when Qian Lin asked the Pidgey for help in finding the person, the flying-type Pokemon shook its head, explaining that it had only seen the human in passing and didn't know their whereabouts or exact location. However, the Pidgey added that it hadn't seen any Pokemon chasing the person, which gave Qian Lin some relief. At least the person was safe 5 days ago. As more Pokemon arrived and took their share of the berries, only about a dozen remained. Just as Qian Lin was about to give up, footsteps echoed through the grove. A large figure emerged slowly from the trees, its naturally intimidating expression sending a shiver down one's spine. It was an Ursaring. To Qian Lin's surprise, however, perched on the Ursaring's shoulder was none other than the timid Piku from earlier. This time, the Piku showed none of its previous shyness. Instead, it waved excitedly at Qian Lin, clearly having found a powerful ally. The Ursaring stopped in front of Qian Lin, while the Piku bounced happily on its shoulder. Qian Lin glanced at the unusual duo and muttered to himself, "Why do I always end up crossing paths with Ursaring's?" The Ursaring's gaze fell on the remaining berries scattered on the ground. It nodded toward Qian Lin and let out a low growl, "Ugh." Qian Lin hesitantly asked, "Do you want these berries?" The Ursaring nodded in response, then pointed at the berries and gestured toward its nose. The motion made Qian Lin's eyes light up. "Are you saying you can track the person by their scent?" The Ursaring's reaction was a bit confusing. It shook its head at first, then nodded, leaving Qian Lin puzzled. Piku began frantically gesturing with its tiny hands, but Qian Lin still couldn't understand. Even Swablu looked baffled. "Don't rush," Qian Lin said, trying to calm them down. "Let me confirm, do you know where that person is, or can you help me find them?" After receiving confirmation from both Piku and Ursaring, the Ursaring stooped down to gather the remaining berries into its arms. Then, it turned and started walking in another direction, glancing back at Qian Lin as if signaling him to follow. Although I wasn't sure about the exact situation, it seemed that Ursaring was signaling me to follow. Qian Lin quickly picked up his backpack and followed in Ursaring's footsteps. Along the way, he couldn't help but recall what he knew about Ursaring. This Pokemon was not only notoriously temperamental and prone to attacking intruders when hungry, but it also had an incredibly keen sense of smell, capable of detecting berries buried underground. These facts replayed in his mind 3 times, like the way his teacher used to emphasize key points in class. Ursaring walked ahead, not looking back after confirming Qian Lin was following. It quietly enjoyed the berry in its hand, and even handed one to Piku. Instead of heading directly up the mountain, they skirted along its base. After about 10 minutes, the scenery transitioned from well-organized orchards to naturally growing forest. At a seemingly untouched trail, Ursaring stopped, turned to face Qian Lin, and pointed upward with its right paw. Following its gesture, Qian Lin could just make out a small wooden cabin at the end of the path. "You're saying the person is in that cabin?" Qian Lin asked cautiously. Ursaring nodded in confirmation and stepped onto the path to test it. After just a few steps, the trail began to crumble beneath its weight. Ursaring steadied itself and retreated, shaking its head at Qian Lin. "This path is too narrow for you, so we'll have to go on my own from here, right?" Qian Lin realized. It was clear that this was a naturally formed trail, likely created by people gathering mountain goods. The terrain was narrow and unstable, unable to support anything too heavy. Qian Lin pulled a few berries out of his backpack and handed them to Ursaring, who was preparing to leave. Upon seeing the berries, Ursaring immediately stopped. Its serious expression softened, and a look of approval appeared in its eyes. "All right, I'll head up now. Thanks for leading me here," Qian Lin said with a smile. While enjoying the berries, Ursaring chuckled. "Grr, if you need anything, just call. This is my territory, and Piku can vouch for me." Piku immediately nodded enthusiastically. "Piku, just give it berries." Seeing how happy they were, Qian Lin couldn't resist patting Ursaring's belly. Its texture was rough and firm, yet surprisingly comforting. Just before parting, a question suddenly came to Qian Lin's mind. "How did you know that person's scent? I didn't give you a piece of their clothing." Ursaring paused for a moment, then let out a low growl, "Goor," as if pondering the question. But Qian Lin quickly waved his hand. "Forget I asked. Take care." Carefully navigating the mountain path, Qian Lin moved with caution. The long abandoned trail was overgrown with grass, making every step precarious, as if one misstep could lead to slipping. Although his physique could handle a tumble down the slope without much harm, the pain was still an inconvenience he'd rather avoid. His Swablu flew ahead to scout the way. Considering that the person he was seeking carried equipment identical to his own, it was likely they had watched his live streams and would recognize the Swablu. The livestream chat burst into activity. The moderators enthusiastically speculated about what might happen next. According to the usual tropes, there's definitely going to be a beautiful girl up ahead. First, a side quest gets triggered, then there's a heroic rescue, and finally, a new Pokemon joins the team. Isn't this how we end up with a new permanent character and Pokemon on the stream? How about a surprise champagne raid? Shanghai's in. Sichuan's in. Beijing's in. Qian Lin felt a vein twitch on his forehead. Wait, what does champagne have to do with this? Live for today, worry about lemons tomorrow? Are these moderators out to get me? That said, he couldn't deny feeling a tiny spark of anticipation at the thought of meeting a beautiful girl. After all, in all those Pokemon anime head watched, Ash always seemed to encounter a new girl or Pokemon in similar situations. After 10 minutes of chaotic chat banter, Qian Lin finally arrived at a small wooden cabin. It was a simple structure located at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by piles of timber. There were no electrical wires or water supply, indicating it was likely just a storage shed. The door, made of wooden planks tied together with branches, had no lock, just a mechanism that required lifting and lowering to open. Swablu fluttered down from the roof and landed on Qian Lin's head, chirping softly twice. It had heard movement inside the cabin but couldn't find a way in. "Good job." Qian Lin gently scratched Swablu under its chin before approaching the door. He didn't open it right away but called out cautiously, "Is anyone inside? I'm Qian Lin, and I'm here to rescue you." The chat immediately pounced on his phrasing. Why the question mark? It should go like this. Listen up, whoever's inside. I'm Qian Lin. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and come out immediately, or I'll have Swablu use Dragon Pulse to blow this place sky high. Wow, that's some American-style rescue. No, that's Russian-style. Ignoring the teasing, Qian Lin focused on the faint sounds coming from inside. There was a rustling noise, but it was unclear whether it was a person or some kind of creature. I'm not sure if you're human or a Pokemon, Qian Lin called out again. If you don't respond, I'll assume you're a Pokemon and just leave. Is anyone in there? I'm Qian Lin, and I'm here to rescue you. The rustling grew louder, moving closer to the door. Just as Qian Lin was about to instruct Swablu to use a move to force the door open, a raspy voice came from inside. Someone. Qian Lin followed the faint call and decisively pushed the wooden door aside. Light instantly flooded into the storage room filled with raw wood, illuminating a disheveled figure slumped against a pile of logs. It was a young man, covered in dust and wood shavings, his gaunt cheeks revealing the sharp contours of his bones clearly. He hadn't eaten in days. The man instinctively closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again with urgency, his dry gaze locking onto Qian Lin, who stood at the doorway. Qian Lin crouched down in front of him, speaking in a calm voice. Can you move? The man could only manage a faint sound, weakly shaking his head. Without hesitation, Qian Lin opened his backpack, pulled out a water bottle, and poured a small amount into the cap, holding it up to the man's lips. The man gratefully accepted, sipping carefully. Qian Lin glanced at the surveillance camera and asked the live stream audience for advice on how to handle the situation. The chat scrolled rapidly with suggestions. Use the glucose in the backpack, give water in small amounts, and consider starting with liquid food. Nodding, Qian Lin took out the glucose and poured some into the bottle cap. Drink a little water first. I'll take you back to the camp soon for some liquid food, and then we'll get you home. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qian Lin mentioned taking him home, the man became visibly anxious. No, I can't. I have to find my grandfather's photo. It's the only one. His voice, no longer as hoarse after drinking water, carried a note of desperation. At the mention of his grandfather's photo, this man who had not shown weakness even in the face of extreme survival suddenly let silent tears stream down his face. Qian Lin paused for a moment, then spoke gently. I understand, but in your current condition, how can you search? Let's do this. It'll take you back to recover first. In the meantime, I can help you look for it. Your grandfather wouldn't want you to risk your life for a photo, would he? I thought of my grandpa. He passed away without ever enjoying a life of comfort. We've carefully kept his belongings, and every time my dad sees his photo, his eyes well up with tears. Now that my grandma is getting old, I'm deeply afraid that one day she might leave us too. Qian Lin understood Zhou Fucking's urgency in searching for the photo, but he didn't agree with him risking his safety alone. Looking at the exhausted man in front of him, Qian Lin got straight to the point. I don't even know your name yet. I'm Qian Lin. You might have seen my live streams. This is my partner, Altaria, he said, pointing to the sleepy little creature perched on his head. Zhou Fucking, the man replied briefly. In fact, he had been following Qian Lin's live streams since the second day they started. It was Qian Lin's easy interactions with Pokemon that gave Zhou Fucking the courage to venture into the wild. What he didn't realize, however, was that the smoothness of the previous live streams largely depended on the intimidating presence of a powerful Milotic. Qian Lin crouched in front of Zhou Fucking and spoke firmly. I'll carry you down the mountain first. I have a car at my campsite. Once I take you back, I'll stay here for another 2 weeks to help you look for the photo. A flush of gratitude spread across Zhou Fucking's face. Thank you so much. Hold off on the thanks. Qian Lin shook his head. I don't even know what the photo looks like. The chances of finding it are slim. Zhou Fucking fell silent for a moment, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It's a photo of my grandparents, kept inside a golden locket, like a pocket watch. He coughed as he spoke, the dehydration from the past few days making it difficult for him to talk. After catching his breath, he continued. The locket has their names engraved on it, Zhou Qianghua and Zhao Zhenmin. That day, my grandma left it hanging by the bed while she napped, and in the rush, we forgot it there. As he spoke, a deep sadness filled Zhou Fucking's eyes. When my grandma realized the locket was gone, she cried so much. It was the first time I'd ever seen her cry. She says she's come to terms with it over the past few months, but we all know she still blames herself deep down. My grandma's health is starting to decline, and my dad and the others say she might not have many years left. That's why I wanted to find my grandpa's photo. Zhou Fucking's voice choked with emotion, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Though his words were brief, they painted a heart-wrenching picture. An elderly woman in her twilight years, blaming herself for forgetting her late husband's belongings, yet trying to stay composed so as not to worry her family. Qian Lin gave a gentle smile. Your grandma must be a very kind person. I understand now. I'll do my best to help you find it. Although he initially wanted to scold Zhou fucking for the risky decision to come here alone, seeing the sincerity in his reason, he chose to be understanding and supportive instead. Finding a tiny necklace in such a huge area, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Could you ask the Pokemon for help like before? A viewer suggested in the live chat. Pokemon aren't all powerful, Qian Lin explained. A necklace that's been lost for so long would have no scent left. Besides, we don't even know which Pokemon might have taken it or why. Under these circumstances, not even a miracle worker could help. He paused for a moment and added, we'll save the champagne for another time. Just don't get your hopes up too much. Qian Lin crouched down and carried Zhou fucking on his back. Although Zhou fucking wasn't heavy, barely a challenge for Qian Lin was cautious due to the uneven mountain path. A Swablu perched steadily on his head as the group slowly made their way down the forest trail. Along the way, Qian Lin asked Zhou fucking for more details about the photo and responded to questions from the livestream viewers. Zhou fucking, resting on his back, could see the drone screen displaying the live comments and occasionally replied to remarks about himself. By the way, there's something I don't understand, Qian Lin asked. How did your backpack end up there? Apom, of course. Didn't the streamer mention this before? A viewer reminded in the chat. Zhou fucking looked puzzled for a moment. It was clear he hadn't watched the second livestream and was unfamiliar with Apom, the Pokemon in question. Qian Lin patiently explained, Apom is a Pokemon that looks like a monkey, with a tail that acts like a hand. When I found your backpack in the orchard, judging by the surroundings, I figured it was probably taken by an Apom. These Pokemon love stealing things from humans. I guess you were too scared to chase after it, so it eventually got bored and tossed the backpack there. He turned his head back proudly to look at Zhou fucking. Am I right? However, Zhou fucking blinked and seemed hesitant. After a long pause, he slowly shook his head. What? I got it wrong. Qian Lin was taken aback. Was it a Teddy Ursa then? The live chat erupted with laughter and jokes. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Who was calling themselves Conan earlier? More like Kagoro Muri. His reputation as a detective is ruined. Qian Lin's face darkened. What do you mean wrong? You can't just call it wrong when it comes to Pokemon. This is logical deduction. What do you guys know about that? Oh sure, I don't know anything. He's getting defensive. He's getting defensive. Honestly, Qian Lin wasn't entirely wrong. At least he guessed it was a Pokemon, right? Come on, everyone knows it was a Pokemon. You didn't. Of course I knew. Qian Lin's face turned even darker, and his tone grew stiff. I refuse to believe I was completely off. Come on, tell us what kind of Pokemon scared you so much that you dropped your backpack? Under normal circumstances, this light-hearted exchange should have lifted Zhou fucking spirits. But instead, Qian Lin noticed a deep fear spreading across his face. This sudden reaction left both Qian Lin and the viewers stunned. It was a bear, Zhou fucking said, trembling. Not a Teddy Ursa. It was a black and white bear, like a panda. It was at least 2 meters tall, with something like a black cape draped over its back. Zhou fucking's voice was exceedingly faint, each word trembling noticeably. His hands clenched involuntarily as he struggled to suppress the fear surging within him, continuing to recount his ordeal. I didn't do anything, it just suddenly charged at me. That bear looked completely insane, its paws emitting an eerie glow, roaring incessantly. Although I managed to dodge its first strike, the tree it hit snapped instantly, as if it were just a twig. He paused for a moment, his atoms apple bobbing. I was terrified. There was no way I could outrun it, so I had to drop my backpack to lighten the load. I really thought I was going to die there. I just kept running desperately, and by the time I came to my senses, the bear was gone. As he reached this part of his story, Zhou fucking's voice grew softer. He pointed into the distance. You can still hear the explosions from over there, and occasionally, flashes of light shoot into the sky. The chat exploded with comments. A bear? What else could it be but an Ursaring? Why are you asking us instead of Qian Lin? Maybe it's a mutated pandate is Sichuan, after all, where pandas roam everywhere. Qian Lin shook his head, interrupting the barrage of speculation in the chat. This is no time for jokes. Being attacked by a Pokemon is extremely dangerous. Like I've said before, even a small Piku can take a person's life under the right circumstances. That's precisely why I've been spreading knowledge about Pokemon so we can reduce incidents like this. He turned to Zhou fucking, explaining seriously, what you encountered was likely a Pangoro, the daunting Pokemon. It's a fighting dark type known for its incredible strength. Pangoro can easily crush large dump trucks into scrap metal. However, they usually have a strong sense of justice and don't typically attack the weak. At this point, Qian Lin noticed the grave expression on Zhou fucking's face and hesitated. He continued, this is definitely unusual. In the wild, Pangoro often protect weaker Pokemon, which is the complete opposite of Ursaring's behavior. But now we're seeing Ursaring protecting a Piku, while a justice-driven Pangoro is attacking humans. This shows that, Like the human world, the Pokemon world is full of diversity and unpredictability. Anyway, Qian Lin said with a light chuckle, trying to shift the mood. Let's talk about where we'll explore in the next livestream. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the valley, originating from the foot of the mountain. Countless wild birds and Pokemon took to the skies in alarm, including a startled Swablu. Its eyes fluttered open in confusion, still groggy from being abruptly woken. Qian Lin turned toward the sound and saw a crimson column of light shooting into the sky, painting the entire mountainside in a deep red hue. It was unmistakably the characteristic flare of flamethrower. Could Growlithe be in a fight with someone? Qian Lin frowned deeply. It had been nearly 4 hours since the car owner had contacted him. It wasn't unusual for Growlithe to be nearby by now, but why would it suddenly be battling? And more importantly, who was its opponent? Recalling the Ursaring they had encountered earlier, Qian Lin grew increasingly anxious. While Ursaring wasn't as formidable as the Milotic they had faced before, it was still a challenging opponent for a young Growlithe to handle. We have to get down there quickly, Qian Lin said, turning to Zhou Fucking. I'm going to pick up the pace, hold on tight. Zhou Fucking gripped Qian Lin's shoulders firmly and nodded repeatedly. Their cautious trek quickly turned into a hurried run, with little regard for anything other than avoiding missteps. Swablu, scout ahead, Qian Lin called out as they ran. If it's Growlithe fighting Ursaring, explain that it's not an enemy. If it's another Pokemon, don't get involved just yet. He briefly explained the rules of wild Pokemon battles and why trained Pokemon required special attention. Though Swablu didn't fully grasp the details, it flapped its wings and darted toward the source of the commotion. Seconds later, Swablu's cry rang out in the distance, followed closely by Growlithe's fierce bark. A dazzling burst of light shot into the sky. It was Growlithe's signature move, Sunny Day. Why are they still fighting? Didn't Swablu go to mediate? Zhou Fucking asked, puzzled. Qian Lin's expression darkened. It's probably not Ursaring. Ursaring knows Swablu and would have stopped fighting upon seeing it. They must have encountered another Pokemon. Realizing both Growlithe and Swablu were still in their juvenile stages and had limited strength, Qian Lin quickened his pace even further. If their opponent was truly on the level of Ursaring, the two of them together would still struggle to hold their own. We have to get there now. Qian Lin gritted his teeth and pushed himself to descend the mountain faster. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the silence of the forest. Qian Lin, who had just rushed down the mountain, barely found her footing before a massive black and white figure appeared in front of her. It was a Pangoro, its head tilted back as it howled skyward, dark energy gathering between its hands. The energy rippled outward like waves, instantly decimating the surrounding trees. Growlithe, still recovering from its injuries, was unable to dodge in time and was sent flying by the powerful shockwave. The Swablu, though spared a direct hit due to being further away in the air, was still struck by the force of the energy. It lost its balance, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground. That's it. The Pokemon that was chasing me earlier, it's that one. Zhou Fucking stammered, his face pale as he pointed with a trembling hand at the Pangoro. Qian Lin's pupils contracted sharply as she dashed toward the injured Pokemon. In the distant research lab, the supervisor clenched his hands tightly, resisting the urge to send assistance. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. A Pokemon capable of effortlessly overpowering both Swablu and Growlithe was nothing short of a nightmare for ordinary people. After ensuring Zhou Fucking was in a safe spot, Qian Lin quickly made her way to the fallen Swablu. Though it was covered in wounds, Swablu was still stubbornly trying to stand. Chirp, 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 come on. Fight me somewhere else. Wait till Master Milotic gets here, and we'll see who smashes whose head, you oversized panda. Seeing that Swablu still had the energy to taunt, Qian Lin felt a small sense of relief. She gently picked it up before hurrying to where Growlithe had landed. The area was littered with shattered rocks, and Growlithe lay amidst the rubble, blood flowing steadily from its wounds. Oddly enough, the Pangoro did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, it stood there, low growls emanating from its throat as it glared at Qian Lin, its eyes blazing with fury. Without hesitation, Qian Lin pulled out a recovery potion and sprayed it on both Pokemon right in front of the Pangoro. The medicine began to take effect. Swablu's wounds started to heal, and the bleeding from Growlithe's injuries ceased. Once stabilized, Growlithe opened its eyes, spotting Qian Lin's worried expression. Despite its weakness, it managed to give her a goofy, reassuring smile. Woofger, you idiot. If you can't win, why don't you just run? Qian Lin's voice wavered as her nose stung with emotion. She gently stroked Growlithe's head. Get some rest now. Leave the rest to me. Woof. Growlithe responded softly. The injuries on the ground were horrifying. Growlithe lay in a pool of its own blood, writhing in pain. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers shouted angrily, vowing to avenge the poor Pokemon. But reality quickly extinguished their fury. Despite teaming up with Swablu, Growlithe had still been defeated by its opponent. Qian Lin, run. someone cried out. Standing before them was an imposing pangoro, far larger than the average ursaring. Its sheer presence exuded an oppressive force. However, Qian Lin was caught in a dilemma. He needed to protect the injured Growlithe while also caring for the equally wounded Swablu. Carefully, Qian Lin set Swablu down beside Growlithe and stood up. The warmth usually seen on his face was replaced by a stern calmness. Pangoro, can you tell me why you fought with Growlithe? The only response was a furious growl. The anger seemed to be directed not just at Qian Lin, but also at Growlithe, Swablu, and even Zhou Fucking, who stood behind them. Beads of cold sweat formed on Qian Lin's forehead. While the pressure wasn't as suffocating as the presence of a Milotic, it was enough to send chills down his spine. What happened? What made you this angry? He asked. Pangoro didn't answer. Instead, it began charging a hyper beam in its maw, aiming directly at Qian Lin. As a human, even in the Pokemon world, taking such an attack head-on was impossible. Qian Lin raised his hands, his heart sinking. Just as the deadly beam was about to be unleashed, the injured Swablu suddenly flew in front of Qian Lin. Reacting instantly, Qian Lin rushed forward and pulled Swablu into his arms. In that critical moment, a roar echoed from the distance, followed by a beam of light that struck Pangoro, sending it flying backward. A Piku leapt to Qian Lin's side, puffing out its chest with pride. Though Piku clearly couldn't use Hyper Beam, it confidently declared, "Pi, doesn't matter. My big brother's moves are my moves." Looking toward the source of the attack, Qian Lin saw a towering ursaring, standing over 2 meters tall, emerging from the forest. Its expression was fierce as it glared at the recovering Pangoro in the distance. "Grr. This human is under my protection. What do you think you're doing?" it growled. As the two massive bears squared off, Piku tugged on Qian Lin's pant leg, signaling him to take the opportunity and make a quick escape. The chat exploded with a barrage of comments, messages scrolling by rapidly. "Streamer, get out of there. Everyone makes mistakes, just focus on staying safe. Now's not the time to be stubborn. Just watching this is terrifying. I don't think he'll ever look at pandas the same way again. This is a fool and crazy panda. Well, there goes my dream of venturing into the wild." However, Qian Lin didn't run away. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze fixed on the two massive Pokemon facing off in front of him. Ursaring and Pangoro stood several meters apart, glaring at each other with unyielding hostility, their deep growls reverberating through the air. Qian Lin quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Ursaring was undoubtedly the ruler of this area. Its level was nearing the peak that wild Pokemon could achieve just shy of the Dominator tier. As for the Milotic, the clear signs of training on its body indicated it wasn't an ordinary wild Pokemon. Pangoro's strength was comparable to Ursaring's. If a fight broke out, Ursaring had a better chance of winning, but it wouldn't be an easy victory. What concerned Qian Lin more, though, was the searing hatred in Pangoro's Isa fury, so intense it seemed intent on annihilating everything connected to its rage. Humans? Pokemon trained by humans? Qian Lin turned to the drone, his expression serious. "Car owner, could you check if there have been any recent Pokemon attack incidents in this area, or cases of humans harming Pokemon especially involving Pangoro?" The chat reacted immediately. "What do you mean? Blaming humans? I'm a fan, but that's taking it too far. Color-coded comments are on it." Someone else raised an objection. "When Pokemon first appeared, they were the ones who were unfriendly to humans." Qian Lin calmly explained, "I trust most people, but there are always a few who push the boundaries of morality. Honestly, I'd rather believe this Pangoro's issue is its own and not caused by humans. But as a Pokemon science streamer, I need to uncover the truth. We can't let the unique experiences of a few Pokemon lead to misunderstandings about an entire species." He sighed and continued, "Pangoro is typically known for its sense of justice, protecting the weak. But this one is different. It's consumed by hatred. It's not just angry with me. It despises Growlithe, Swablu, and even Ursaring, who's trying to help me. I want to understand why. Did we do something to hurt it? Call it my curiosity, if you will." These words reflected Qian Lin's truest thoughts. Qian Lin's explanation seemed to resonate with the audience, and the tone of the comments became noticeably calmer. Some viewers began to seriously ponder the reasons behind the rogue panda's hatred for humans, speculating whether it might be related to human attacks. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance had reached a fever pitch. Despite its immense strength, the Circle Bear was being overpowered by the rogue panda due to its disadvantage in attributes. The clash of the two colossal beasts caused the ground to tremble continuously, and the shockwaves from their combat cleared out a large area around them. At that moment, a colorful notification from the security line displayed a record from a month and a half ago. During a search operation within the area of Village 12, the security team had encountered a group of poachers being pursued by the rogue panda. The poachers claimed they hadn't initiated any attack on the rogue panda, but were attacked without provocation. Although the security team ultimately rescued these individuals, They were arrested for their poaching activities and remain in custody to this day. Qian Lin carefully pondered this information while gently stroking the Qingmian bird nestled in his arms. He surmised two possibilities. Either the poachers had unwittingly done something to anger the rogue panda, or they were aware of the reason but chose to conceal it. When the colorful notification suggested sending over the interrogation records, Qian Lin immediately agreed. He explained that due to the limited understanding of Pokemon among humans, many seemingly harmless actions could inadvertently provoke them, and ordinary investigators might overlook such details. He provided an example, recounting how a viewer had once been attacked by a pig-nosed Pokemon, only to later discover it wasn't targeting humans, but was instead enraged by the excessive noise from the viewer's car, which it found intolerable. This explanation piqued the audience's curiosity. Some began speculating about the true influence of the Pokemon Research Institute, questioning why it had such easy access to police records. Qian Lin's expertise and deep understanding of Pokemon hinted that the Research Institute might be playing a particularly significant role in the entire incident. The battle between the two Pokemon was still raging fiercely, with their full-power clash tearing up layers of the ground. Clearly, this level of combat was far beyond what Qian Lin could intervene in. The live chat had transformed into a chorus of armchair experts offering battle advice. Go for the legs. Aim for the legs. Ugh. What are you even hitting? Uppercut. Yes. Just like that. Use light cannon. Fire the light cannon. Move. Dodge and reposition. Missed again? So frustrating. Hehehe. Surprise attack grab. That's how you should use Dragon Pulse. Wait, can these two even use Dragon Pulse? Stop yelling random stuff. What if it works? If Swablu can learn it, why can't my Ursaring? Swablu evolves into a dragon type. Can your Ursaring even evolve further? Qian Lin glanced at the chaotic stream of comments and then at Piku, who was bouncing excitedly nearby. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Swablu, having been treated with a potion, had mostly recovered from its external injuries. Growlithe had also regained some strength and was lying at Qian Lin's feet, watching the battle with a deep, focused gaze. In the distance, Zhou fucking was huddled in a corner, trembling as he watched the intense fight unfold. This could go on forever at this rate, Qian Lin muttered to himself. Ursaring and Pangoro had been locked in combat for several minutes now, trading moves like Hyper Beam, Close Combat, and Triple Punch in turn. Yet both seemed to be holding their own, with stamina to spare. Turning to Piku, Qian Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, Piku, does your Ursaring boss know the Protect move? Piku, engrossed in the battle, paused for a moment before nodding. Chew. What about Substitute? Piku shook its head. Play rough. Piku nodded again. Qian Lin's eyes lit up. Fairy-type moves had a 4 times effectiveness against Pangoro. If they could seize the right moment for a single, well-placed hit, the battle could be over. Piku, do you think Ursaring will follow my commands? Piku shot him a look of disdain. They'll offer a crate of berries, Qian Lin said flatly, raising a single finger. Chew. Piku's expression instantly shifted to one of admiration, nodding enthusiastically. You guys are way too materialistic. Qian Lin sighed, rolling his eyes. Having gotten his answer, Qian Lin stood up, placed Swablu next to Growlithe, and called out to Ursaring in the distance. Ursaring, I'll give you a crate of berries if you follow my commands. Use Leer. The sudden shout startled Ursaring, causing it to instinctively throw a fire punch mid-action. Initially dismissive of Qian Lin's orders, the words, a crate of berries, echoed in its mind, and it promptly executed a Leer. This unexpected move left both sides momentarily stunned. Ursaring awkwardly scratched the back of its head, while Pangoro's anger only seemed to intensify. The rogue panda roared furiously. Roar? You think I'm a joke? Using such cheap tricks? Circle Bear lowered its head sheepishly. Roar, I just haven't had tree fruits in so long, I couldn't resist. Bulk up. Qian Lin's command was clear and firm. Circle Bear's gaze sharpened instantly. Since it had decided to follow Qian Lin's lead, it was determined to go all out. It let out a long howl, and a red glow enveloped its entire body. The use of the bulk up skill caused its aura to surge dramatically. I'm not going to let you buff up. Close combat. The rogue panda roared. Protect. Clang. The rogue panda slammed into the protective barrier formed by Protect, a perfect defensive move that even close combat couldn't penetrate. The immense recoil forced the rogue panda to stagger back 2 steps. One more time. Bulk up. Qian Lin commanded steadily. Circle Bear unleashed the red glow again, its aura intensifying further. The fire in the rogue panda's eyes burned even brighter. Forcing itself to stabilize, a blue dragon-like energy swirled around its body as it launched itself like a cannonball towards Circle Bear. Whoa, Dragon Rush! The crowd exclaimed in shock. That's not Dragon Rush, it's outrage. Qian Lin corrected, watching Circle Bear preparing itself on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he ordered, Circle Bear, take this hit. Use Play Rough. With a thunderous crash, Circle Bear locked the rogue panda's arms tightly. Seeing the confusion in its opponent's eyes, Circle Bear flashed a confident smile. A pink hue shimmered around it as it lunged forward, sending the rogue panda flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the ground. The rogue panda lay in the crater, staring at Circle Bear in disbelief. Its gaze shifted to Qian Lin, and the rage and hatred in its eyes eventually dissolved into unconsciousness. The rogue panda is unable to battle. Circle Bear let out a triumphant roar, once again asserting its dominance as the boss of the orchard. The onlookers erupted in cheers, marveling at Qian Lin's commanding prowess. Qian Lin let out a sigh of relief, calculating in his mind. The boost from 2 bulk-ups, the quadruple effectiveness of a fairy-type move, and the stamina it had already spin-twinning with 1 strike made perfect sense. Feeling pleased, Circle Bear approached Qian Lin, its gaze filled with approval. This victory was far more decisive than its previous battles with the rogue panda. Qian Lin pulled out a healing spray and applied it to Circle Bear. This will help you recover from your injuries and regain your strength. I'll also treat the rogue panda in a bit, so I need you to keep an eye on things for me. Circle Bear patted its chest confidently, signaling that it was no big deal. Night quietly descended as the rogue pangoro suddenly opened its eyes wide. In the dim light, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings, a hint of confusion flickering in its gaze. Lowering its head to check its injuries, it was surprised to find that most of its external wounds had already healed, leaving only a few internal injuries that had yet to fully recover. What astonished it even more was the fact that these internal injuries were healing at an unusually rapid pace. As it sat up and looked around, it noticed 2 Wenyu fruits placed nearby. The rogue pangoro stared at the fruits in silence, lost in thought. Meanwhile, back at the campsite, Qian Lin had just returned from escorting Zhou fucking back to the city. As he stepped out of the car, his eyes immediately landed on the Ursaring sitting beside the tent, and a smile spread across his face. Thanks for keeping an eye on the camp for me. Roared Ursaring waved its paw dismissively, but its eyes were fixed on Qian Lin's car. Phi Omega Phi guarding the camp is no big deal. I'm really here for the berries. Although Pokemon were gradually appearing in this world, berries those unique to the Pokemon universe were still not widely available. During this time, Ursaring had been surviving on ordinary fruits, and it had grown visibly thinner from hunger. Qian Lin chuckled knowingly and opened the trunk, pulling out a massive cardboard box that nearly filled the entire space. Ursaring's eyes lit up as it dashed forward to grab the box. The fragrant aroma of various berries wafted from inside, and a nearly feral grin of delight spread across Ursaring's face. I'll be staying here for the next 2 weeks, and there'll be plenty of berries, Qian Lin said, causing Ursaring's eyes to gleam even brighter. From the passenger seat, a Swablu and a Growlithe hopped out and took their respective places. The Swablu cheerfully perched on Qian Lin's head, chirping incessantly, while the Growlithe stood upright like a dutiful bodyguard, only softening its expression when it looked at Qian Lin. All right, I've got your shares ready too, Qian Lin said, gently stroking Swablu's feathers, making it flap its wings happily. Chirp. As the sunset slowly dipped below the horizon, Qian Lin gazed into the distance, his thoughts returning to the rogue pangoro. Despite taking its statement and conducting a second round of questioning, he still couldn't figure out why this Pokemon harbored such deep hatred for humans. Perhaps, before it arrived in this world, something unpleasant had happened to it in the Pokemon world. Qian Lin silently resolved that if he ever got the chance, he would ask the rogue pangoro about its past again. Qian Lin stretched lazily, feeling utterly exhausted after hours of driving. Turning to Growlithe beside him, he said enthusiastically, "Let's start a fire. Tonight, we're having roasted Torchic." Scanning the surroundings, he noticed several abandoned rural courtyards standing silently. They could borrow one of the old stoves there. As night fell, Qian Lin began experimenting with crafting Pokeballs from the Hisui era. The car owner had prepared a variety of similar materials for him, and with the resources redeemable through the apricorn system and his own crafting knowledge, things seemed promising. However, the next morning, Qian Lin emerged from his tent with heavy dark circles under his eyes, looking rather disheartened. A night of effort had yielded mixed results. While he made progress in understanding how to craft Pokeballs, he couldn't achieve complete success. Out of 13 attempts, the closest one fell apart at the final step. After some contemplation, he concluded the problem lay with the Jade Stones. The Jade in this world lacked the special energy found in the Pokemon world, something akin to the magical properties of Evolution Stones or Megastones. To successfully create a Pokeball, he would either need modern technology or special Jade that might have arrived alongside Pokemon. But with apricorns already so rare, finding such Jade underground was an even more remote possibility. Sighing, Qian Lin decided to shelve the idea for now. Turning around, he noticed Growlithe wagging its tail and perking up its ears, which instantly lifted his spirits. Gently stroking Growlithe's head, he said softly, "Good morning. Could you please wake up Swablu for me? It's time for breakfast." Growlithe barked in response and trotted off. Once the live stream began, Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight on screen. Swablu, still half asleep, being carried out of the tent by Grolive. Although he hadn't succeeded in making a pokeball, these two little companions had truly become his loyal partners. Watching the groggy Swablu bicker with the ever-diligent Grolive, Qian Lin snapped a photo, his heart brimming with warmth. The chat was filled with cheerful good morning messages, which brightened Qian Lin's mood even further. Pointing the camera at himself, he smiled and greeted, "Good morning, everyone. It's another hopeful day." The livestream chat quickly became lively. Xiao Xiao, a journalism student from Sichuan University, asked what color sack Swablu would prefer, while others suggested fishing nets from Qingdao or homemade slingshots. These obvious attempts to steal Swablu left Qian Lin momentarily speechless. Instead, he set up a drone and focused on preparing breakfast. As the two Pokemon began eating, the same viewers who had tried to steal Swablu moments ago transformed into doting fans, flooding the chat with comments like, "So cute," and "Eat slowly, sweetheart." Watching this, Qian Lin poked at his food, suddenly finding breakfast less appetizing. "Today, I'll try to communicate with the Pokemon here and help Zhou fucking find the necklace." Qian Lin strapped on his old yet sturdy backpack, while a Swablu landed lightly on his head, resembling a fluffy, living hat. A loyal Grolive trotted beside him, its tail wagging enthusiastically. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the trio. Their shadows intertwined on the ground, making it hard to distinguish one from another. The sky was a pristine, cloudless blue, perfectly mirroring the indescribable emotions of the moment. However, as mentioned earlier, the Pokemon in this area harbored deep-seated conflicts with humans. Even with the temptation of berries, most Pokemon deliberately avoided human contact. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of the City First People's Hospital, a middle-aged doctor frowned as he reviewed a medical chart in his hands. On the hospital bed lay a man with a ghastly pale complexion. His body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back so far that only the whites were visible, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes made them appear particularly horrifying. Several medical staff stood by the bedside, their faces filled with a blend of fear and confusion. Zhao Zhugang, 47 years old, construction worker, a nurse reported. He was found unconscious inside a building at the construction site at 9:34 p.m. last night. It said he went missing during his night shift patrol, and when discovered, he was already in this condition. He arrived at the hospital at 10:06 p.m. His previous medical checkups were all normal, with no history of underlying conditions, infectious diseases, allergies, family illnesses, or major surgeries. After a night of observation, "How's his condition?" The middle-aged doctor stretched his stiff neck. "His vital signs and brain activity show no abnormalities," a nurse replied helplessly. "Apart from a slight suboptimal health state, we couldn't find anything unusual. His brain CT scan is normal, and we're still waiting for the blood test results." Another doctor ran his hand through his hair in frustration. "The patient remains unconscious, with abnormally low body temperature. Neither blood transfusions nor other interventions have been able to raise his temperature. If this continues, what about his family?" The middle-aged doctor set the chart down. "They're out of town, delayed by Pokemon-related traffic issues. They're expected to arrive tomorrow," the nurse added. "However, they've expressed full cooperation with the treatment and agreed to sign any necessary documents later." The middle-aged doctor let out a sigh. "Is the revised medical record ready? Have the meeting notices been sent out?" After receiving affirmative responses, he glanced one last time at the patient on the bed and turned to leave. In his decades-long medical career, he had never encountered a case like this. While the exact cause of the condition remained unknown, at least this illness could potentially bear the patient's name, granting it a peculiar form of immortality in medical history. He chuckled wryly at the thought, then shook his head. As a doctor, this was his way of coping, something his years of clinical experience had taught him. After the doctor left, only a few young doctors and nurses remained in the ward, keeping watch. They continued searching for the cause of the illness while staying prepared for any potential emergencies. A young doctor with glasses wiped the sweat from his forehead, slumped into a chair, and sighed. "Someone take over, I can't go on anymore. I haven't slept all night." A nurse replacing an 4 bottle let out a soft sigh and said, "Let's take turns. Someone will come to switch shifts later." The group gathered around, examining various scans and discussing possible causes. At one point, someone absent-mindedly scratched their itchy scalp and jokingly remarked, "A few more cases like this, and we'll all go bald." As the discussion grew animated, a young nurse remained silent, her gaze fixed on the man lying in the hospital bed. Her brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently, as if lost in deep thought. Her unusual behavior soon caught the attention of her colleagues. "Don't stress yourself out, Xiaoxi," an older nurse gently nudged her arm. "You need to learn to relax a bit. Staying in a good state of mind is the best way to take care of the patient." "Huh." The nurse called Xiaoxi snapped out of her thoughts and waved her hand quickly. "No, Sister Fong, it's not that. I was just wondering, could this have something to do with Pokemon? Pokemon? Sister Fong blinked in confusion. You mean those creatures? As a senior healthcare worker, she was often too busy to keep up with the news, and her understanding of Pokemon was limited to thinking of them as monsters. Xiaoxi nodded and explained. If routine tests can't identify the cause, could it be an infection from a virus that doesn't exist in our world? Could the appearance of Pokemon have introduced new viruses? Sister Fong patted her shoulder reassuringly. We still haven't completed all the tests. Whether it's a virus or something else, let's wait for the reports before jumping to conclusions. Meanwhile, in a patch of grass somewhere in 12 Village, a flock of Spearow flew overhead, their wings flapping furiously. Their sharp cries carried a cold sense of menace, as if they were hunting down an enemy. A few minutes later, the grass rustled slightly, and a small blue bird cautiously poked its head out, scanning the skies. Once it was sure the Spearow had left, it let out a sigh of relief. How's it looking, Swablu? Are they gone? A young man's voice came from within the grass. Chirp, Swablu fluttered its wings and emerged from the bushes. Moments later, a disheveled man and a dog covered in leaves crawled out as well. Qian Lin scanned the surroundings carefully and exhaled deeply. What a rough start. I was just trying to ask for directions and ended up running into a flock of Spearow. They chased me the entire afternoon. How do they have that much stamina? Woof. Growlithe panted with its tongue out, looking adorably silly. As Qian Lin helped clean the leaves off Growlithe, he set down the drone he had been carrying. Spearow usually only get aggressive when their territory is threatened or when they're attacked. For them to chase someone without reason like this, it's clear this group is the same one that once fought against humans. The official website lists Spearow as hostile birds, and that name couldn't be more fitting. But honestly, running away the moment you saw them? You're underestimating Swablu and Growlithe's battle prowess. Don't underestimate Spearows, Qian Lin said with a helpless shake of his head. A single one may not be a big deal, but Spearows are fearless when it comes to defending their territory, even taking on larger Pokemon hidden. And this flock isn't small. In a group of this size, there's bound to be at least one Fearow. With their numbers combined with an evolved Fearow, even Ursaring or Pangoro would think twice before crossing paths with them, let alone Swablu and Growlithe. Swablu fluttered down lightly onto Growlithe's head, tilting its head with a curious chirp. Chirp? Qian Lin reached out to gently pat her on the head, smiling as he said, Nothing to worry about, I was just complimenting you. Hearing the praise, Swablu immediately chirped excitedly. Chirp. Growlithe, catching the mood, stuck out its tongue and grinned cheerfully. Seeing the two Pokemon's reactions, Qian Lin couldn't help but smile. He turned his gaze toward the direction where the Spearows had disappeared and said, For today, we'll have to head back to the camp. Even though we didn't find the necklace, at least we discovered a new Pokemon. It's not a total loss. You've got some nerve saying that after spending the whole afternoon running around with the drone, his companions grumbled. But Qian Lin paid no mind to their complaints. After being chased by Spearows all day, all he could think about was getting back for dinner. To him, nothing could stand in the way of good food. As they walked, Qian Lin mulled things over and analyzed. The photo was originally hanging by the bedside, which means the Pokemon that took it must have entered the room. There are two possibilities. Either the Pokemon accidentally got the necklace caught on itself while rummaging around, or it took the necklace on purpose because it found it appealing. He raised two fingers as he continued. If it's the first scenario, the chances of finding it are slim. But if it's the second scenario, we should focus on Pokemon with a habit of collecting things, especially those with the pickup ability, like Munchlax or Apom. Qian Lin explained that the pickup ability manifests differently in daily life compared to battles. Pokemon with this ability are constantly scavenging and picking up all sorts of items, ranging from valuable berries and Pokeballs to ordinary sticks and leaves. In this area near Village 12, aside from Apom and Ambipom, there are also Teddiursa with the pickup ability. Qian Lin pondered aloud. Tomorrow, we should ask Ursaring if it has any offspring around. Another one? The director of the First People's Hospital of the city stared in shock at the doctor who had suddenly burst into the meeting room. This was already the second patient exhibiting the same symptoms. Just last night, they had admitted a bizarre case. No external or internal injuries, no detectable illnesses, yet the patient showed signs of impending death, lowered body temperature, pale complexion, and upturned eyes. The meeting room was filled with experts from various hospitals. They had spent most of the day discussing the first case without reaching any conclusions, and now another case had emerged. Have Zhao Zhugong's test results come in? The director asked, rubbing his temples. The young doctor, visibly nervous in front of the room full of medical authorities, swallowed hard. Yes, they're back. All test indicators are normal. No abnormalities? No abnormalities. An elderly doctor with white hair repeated in disbelief. If the vitals are normal, why did the patient lose consciousness? Why did their body temperature drop? The large meeting room fell into a heavy silence as everyone pored over the test reports in confusion. A doctor sitting next to the director broke the silence with a wry smile. At this rate, we might end up naming this Zhao Zhugang syndrome. Though meant as a joke, no one laughed. Meanwhile, at a campsite in the countryside, Qian Lin sneezed while roasting sweet potatoes by the fire. Chew! The swablu perched on his head chirped with concern, and the Growlithe next to him turned to look at him. It's nothing. Probably just someone talking about me behind my back, Qian Lin said as he patted the two Pokemon, his gaze falling on the bright fire. Life in the wild had become much easier with fire-type Pokemon around. Arf! The Growlithe wagged its tail enthusiastically. Just a little longer, and they'll be ready, Qian Lin said with a smile. The sweet potatoes, a gift from a local farmer, smelled wonderfully sweet. After finishing their late-night snack, the trio added some berries to make dessert, leaving Swablu and Growlithe hopping around in delight. Later that night, Qian Lin lay inside his tent, his phone plugged into a charger. Through the transparent window at the top of the tent, he gazed at the starry sky. Without the light pollution of the city, the stars were vividly clear, more dazzling than even the rural night skies he remembered from his previous life. Growlithe curled up close to him, radiating warmth on the cool night. Swablu was nestled by his pillow, its soft breathing more soothing than the sound of frogs croaking. Qian Lin smiled inexplicably and reached out to stroke Growlithe. The little Pokemon looked up, confirmed nothing was wrong, and gave his face a quick lick before settling back down. Wiping the slobber from his face, Qian Lin turned to pet Swablu, only to notice something different. Huh, has Swablu grown bigger? He remembered when Swablu was small enough to fit in his palm, but now it was larger than his hand. Gently stroking Swablu's fluffy feathers, Qian Lin murmured, "You're not going to keep growing and turn into an Altaria, are you?" Half asleep, Swablu let out a soft chirp, nuzzled his hand, and drifted back into slumber. It had been a tiring afternoon, especially after distracting the Spearows. "Good night, Swablu." "Good night, Growlithe," Qian Lin said softly. Over the next few days, Qian Lin roamed the forest with his Swablu and Growlithe, persistently searching for the Apom group. Along the way, they encountered some new Pokemon, such as Ariados weaving webs between branches and Amoonguss thriving in the shadows. Qian Lin noticed that this area was particularly abundant in poison-type Pokemon. On the 5th day, they finally discovered the Apom group in an abandoned fruit packaging factory far from Village 12. The entire factory had become their habitat, but rather than monopolizing the space, the Apom coexisted peacefully with other Pokemon. When Qian Lin approached, the surrounding Pokemon showed no hostility, leading him to speculate that, due to the remoteness of the area, these Pokemon might have never come into conflict with humans. The Apom showed a calm demeanor upon seeing Qian Lin, as if it was their first time encountering a human. This made things much simpler. Although Apom are known for their mischievous nature, they are not inherently malicious. When Qian Lin offered them berries, they eagerly responded. Eventually, an Ambipom stepped forward and explained the situation. They had never stolen a human necklace, had never been to a human village, and had no knowledge of any golden necklace. With the answers he sought, Qian Lin bid farewell to the Apom group and headed back to the camp. As he walked, he pondered, Apom aren't known to lie, so it was unlikely they had taken Grandpa Zhou fucking's photo. Does this mean he needs to search for other Pokemon with the pickup ability? Qian Lin gently patted the Swablu perched on his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Am I overthinking this? Besides the pickup ability, what else could allow a Pokemon to take something from a room? The Swablu closed its eyes contentedly. Growlithe, do you have any ideas? Qian Lin turned to his companion. Growlithe barked in confusion, as if to say, "Am just a little puppy, you're asking me? Alright, I guess you don't know either," Qian Lin chuckled. "Let's head back. I need to organize all the knowledge in my head." Although the system had implanted all the information about Pokemon into his mind, it was so vast that mastering it would take time. Just then, Growlithe, walking beside him, suddenly raised its head in alert. It bared its teeth and growled at something ahead, faint embers forming in its mouth. Growlithe suddenly became alert, its body tensing as it fixed its piercing gaze straight ahead. Qian Lin immediately sensed something was off. His right hand swiftly reached behind him, gripping a specially crafted hiking staff. Though it appeared ordinary, this staff was made of an exceptionally durable material, lightweight yet capable of withstanding nearly a ton of weight. The spherical handle at the top could even double as a hammer in emergencies. "Is there a Pokemon up ahead, Growlithe?" Qian Lin asked softly. "Arf." Growlithe nodded solemnly, its eyes growing even more serious. Seeing this, Swablu spread its wings and took to the sky, circling above as it kept a vigilant watch in the direction Growlithe had indicated. The underbrush in the forest parted, and a towering black and white figure, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged slowly. In the sunlight, its cold, piercing eyes locked directly onto Qian Lin. It was a Pangoro. Qian Lin's heart tightened. Ursaring had already taken a box of berries back to its den to rest, and would be unavailable for some time. In this area, only Ursaring had the strength to stand against Pangoro in a fight. Swablu stood its ground fearlessly, landing in front of Qian Lin with a determined gaze. Growlithe stepped forward as well, the flames in its mouth growing more intense. Yet Pangoro seemed unfazed by these two challengers. Its gaze remained fixed on Qian Lin, the bamboo stick in its mouth swaying slightly, as though pondering something. This is bad. We need to find a way to escape, Qian Lin muttered under his breath, cold sweat forming on his brow. But to everyone's surprise, Pangoro let out a low hum and gestured behind itself. It glanced at Swablu and Growlithe briefly before turning and walking back into the forest. This unexpected turn of events left Qian Lin momentarily stunned. Swablu tilted its head in confusion and perched on Qian Lin's head. Growlithe, still on alert, let the flames in its mouth die out, looking at Qian Lin with questioning eyes. After walking a short distance into the forest, Pangoro turned back to face them and nodded again, signaling for them to follow. Is Pangoro asking me to follow it? Qian Lin asked in disbelief. Arf? Growlithe gave a confirming nod, then tilted its head as if to ask, Arf? The situation sparked heated discussions among the livestream audience. Some worried it might be a trap and suggested seeking help from Ursaring first. Others argued that if Pangoro truly intended to attack, it would have done so already. For now, Qian Lin was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do next. The Pangoro stood silently in the forest, its gaze fixed on Qian Lin. Its eyes betrayed clear impatience, as if urging him to hurry up and follow. Qian Lin noticed the irritation. He glanced down at the hiking stick in his hand, then turned to look at the Swablu and Growlithe beside him. Fragments of knowledge about Pangoro surfaced in his mind. This Pokemon typically doesn't harm the weak. On the contrary, it protects them and avoids using deceptive traps. The live chat comment scrolled rapidly. Yeah, sure. Just like when you almost got beaten to death last time. It was precisely because of that painful lesson that Qian Lin hesitated now. Although he instinctively trusted the Pangoro in front of him, his survival instincts and concern for his companion's safety kept him rooted to the spot. Suddenly, Pangoro let out a frustrated roar, its gaze growing colder and more impatient. Growlithe immediately assumed a defensive stance, a low warning growl rumbling in its throat. Wait, colder. Qian Lin's eyes lit up as though he had grasped a crucial clue. He reached out to calm the Swablu, which was ready to take flight, and gestured for Growlithe to relax its guard. Hold on, I'll go with you, Qian Lin said, locking eyes with Pangoro. If possible, can you tell me what you need me to do? The live chat was abuzz again. Are you seriously going to follow it? That's way too dangerous. Why not ask an Ursaring for help instead? But Qian Lin simply smiled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. No, I've made up my mind. He looked at Pangoro with an expression that suggested he had seen something extraordinary. Pangoro let out a low growl, gesturing at itself with a paw before pointing toward the other side of the forest. You mean this has something to do with you? Or are you asking for my help? Qian Lin asked cautiously as he began to approach. Growlithe stayed close to Qian Lin's side, ready to respond to any sudden threats. Although Swablu didn't take flight, its spread wings and alert gaze conveyed a clear warning. Pangoro paid no mind to the wary stances of the two smaller Pokemon. Once Qian Lin stepped forward, it turned and began walking deeper into the woods, emitting a series of complex growls while keeping its eyes fixed on the distance. Qian Lin furrowed his brow in thought. While he could comprehend some basic Pokemon sounds, Pangoro's vocalizations were too intricate. He could only roughly interpret them as a denial of the idea that it needed help. Following Pangoro's lead, Qian Lin tightened his grip on the hiking stick, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Beside him, the Swablu flapped its wings lightly, letting out a soft chirp of concern. Qian Lin gave a gentle smile to the Swablu, softly stroking its fluffy feathers. It's okay, Swablu. With Growlithe on guard, I'll escape immediately if there's danger. Besides, she winked playfully, her tone light. Aren't you here to protect me too? Chirp. Swablu first lifted its head proudly, but then lowered it with a disappointed sound. It wanted to protect its trainer, but against that big opponent, even with Growlithe's help, it wouldn't stand a chance. Growlithe looked up at Swablu with a determined gaze. Woof, don't worry. I'll protect both our trainer and you. Chirp. Swablu nodded gently, its eyes fixed on the Pancham's back ahead, a trace of resolve appearing on its small face. Hearing the conversation behind it, Pancham's cold gaze softened for a brief moment, but only for an instant. They continued following the Pancham, initially thinking it would only take a few minutes to reach their destination. However, the journey stretched into nearly 3 hours, crossing a not-so-tall mountain beyond Village 12. If it weren't for her enhanced body, Qian Lin doubted she could have kept up. Meanwhile, the livestream chat buzzed with comments. 3 hours of mountain climbing? Qian Lin, your stamina is insane. Did you forget her last mountain climbing stream? She handled an even taller mountain with ease, but that was on a man-made trail. This time it's all wilderness. Could it be that Qian Lin is actually a Pokemon in disguise? Look at how much she knows about them. Qian Lin ignored the chat's wild speculations. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the barren land, draping the mountains in a delicate golden veil. She glanced at the Pancham ahead. Are we there yet? Pancham stopped in its tracks and turned to point ahead. Qian Lin hurried forward and followed its gaze. A sizable village came into view. This place. Qian Lin's voice trembled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, this is Village 11. In reality, driving from Village 12 to Village 11 would take less than 10 minutes, and there was no need to traverse mountains. You could have told me we were heading to Village 11. Qian Lin groaned, nearly on the verge of tears. Even I get tired climbing mountains for 3 hours straight. Growlithe and Swablu exchanged innocent glances. Pancham, however, remained unfazed. To it, the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, and that made perfect sense. Rolling her eyes, Qian Lin decided to ignore the teasing comments flooding the chat. Letting out a long sigh, she turned to Pancham. So, what's the big deal? The Pangoro didn't say much and silently started walking towards Village 11. Qian Lin had no choice but to follow behind, observing the surroundings as they went. The Pokemon here were similar to those in Village 12, primarily normal types, with occasional appearances of dark types and poison types. While the presence of normal and dark types was understandable, the poison types puzzled Qian Lin. Before long, Pangoro led Qian Lin to a countryside villa. It wasn't a luxurious building, just a common 2- or 3-story house styled to resemble a villa. Before Qian Lin could say anything, Pangoro kicked the door open with a single powerful motion. The scene inside left Qian Lin stunned. A group of Meowth and a Persian huddled fearfully in the corner. The Persian was covered in scars. Although the injuries didn't seem severe, it looked pitiful. The surrounding Meowth were also injured, and one particularly unlucky Meowth had even lost the coin from its forehead. It was curled up in the corner of a sofa, trembling. Qian Lin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth at the sight. The Meowth clan, led by a Persian, was usually a dominant presence in the wild. Unless they encountered a particularly disadvantageous opponent or an exceptionally powerful individual, they rarely ended up in such a sorry state. Yet here they were, all injured, and even the strongest Persian was trembling at the sight of Pangoro. Recalling the traits of the feline Pokemon Meowth, its love for shiny objects, especially coins, and its habit of collecting things, Qian Lin suddenly had a realization. He cast a meaningful glance at the Pangoro beside him, who was chewing on a bamboo stick with a smug and nonchalant expression. Pangoro, did you bring me to these Meowth because you knew I was looking for something shiny? Qian Lin asked. Pangoro crossed its arms, maintaining its haughty demeanor. This unexpected assistance left Qian Lin a bit bewildered, didn't even understand how Pangoro knew he was searching for something. But looking at this clearly prideful Pangoro, Qian Lin seemed to have a vague idea of what was going on. Qian Lin looked at the group of injured Meowths in the room, feeling both amused and exasperated. These Pokemon, each the size of an adult house cat, were covered in obvious battle scars, with some even letting out faint groans. Well, I do appreciate your help, but Pangoro, don't you think you went a bit overboard beating up these Meowths like this? Pangoro immediately frowned, letting out a dissatisfied growl, and waved his hands emphatically, indicating that it wasn't entirely his doing. Not you? Then who? Qian Lin asked, startled. Pangoro made a series of gestures, first pointing to the Persian, then to the Meowth missing its coin, and finally thrusting a finger toward the sky, letting out a deep gur from his throat. Persian? Meowth? A coin? Qian Lin pondered for a moment, following Pangoro's gesture to the sky. Suddenly, he realized, a Murkrow. Looking at the Meowth that had lost its coin, Qian Lin explained in detail, Murkrow is a dark and flying-type Pokemon that resembles a crow. It has a notorious weakness for shiny objects. They'll steal women's rings and hide them in secret places. Murkrow and Meowth often clash over shiny trinkets, especially gems and rings. The coin on a Meowth's forehead can be removed, so sometimes Murkrow takes it as a collectible. A knowing smile crossed Qian Lin's face. These two Pokemon may dislike each other, but they share a fondness for collecting shiny things. Meowths typically live in human settlements, much like stray cats, sneaking into houses to steal food and occasionally pocketing shiny objects. That being the case, Zhou Fucking's necklace was probably taken by a Meowth. Qian Lin took a few steps forward, stopping beside Pangoro. Thank you so much, Pangoro. That necklace doesn't mean much to me personally, but it holds a family's memories. Finding it means the world to them. Pangoro gave a dismissive snort and turned his head away. Qian Lin didn't mind and walked toward the Persian. The injured Persian immediately tensed as he approached, baring its teeth, the gem on its forehead glowing faintly, and its claws ready to strike. If not for Pangoro's intimidating presence nearby, it might have already attacked. Qian Lin stopped with a gentle smile, pulling 2 citrus berries out of his backpack. These are citrus berries, heal your injuries. With that, he lightly tossed the berries over. The Persian's eyes lit up, its fierce demeanor vanishing in an instant. It happily caught the berries in its mouth and gobbled them up in a few quick bites. Within moments, its wounds began to heal visibly, leaving no trace of injury. Meow, the Persian let out a pleased cry, lowering its guard and stepping closer to Qian Lin, gazing at him expectantly. Qian Lin chuckled at the sudden display of affection and couldn't resist patting the Persian's head. Every Meowth here can have a citrus berry, but he'll need your help with something first. The Persian nuzzled against Qian Lin's hand, then turned to call out to the other Meowths. Instantly, the entire group gathered around, sitting neatly before Qian Lin with their eyes sparkling. Faced with this crowd of sizable feline Pokemon staring at him intently, Qian Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure. Their eager gazes made him feel less like their trainer and more like a meal about to be served. The chat exploded with comments. Do these cats have no dignity at all? They get friendly just for some food. Such adorable kitties. I'm so jealous of the streamer. Don't be fooled by appearances. Once Qian Lin runs out of food, they'll leave without a second thought. The stray cats near my building are the same. They meow pitifully when there's food, but ignore you completely when there isn't. Many viewers were surprised by the size of the boss cat. Am I the only one who finds the boss cat terrifying? If I saw a cat that size in the wild, I'd run the other way. Do you think you can outrun a feline? Qian Lin ignored the chat's lively discussion and focused on taking care of the cats in front of him. He fed each injured kitty a piece of one-u fruit and distributed some tree berries. The feeding had an immediate and unexpected effect. The cats completely let their guard down and started climbing all over him one by one. Nearby, the Growlithe watched the scene unfold, panting with an air of indifference. However, the Swablu perched on Qian Lin's head was the most assertive, fiercely defending its claimed spot. Two clueless cats attempted to challenge its position, only to be pecked into retreat, yowling in defeat. Qian Lin had to pick up the two unruly cats and sternly said, "This is the Swablu's spot. You can't take it." The cats seemed to understand and stopped eyeing the bird's throne, instead continuing to cling to Qian Lin for more food. Meanwhile, the Swablu, like a little emperor, looked down at the other cats from its lofty perch. As the sky darkened, Qian Lin remembered his purpose. Gently setting down two newborn kittens from his arms, he approached the boss cat. "Boss cat, I need to ask you something. Have any of you been to the neighboring village and taken a golden necklace from a room there?" The boss cat tilted its head in thought before shaking it. It never left its territory and relied on other cats to bring back food. About half of the other cats admitted they'd been to that village, but all claimed they hadn't seen any necklace. Just then, the cat with the missing forehead coin approached Qian Lin, lightly pawing at his pants. Qian Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked it up. "Was it you who took the necklace?" The cat nodded, its eyes clear and innocent. The other cats and the boss cat suddenly meowed excitedly, as if endorsing its answer. But when Qian Lin suggested trading tree berries for the necklace, the cat shook its head sadly and pointed to the spot on its forehead where the coin was missing. Meow, the feline leader, looked troubled and explained, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but my necklace and all my coins were taken by those guys." Qian Lin fell into thought. For a dark Murkrow flock to rival the Meowth clan led by the feline leader, there must be a formidable leader among them. Honchcrow, the gentleman crow. Instinctively, he glanced at the Swablu and Growlithe by his side, realizing that their current strength was no match for such an opponent. Noticing Growlithe tilting its head in confusion, Qian Lin softly reassured, "It's nothing," then turned to the feline leader. "Feline leader, let's make a deal." Meow. The feline leader initially wanted to agree generously, but upon seeing the entire crate of berries Qian Lin brought out, its attitude changed immediately. Even among friends, fairness in trade must be observed. Delighted, the feline leader directed its underlings to carry the berries into the house. Soon after, a group of enthusiastic Meowths hopped onto Qian Lin's vehicle, with the feline leader taking over the front passenger seat to eagerly guide the way. The Meowths were all fired up, determined to take down the Murkrow flock in one decisive strike. Meow! Omega, with a commanding meow from the feline leader, dozens of Meowths responded in unison. Qian Lin sighed helplessly. He had initially planned to simply hand over the berries after ending the livestream, but since the Pokemon Research Institute needed to study the differences between Meowths, bird Pokemon, and regular animals, he had to keep the stream running. To avoid causing a scene by conjuring berries on the spot, he had specifically returned to Village 12 to retrieve his vehicle and used it as cover for the exchange. Through the rearview mirror, Qian Lin noticed the burly form of Pangoro taking up most of the back seat, leaving poor Growlithe with only its head visible. Sensing Qian Lin's gaze, Pangoro let out a cold huff. "Pangoro, why are you helping me?" Qian Lin asked, despite not understanding the Pokemon's language, knowing it meant no harm. Pangoro simply chewed on its bamboo stick in silence. Qian Lin seemed to understand. "After this is over, I get it. Whatever it is, I'll do my best to help you." Before long, They arrived at the Murkrow territory near the foothills. Amid the cacophony of caws, a flock of black crows with hat-like crests appeared before them. The livestream chat buzzed with comments about the Murkrow's anime-style appearance, but Qian Lin merely smiled quietly. Just as he was about to introduce the flock's leader, an enormous crow nearly a meter tall soared into the air. It wore a gentleman's hat, its tail feathers a striking red, and the white plumage on its chest stood out prominently. Its elegant demeanor and commanding presence far surpassed that of the ordinary Murkrow. Caw. The haunch crow leader scanned the group on the vehicle with a condescending gaze. Upon spotting the feline leader, it curled its beak into a mocking smirk. The feline leader immediately assumed a battle stance, glaring fiercely at the adversary that had previously defeated it in a territorial dispute. After stepping out of the vehicle, Qian Lin's eyes swept over the circling Murkrows before locking onto the haunch crow leader. Leader Murkrow, I have. Before Qian Lin could finish his sentence, a black ripple suddenly descended from the sky. His pupils constricted as he instinctively turned to dodge. The wave of malice struck the ground heavily, sending a massive shockwave that flipped a nearby car entirely. Swablu and Growlithe scrambled out from the overturned car, Swablu flapping its wings anxiously as it flew toward Qian Lin, while Growlithe immediately retaliated, unleashing a stream of scorching flames directly at Leader Murkrow. The battle erupted in an instant. Meowth's sharp cries intertwined with Murkrow's screeches, as various moves clashed and danced through the air. Qian Lin climbed out of the dirt pit, spitting soil from his mouth, and cradled the worried Swablu in his arms. It's okay. I dodged it, he reassured softly, then glanced at the overturned car and shook his head helplessly. Clearly, Leader Murkrow had mistaken him for being allied with Meowth's gang. At this moment, Leader Murkrow and Meowth were locked in fierce combat. With its aerial advantage, Leader Murkrow had the upper hand, but the swift and agile Meowth was holding its ground, matching its opponent blow for blow. The battle was intense. Meanwhile, Growlithe stood guard at the front, alert for any sudden attacks from Leader Murkrow, though its current strength was far from sufficient to join the high-level duel. Pangoro had somehow appeared behind Qian Lin, silently observing the intense fight in the sky. Qian Lin glanced at the barrage of enthusiastic comments from viewers and chuckled as he explained, Swablu isn't a match for Leader Murkrow yet. It might handle a single Murkrow, but against so many, it's too much to handle. Besides, he turned to look at Pangoro. I never intended to interfere in the disputes between the two groups. Pangoro nodded in understanding and gestured toward Leader Murkrow, as if to ask if help was needed. Qian Lin paused, puzzled as to why Pangoro would offer assistance, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Could you help calm Leader Murkrow down? With a thunderous roar, Pangoro's massive figure charged straight into the fray. Leader Murkrow instinctively evaded Meowth's strike, flapping its wings to ascend and glare down at the suddenly intruding giant. Caw! It cried angrily, but Pangoro remained motionless, standing tall with an overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from its enormous frame. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. Meowth and the Murkrows stopped their movements, retreating behind their respective leaders, staring in shock at the imposing Pangoro in the center. Ignored, Leader Murkrow let out an enraged caw, only to receive a deep, resonant roar from Pangoro in response. Despite the sound, Pangoro's gaze carried no hint of aggression. The crow boss's fury intensified, as black ripples once again gathered around its body. The malicious energy surged like a tangible force, striking the rogue panda with devastating power, a blow strong enough to topple a car. Yet, the rogue panda merely crossed its arms in front of itself, its cold gaze fixed unwaveringly on the crow boss, showing no intention of dodging or counterattacking. Qian Lin frowned, lost in thought, his mind filled with doubt. This didn't make sense based on his understanding. The rogue panda's combat strength should surpass that of the crow boss. Was it trying to lure its opponent into a close-range fight? But the crow boss was clearly determined to stick to its long-range offensive tactics, staying airborne to wear its opponent down. As the residual waves of the malicious energy dissipated, the crow boss let out a smug, taunting cry. The rogue panda, though panting heavily and growling lowly, still showed no sign of counterattacking. Just as everyone was steeped in confusion, the rogue panda suddenly turned its head toward Qian Lin, a glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in its cold eyes, as if it were seeking something. In that moment, Qian Lin realized the truth. He immediately stood up, placing the Swablu on the Growlithe's back, and despite his disheveled appearance, strode purposefully to stand behind the rogue panda. Under the puzzled gazes of the two Pokémon, he clenched his right hand into a fist and said, "Are you ready, rogue panda?" The rogue panda let out an earth-shaking roar, spreading its arms wide as its aura surged dramatically, its eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. This sudden transformation left the Swablu, Growlithe, and all the livestream viewers utterly stunned. The rogue panda had been waiting for Qian Lin's command. Qian Lin looked up directly at the crow boss. "Let's battle," he challenged. The crow boss's eyes narrowed, and it let out a long cry in response. The light around it shifted from crimson to azure as it beat its massive wings powerfully, diving straight toward the rogue panda. Protect! Qian Lin commanded just in time. A transparent energy shield instantly enveloped the rogue panda, completely blocking even the fearsome brave bird attack. The crow boss crashed into the shield, dazed and disoriented. The rogue panda glanced at the cracks forming on the shield, a faint smirk playing at the corners of its mouth. Seeing the crow boss attempting to take flight and retreat, Qian Lin shouted urgently, "You're not getting back up there! Grab it! Rogue panda! Ice punch! If you can't, then thunder punch! If all else fails, go for close combat!" This dark-flying type crow boss was particularly vulnerable to electric, rock, ice, and fairy-type moves. While the rogue panda could theoretically learn all the elemental punches, Qian Lin wasn't certain which moves this particular one had mastered. He could only rely on his battle knowledge to call out possible options, analyzing the situation on the fly. After all, this rogue panda's level was likely comparable to that of an Ursaring, meaning it should have a decent repertoire of skills. The rogue panda gripped the Mercrow leader tightly with its left hand, meeting the opponent's still-dazed gaze with a confident smirk. Its right fist suddenly lit up, glowing with an intertwining brilliance of white and blue light. Under the admiring gaze of the Meowth boss, the rogue panda unleashed a powerful and crushing ice punch straight at the Mercrow leader. Boom! The impact of the punch echoed thunderously. The excruciating pain snapped the Mercrow leader out of its stupor, eliciting a piercing scream. Its eyes filled with terror as it thrashed wildly, desperate to break free from the rogue panda's grip. Dark energy began to coalesce around its body once more, forming the familiar force of a dark pulse. Witnessing this, Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle. As a fighting and dark-type Pokemon, the rogue panda had a quadruple resistance to dark-type moves, a critical weakness often exploited in wild Pokemon battles. Wild Pokemon frequently relied on their innate moves and typings, rarely considering type matchups. Of course, this didn't mean wild Pokemon were inherently weak. When faced with obvious type advantages, such as water against fire, they could still leverage their natural strengths. But in battles between same-typed Pokemon, like Dark versus Dark, wild Pokemon tended to approach combat with simpler instincts. This highlighted the stark contrast between wild Pokemon and those guided by trainers. A trainer would teach their Pokemon a diverse set of moves to expand their strategic options in battle. The outcome is decided. Qian Lin thought confidently. The Mercrow leader unleashed its dark pulse with full force, the resulting explosion reverberating all around. But the next moment, golden lightning pierced through the smoke. The rogue panda emerged, standing tall and unyielding, the scorch marks on its chest gleaming like a badge of honor. Its grip on the now-stunned Mercrow leader remained firm. With its right fist crackling with electricity, it delivered a thunderous thunder punch. The blow landed squarely, sending the Mercrow leader hurtling through the air like a cannonball. It crashed into a sturdy tree, snapping it in half, before collapsing onto the ground with swirling eyes, completely incapacitated. For a moment, the entire area fell into a stunned silence. The rogue panda retracted its fist and turned to Qian Lin, a flicker of recognition glinting in its cold, piercing gaze. The surrounding Pokemon reacted in various ways. The Meowths cheered exuberantly, the Murkrows were frozen in shock, the Swablues stared blankly, while the Growlithe let out a joyful laugh. Meanwhile, the online chat erupted with excitement, with some viewers already recording and uploading the battle. Qian Lin approached the rogue panda, looking up at the towering 2-meter figure. "Did you help me because you wanted to become stronger? Was it because the Ursaring I commanded last time defeated you, and now you want to experience being guided in battle?" The rogue panda crossed its arms and gave a cold, affirmative nod. "Then, when you attacked me earlier, was that your way of challenging me to a fight?" Qian Lin asked again. The rogue panda's body stiffened slightly. After a moment of hesitation, a flicker of hatred returned to its eyes. Clenching its fists tightly, it fixed an intense glare on Qian Lin. She was born in an expansive bamboo forest, living within a community ruled by a powerful tyrant, the rogue panda. Here, she enjoyed a tranquil childhood. As time passed, she evolved and eventually welcomed her own offspring. However, her fate took a dark turn before her child's egg could hatch. A Pokemon hunter wielding a Pokeball invaded the bamboo forest, accompanied by a formidable Hydreigon, capturing Pokemon wherever they went. When the hunter's eyes fell on her unhatched child, she charged forward without hesitation to fight. But she was no match for the overwhelming strength of the Hydreigon and suffered a crushing defeat. She hoped the hunter would take her along with her child, allowing them to stay together. But her last shred of hope was shattered by the hunter's cold words. "Such a weak creature isn't even worth selling. Just kill it." These words ignited a blazing fury within her. Even knowing the battle was futile, she launched a desperate counterattack. In this critical moment, an international investigator riding an Arcanine arrived just in time. effortlessly subduing the hunter. Although the criminal was captured, many of the Pokemon he had taken had already been smuggled away through underground channels, including her child. That day, she stood before the rogue panda leader, her voice trembling as she asked, "If I were strong enough, could I have protected my child?" The leader remained silent for a long time before nodding gently, tears welling in his eyes. "This wasn't your fault. It's my failure as a leader for not protecting everyone." Fueled by a yearning for strength, she left the bamboo forest she had called home for so long and embarked on a journey to find her child. Yet, fate took another twist. She suddenly found herself in an unfamiliar world. At first, despair nearly consumed her. Was leaving her original world a sign that she would never find her child again? Had her quest lost all meaning? In this new world, she encountered poachers and investigators strikingly similar to those from her previous life. But when she saw the investigator who had once aided her now protecting the poachers, she chose to leave quietly. Just as she was on the brink of complete despair, she met a cheerful Growlithe who was always asking for directions, its unwavering optimism fueled by the belief it would find its owner. The Growlithe's persistence only deepened her pain, pushing her closer to the edge of collapse. Then, a voice reached her, saying, "Your child is also in this world, in this very land, waiting for you." These words were like a beacon of light, piercing through her darkness. The rogue panda finally awakened from her despair, her hope reignited. This is my story. Sitting in the car that Pangoro had righted, Qian Lin silently observed the powerful Pokemon before him. Growlithe nestled close to Pangoro, letting out low whimpers to comfort her. Swablu covered her beak with her wings, her large eyes brimming with tears. The truth was out. It was indeed the doing of humans, but not the humans of this world, those despicable Pokemon hunters. Pokemon possess minds and emotions no different from humans. How is stealing young Pokemon any different from kidnapping children? Scum like that deserve the harshest punishment. Qian Lin regretted deeply in his heart. "I'm sorry, Pangoro. I misunderstood you. People like that should never appear in our world, or else." Though he wanted to teach them a lesson, the mention of the Hydreigon earlier made him reconsider, and he added in his mind, maybe something less extreme, like tossing them in a sack. If Pangoro's child really did come to this world, we could help search for them. Qian Lin's words trailed off as he realized the dangers of searching in the wild, leaving him feeling disheartened. He let out a soft sigh, understanding that Pangoro's assistance this time was not just about wanting to grow stronger, but also her way of apologizing for attacking Growlithe earlier. That mysterious entity had restored her clarity and made her recognize her mistake. Noticing Pangoro's evident sadness, Qian Lin gently patted her arm. "It's okay. In this situation, your chances of reuniting with your child might actually be greater. The Pokemon density in this world is far lower than in the Pokemon world, and there's no threat from Pokemon hunters. This might be the best place for your wish to come true." Pangoro growled softly, nodding in agreement. Qian Lin smiled. "From now on, as I travel to various places during my live streams, if I encounter Pancham or Pangoro groups, I'll tell them that a great mother is searching for her child. They'll wait for you to come." He clenched his fist with determination. Pangoro paused for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, then extended her fist to bump Qian Lin's. Facing Qian Lin's smile, she silently withdrew her fist, turned around, and headed back the way she came. "Goodbye, Pangoro," Qian Lin said, watching her retreating figure. Growlithe stood tall beside him, while Swablu flapped her wings in the air, crying and waving as she bid farewell, until Pangoro's silhouette disappeared into the depths of the forest. Swablu landed on Qian Lin's head, sobbing as she wiped her tears. Though she'd already experienced farewells with Milotic and Phoeba, this parting still left her heart aching. Qian Lin gently stroked Swablu's head, comforting her softly. "It's okay. As long as we remember each other, we'll meet again someday." Chu Swablu sniffled and nodded. The final task awaited. Qian Lin took a deep breath and turned to face the now recovered Murkrow leader, his gaze focused and serious. "Can you listen to me properly now?" The Murkrow leader folded its wings, standing tall and straight on the hood of the car, its one-metal frame exuding a sense of dignity. It nodded solemnly and let out a firm caw. As a proud Pokemon, it chose to admit defeat gracefully rather than resorting to excuses. Qian Lin smiled. "I'm looking for a golden necklace. It holds a photograph of an elderly man." He glanced at the obedient feline boss behind him, who promptly added, "That necklace was indeed in our group's possession, but it was taken by your side after the fight." Caw. The Murkrow leader tilted its head in thought. Qian Lin patiently continued to describe. "It looks like a pocket watch that can open, with a name and patterns engraved on the cover, and it's attached to a long, thin gold chain." Caw. The Murkrow leader's eyes lit up instantly, as if recalling something. Without hesitation, it spread its wings and flew deep into the forest, evidently heading off to retrieve its treasured item. Left behind, Qian Lin couldn't help but smile. What he thought would take a long time to find how to lead by the 6th day. Looking up at the strikingly bright stars in the pitch-black night sky, he realized it was already late. Nearly 5 hours had passed since he had followed the wandering panda down the mountain. This was the latest he had stayed up so far. But finding the necklace was what truly mattered. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Wow, Lindsay bro is amazing. He actually found it. Knowing Pokemon really makes a difference. From pickup ability to Meowth to Murkrow, the logic is flawless. Isn't this thanks to the Rogue Panda? Don't say that out loud, you idiot. Going on an adventure with the streamer must be so fun. Under Qian Lin's slightly exasperated gaze, the Murkrow leader finally returned, clutching a large bundle in its beak. It delicately placed the bundle on the car hood, puffed out its chest, and pointed a wing at it. Caw. It's in here. Qian Lin eagerly unwrapped the bundle, and the dazzling glow inside took his breath away. The golden necklace lay at the center, but surrounding it were diamonds, thunderstones, dusk stones, electric orbs, and an array of glittering gemstones and jewelry. Amidst these extravagant treasures, the golden necklace seemed almost plain, like a humble elder wandering into a lavish banquet. Qian Lin, with a slightly apologetic smile, picked up the necklace, forcing himself to resist the urge to grab the other gemstones. He carefully opened the necklace, revealing a slightly yellowed photograph inside. It was an ordinary old man wearing a hat and a Zhongshan suit, with a kind and gentle smile on his face. Closing the lid, Qian Lin smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you, Crow Leader." Caw. The Crow Leader puffed out its chest proudly before speaking. "This is the respect a loser owes to the winner. If you want, you can." It hesitated for a moment. "All right, you can take a few of them." It seemed a bit embarrassed as it added, "But giving away all of them would be a little hard for me. I don't really need." Qian Lin was about to politely decline when his eyes were suddenly drawn to something. He rubbed his eyes and carefully examined a dull, bluish-green stone among the pile of gems. Unlike the other dazzling gemstones, this one shimmered with countless tiny specks of light under the starry sky, as if it had captured the entire night sky within it. Qian Lin recognized the stone, his excitement evident. "Can I take this one?" Caw. The Crow Leader tilted its head in thought. It had snatched this stone from a groundhog. While it glowed beautifully at night, it wasn't as precious as the other gems. "Caw, take it." It nodded solemnly, almost as if afraid Qian Lin might change his mind, and quickly wrapped up the remaining gems. Filled with joy, Qian Lin accepted the jade stonite was the final material needed to craft Pokeballs unique to the Shizue region. Watching the Crow Leader prepare to leave, Qian Lin quickly called out, "Crow Leader, I need more of these stones. If you have any more, I can trade berries with you." The Crow Leader paused mid-flight, turned to look at Qian Lin, then glanced at the other Murkrows in the trees nearby. A sly smile spread across its face. "Call ask around. Wait here." With that, it flew off toward its companions. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat began speculating about the stone's origin. Some thought it might be an evolution stone, potentially useful for Swablu or Growlithe. As Qian Lin waited for the Crow Leader's response, he explained, "That's not an evolution stone. It's a jade essential for crafting Pokeballs. I tried using jade from this world before, but every attempt failed." He couldn't help but beam with excitement. "I originally thought this world didn't have this kind of jade and was planning to wait until I could develop scientifically manufactured Pokeballs to capture Swablu and Growlithe. But now, it seems I won't have to wait that long." This jade was critical for crafting Pokeballs, as indispensable as apricorns. While Qian Lin could exchange for other materials through the system, he had no idea where to find this specific jade. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect the answer to lie with the Crow Leader. In the end, the entire Dark Crow clan generously contributed 3 pieces of jade to Qian Lin. Combined with the one given earlier by the Crow Leader, he now had 4 pieces in total. Unlike the simplified material combinations in the game, crafting Pokeballs in the real world was far more intricate. According to Qian Lin's calculations, these 4 pieces of jade were enough to produce 8 Pokeballs. However, he planned to set aside a portion for analysis and research at the Pokemon Institute, hoping to decipher their composition and replicate it, paving the way for mass production in the future. As night fell, after bidding farewell to the Cat Leader and the Crow Leader, Qian Lin drove his nearly destroyed car back to the 12 village camp. He eagerly unloaded his materials and began crafting his first batch of Pokeballs. The Swablu, already drowsy, curled up in his arms, while the loyal Growlithe quietly kept watch by his side. The campfire illuminated their closely huddled figures, a bond so strong that even the vast starry sky couldn't separate them. By the next morning, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, Qian Lin stood before the drone, trembling as he held up 4 brand-new, redanned white Pokeballs. These orbs, no larger than bottle caps, were the result of his entire night's effort. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes burned with fervent passion. This is the greatest invention in the Pokemon world, the Pokeball. Qian Lin exclaimed excitedly to his audience. He went on to explain how, before the invention of Pokeballs, people could only refer to these creatures as beasts, and only a rare few with special abilities could control them. The advent of the Pokeball transformed these so-called beasts into pocket monsters, or Pokemon, that could be carried around. Growlithe tilted its head, puzzled as it watched its ecstatic owner, with the still sleepy Swablu perched on its back. In its mind, weren't Pokeballs just ordinary items found everywhere? It had yet to realize that this world was entirely different from the one it once knew. From the crowd, skeptical voices emerged. Can such a small ball really hold a Pokemon? Are you joking? I trust Qian Lin's expertise, but this is a bit too far-fetched. Maybe you should get some sleep first? One person even joked. Forget the Pokeballs, why not demonstrate how they work for us first? Most people found it hard to believe that such a tiny object could contain massive Pokemon. To them, it seemed more plausible to believe that Qian Lin was the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang than to accept this seemingly impossible feat. Qian Lin's lips curled into a confident smirk as he selected one Pokeball from the four in his hand and held it in his palm. Watch closely, mortals. Prepare to have your minds blown. With a light press of the button on the Pokeball, a hiss like steam erupted. In an instant, the tiny capsule, no larger than a bottle cap, expanded to the size of a fist. Become my partner, Qian Lin declared, tossing the redand-white Pokeball in a graceful arc. It struck the Swablu squarely on the head. Before the bird Pokemon could react, a blue beam of light shot out from the Pokeball, enveloping it completely. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the Swablu transformed into a glowing mass of energy and was drawn into the Pokeball. The Pokeball bounced lightly in the air, its button flashing red momentarily before settling with a soft hiss of steam. Growlithe tilted its head, staring curiously at the Pokeball on the ground, clearly intrigued by this unfamiliar object. Ah, I was aiming for Growlithe, but somehow I ended up catching Swablu instead, Qian Lin remarked with a playful tone as he walked over to pick up the Pokeball. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. Whoa, did that really just happen? The ball actually got bigger. Did you see that? Swablu's twice the size of the ball. How does that even work? Growlithe's 10 times bigger. This defies all logic. Dude, give me a Pokeball. I'll pay $1 million. 10 million. I'll pay 10 million. Raffle it off. Let's go. Facing the audience's frenzy, Qian Lin's smile grew more restrained. I know you're all eager, but Pokeballs will be available in due time. He took out a second Pokeball and aimed it at Growlithe. Do you really think the Pokemon Research Institute was established just to study Pokemon? With an excited bark, Growlithe was also enveloped in blue light and absorbed into the Pokeball. Holding up both Pokeballs, Qian Lin explained, I've already shared Pokeball technology with the Research Institute. These are simplified versions. They're currently developing more advanced models with greater stability, safety, and adaptability, and most importantly, they'll be affordable. Pausing for a moment, Qian Lin continued, instead of rushing into this now, it's better to wait until you have a deeper understanding of Pokemon. Wait until I've completed the Pokédex and you've gained the knowledge and skills to protect yourselves. When that time comes, they'll be waiting for you in the wild. Qian Lin's explanation gradually calmed the frenzied audience. He reiterated the basic principles of Pokeballs. The success rate of capturing Pokemon is not 100. His ability to easily catch Swablu and Growlithe earlier was purely because he had already formed a strong bond with them. For other wild Pokemon, it is necessary to weaken them in battle before attempting to capture them. Moreover, if a Pokemon is forcibly captured without a proper battle, it is likely to disobey the trainer or even retaliate against them. The livestream chat began engaging in more rational discussions. One significant piece of news caught the audience's attention. Research on colored Pokeballs had officially begun. Although the technology had not been fully deciphered, production lines were already being planned. Even more exciting was the announcement that nationwide availability was expected within a year, with each Pokeball priced at around 100 yuan. Just a year? Only a year. Totally worth the wait. Qian Lin, use this time to unlock all the Pokédex entries. I can't wait to head out and catch Pokemon in the wild. Some viewers mentioned that foreign countries seem to be eyeing this technology eagerly, but the general sentiment was confident. Don't worry, with talents like Qian Lin, the country will surely provide protection. Seeing the audience return to a more rational state, Qian Lin smiled with relief. In fact, he had already handed over the methods for making both types of Pokeballs to the Pokemon Research Institute. While the crafting process for the Hisuian ball was relatively simple, the materials were rare and difficult to procure, making mass production unfeasible. Therefore, the Institute's primary focus had shifted to developing the high-tech Pokeball. What surprised Qian Lin most was that, although he had initially expected the research to take over a decade, the authorities assured him it would be completed in no more than a year, making him realize the nation's prowess in technological innovation far exceeded his expectations. After the livestream ended, an exhausted Qian Lin returned to his tent, and released Swablu and Growlithe. He carefully asked them about their experiences inside the Pokeball, ensuring they felt no discomfort before finally allowing himself to rest. Although Swablu was usually quite grumpy upon waking, seeing how tired Qian Lin was, it simply puffed up its feathers and sat protectively by his side. In the days that followed, Qian Lin continued his Pokemon exploration journey, introducing his audience to newly discovered Pokemon while sharing dreams of an exciting, limitless future. The days when Pokemon and humans lived together, when everyone had a Pokemon companion, and the battles between trainers, these beautiful scenes made people eager to step into the world a year from now. Time quietly passed, and the Pokemon of the 12 village gradually accepted this talkative human. Even those Pokemon who had once fought against humans let down their guard and were willing to approach Qian Lin. Half a month later, Qian Lin stood by his car, gazing at the village. A Swablu landed steadily on his head, while a Growlithe loyally stayed by his side. Well, that concludes our 2-week Pokemon education journey, Qian Lin summarized to the livestream camera. During this trip, we witnessed a Pokemon ecosystem utterly different from that of the mountains. Meowth relying on humans for survival, Murkrow opposing humans, the region's strongest Ursaring, and of course, the heart-wrenching story of the Pancham. He paused for a moment. And let's not forget the milestone that is the Pokeball. Looking up at the sky, Qian Lin smiled faintly. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Until next time, my friends, the exact time of the next stream will be announced on the bulletin board. For those who are interested in learning more about the Pokemon in this world, stay tuned. As the live stream ended, the comment section was still bustling with activity. I can't bear it. It's going to be so long before we see Swablu and Growlithe again. Don't go, streamer. Streamer, what am I supposed to do without you? This 2-week stream introduced me to so many Pokemon and showed me a future within reach. Thank you. Toro says thank you. Man, can you guys be serious for once? This is a sentimental moment. Stop joking around. Qian Lin chuckled as he read the last few comments. Taking a deep breath, he packed up his drone, opened the passenger seat door for Growlithe, and got into the driver's seat himself. Just as he was about to start the car, 2 familiar figures emerged from the roadside. It was a black and white Pancham and a brown Ursaring. Pikachu excitedly jumped out. Qian Lin froze for a moment before stepping out of the car and approaching the 2 Pokemon. Are you here to see me off? Ursaring simply scratched its head, looking at Pancham beside it. The latter stepped forward, raising its right fist toward Qian Lin. Though Qian Lin couldn't understand Pancham's words, its gesture toward the unused Pokeball in Qian Lin's pocket made its intent clear instantly. You want to battle me? If I win, you'll come with me? Seeing Pancham nod solemnly, Qian Lin took a sharp breath. He gently lifted Swablu off his head, and the little bird looked at him incredulously, as if to say, You want me to fight Pancham? Are you trying to get me killed? A pang of guilt struck Qian Lin, and he turned his gaze toward Growlithe in the passenger seat. Man and dog locked eyes, and with a resolute stride, Growlithe leapt out of the car, marching toward Pancham with a determined, door-eyed attitude only to be promptly absorbed into the Pokeball by a red beam of light. Awkwardly holding the Pokeball, Qian Lin stammered, Pancham, I'd love to battle you. But would you really strike against 2 little ones who aren't even grown yet? Swablu isn't even 3 months old, and Growlithe is at most half a year. Your strength is clearly not something achieved in just 3 or 5 years. This isn't just picking on the weak, it's literally attacking babies. The rebellious Pangoro seemed to have considered Qian Lin's predicament. She let out a low growl and forcefully pointed at the Beware standing nearby, an action that left Qian Lin utterly shocked. You want me to command Beware to fight you? Qian Lin asked in disbelief. Pangoro clenched her fists and nodded firmly. Beware casually scratched the back of his head. Honestly, even without a trainer directing me, you're no match for me. Is this really necessary? In response to Beware's skepticism, Pangoro simply shook her head, her gaze unwavering and filled with determination. All right, if that makes you happy. Beware sighed helplessly and slowly stepped forward to take his position in front of Qian Lin. Stretching out his arms, he unleashed an incredible aura, making it clear that he wasn't planning to hold back in this battle. Pangoro threw her head back and let out a resounding roar, pushing her fighting spirit to its peak. Qian Lin glanced at the 2 bears, both brimming with tension, and found the situation almost absurd. At that moment, Pangoro turned to him and let out a battle cry filled with resolve. Her seriousness struck Qian Lin like a revelation, seemed to understand her intent. All right, let's do this. Qian Lin declared decisively, releasing his drone and restarting the live stream. Before the audience could react, he quickly announced, Welcome to the Pokemon Exploration livestream. I'm your host, Qian Lin. Today, I'll be demonstrating a Pokemon capture. Our target is none other than Pangoro. The comments section erupted instantly. What's going on? What just happened? Thank goodness I didn't close the stream. The battle began in a flash. Pangoro's body glimmered with white light as she launched close combat. Under Qian Lin's command, Beware immediately countered with play rough. The two massive figures collided with immense force, leaving a crater in the ground. Both were pushed back several steps, but due to the type advantage, Pangoro clearly suffered more damage. Again, play rough, Qian Lin ordered. Like a heavy tank, Beware charged forward once more. To everyone's surprise, Pangoro smirked. Crossing her arms, she summoned a transparent protective barrier. She's learned protect. Qian Lin's going to lose. This is a disaster. Watching Pangoro use the battle techniques he'd taught her to turn the tables, Qian Lin's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. However, he quickly shouted, taunt. Beware sneered as the fairy-type energy around him shifted into dark, sinister energy. With a mocking gesture, he instantly nullified Pangoro's protect. Caught off guard, Pangoro froze in place, her arms still crossed. Finish it. One last play rough. In Pangoro's stunned gaze, Beware, enveloped in pink light, slammed down with tremendous force. The impact stirred up a fierce windstorm, forcing even the Swablu above Qian Lin's head to flap its wings frantically to evade. Qian Lin squinted, focusing on the center of the battle. One hand shielded his face from the swirling dust, while the other retrieved an empty pokeball from his pocket. As the storm scattered the debris, he seized the moment and hurled the pokeball with a swift motion. It spun rapidly through the air, cutting through the fierce winds and striking the semi-prone Pangoro with precision. A burst of blue light erupted from the opened pokeball, engulfing the Pangoro. As the ball closed, the red light signaling the capture process began to blink. Tick tick tick. After 3 beeps, a puff of steam emitted from the pokeball, followed by the glow of success. Qian Lin smiled as he stepped forward to pick up the pokeball, raising it high. I caught the Pangoro, he declared triumphantly. Ursaring nodded with a broad grin, and Swablu fluttered its wings in cheerful approval. Whoa, is that how you catch a wild Pokemon? That was so cool. The crowd of onlookers erupted in amazement. And that's a national treasure level Pangoro. Qian Lin might actually ride a national treasure to work someday. Without delay, Qian Lin opened the Pokeball, releasing both Growlithe and the newly captured Pangoro. He carefully took out a potion and began tending to Pangoro's injuries. Growlithe curiously examined its new companion, while Swablu flew from Qian Lin's head to perch atop Pangoro's, nodding in approval after a moment of consideration. This mount feels pretty good, though it doesn't quite match up to the trainer, Swablu remarked playfully. Qian Lin turned to Ursaring. Thank you, he said sincerely. Ursaring waved it off casually, indicating that it was simply fulfilling Pangoro's request for help. After a brief exchange with Pangoro, Ursaring turned to leave. Piku hopped onto its shoulder, waving goodbye to everyone as they departed. Once Ursaring's figure disappeared into the distance, Qian Lin looked at the now-recovered Pangoro and extended a hand. Welcome to the team. I promise I'll help you find your child. Pangoro grasped his hand, and for the first time, a smile broke across its resolute face. You look much better when you smile, Qian Lin said earnestly. Afterward, Qian Lin drove back to town with his 3 Pokemon, escorted by police cars at the front and rear. When they arrived at the Pokemon Research Institute, he noticed the addition of armed guards stationed outside, carrying what appeared to be live ammunition. The head researcher greeted them at the entrance, but a flash of nervousness crossed his face when he saw the towering 2-meter-tall Pangoro step out of the vehicle. Though some of the other researchers were also apprehensive, their curiosity quickly overcame their fear. They accepted Qian Lin's final empty Pokeball and the Jade Stone he handed over, then guided Swablu, Growlithe, and Pangoro inside for medical examinations. In the early morning, Qian Lin stretched lazily by the window, feeling the gentle morning breeze brushing against his cheeks, a sensation so comforting it was almost intoxicating. A crisp chirp broke the silence as the familiar Qingmian bird landed precisely on its usual spot atop Qian Lin's head. This routine had become a fixed part of their lives, irreplaceable by anyone or anything. Good morning, Qingmian bird, Qian Lin greeted with a smile, gently stroking the bird's head. At the moment, both Katy Dog and the mischievous panda were absent. The former was assisting the Research Institute with fire-type studies, while the latter, known for its exceptional strength, had been sent for testing. However, with the Institute's careful arrangements, both were in safe hands. As a person of special status, Qian Lin had recently moved into a new residence prepared for him by the Research Institute. His previous home was temporarily vacant, and his family was under strict protection from higher authorities, sparing him many worries. When he arrived at the cafeteria for breakfast, Qian Lin noticed a significant increase in unfamiliar faces around him. Most of the newcomers were experts and brilliant scientists from various fields, making him, as a trainer, feel slightly out of place. While eating, he scrolled through Bilibili and found his recommendation feed filled entirely with his battle videos from yesterday's latest match to fights from half a month ago, even including the accidental skirmish at the marketplace, which had been brought back into the spotlight. Pokemon content really has become a surefire way to grab attention, Qian Lin thought to himself. However, ever since the incident with Lao Pai and the edgy youth, The authorities had implemented stricter reviews on related content. Now, apart from a few serious creators, it was rare to see Pokemon-related videos that simply chased trends. Glancing at Qingmian Bird, who was still focused on its meal, Qian Lin finished tipping a science content creator named Zhonghu and put down his phone after swallowing the last bite of his food. He pondered aloud. Should I start making educational videos too? I could organize and explain knowledge that isn't suitable to delve into during live streams, like the basics of Pokemon types. I think that's a great idea. A familiar voice chimed in from behind him. Qian Lin turned to see Ches Hugwen approaching with a tray in hand. Ches Hugwen, Qian Lin greeted with a nod. Ches Hugwen sat down beside him and started eating. Between bites, he said, actually, we've been trying to edit your live stream content, but many of the key points you mention are too brief, leaving us with limited usable material. After swallowing another bite, he continued. That's why I'm here to ask if you'd record some educational videos about foundational knowledge. That's exactly what I was thinking, Qian Lin said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. The things I talk about during live streams are too scattered for viewers to fully absorb. Creating videos would allow them to revisit the content anytime. Fantastic! Ches Hugwen beamed. We've already prepared a professional filming team and scriptwriters. All you need to do is share your ideas in your own way. Currently, the higher-ups are fully supporting the Pokemon Research Institute. The department head glanced at Qian Lin with an expression that clearly said, just say what you need, and the rest will be taken care of. Any request, no matter how big or small, would be fulfilled. Even if something didn't exist, they'd find a way to make it happen. As for obstacles, who would dare stand in the way? Dongfeng Express isn't just a joke. Faced with such overwhelming support, Qian Lin felt a surge of emotion. In all his years across 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had received such unwavering backing. This sense of absolute trust made him feel as though he had unlocked some sort of cheat mode, filling him with exhilaration. All right, Qian Lin said with a smile. I do have some ideas. Let's test the waters. 2 days later, Qian Lin quietly uploaded a video titled Pokemon Guidance 01 Types to his personal account on Bilibili. In the video, Qian Lin, dressed in a white research coat, stood in front of the camera with a Pangoro by his side. Hello, everyone. I'm Qian Lin, he began, proceeding to explain the 18 Pokemon types in detail. Normal, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, and fairy. Just as viewers were settling into what seemed like a standard educational video, the scene suddenly shifted. Qian Lin grabbed the Pangoro next to him and cheerfully said, Pangoro is a dual-type Pokemon, both dark and fighting. Come on, Pangoro, show us a scary face. Pangoro simply let out a disinterested meow, looking utterly unenthused. And not working? Qian Lin persisted, patting its belly. All right, how about showing off a fighting move? Farmer's Triple Punch. Oh wait, that's not a fighting type move. Maybe close combat? You're supposed to be a rising star in the fighting type. Under Qian Lin's relentless prodding, Pangoro's expression grew darker and darker. Finally, veins bulged on its forehead as its body erupted with white energy. With 2 powerful punches, it slammed the ground. Accompanied by a loud what the and the sound of something breaking, the video abruptly ended. The comments section exploded. Is Qian Lin still alive? This has gotta be scripted. Why are your usernames so weird? Back at the Research Institute, Qian Lin was grinning as he read the comments. He turned to the slightly embarrassed Pangoro next to him and said, See? I told you not to worry. Everyone knows it's scripted, but the fun is what really matters. Pangoro scratched its head awkwardly. In truth, it had held back its strength, and the breaking sound had been added during post-production. Seeing Qian Lin so happy, it could only shrug and let him have his way. Meanwhile, the department head, watching the video from the side, looked puzzled. I guess he'll never understand young people. All right, let's test everyone. How many types of Pokemon are there? The online chat was still buzzing with discussions about the Pokemon educational video from a few days ago. While some complained that the earlier parts of the video were a bit dull and sleep-inducing, the unexpected twist at the end managed to captivate the audience. Especially the segment about Pangoroid's fighting and dark typing paired with moves like close combat was described as so powerful it could wreak havoc in an entire room. Watching the video's popularity soar and more people becoming interested in Pokemon types, Qian Lin couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Altaria, usually cheerful and carefree, suddenly landed in front of Qian Lin with an unusually serious expression. Qian Lin set down his phone, surprised to see this little one, typically so worry-free, looking so solemn. Oddly enough, the serious look only made her appear even cuter. Chirp! Altaria let out a determined cry. Qian Lin was puzzled. While Pokemon language was a subject that could be studied, interpreting such emotionally charged expressions was still beyond his understanding. He chuckled softly, setting his drink aside and gently scooping Altaria into his arms. So, is there something you want to tell me? Altaria curled up slightly in Qian Lin's warm embrace. Her once determined expression began to shift into one of distress, and her cries now carried a hint of a sob. Sure, judging from her recent sparring sessions with Pangoro and Grolithe, Qian Lin had a pretty good idea of what was bothering her. He gently patted Altaria's fluffy head. Is this about losing to Pangoro and Grolithe? Altaria puffed out her cheeks in frustration at first but then deflated, nodding reluctantly. Qian Lin lifted her up gently, looking her straight in the eyes. Altaria, you're not even 3 months old yet. Pangoro, on the other hand, was already a seasoned fighter even before coming to this world. Seeing Altaria tilt her head in confusion, he continued, as for Grolithe, while I can't say for sure what his past experiences were, his disciplined behavior suggests he's undergone some sort of rigorous training, like that of a soldier. But he's still young too, and occasionally gets emotional when facing human attacks. Qian Lin suspected that Grolithe might be part of Officer Jenny's team, but he kept that thought to himself. After hearing the explanation, Altaria tilted her head and pondered for a moment, only to end up with a completely baffled expression. Seeing Swablu puffing up angrily in such an adorable way, Qian Lin couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek. As Swablu gave him a dissatisfied look, he quickly explained. Officer Jenny is like the police officers you see outside, maintaining order and fighting against crime. Many Officer Jennies choose Grolithe as their partner. They personally train these Grolithes so they can take on dangerous tasks or become excellent companions. These Officer Jennies are generally stronger than the average trainers. Looking at the Swablu in front of him, Qian Lin continued gently, the Grolithe you know might very well be the descendant of an Officer Jenny's Grolithe. Even though it's still young and hasn't undergone formal training, it has already learned some skills from its parents. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Swablu's face, Qian Lin gently placed her on his lap. There's no need to feel down. You're only a little over 3 months old. It's completely normal to start a bit later than Grolithe. As for Pangoro, it's a fully evolved Pokemon. The fact that you managed to give it a hard time is already impressive. After all, not every unevolved Pokemon can stand up to an evolved one. After hearing Qian Lin's explanation, the sadness in Swablu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Qian Lin held her in one arm while taking a sip of his drink with the other, giving her time to process his words. About 10 seconds later, Swablu lifted her head and let out a determined chirp. Although Qian Lin couldn't understand the exact meaning, her expression clearly showed she had regained her confidence. With a smile, Qian Lin gently reminded her, go ahead and do whatever you want to, but always remember that safety comes first. If I ever catch you doing something dangerous, you must stop immediately, or I'll be very upset. Got it? Chirp. Swablu responded cheerfully, flapping her wings as she let out a few excited cries. She then flew out of the window. Qian Lin wasn't worried about her getting lost being a bird Pokemon. It was normal for her to go out for a flight. Besides, she had a tracking device with communication functions attached to her. Watching her small figure disappear into the distance, he smiled and began pondering about battle training. While he understood type advantages and move mechanics, his practical experience was almost non-existent. Perhaps he could consider using a move recorder to train. Just then, Grolithe peeked through the door, its body showing a few minor scratches but still looking cheerful. Qian Lin waved at it. Come in. Swablu's not upset with you. She went off to train and will be back for dinner. Grolithe let out a goofy bark, arf, and was followed in by Pangoro. Judging by Pangoro's slightly embarrassed expression, it seemed worried Swablu might complain about it. However, Qian Lin wasn't bothered, knowing Swablu wouldn't hold a grudge. Once Swablu returned for dinner, he'd make sure she had a chance to properly communicate with her 2 new friends. The Swablu had not returned. Qian Lin sat quietly in his room, resting his chin on his crossed hands, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Behind him stood Grolithe and Pangoro, their eyes filled with guilt. The Swablu had been missing since dinner time. At first, they thought it was just running late, but as night fell and it still hadn't returned, worry began to set in. Qian Lin quickly activated the tracking device embedded in Swablu. The location displayed on the screen left Qian Lin momentarily at a loss for words. The tracker was flashing at the artificial lake in Zuanlong Mountaina natural scenic spot where he had been during his first livestream. It was also the lake where the Milotic resided. Could it really have gone to complain? Qian Lin shook his head, dismissing the thought. Swablu wasn't that petty, and it wouldn't seek Milotic's help to deal with its companions. Remembering Milotic's impressive strength far surpassing even Pangoro, Qian Lin came to a realization. Swablu had likely gone there to seek training. After all, the moves Milotic had mastered were indeed diverse. Turning to the still nervous Grolithe and Pangoro, Qian Lin offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, she's gone to train with a senior. By the way, when she gets back, we should prepare some poke blocks for Milotic and maybe bring some instant noodles for that Feeba who loves them. Thinking of the unique Feeba, Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing this, Pangoro and Growlithe both visibly relaxed, with Growlithe even sticking out its tongue in a carefree manner. At midnight, the system notification chimed right on time. Daily knowledge sharing complete. Knowledge points earned, 75,468. Shop upgrading. Upgrade complete. Points required for the next upgrade, 1 million. Qian Lin immediately sat up in bed and began scanning through the updated shop interface. Alongside the previously redeemed items like berries and medicine, a brand new option caught his eye: Pokédex. Huh. Not Pokeball crafting methods or Hijui region techniques, but a Pokédex? Qian Lin rubbed his eyes in surprise. Could it just be a functionality guide? Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the redemption option. Redemption successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Pokédex creation guide. With the system's announcement, a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind, bringing an intense but brief headache. This was the first time he had experienced such pain, a testament to the sheer volume of information contained in the guide. Taking a deep breath to ease the discomfort in his head, Qian Lin closed his eyes and began recalling the knowledge stored in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and an uncontrollable excitement spread across his face. This was indeed the complete method for creating the Pokédex. Not only that, it included detailed explanations of 3 essential features: the identifier, Pokeball integration, and the move recognition system. The identifier was nothing short of miraculous. It could see through any disguise to reveal a Pokémon's true identity in the Pokémon world. The Pokeball integration feature was even more critical. Once a Pokémon was successfully captured, the Pokédex would analyze the data within the Pokeball and automatically generate a complete profile of that Pokémon. This meant that every Pokémon Qian Lin captured would have its information automatically synchronized to every trainer's Pokédex. As for the move recognition system, it could instantly identify all the moves a captured Pokémon had mastered, saving trainers from the guesswork of relying on experience. These features were of immense importance to the nation's development. With this realization, Qian Lin knew there was no way he could sleep. He glanced at Growlithe, who lay beside his bed with a puzzled expression, then rushed out in his slippers without even bothering to change clothes, heading straight for the Research Institute. Although the Research Institute officially operated on a 9-to-5 schedule, in reality, the researchers here were tireless workaholics. To them, leaving work on time was a sign of weakness. True dedication meant working late into the night, even at the expense of their hairlines. As Qian Lin pushed open the doors to the research building, he found, as expected, many exhausted researchers still hard at work. Among them was Professor Li. Professor Li Ji, 57 years old, was a special figure. He was the student of a mysterious senior professor with a military rank but no traceable past, and had participated in numerous classified projects. His status was so high that Qian Lin hadn't even known such a person existed until recently. Professor Li was busy instructing other researchers on model calibration when he noticed Qian Lin storming and wearing pajamas. He paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. "What's the matter, Qian? What brings you here this late?" "The Pokédex. I know how to make it," Qian Lin declared with a serious expression. The entire lab fell silent. Everyone froze in place, staring in shock. By the next morning, Qian Lin and the researchers emerged from the lab, all sporting dark circles under their eyes. Surprisingly, the eldest among them, Professor Li, seemed the most energized, radiating excitement. With his arm around Qian Lin's shoulder, he exclaimed, "Qian Lin, do you realize how important this information is? This could reshape the entire nation. This is a true breakthrough." Yes, I know. You've said it 100 times, Qian Lin replied, equally excited but utterly exhausted. At that moment, all he wanted was to sleep or at least grab something to eat first. Just then, the head of logistics came running over, looking alarmed. "Qian Lin, something big has happened." Standing still, Qian Lin felt the fatigue of a sleepless night wash over him, leaving him in a strangely detached state. He didn't know what had occurred, but one thing was clear: his chance to rest had just disappeared. The familiar conference room, the familiar large screen, but what appeared on the screen were unfamiliar faces. Several doctors in white lab coats were holding a video conference with the Pokemon Research Institute. This scene left Qian Lin puzzled. Why were the doctors in contact with the Pokemon Research Institute? Struggling to keep his drooping eyes open, Qian Lin tried his best to concentrate on the meeting. "So, there have been nearly 10 cases already?" Supervisor Che frowned as he looked at the elderly man seated at the head of the screen. The man, who appeared to be around 70 years old, had a face etched with the marks of time, yet his demeanor exuded an energy that belied his age. The elderly man director Zhou sighed softly and shook his head. "This morning, we had the 11th case. All the patients exhibit the same symptoms. We've conducted a variety of tests, and apart from 3 individuals who have underlying health conditions, the rest are in otherwise normal physical health. Even for those 3, their pre-existing conditions aren't severe enough to explain this situation." He paused for a moment before continuing. "We've reached out to multiple hospitals for consultations, but we still haven't pinpointed the cause. We've tried all kinds of treatment methods, yet the patient's conditions remain unchanged. Honestly, we were about to give up until the higher-ups suggested we contact your institute. As doctors, there were times when they felt powerless. When faced with baffling illnesses that even multiple consultations and treatments couldn't resolve, they had no choice but to leave it to the families to decide whether to keep the patients hospitalized or take them home to recover. Qian Lin, do you have any thoughts on this? Supervisor Che turned to the now drowsy Qian Lin sitting beside him. Huh. Qian Lin jolted awake, looking at Supervisor Che in confusion. The doctors on the other side of the screen frowned. Knowing that Qian Lin had stayed up all night working on the Pokemon encyclopedia, Supervisor Che refrained from reprimanding him and instead turned back to the screen. Director Zhou, could you please repeat the details about the patients? Director Zhou, though visibly displeased, remained silent for a moment before nodding and speaking again. Starting about 2 weeks ago, our hospital began admitting patients one after another, 11 in total so far. They all exhibit similar symptoms: decreased body temperature, overactive brainwaves, rigid posture, and persistent comas. Various tests show no abnormalities in their brains or hearts. We suspect it might be something akin to prion diseases, but the corresponding treatments have proven ineffective. The patient's test data are all in front of you. Additionally, he locked eyes with Qian Lin. I understand the demanding nature of research work, but please at least maintain basic focus during a meeting. It's a matter of respect. My apologies, Qian Lin said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Falling asleep during the meeting and making others repeat themselves was indeed impolite. This time, however, he had listened carefully. After a moment of thought, he turned to Supervisor Che and asked quietly, Supervisor Che, do you think this might be related to Pokemon, and that's why you brought me in for input? Exactly, Supervisor Che replied. The car owner nodded slowly, his expression serious, and said, the main issue is that this happened within the city. If a Pokemon really attacked humans, we need to step in and handle it. Plus, it has already caused 11 people to fall unconscious and be hospitalized. After speaking, he turned to Qian Lin and pressed further. So, was this really caused by a Pokemon? Qian Lin fell into deep thought. Lowered body temperature, hyperactive brain activity, rigid bodies, these symptoms replayed in his mind. Yet he couldn't immediately think of any Pokemon capable of causing such peculiar conditions. He rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. While there is a move known as Binding Spell that can cause similar symptoms, Qian Lin explained slowly, it's also called Petrification Technique, which can put humans in a petrified-like state, unable to move, but with their minds still active. However, the Binding Spell doesn't lower body temperature, and its effects are temporary. Even a powerful Pokemon couldn't maintain such a condition for half a month. He paused before adding, unless it's a move used by a deity. Recalling the past conflicts between humans and Pokemon, Qian Lin's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. But deities shouldn't have any reason to attack humans, right? The car owner's expression showed disappointment. So, you're saying it wasn't caused by a Pokemon? I can't completely rule it out, Qian Lin shook his head. The Pokemon world is full of mysteries, and even with my knowledge, I can't fully understand every phenomenon. Despite his vast expertise, he still found it challenging to apply all the information comprehensively. He turned to the screen, looking directly at the doctors on the other end. If possible, may I examine the patients myself? Director Zhou frowned in hesitation, but the car owner immediately vouched for Qian Lin. He's the leading Pokemon expert at our institute. Even if you gathered researchers from around the globe, none of them could compare to him. The doctors on the screen exchanged glances, waiting for Director Zhou's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Director Zhou nodded in agreement. The patients cannot be moved. Xiaoman, bring the laptop and come with me to the ward. A male doctor rose in response. The screen began to move, following Director Zhou to the intensive care unit. After undergoing strict disinfection procedures, the camera finally entered the ward, revealing a scene of 11 hospital beds neatly arranged. At that moment, Qian Lin suddenly shot up from his seat, his eyes wide as he stared at the screen, exclaiming, Ghost Pokemon. The sudden outburst immediately drew everyone's attention. Director Zhou, speaking before anyone else could, asked urgently, Ghost Pokemon? What do you mean? Are you saying those creatures are responsible? Qian Lin fixed his gaze on the patients lying in their beds, his mind racing through all the research he had on ghost Pokemonthos that absorb human emotions, drain life force, lure people to the afterlife, control the undead. Every one of them was formidable. Ghost-type Pokemon were not to be trifled with. Qian Lin slowly sat down, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he began to explain the origins of ghost-type Pokemon. His voice was calm and methodical. The formation of ghost Pokemon varies greatly. Some are born directly in the underworld, while others are formed from the souls of Pokemon after they pass away. He paused briefly before continuing. Most of them are actually quite gentle, often just fond of playing pranks. Humans who fall victim to their tricks typically only feel weak, but are not in any real danger. At this point, Qian Lin's expression turned serious. However, there are some ghost Pokemon, like Cofagrigus, Palosand, and Banette, that actively attack and even kill humans. What's more troubling is that, because of their ghostly nature, conventional attacks have no effect on them. Director Zhou furrowed his brow. Are you saying that the patient's current symptoms are caused by these creatures? Qian Lin shook his head. No. If it were those 3 dangerous ghost Pokemon, these people would already be dead. Even in the Pokemon world, where humans generally have stronger constitutions, there are still fatalities caused by ghost Pokemon every year. Fortunately, such incidents have been decreasing with societal progress. He gestured toward the patients on the surveillance screen. In this world, the situation is even more severe. People here can't even withstand the playful antics of friendly ghost Pokemon. I believe the ghost Pokemon responsible for this situation has no malicious intent. It likely just wanted to play with humans, but their bodies couldn't handle this game. Manager Che frowned slightly and asked in a soft voice, "Is there a way to save them?" Qian Lin snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. "Yes, but I need to first determine exactly what they encountered. Based on the records I recall, the Pokemon world was initially unaware of the ghost type's existence. It wasn't until they discovered certain Pokemon were immune to normal and fighting type attacks that they recognized this new attribute. Since then, they've been researching ways to help victims of ghost Pokemon attacks." He looked up at the patients on the screen with a resolute tone. "Manager Che, I've decided on the location for the next live stream." Live stream? Director Zhou appeared confused. Manager Che, however, seemed confident. "I understand. They'll prepare everything needed. You take the next 2 days to rest, and well depart the day after tomorrow." The day after tomorrow? Qian Lin hesitated. "I can rest for just an afternoon and leave right after." "No." The car owner shook his head, his expression serious, and said, "I know it might not sound great to say this, but to us, your importance far exceeds that of anyone else. This time, the situation is different from our previous live streams. The destination is in another city, and you'll need to drive alone for at least 7 hours. Outside the city, it's pretty much a Pokemon-dominated world with no trace of human activity. No one knows what you might encounter on the road." He locked eyes with Qian Lin and continued, "We must ensure your safety. If anything happens, we need to be able to respond immediately. Simply put, this time, we're going into full combat readiness." Qian Lin understood the car owner's concerns, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Actually, there's really no need for this. With Swablu, Growlithe, and Pangoro around, especially Pangoro, I hardly need to worry about being attacked by other Pokemon in the wild. Even if trouble arises, they might not even stand a chance against Pangoro." Although he understood the car owner's worries, Qian Lin felt it was a bit of an overreaction. However, the car owner remained firm. "It's not an overreaction at all." Fine." Qian Lin gave a helpless smile. "Let's set off the day after tomorrow. For now, I need to get some rest. I'm absolutely exhausted." "Go ahead." The car owner finally softened his expression and smiled. "I'll handle the remaining details with the hospital. You just focus on getting some good rest." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Qian Lin opened his window, only to be stunned by the sight of a massive vehicle parked in the front yard, a behemoth that resembled a heavily armored car. This vehicle was even more outrageous than the last one. If it weren't for the absence of a cannon, it could easily be mistaken for a tank. With a twitching corner of his mouth, he walked to the front yard, momentarily at a loss for words. The car owner stood in front of the vehicle, waving at him and beginning to explain the preparations. "Qian Lin, the vehicle is ready. All necessary supplies have been loaded, though we've only packed 2 days' worth of food. If you don't reach your destination within a day, the driver will immediately return. Also..." "Wait," Qian Lin quickly interrupted, looking confused. "Driver?" "Yes, a driver," the car owner replied with a smile, gesturing towards 6 soldiers standing by the vehicle. 5 were fully armed, while 1 was dressed more lightly. Not just a driver, VE also assigned a 5-person combat team. Each of them has a specific role. They'll protect you throughout the live stream and ensure your safe return." Taking in the scene, Qian Lin couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "Last time, you just provided a car. Now you're even adding bodyguards? This really isn't necessary, car owner. I have Swablu and the others. I'm not afraid of Pokemon attacks in the wild." "I know that," the car owner said nonchalantly. "They'll only step in if you need help, just like last time when you were attacked by Pangoro. Otherwise, they won't interfere, and you can completely ignore their presence." In truth, when Qian Lin was attacked by Pangoro last time, the higher-ups had taken note and regretted not assigning protection back then. Although the incident ended without major issues, they were determined not to let Qian Lin face the same danger again. Moreover, the Pokemon encyclopedia Qian Lin had recently showcased was of even greater significance than Professor Li had initially suggested. Under such circumstances, there was no way they wouldn't assign protection. Even though the vehicle commander repeatedly assured him that the 5 combat personnel and the driver would not hinder the mission, Qian Lin still struggled to fully accept this arrangement. It wasn't that he underestimated these elite soldiers. To be assigned to a protection mission, they were undoubtedly among the best in their unit. The core issue, however, was that no matter how strong humans were, they were still just humans and couldn't compare to Pokemon. While Swablu and Growlithe might not pose a threat to these 5 soldiers armed with special weapons, Qian Lin was certain that if they faced a Pangoro, the chances of survival for the 5 were slim. As for the seemingly sturdy armored vehicle, whether it could withstand a full-force strike from a Pangoro was also questionable. When Qian Lin voiced these concerns to the vehicle commander, the latter's expression turned resolute. Even if we can't help you defeat the enemy, we can at least buy you time to retreat when needed. Our presence isn't solely to win the fight. These words left Qian Lin in silence. He looked at the expressions of the 6 individuals and suddenly realized something. The vehicle commander seemed to read his thoughts, a calm smile appearing on his face. Patting Qian Lin on the shoulder, he said, "Don't feel too burdened. Honestly, everyone here is prepared for this, including me. If the day comes when it's my turn, I won't hesitate to lead the charge." Behind that serene smile, Qian Lin saw an unshakable determination. He gazed deeply at the 6 people in front of Hema and 5 combat personnel and took a deep breath. "I understand. For those who have already made up their minds, acceptance is the best response. But their families," Qian Lin began, only to be interrupted by the vehicle commander. "Don't worry. They all have children, the youngest being 2 years old. Leaving behind descendants and moving forward, this is something we've long been prepared for. I suppose I'll have to give this some serious thought." Qian Lin sighed deeply. "It's about time," the vehicle commander replied with a hearty laugh, giving Qian Lin a firm pat on the back. "Let's go. They've been waiting for you since morning. The supplies are all loaded on the vehicle, ready to depart at any moment. Just wait for Swablushes on her way back, and we'll be here in a few minutes." Qian Lin approached the 6 soldiers, but before he could say a word, the one on the far right barked, "Attention!" Instantly, all 6 stood at rigid attention, their gazes sharp and unwavering. The leading soldier spoke in a loud, commanding voice, "Special Company, 1st Squad, Special Operations Team. 6 present, no absentees. Awaiting orders." Qian Lin suddenly felt completely out of place with these 6 individuals. His feet instinctively dug into the ground, and he wished he could disappear into a hole. Fortunately, the vehicle commander stepped in to ease the tension. "Don't worry, they won't act like this during the mission. It's just that sometimes." He gave a meaningful smile. "It's hard to explain, you'll see." The car owner's eyes swept over the 6 soldiers in front of him, his tone suddenly turning stern. "Listen up, all of you." Snap. A crisp, synchronized response echoed as the 6 soldiers stood as straight as steel. "Get in the vehicle." "Yes, sir." They responded in unison. The lead soldier swiftly opened the car door and stepped aside. The other 5 climbed in one after another with seamless precision. Finally, the soldier who had opened the door leaped in gracefully, pulling the door shut with his right hand in one fluid motion. Qian Lin watched, mesmerized, silently marveling to himself. This engine's roar is even more thrilling than a sports car or an off-roader, and the speed at which these 6 guys got in the vehicle is faster than I could manage alone. "Perfectly normal," the car owner said with a smile. "Every second counts for us. If 6 people take more than 5 seconds to board, it's an embarrassment to our training." Just as Qian Lin was thinking of how to respond, a sharp chirp rang out from the sky. Before he could look up, 2 fist-sized Qingmian birds dove down and snuggled into his arms, affectionately rubbing against him. Qian Lin laughed as he held the Qingmian birds close. "Welcome back. Did you have fun with Manus?" The Qingmian bird tilted its small head up, its expression a mix of shyness and pride, and chirped, "Chirp, chirp, chirp. I've learned a new move." Qian Lin beamed and gently ruffled the bird's feathers. "Well done, Qingmian bird. You're the best." Preparations were now complete. Katy Dog and the Rogue Panda were also ready and waiting in their pokeballs. Just as Qian Lin reached for the front passenger door, the car owner stopped him, guiding him to enter from the right side door instead, not to sit in the front, but to join the soldiers inside. It seemed sharing the same side door with the soldiers was not allowed. After giving the driver a few final instructions, the car owner stepped aside. The vehicle pulled out of the Pokemon Research Institute, escorted by police cars until they passed the perimeter. The escorting officers then stopped their vehicles and stood at attention, silently watching as the car drove away. Qian Lin now sat in the center of the back row, flanked by a soldier on each side. 2 more soldiers sat in the front row, one on each side, while the driver focused intently on the road. Apart from the driver, the soldiers sat like statues, perfectly upright and staring straight ahead. The oppressive atmosphere made both Qian Lin and the Qingmian birds visibly uneasy. This wasn't a ride, it felt like being in a prison transfer. Qian Lin cleared his throat softly, immediately drawing the attention of the 4 soldiers around him, excluding the squad leader in the front passenger seat and the driver. Startled, he instinctively lifted the Qingmian bird to his chest and timidly asked, Guys? Can we maybe, relax a little? Though he wanted to complain about the stifling atmosphere, he didn't dare say it outright. The Qing Mian bird tilted its head, chirping curiously. Chirp? Are you feeling stuffy? Would you like us to open the window? The soldier on the left asked politely. Qian Lin thought for a moment before replying. It is a bit stuffy, but there's no need to open the window. He glanced around, silently marveling at the vehicle's performance. I'm not sure what kind of vehicle this is, but the ventilation and air conditioning are excellent. The temperature is just right, and even with a full cabin, the air still feels fresh. He paused for a moment and sighed. Actually, what I meant was that the atmosphere feels too serious. I'm not really used to it. Could we loosen up a bit? The squad leader in the front passenger seat turned around, his youthful face marked with a resolute determination beyond his years. Comrade Qian Lin, we're on a mission. We cannot afford even the slightest lapse in vigilance. Fair enough, Qian Lin replied with a helpless shake of his head. If I'd known it would be like this, I might have argued with the transport officer rather than take this assignment. As Qian Lin was pondering how to ease the tension in the cabin, the squad leader suddenly spoke again. You're not wrong. Normally, someone would be assigned to keep watch while others could relax a little. But this mission is too critical. We can't allow any mistakes. Besides, he took a deep breath. There's surveillance in the vehicle. What? Qian Lin was taken aback. As if to answer his question, a voice came from the control panel. Being overly tense isn't ideal either. Let's go with what Comrade Qian Lin suggested: maintain necessary vigilance, but the others can relax a bit. We're monitoring from the control panel here, but I won't be watching constantly. The squad leader immediately saluted. Understood. Qian Lin was quietly amazed, not expecting the control panel to have direct communication with the cabin. Just as he began to feel slightly more at ease, the soldier on his left suddenly turned his gaze to the Swablu with a childlike excitement in his eyes. So this is a Swablu. It's my first time seeing a Pokemon tamed by humans. So adorable. The last few words, spoken in a thick Sichuan accent, sounded particularly endearing. Qian Lin was speechless. The sudden shift in tone was almost dizzying, and even the Swablu let out a puzzled chirp. The soldier on the right glanced at the Swablu and shook his head. If you ask me, Pangoro is way cooler. And when it comes to Sichuan, the first thing anyone thinks of has to be pandas. Pangoro feels like it was made specifically for us in Sichuan. That's true, the soldier on the left agreed, nodding. Then he turned to Qian Lin. By the way, Comrade Qian Lin, what about your Growlithe and Pangoro? Are they in their Pokeballs? Yes, Qian Lin stammered, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. They're both pretty large, so I've kept them in their Pokeballs for now. Glancing at the spacious interior of the vehicle, he added awkwardly, I originally thought I'd be driving myself. This vehicle is definitely big enough to accommodate Pangoro, but as for Growlithe, despite its small and delicate appearance, Growlithe actually possesses the physique of a large dog. Its slightly rounded body makes it difficult to fit comfortably into an ordinary vehicle. And if it evolves into Arcanine, accommodating it would become even more challenging. During the journey, the atmosphere inside the vehicle gradually relaxed. Through chatting with the soldiers, Qian Lin discovered that they were no different from ordinary people. Though their every movement carried the upright and disciplined demeanor unique to military personnel, the convoy traveled along the highway. Nowadays, all routes except for urban expressways were blocked. Every toll station was equipped with 24-hour security posts, forming part of humanity's defensive line. In the wild, Pokemon ran rampant, and many highways cutting through mountains and tunnels had fallen to the chaos. Even service areas had been overtaken as habitats for Pokemon. Humanity's situation was indeed bleak. After 4 hours, the convoy arrived at the Ungshi service area. Situated on the outskirts of the city, this service area remained under human control. Although it wasn't heavily utilized, it served as a forward monitoring post for highway conditions. The soldiers disembarked first to scout the area, signaling for Qian Lin to get out only after confirming it was safe. Eagerly, Qian Lin stretched his body, relieving the fatigue of sitting for so long. Swablu, even more excited, spread its wings the moment it was free, soaring in circles above and chirping joyfully. Sergeant Fu Xing, who had been in the front passenger seat, approached Qian Lin with a relaxed tone. We're halfway there. Let's take a 30-minute break here, grab something to eat and then continue. Fu Xing had just turned 30 this year and was a native of Sichuan, though he hadn't shared much else about himself. Qian Lin gazed down the empty stretch of highway ahead. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of Pokemon like Diglett, Dugtrio, and Geodude moving about. This area seemed to be dominated by ground and rock-type Pokemon, with a few grass and normal types scattered here and there. Originally, this livestream was supposed to follow a location chosen by audience votes, but plans had to change due to the ghost-type Pokemon attack incident. He reached for his Pokeballs and released Growlithe and Pangoro. Growlithe bounded toward Qian Lin happily, wagging its tail and nuzzling his leg with its tongue. Pangoro, on the other hand, stood to the side chewing on a bamboo stalk, arms crossed, with an expression that could almost be described as motherly, though it was unnerving enough to send chills down one's spine. Qian Lin couldn't help but let out an awkward cough. Pangoro's intimidating presence was hard to ignore. At 7 p.m., Qian Lin and his team arrived at the first hospital of Engshi City in Sichuan. The entire journey was unusually calm, with no Pokemon blocking their way or any abnormal natural phenomena occurring. This unexpected tranquility left the six-member team feeling somewhat uneasy. How much do you all wish for something to go wrong? Qian Lin looked at Fu Xing and said helplessly. Fu Xing blinked innocently and replied, "We're not hoping for trouble. It's just that ever since the arrival of Pokemon, social media has been constantly warning people about the dangers outside, discouraging anyone from going into the wild. It made us think that danger was everywhere out there. Have you never been to the wild?" Qian Lin asked curiously. "We have," Fu Xing shrugged. "But usually when we go out, it's for missions, specifically to dangerous areas. We hardly ever visit safe places. So this time we thought." He trailed off, giving a meaningful expression. For people like them, being in the wild often signified handling risky tasks. The fact that they had traveled this far without incident was indeed surprising. At the hospital entrance, the reception staff was already waiting for them. Among the welcoming party of 5, Director Zhou was prominently present. Although Qian Lin didn't recognize the other 4, their attire gave away their roles. One was dressed in a doctor's coat, another in a sharp suit, and 2 were older nurses. Director Zhou acknowledged Qian Lin's group with a nod, his face expressionless. However, the man in the suit immediately stepped forward with a warm smile, extending his hand toward Qian Lin. "Comrade Qian Lin, hello? I'm Secretary Li, from Mayor Zhao's office, responsible for coordinating with the Zhu County Pokemon Research Institute." After a brief handshake, Secretary Li got straight to the point. "Mayor Zhao is currently tied up in a meeting and unable to be here, but he is very concerned about this matter. If anything comes up, I will report to him immediately. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to let me know." With that, he stepped aside. "Now, I'll leave the rest to you and Director Zhou." Secretary Li spoke so quickly that Qian Lin barely had a chance to respond, managing only a polite, "Thank you." "Let's head straight to the ICU," Director Zhou said promptly. "Ah, sure," Qian Lin replied, slightly awkward. He wasn't particularly skilled at handling such formalities and much preferred to focus on treating patients directly. He also understood why Secretary Li was present given the country's current priorities. Pokemon-related matters were of utmost importance and could not be taken lightly. The Pokemon Research Institute had clearly coordinated with Engshi in advance, which explained why Mayor Zhao had arranged for Secretary Li to handle the reception. Thinking about this, Qian Lin couldn't help but feel a bit resigned about his sudden rise in importance and shook his head lightly. He followed Director Zhou towards the intensive care unit. A nurse handed over a stack of examination reports. Although Qian Lin couldn't understand the professional medical jargon, the nurse and a doctor nearby patiently explained the meaning of each indicator to him. Throughout the process, Director Zhou remained silent. After undergoing strict disinfection procedures, they finally entered the intensive care unit. Standing by the bedside, Qian Lin witnessed firsthand the symptoms described in the medical reports. The patient was in a coma, exhibited abnormal brain waves, and had a rigid body. Director Zhou summed up the patient's condition with a more comprehensible term: vegetative state. Vegetative state. Qian Lin repeated the term softly. "This is just for easier understanding," Director Zhou said, resting his hands on the bed's guardrail as his gaze lingered on the patient. "Unlike typical vegetative patients, these individuals, while unresponsive to our words, show faint reactions to the voices of their loved ones. The distinction between them and death lies in the fact that they still maintain basic vital signs: breathing, temperature regulation, digestion and absorption, secretion and excretion, metabolism, as well as heartbeat and circulatory functions." Director Zhou's tone was cold and professional, causing Qian Lin to unconsciously take a small step back while carefully observing the patient on the bed. "Is this related to the ghost-type Pokemon you mentioned?" Director Zhou turned to ask. Qian Lin nodded in confirmation. "I can now say with certainty that it's caused by ghost-type Pokemon. Before, the video footage wasn't clear enough, but after observing up close, I can confirm that these people fell into this state after being attacked by ghost-type Pokemon. To put it simply, it's as if their souls have temporarily left their bodies." Hearing that the cause had finally been identified, Director Zhou visibly relaxed. He was right. What's most terrifying isn't the illness itself, but not knowing the cause. "How can we treat them?" Director Zhou pressed. Qian Lin retrieved a lumberry from his backpack and sighed. If it were just a case of a Pokemon's moves or abilities causing the coma, a lumberry could cure the abnormal status. But these patients' conditions are different, so the lumberry won't work. The only solution is to find the Pokemon that attack them and make it return their souls. Their souls? Director Zhou looked puzzled. "It's just a metaphor," Qian Lin quickly deflected. "Director Zhou, do you know where these people were when they fell into a coma?" Director Zhou didn't pursue Qian Lin's attempt to change the subject. Instead, his gaze shifted to the other side of the bed, where three middle-aged men in protective suits stood. Hello, Comrade Qian Lin. I'm Sun, Deputy Director of the Political Office at the Engshi Public Security Bureau. The leading man extended his hand with a poised and efficient demeanor. Qian Lin lightly shook his hand and nodded in acknowledgement. Without engaging in small talk, Director Sun handed over a folder to Qian Lin and introduced. These two are Officer Wu and Officer Chun from the local precinct. The victims were discovered in their jurisdiction. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them directly. Taking the folder, Qian Lin turned to the two officers. Were the locations where these unconscious people were found concentrated in one area? 8 were found at the same location, while the other 3 were scattered nearby. Officer Wu replied with a serious expression. After the second incident, we sealed off the site and have kept it under constant surveillance, but we haven't uncovered anything. The strangest part is that people still keep breaching the cordon and ending up unconscious inside. Officer Chen added, it's a villa complex under construction. The first 3 victims were construction workers, but after that, it became completely random students, office workers, people of all ages and backgrounds. Random, huh? Qian Lin murmured, flipping through the folder as he mulled over the information. Ghost-type Pokemon may be unsettling, but they typically don't attack humans so blatantly. 11 victims in half a month, nearly 1 per day. A thought suddenly struck him. Humans in this world were far more physically fragile compared to those in the Pokemon world. If a ghost Pokemon were attacking with malicious intent, these people wouldn't still be alive. This realization led Qian Lin to a new hypothesis. Perhaps the ghost Pokemon wasn't acting out of malice but had some other motive. As far-fetched as it sounded, could it simply be trying to play with humans? After all, many ghost Pokemon, aside from the truly dangerous ones, were known for their mischievous and playful nature. Comrade Qian Lin, have you figured something out? Officer Chen asked, noticing his contemplative expression. I have a few theories, Qian Lin replied, setting down the folder and speaking seriously. Can you take me to the site? Whatever its intentions, we need to confront it directly. After briefly bidding farewell to Director Zhou and notifying Secretary Li, Qian Lin got into a police car bound for the incident site in the city center. The area under reconstruction wasn't far from the hospital, and about 10 minutes later, the convoy stopped at a checkpoint. After stepping out of the vehicle, Qian Lin gazed at the vast construction site before him. Dusk was falling, and the streetlights had begun to illuminate one by one, casting a bright glow over the entire area. Yet, even with the lights, an inexplicable chill seeped into his beneath, a sensation likely tied to the inherent nature of ghost-type Pokemon. A shiver ran through Qian Lin's body. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. After all, no one could claim to be entirely fearless of ghosts. Are you sure you don't need the special patrol unit to accompany you? Asked Director Sun, who stood beside him, his brows furrowed with concern. Qian Lin shook his head and raised the pokeball in his hand containing his Pangoro. It's not that I don't trust our officers, he explained quickly, but in situations like this, it's better to leave it to the professionals. He analyzed aloud. Whether it's the normal-type Swablu or the dark-type Pangoro, both are ideal counters to ghost types. The only issue might be Pangoro's fighting-type attribute, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Its level is high enough that we likely won't encounter a stronger ghost-type Pokemon. I think. He coughed lightly. In any case, the advantage is on our side. Director Sun curiously examined the pokeball in Qian Lin's hand. As a member of the political department, he rarely had the opportunity to see Pokemon in person. Most of his knowledge came from news on his phone. At this moment, not only him, but also the surrounding officers were showing similar looks of anticipation. Oblivious to their thoughts, Qian Lin decided to release his Pokemon in advance, just to be safe. With a brilliant flash of light, Pangoro's imposing figure appeared before everyone. Roar! Pangoro let out a low growl, flashing a friendly smile at Qian Lin. Almost instinctively, every officer present raised their weapons, and even the 5-person team accompanying Qian Lin reflexively assumed defensive stances. If they hadn't restrained themselves in time, they might have rushed forward to form a protective barrier around him. Pangoro, noticing their reaction, looked slightly puzzled. Qian Lin patted its arm reassuringly. It's their first time meeting. You feeling a bit nervous is perfectly normal. Roar! Pangoro nodded in understanding. The 5-person team was the first to lower their weapons. Their reaction had been purely instinctive. They understood well enough that Pangoro wasn't a threat. Qian Lin placed a firm hand on Pangoro's shoulder and turned to the others. We're heading in now. If anything happens, I'll contact you immediately. Until then, please refrain from entering the site. Understood, Fu Xing responded. But please maintain routine contact every 10 minutes. If we don't hear from you within that time, we'll proceed with an immediate breach. Got it, Qian Lin replied with a nod. Fu Xing straightened and saluted, and the other members of his team followed suit. Under Director Sun's guidance, every officer on site solemnly saluted Qian Lin as well. Please, don't do that, Qian Lin said awkwardly. You're making me feel like I need to dig a hole and hide. He wasn't an active or retired soldier, nor did he hold any relevant rank, so the formality of the gesture left him at a loss. With a mix of exasperation and resignation, Qian Lin turned and walked into the construction site, making a mental note to clarify the situation with the vehicle supervisor later. Pangoro followed closely behind, alert as they stepped into what could only be described as a ghost Pokemon's domain. So, which mischievous little troublemaker is causing havoc here? Qian Lin muttered to himself. Once I catch you, you're getting a nice, clean parting shot. Qian Lin tossed the drone into the air, and the live broadcast feed immediately lit up. The comments section quickly came alive. Whoa, isn't this the late-night slot? It's only 8 p.m., and you're live already? No announcement, and suddenly you're live. One comment explained, I know why. Qian Lin is in Chuanshuangshi right now to handle an emergency Pokemon incident. How do you know that? Because I live nearby. I just saw police downstairs, and there was even a Pangoro in the crowd. I figured Qian Lin would show up, so I've been waiting for the stream to start. Seeing the lively comments, Qian Lin felt his nerves ease slightly. He smiled at the camera and greeted, Hi everyone. I'm Qian Lin, your Pokemon knowledge streamer. Right now, I'm at a sealed-off construction site in Chuanshuangshi. About 2 weeks ago, there was a Pokemon attack on humans here, and the victim has yet to recover. As a Pokemon expert, they'll be live streaming for about one night to introduce you to the Pokemon I encounter. The comments section buzzed with activity. What kind of Pokemon could be in a place like this? Anyone local? What's the situation exactly? I heard this place is haunted. Idiot. Ghost types are basically ghosts. Looks like you didn't study enough about Pokemon. Go back and watch the basics 100 more times. Even with the floodlights illuminating the construction site, the place looked eerie and unsettling at night. To shake off his fear, Qian Lin analyzed the types of Pokemon he might encounter as he walked. He first ruled out Pokemon like Litwick, which are known to cause fatalities. With the physical constitution of humans in this world, even if Litwick didn't actively attack, humans would unconsciously be drawn to them and follow them to the afterlife. The more likely candidates were mischievous Ghastly or Haunter families, or the unpredictable Misdreavus line, which typically wouldn't harm humans unprovoked. How can Jengar be such an adorable Pokemon? A random comment popped up. Ahem, nothing, just being a little silly. Qian Lin continued to ponder. The chances of encountering a Dusknoir seem low too. They're neutral entities, primarily tasked with guiding lost souls to the afterlife and wouldn't attack the living without reason. Reaching the central area of the construction site, Qian Lin looked around at the incomplete villa structures, feeling a bit puzzled. He turned to the Pangoro behind him and asked, Can you sense any ghost-type Pokemon around here? The Pangoro surveyed the area and shook its head. She's just a panda. She doesn't know anything. Why are you saying she? Isn't the Pangoro female? Using she seems right. Well yeah, that checks out. Qian Lin let out a sigh. This is turning out to be tricky. Qian Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully, realizing that finding ghost-type Pokemon was no easy task. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could rely on Growlithe's keen sense of smell. He quickly unhooked the Pokeball from his belt and tossed it lightly into the air. With a burst of light, Growlithe materialized in front of him, letting out a friendly bark and nuzzling affectionately against Qian Lin's leg. Growlithe, use your nose to see if you can pick up any sense of Pokemon or humans nearby, Qian Lin said gently. Growlithe nodded in agreement and immediately began sniffing the ground. However, its movements soon became unusual. It tilted its head, looking puzzled as it scanned the surroundings. Finally, its gaze settled on something behind Qian Lin. Noticing Growlithe's strange behavior, Qian Lin felt a chill run down his spine. I assume it's just a Pangoro behind me, right? His voice trembled slightly. Growlithe simply tilted its head again, still appearing confused. All right, I get it. Qian Lin took a deep breath. Please don't scare me. I'm just an innocent trainer with a weak heart. He turned around mechanically, and what met his eyes was a chilling sight. A transparent, faintly glowing figure floating in midair, its face frozen in an eerie expression of bliss, as if peacefully asleep. Qian Lin quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled through the list of victims sent by Officer Chun. The fourth victim, Tianla, a 26-year-old office worker, was found unconscious outside a construction site on the 5th day. Comparing the photo, the floating person was unmistakably Ma Tianla himself. At that moment, a more terrifying realization struck Qian Lin. Pangoro was gone. For such a powerful Pokemon to vanish without a trace, the opponent's strength must be beyond imagination. Could it be the legendary totem level? Instinctively, Qian Lin reached out to grab Growlithe's mane for a sense of security. Growlithe, it's up to you to protect me now. There was no response. He looked down, only to find that what he was clutching wasn't Growlithe's mane, but a small stuffed dog toy. Growlithe had also disappeared without a trace. The atmosphere of the story instantly turned eerie and foreboding. It turns out that what happens in movies is true. When someone tries to handle paranormal incidents on their own, they often end up becoming part of the paranormal themselves. Qian Lin looked up at the drifting souls in the sky and sighed helplessly. You moved Pancham and Lilliput away just to scare me? That's such a cheap trick, he said, trying to sound composed, though his voice trembled slightly. Besides, I'm really bad with scares. Whatever you want, I'll cooperate. Just don't try to frighten me. Qian Lin wasn't afraid of ghost Pokemon that appeared directly, but those who hid in the shadows and found joy in scaring people made his skin crawl. Laughter suddenly echoed through the air, faint and elusive, as if speaking to him, but the words were unclear. He turned toward the direction of the sound, catching glimpses of indistinct figures before they vanished. What do you want from me? Qian Lin muttered, shaking his head. Surely you're not just trying to scare me, are you? There's definitely more than one of you here, probably a whole group of ghost Pokemon. Why aren't you scared of us? A disembodied voice asked, its tone ambiguous and genderless. The faint figures were the only evidence that the speaker wasn't human. If you outright scared me, I might actually be terrified, Qian Lin shrugged. But since I know you're Pokemon, it's not that frightening. And besides, he pointed at the drifting human soul in the air. There's a real human ghost here too. Still, I'm not a Pokemon, nor do I have any special abilities. So why can I see human souls? Did you make it happen? You're so dull. Qian Lin's voice turned serious. I don't find pulling human souls out of their bodies amusing. What you're doing is essentially killing people. Those individuals are surviving on nutrient solutions, and after being comatose for half a month, they're already skin and bones. If they don't wake up soon, they might actually die. If we wanted to kill them, they'd already be dead. Then why? Why are you pulling their souls out? Because it's fun. Fun. Qian Lin frowned. You misunderstood. We pull human souls out because we find it fun, and humans find it fun too. We had their consent. Qian Lin's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't a prank or an attack, it was voluntary. He instinctively looked up at the drifting souls in the air, a troubling thought forming in his mind. At that moment, the shadowy figures paused and gestured for him to follow. Qian Lin wanted to ask where they were going, but he swallowed the words. Wherever it was, for the sake of the people in the hospital and the missing Pancham and Lilliput, he had no choice but to follow. He lightly brushed the pokeball containing his Swablu on his chest, took a deep breath, and stepped toward the shadows. Seeing him follow, the figures burst into laughter and floated deeper into the darkness. Oh no, a trainer has brought their Pokemon to capture us. The voice was laced with obvious sarcasm, showing not even a hint of fear. Qian Lin lowered the hand holding the pokeball, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Soon, they arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Amid the cluster of unfinished buildings, this opulent villa stood out like a sore thumb. The shadow disappeared by the door, and, moments later, the door slowly creaked open. From the silent darkness inside came a mocking chuckle. Are you betting I won't go in? Qian Lin chuckled softly and stepped inside without hesitation. In an instant, the space was flooded with bright light. Contrary to its exterior, the villa's interior was dazzlingly illuminated. Dozens of elegantly dressed guests were mingling, laughing, and performing peculiar dances. In his casual attire, Qian Lin appeared especially out of place. What a grand welcome, Qian Lin remarked with a wry smile as he surveyed the scene. But I'm not really used to this kind of atmosphere. Could we tone it down a bit? As soon as he finished speaking, the music abruptly stopped and the laughter vanished. Everyone turned to Qian Lin, their faces still adorned with wide, unsettling smiles. Much better, thank you, Qian Lin said politely. How you're different now. Much more interesting, came a voice, and suddenly, everyone disappeared, as if erased by the stroke of a rubber eraser. The villa remained brightly lit, the sumptuous feast on the dining table untouched, and champagne continued to trickle down the tower of glasses. A massive figure floated out from an inner room, accompanied by the soft music that had resumed. It stopped in front of Qian Lin, marking his first encounter with a ghost-type Pokemona Totem Mismagius. Standing 3 meters tall, its purple form was adorned with a wizard-like hat, 3 red gems embedded in its chest, and an ever-present graceful smile on its face. It exuded the aura of a noble ruler. Qian Lin instinctively reached for the Pokeball on his chest, the image of his Swablu flashing through his mind. Hey, little one, want to give it a try? The sleeping Swablu shuddered in its dreams. The Totem Mismagius seemed to read his thoughts, its smile widening as it spoke. That little one is no match for me. I know, I just wanted to, test the waters. Qian Lin coughed awkwardly before looking up and saying, by the way, your voice is lovely. It's really such a gentle, soothing tone. Thank you, Mismagius responded with a slight bow, its movements exuding elegance. Just as Qian Lin was beginning to think this Mismagius, with its soft and pleasant voice, might be easy to get along with, the voice rang out again. But I'm male. Qian Lin froze in place. No, not a male mom, not a male mom. The dream demon narrowed its eyes and smiled. I don't actually speak the human language. The voice you hear is tailored to the tone you most wish to hear in your heart. If it were someone else, they would hear a completely different voice. Qian Lin smacked his lips. An intelligent voice selection, huh? Got it. But honestly, that's a bit of a letdown. He lifted his head and stared directly at the nearly three-meter dream demon. The playful expression on his face faded, replaced by a serious look. So, you haven't done anything to Rogue Panda and Arcanine, right? This dream demon exuded an oppressive aura no less intimidating than the Milotic he had encountered earlier. The difference was that Milotic concealed its power beneath elegance, while the dream demon flaunted its strength unapologetically. As much as I'd like to see you panic, I have no interest in those little creatures, the dream demon said, maintaining its gentle smile. It turned slowly and floated away. I've prepared some refreshments. We can discuss those human matters over tea. Despite the dream demon's friendly demeanor, Qian Lin couldn't entirely lower his guard, especially with the memory of the humans who had been attacked still fresh in his mind. He looked around and realized all the humans had vanished. All that remained was a table laden with steaming delicacies, emitting an enticing aroma. Do we really have to talk over tea? Qian Lin asked, not moving an inch. The dream demon turned back, a mischievous grin playing on its face. Ah, perhaps I should warn you, this is merely an unfinished construction site. The food you see is fake, a product of the illusions conjured by my Dominion aura. While most of it could technically be consumed, I'd advise against it. Qian Lin fell silent for a moment, but curiosity got the better of him. Can I ask what kind of things they are? He regretted the question as soon as he asked it. Of course, the dream demon replied, its smile growing even more devious, with a hint of dark humor. There's the vomit of the little dog from this site, the vomit of a drunk uncle from the nearby night market, and a collection of fascinating vomit from various sources. Does it have to be vomit? Qian Lin couldn't help but retort. Seriously, what's with you ghosts and vomit? Wait, did I just smell something pleasant? He covered his mouth, feeling a wave of nausea. Seeing Qian Lin's reaction, the dream demon laughed even harder. I was kidding. Qian Lin was speechless. The dream demon continued to float towards the interior of the building, speaking as it moved. Those things don't actually exist, they're just illusions. The scents you perceive are due to my Dominion aura, but they're not real. Even if you ate them, there would be no taste. Honestly, you'd be better off just breathing. It turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Qian Lin. But there's one thing I wasn't lying about, this really is an unfinished construction site. Qian Lin frowned. Why emphasize that point? Of course, he was already aware of the site's nature. The Mismagius chuckled but didn't answer Qian Lin's question. Instead, it floated straight toward the inner room, leaving Qian Lin standing there, lost in thought. He turned to look at the open doorway behind him. Starlight poured through the frame and onto the floor, and though it was nighttime, the atmosphere didn't feel cold or eerie. For the sake of Rogue Panda, Cat-Eye Dog, and the patients in the hospital, he had no choice but to follow. More importantly, when faced with a Mismagius capable of creating such an immense illusionary domain with just its aura of dominance, escape wasn't an option. Recalling how he had earlier boasted about landing a sneak attack on the Mismagius, Qian Lin couldn't help but laugh at himself. Never mind that the Mismagius didn't even have hands, its sheer power alone could probably crush him with a casual gesture. Just like Milotic, these Pokemon that had descended one after another were monstrously strong. Walking to the end of the corridor, Qian Lin entered an opulent room. The space was decorated like a dining hall from a modern foreign aristocratic estate. A long table occupied the center, flanked by neatly arranged chairs. Tea and desserts were already set on the table. At one end of the table, the Mismagius sat gracefully, watching him enter with a smile. Suddenly, a bonnet appeared in front of Qian Lin, its signature eerie grin on full display. Yet, it made a courteous bow like a butler and gestured politely for him to sit. The stark contrast of the scene left Qian Lin momentarily stunned. He turned to the Mismagius with a puzzled look. It's a good child, the Mismagius said. At worst, Bonnet might cast a curse on someone it dislikes. Nothing more. Taking a deep breath, Qian Lin followed Bonnet's guidance and headed to his seat. The Bonnet seemed pleased with his cooperation and even pulled out a chair for him with surprising politeness. Just as Qian Lin was about to thank it, he turned around to find nothing there. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing he still wasn't used to the peculiarities of ghost-type Pokemon. At that moment, a Gorgiast entered, pushing a cart laden with treats, accompanied by two Pumpkaboo. Hopashi. The Gorgiast chirped cheerfully as it wheeled the cart closer. With the help of the two Pumpkaboo, it arranged the food neatly in front of Qian Lin. Thank you, Qian Lin managed to say this time. Unlike Bonnet, the Gorgiast didn't vanish suddenly. Hopashi, it exclaimed, covering its mouth in an exaggerated display of excitement. It seems to like you, the Mismagius commented, sipping tea with telekinetic precision. Most people are afraid when they encounter ghost-type Pokemon. It's rare for anyone to thank us. Qian Lin took a small sip of his tea as well. Ghost types are still Pokemon. Once you get to know them, you realize their fearsome reputation mostly comes from the unknown. Honestly, I'm more afraid of Beware than you all. That's the truth. Setting down his cup, he added. I wanted to thank Bennett earlier too, but it disappeared so suddenly. I'll pass along your thanks, the Mismagius said with a refined nod. Its expression then turned serious. Now, let's discuss the important matter at hand, what you mentioned about humans being attacked by us. Qian Lin's grip on his teacup tightened abruptly. After learning more about the existence of the dominant Mismagius, Qian Lin was compelled to adjust his initial plans. Originally, he had hoped to capture ghost Pokemon for national research purposes, but faced with such a powerful dominant level being, that idea now seemed hopelessly naive. He gripped the now-cold teacup in his hand, his mind conjuring the worst-case scenario might meet the same fate as those who had disappeared, and these attacks could continue indefinitely. However, based on the shadowy figure's earlier words and the dominant Mismagius's attitude toward him, it seemed there was more to the situation than met the eye. The Research Institute's data revealed that ghost-type Pokemon were inherently shrouded in mystery. They had a unique social structure, led by dominance, forming self-sufficient societies. In such a setup, they had no real need to attack humans, nor any interest in playing with them, as their social interactions were fully satisfied within their own communities. I want to know what really happened to those missing people, Qian Lin asked directly, locking eyes with the Mismagius. Were they attacked by you, forced to play some game, or is there another reason? The Mismagius narrowed its eyes, a cryptic smile spreading across its face, asking so bluntly, "Aren't you afraid I might just rip your soul out in anger?" Qian Lin's chest tightened, and he instinctively pressed his lips together. If it truly was the Mismagius behind this, what could he even do? Humanity alone was no match for a dominant level being. It wasn't me, the Mismagius replied, and Qian Lin let out a small, silent sigh of relief. Its expression turned serious. While I do possess the capability, we have no desire to antagonize humans. Even in this world devoid of trainers, you still label us as monsters. Just as Qian Lin was about to press further, the Mismagius's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. The story is simple, it said, its voice calm yet resonant. I will tell you the truth. What you humans choose to do afterward is up to you. Before Qian Lin could instinctively reach for his Pokeball, the surroundings began to warp and twist. The Mismagius's voice resonated directly in his mind. About a month ago, we arrived in this world. The vision unfolded. Beneath a pitch-black night sky, dozens of ghost-type Pokemon of various forms suddenly appeared, led by the Mismagius. Their arrival was devoid of any dramatic effects or flashes of light. It was as if they had materialized out of thin air, like shadows slipping unnoticed into existence. The construction site was particularly quiet at night. Apart from a patrolling security guard, only a golden retriever lay curled up in a corner. When the group of Mismagius appeared, the dog immediately sensed something unusual. Though it shrank back in fear, it mustered the courage to bark in their direction. Mismagius's expression grew serious as it quickly cast a mysterious spell. In a flash of light, all the ghost-type Pokemon, including itself, became invisible, blending seamlessly into the night. Using the unique stealth abilities of ghost-type Pokemon, they began exploring this unfamiliar world. One by one, the ghost Pokemon dispersed throughout the construction site, moving through spaces unseen by human eyes and gathering information. As the intelligence came together, Mismagius gradually realized a startling truth: this was not some hidden corner of the Sinnoh region, but an entirely different world. The scene shifted to the rooftop of a villa. Invisible, Mismagius stood still, gazing blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. The ghost-type Pokemon behind it were equally bewildered, and a few young Ghastly even began to sob softly. Hearing the cries, Mismagius turned around, pulling a crying Ghastly into its arms. In an unexpectedly deep and resolute male voice, it said, "Mismagius." At that moment, a man emerged from a makeshift shelter on the construction site. His steps were unsteady, a bottle of liquor clutched in his hand, as he slowly made his way to the highest point of the structure. There, he sat numbly, staring down into the abyss below while mechanically taking swigs from the bottle. A curious little Misdreavus was the first to notice him. Drawn by the heavy aura of negative emotions surrounding the man, it approached quietly, its interest piqued by the bottle he had set aside. Seizing an unguarded moment, the mischievous Misdreavus latched onto the bottle's neck and took a big gulp. Almost instantly, it toppled over, dizzily falling backward along with the bottle, both plummeting to the ground. The man only saw the bottle vanish before his eyes. This seemingly trivial incident became the final straw that broke him. His hands began to tremble, then his lips, until his entire body was shaking violently. This man, who had lived over 4 decades, suddenly broke down, sobbing uncontrollably like a child. Miss Magius caught the inebriated Misdreavus just in time and looked up to witness the man's emotional collapse. As a ghost-type Pokemon highly attuned to negative emotions, Miss Magius could clearly feel the storm of feelings within the man. Beneath the fear lay an endless well of despair. Before Miss Magius could react, the man leapt. Acting on instinct, Miss Magius caught him midair, but the light in the man's eyes had already faded. After gently setting the man down, Miss Magius chose to delve into his memories. This was the life of a 47-year-old man named Zhao Zhugang. He had a wife who worked far from home due to their poverty. They were childless, and his elderly mother was his only surviving relative. His older brother had disappeared into a life of crime, while his two younger brothers had met tragic fates, one drowned, the other abducted and never found. Earlier that evening, Zhao received a call informing him that his mother, who suffered from Alzheimer's, had drowned herself in a river to avoid being a burden on the family. At that moment, he couldn't even scrape together the 200 yuan needed to recover her body. All he had was 132.5 yuan. Sometimes, reality is more absurd than fiction, for fiction at least tries to follow logic, while reality is bound by none. So, you extracted his soul to prevent him from committing suicide? Qian Lin stared at the scene in front of him, frowning as he asked. The dream demon slowly shook its head. That's not it. He came to me willingly, asking to understand the meaning of his existence. He asked me, is living only about staying alive? The dream demon's voice carried a hint of pity. As a dream demon, we can sense human fear and feed on it. But we don't enjoy these negative emotions. When I saw the despair in his heart, I chose to let him sink into a dream and gave him the life of an ordinary man. I didn't forcibly extract his soul, chose to remain in the dream himself. Qian Lin sighed. I see. Experiencing a better life in a dream can indeed make it hard to resist. But the dream demon gave a meaningful smile. You misunderstand. What I gave him wasn't some ideal life. In the dream, he's still a migrant worker. The difference is that his mother is alive. His wife stays home to care for the elderly and the children, and she often calls him. He has a child who performs well in school. Their family isn't wealthy, but they no longer agonize over 200 yuan. He can occasionally enjoy a good meal, doesn't have to send all his money back home, and can share a drink with friends. Life is still hard, but he can smile sincerely. Qian Lin opened his mouth as if to speak, but ended up shaking his head silently. What about the others? He asked instead. Every soul trapped here is burdened with intense negative emotions. As a dream demon of my level, my domain naturally attracts and envelopes such souls filled with negativity. It's beyond my control. Can't you just let them leave voluntarily? The dream demon's expression grew serious. If I did that, humanity would discover our existence. Before you appeared, you should know well how humans treated Pokemon. Qian Lin rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the truth. In cities, Pokemon were either forced to flee, destroyed, or captured for research. Though I am powerful enough to withstand most human weapons, there are many weaker children in my species, the dream demon continued. I don't want to harm humans, but I also can't put my kind in danger. Until you came along. The dream demon's voice carried a sense of anticipation. From the moment I learned of your existence, I have been waiting for you. If you truly believe humans and Pokemon can coexist peacefully, I knew you would come to investigate this incident. And all I needed to do was establish contact with you. Qian Lin scratched the back of his head, frowning slightly. If it were other types of Pokemon saying they couldn't lead their group away, I'd understand. But you guys are ghost Pokemon. With your abilities and the traits of the ghost type, it shouldn't be that hard for you to leave with your group, right? Miss Magius curled its lips into a meaningful smile. It seems you still don't know. Know what? Qian Lin asked, looking confused. But Miss Magius didn't continue the topic and instead said, the reason why we can't relocate the group isn't important. What's important is, now that you're here, I will suppress my Dominator aura. If possible, I'd like to trouble you to help us find a new habitat. Its voice carried a sly amusement, like that of a mischievous little girl. Oh wait, correction, he's male. Qian Lin ruffled his hair. Hey, did you just deliberately skip over an important detail? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that troublesome alpaca again? Maybe Arceus had brought him into this world and given him this system. After all, in Pokemon novels from his previous life, blaming Arceus always seemed to explain everything. Could it be? Qian Lin narrowed his eyes. Am I actually a human chosen by Arceus, possessing the power of overcoming? If that's the kind of dream you'd like to have, I could construct one for you. The night is still long, Miss Magius said with a playful tone, though Qian Lin could detect the underlying sarcasm. It was clearly saying, in your dreams. Fine. You enigmatic riddle speaker. Qian Lin sighed. I can't beat you. The scene before him shattered like glass, and the surroundings reverted to the opulent room. Miss Magius was seated across the table, smiling knowingly. And that is the truth behind the Pokemon attacking humans. Qian Lin fell into deep thought. Emotionally, He wanted to believe Miss Magius, but reason told him he needed external confirmation. He looked up and met Miss Magius's gaze. I'll inform them about this, and I ask that you release the souls of these people as soon as possible. I promise they won't attack you. Of course, Miss Magius said with a squinting smile. But speaking of souls, there's a small issue. While we've absorbed their negative emotions, that doesn't mean they're completely healed. When they return to reality, they might not thank you for it. Miss Magius explained that it had encountered many such individuals, people who preferred to stay immersed in their dreams rather than face reality, even resenting those who saved them. Qian Lin shrugged indifferently. Just because someone wants to die doesn't mean we shouldn't save them. Get them back first, then we can work on guiding them. Miss Magius nodded in agreement. Once you leave here and inform them of the situation, I'll retract the Dominator aura. Suddenly, Qian Lin remembered something. Oh, by the way, if it's possible, would you mind letting humans study you? I promise they won't harm you, just normal Pokemon research. You can try convincing them yourselves, Miss Magius said after a moment of thought. Got it. Qian Lin chuckled lightly, standing up and placing his hands on the table. Looking at the Miss Magius across from him, he asked, now that we've covered everything, can you lift this illusion? Miss Magius froze for a moment before narrowing its eyes with a smile. So, I've been found out. This was an illusion, a mirage so realistic it was almost indistinguishable from reality. Miss Magius rose gracefully from its seat, a light-hearted smile on its face. When did you figure it out? Not many people can discern Miss Magius's illusions, yet you don't seem to possess any special abilities. It's not that I can discern it, Qian Lin said, standing by the table, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling. It just felt a bit too out of place. After all, I've been streaming this whole time. The drone he used for streaming had vanished, along with the familiar interface of the chat overlay. Although he hadn't noticed at first, when he tried to explain the newly appeared Pokemon to the audience, he realized that the essential equipment was missing. Besides, Qian Lin continued, I'm just an ordinary human with no special powers. How could I possibly see souls? It's obvious you let me see it on purpose. He shrugged as if to emphasize he was fully aware of his own limitations. Let's just say, a small oversight, Miss Magius said, looking up at him with the same smile. But no, that's not quite it. With my abilities, I simply can't perfectly replicate your streaming equipment in a dream. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Qian Lin's smile froze. Streaming equipment so advanced that even a totem Miss Magius can't replicate it? It's not that I can't replicate it, Miss Magius clarified with a shake of its head. It's that I can't replicate it perfectly. There's an inexplicable force within that equipment resisting my powers. An inexplicable force. Wait a second. Qian Lin's expression turned to shock. Are you reading my mind? Miss Magius tilted its head, feigning confusion. You just realized? For a moment, Qian Lin was at a loss for words, a strange urge to cry welling up inside him. He sighed. Fine, whatever. I wasn't thinking about anything weird anyway. Let's just end this illusion already. Correction, Miss Magius said, playfully holding the silky ribbon on its right side in front of its mouth, while winking with its left eye. This isn't an illusion. It's a dream. As the words fell, a faint cracking sound reached Qian Lin's ears. Before he could comprehend the meaning behind Miss Magius' words, he opened his eyes. Growlithe lay on the ground, looking at Qian Lin, who was leaning against it, with a puzzled expression. Pangoro stood nearby like a vigilant bodyguard, arms crossed and scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, the drone hovered steadily in the sky, its camera fixed on the ground. The chat in the livestream was buzzing with comments. Letting Growlithe out just so you can nap, huh? Judging by how naturally the streamer sleeps leaning on Growlithe, this clearly isn't the first time. We came for ghost Pokemon, but instead we got a sleeping streamer. Though it's kinda cute, I wasn't just taking a nap. Qian Lin stood up, gently patting Growlithe's head. Well, I did fall asleep, but it's not what you think. Thank you, Growlithe. Growlithe wagged its tail happily, while Pangoro's eyes still held a trace of concern. Qian Lin shook his head with a smile. It's fine. I've already met the ghost Pokemon here. How long has it been since I fell asleep? He asked the drone again. About 5 minutes, the drone promptly replied. Why ask that? Planning to take another nap? A comment floated by on the screen. The drone reported the timing with precision. It's been 11 minutes and 54 seconds since the stream started, 6 minutes and 32 seconds since you sent out Katie Dog, 6 minutes and 12 seconds since you fell asleep on Katie Dog, and 1 minute and 12 seconds since you woke up. So, you slept exactly 5 minutes. Not a second more, not a second less. Wow, a walking timer. Impressive. Jokes aside. Jokes aside. Over. The drone responded modestly, I'm not impressive. I just happen to have a habit of timing things. What kind of job requires you to time everything? A referee? It's not convenient to say. Got it. You're a pro. Qian Lin looked up at the sky. Under the pitch-black night, there were no stars, only the dazzling lights of the tall buildings around him. He thought to himself, spending nearly half an hour in the dream world while only 5 minutes passed in reality. The Dominator Spiritome is truly terrifying. Anyway, mission accomplished for tonight, Qian Lin said, brushing the dust off his clothes. He turned to the drone and continued, so, this concludes tonight's stream. In just 10 minutes, we learned about several ghost-type Pokemon, including Dominator Spiritome, Ghastly, Pumpkaboo, Coexist, and Misdreavus. I hope you remember the knowledge shared tonight and recall it when you encounter ghost Pokemon in the future. He smiled innocently at the camera. Anyone else have questions? The comments section immediately exploded. Are you out of your mind? Stream of consciousness live stream? You streamed for less than 10 minutes, spent 3 minutes walking, 5 minutes sleeping, 1 minute asking questions, and the last minute brushing us off? Live streaming has evolved to this level now? Don't think of it that way. Qian Lin squeezed out 10 precious minutes from his busy schedule just to brush us off. He cares about us. Qian Lin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He hadn't intended to brush off the audience, but none of the ghost Pokemon he mentioned had actually appeared. Just talking about them without any visuals left the audience unimpressed. If he had encountered even one, he could have explained things more thoroughly. Clearing his throat, he chose to ignore the sarcastic comments. Anyway, that's it for this stream. I'm Qian Lin, your Pokemon science streamer. I'll announce the next stream on the bulletin board. If you're interested in learning more about the Pokemon in this world, please make sure to follow me. With that, he turned off the drone and ended the stream. The viewers kept commenting. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. He really did a 10-minute stream just to brush us off? Such a smooth sign-off. What did we even watch in these 10 minutes? The streamer taking a nap? Qian Lin ignored the remarks. He recalled Katie Dog and Pangoro left the construction site and reported the situation to the police. He then accompanied them to the Ungshi Central Police Station. On the way, he contacted his supervisor to report the Dominator Spiritome incident. The supervisor assured him the matter would be escalated immediately and a plan would be devised. That night's meeting lasted until 4 a.m., when a decision was finally made. The top priority was to rescue the trapped individuals. Next, they would arrange for nearby residents to stay home temporarily and clear the area to assist in relocating the Spiritome and other ghost Pokemon. After negotiations with Spiritome, a special location was selected, a feng shui site rich in energy, and within a week, a 5-story villa was constructed there. Truly terrifying. It's said that this feng shui site was specifically chosen by experts for its concentrated yin energy and dissipated yang energy. Spiritome seemed quite satisfied with it. 10 days later, Qian Lin returned to Zhu County. The issue with the Dream Haunter had been successfully resolved, and all the ghost-type Pokemon discovered were meticulously recorded in his mobile Pokédex. During this time, the Pokemon Research Institute had some good news to share. A prototype of the handheld Pokédex had been completed, and the Institute was considering integrating its functions into a mobile app. They also requested Qian Lin temporarily hand over the Pokeballs of Pokemon like Swablu, so they could install a new device that could sync with the Pokédex. Although the basic development was finished, fully mastering this technology would require more time. According to the Institute's estimates, it would take about a week to transfer the Pokédex functionality to the mobile app, with subsequent research progressing alongside the migration process. After handing over the Pokeballs to the Institute, Qian Lin opened his phone to browse the discussion section of the live streaming platform. This space was always filled with creative meme videos and reaction GIFs made by users, which he found quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Swablu had once again gone to visit Milotic. This time, Qian Lin had specially prepared some trial energy cubes, berries, and self-heating instant noodles. To ensure Fiba could enjoy hot noodles, he had even taught Swablu how to use the self-heating instant noodle packs. However, considering that Fiba and Milotic lacked hands, whether they could actually figure it out remained uncertain. While absent-mindedly scrolling through his phone, around 3 p.m., a forum post caught Qian Lin's attention. The post, written by someone with the username NotFiangyang, described a disturbing encounter. While exploring a dormant volcano with a school professor, they had come across a white Pokemon with curved horns. Although the Pokemon only intimidated them without attacking, it scared them enough to flee. What was more concerning was that students from other schools had reported similar encounters, suggesting this Pokemon might be deliberately preventing humans from approaching the volcano. Upon reading the post, Qian Lin immediately sat up straight, a serious expression crossing his face. Without hesitation, he opened a private message and quickly typed, "Hello, this is Qian Lin. Sorry to bother you, but could you tell me exactly where you encountered that Pokemon? What's the situation with that volcano?" After sending the message, he got up and headed toward the office of the vehicle manager. If things were as he suspected, the situation could become quite troublesome. It wasn't long before the student replied, "Whoa, it's a real person. I thought it was a high-quality replica." A message suddenly popped up in the chat window. The situation with Duanqing Mountain's volcano gradually unfolded through the conversation. The professors seemed to have noticed something unusual and suddenly decided to conduct an investigation. The visitor center at the foot of the mountain was nearly empty due to the presence of Pokemon. Qian Lin walked briskly while typing quickly to get more details. Can you tell me more about the situation? I have a bad feeling about this. The other party immediately provided a detailed account of what had happened. When they reached about one-third of the way up the mountain, a Pokemon suddenly appeared. Initially, they planned to quietly retreat and take an alternate route, following their pre-discussed strategy. However, when the Pokemon realized they still intended to ascend the mountain, it became unusually agitated, growling, baring its teeth, emitting a dark aura, and displaying an aggressive stance. This sudden hostility scared everyone off, forcing them to retreat to the visitor center. There, they discovered that not only their group but other visitors had encountered the same issue shortly after stepping outside. What was even more concerning was that the Pokemon now lingered at the mountain's base and seemed to be moving toward the visitor center. Qian Lin's expression grew serious. You've likely encountered an Absol, the disaster Pokemon. This species has the ability to sense impending calamities and often appears to warn humans. Despite its reputation as a disaster-bringer, Absol is naturally gentle and generally avoids conflict. He continued analyzing. I can't say for sure if Absol has sensed a real danger, but for safety reasons, please notify the surrounding visitor centers to suspend all climbing activities immediately. They'll head to the scene as soon as possible. Its unusual behavior might indicate a problem with this dormant volcano, and the issue might be far more serious than just volcanic tremors. A few minutes later, Qian Lin arrived at the transportation manager's office. The manager was just about to leave and lit up when he saw Qian Lin. I was just about to look for you. There's something I need to discuss. I've got an urgent matter on my end too, Qian Lin said with a faint smile, handing over his phone. The manager took the phone and, after reading, exclaimed in surprise, the Duanqing mountain volcano? Yes, Qian Lin nodded and explained. The key issue isn't the volcano itself but Absol's abnormal behavior. Typically, it would spread disaster warnings far and wide, but this time it's stubbornly focused on preventing humans from climbing the mountain. It hasn't even tried to evacuate the Pokemon on the mountain. This either means that the Pokemon have already safely left or… Qian Lin took a deep breath. This disaster might be directly related to the Pokemon. The supervisor remained silent for a moment before taking a stack of documents from his briefcase and handing them to Qian Lin. Qian Lin quickly flipped through the papers, but his brow furrowed as soon as he saw the words, Duanqing Mountain Volcano. The unusual activity at Duanqing Mountain Volcano has already caught the attention of higher-ups, the supervisor said, pointing to the documents. The exploration team we sent encountered resistance from Pokemon. Aerial reconnaissance was immediately deployed, and the results indicate that the volcano may erupt in the near future. He paused, his expression growing serious. What's more alarming is that the aerial scans detected an energy signature similar to Grolide's traits, but with intensity several times greater. We suspect there might be an exceptionally powerful fire-type Pokemon within the volcano. Qian Lin drew in a sharp breath. The Pokemon Research Institute had not only advanced its study of fire-type energy in such a short time, but had also applied it to field reconnaissance. Sensing his surprise, the supervisor explained, this was actually made possible thanks to the Pokédex you provided. We extracted its energy detection function and developed specialized scanning equipment. We're still working on understanding the underlying principles. Qian Lin felt slightly reassured but quickly tensed again. He set the documents down, his expression grave. There are quite a few Pokemon in the volcano, but not many can survive deep inside. Some of them are manageable, but… He trailed off without finishing his sentence. The supervisor noticed his unease and pressed further. Is there something particularly troublesome? Qian Lin nodded, took a sip from his water cup, but still didn't reveal the answer. Whether it was Inti, Molters, or Ho-Oh, these beings far exceeded humanity's current capacity to handle. Such godlike entities were overwhelming. Humans struggled even against Tier 2 legendary Pokemon. Facing a Tier 1 legendary, they would likely be powerless. This was precisely why, during the live broadcast months ago when Yveltal was mentioned, Qian Lin had fallen silent. Surviving an encounter with such a being had been sheer luck. The supervisor read the gravity in Qian Lin's expression and patted him on the shoulder. I'll arrange for a transport aircraft. In this era, while Duanqing Mountain was outside the Sichuan region, air transport had become the safest option. Compared to trains and ferries, the chance of an accident with an airplane was much lower, though the consequences of a mishap would be far more dire and sometimes impossible to mitigate. With Qian Lin urging haste, all preparations were completed in less than an hour. The transport aircraft would first take him to the airport, where a private plane was already waiting. The estimated flight time to the destination was just over an hour, and local transport aircraft were already on standby. If all went smoothly, Qian Lin would reach the Duanqing Mountain volcano area within 2 hours. After recalling Swablu, Qian Lin retrieved a Pokeball and a new phone from the Pokemon Research Institute. With everything ready, he boarded the plane to his destination. Looking out through the cabin window at the scenery below, Qian Lin took a deep breath, unable to conceal the nervousness in his heart. The Swablu nestled in his arms, seemed to sense his unease, and let out a soft chirp to comfort him. Thank you, Qian Lin said with a smile, lowering his head to the obedient Swablu. It's okay. This is something I have to do. Since I've decided, I must follow through. Groliath sat nearby, nudging Qian Lin's leg with its wet nose and panting with a goofy expression. Behind them, Pangoro sat silently, taking a deep breath. The lingering sense of helplessness from their last encounter with ghost Pokemon still weighed on its mind. Don't worry, Qian Lin said, reaching out to gently pat Groliath's head. It might just be a simple volcanic eruption. If that's the case, Pangoro will be more than capable of getting us out of there. Roar. Pangoro nodded solemnly. Chirp. Swablu spread its wings, its expression resolute, as if declaring, I won't lose either. Seeing this, Qian Lin's smile deepened. All right. Once you evolve, you'll be the one taking me flying. Chirp. Swablu puffed out its chest, making a promise. Qian Lin couldn't help but imagine soaring through the skies on an Altaria. Though considering its size, he might only be able to stand on it. But that was a thought for the future. Swablu was still under a year old, after all. Swablu, delighted by its newfound purpose, swayed joyfully on Qian Lin's lap, softly humming a tune. Its song was like the chime of bells in the wind, clear and melodious. The sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow on Qian Lin as the unease in his heart gradually melted away in the celestial music. I never realized you could sing so beautifully, Qian Lin murmured in amazement. He recalled the legend of Altaria's enchanting songs echoing through the mountains. At this moment, it felt almost within reach. Leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, Qian Lin listened to Swablu's singing, the clouds just outside the window. This moment felt particularly serene and perfect. When Swablu finished its song and looked up at Qian Lin, he gently stroked its head. That was amazing. You really are something special. Chirp. Swablu shyly covered its reddened face with its wings. Groliath leaned closer, giving Swablu a gentle nudge before stepping back to gaze at it. Seeing Swablu's puzzled expression, Qian Lin explained, Groliath is thanking you. Your song helped him feel at ease too. Chirp. Swablu's eyes widened in surprise. Woof. Groliath barked softly but enthusiastically in agreement. From the back seat, Pangoro leaned forward and gave a thumbs up. Roar. Beautiful. With all these compliments, Swablu's face flushed even redder, and it burrowed itself into Qian Lin's embrace. Am I imagining things? Qian Lin wondered as he stepped off the plane, immediately struck by an unusual wave of heat. Looking up at the clear blue sky, the sunlight wasn't blinding, and the warmth on his skin was bearable, but the surrounding air felt oppressively stifling, like the peak of summer at noon. Sitting inside the car, Qian Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling even more uncomfortable with the Swablu nestled in his arms. Swablu, how about going back into your Pokeball for now? It's really too hot out here. Swablu's cotton-like feathers had excellent insulation properties, allowing it to regulate its body temperature effortlessly, so it didn't seem affected by the unusual heat. On the other hand, the Pangoro next to them wasn't as fortunate. Its thick fur, like that of the Groliath, made it start panting heavily. Given the limited space in the car, Qian Lin decided to return Pangoro to its Pokeball for the time being. Swablu, however, tilted its head and chirped, chirp, at the suggestion. Remembering how it stayed inside its Pokeball the entire time during the showdown with the Totemus Magius and missed all the action, it flapped its wings and flew out of Qian Lin's arms, gliding through the open car window to circle around outside. Relieved, Qian Lin turned his attention to the Groliath beside him. As a fire-type Pokemon, Groliath was lying there with a serious expression, seemingly unaffected by the heat. This suddenly reminded Qian Lin, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever paid much attention to your abilities. Since he rarely engaged in battles, Qian Lin hadn't delved deeply into Pokemon abilities. He studied the Groliath closely, but it quickly dawned on him that without the expertise of a professional breeder, it was impossible to determine its ability just by observation. Feeling uncomfortable under Qian Lin's gaze, Groliath took a small step back. Do I look that scary? Qian Lin chuckled wryly, thinking to himself that Groliath's ability was likely Intimidate, Flash Fire, or its hidden ability, Justified. From a rarity standpoint, the hidden ability would naturally be the most desirable. Looking up at the Swablu, Qian Lin tried to determine its abilities. Natural Cure, hidden ability, Cloud 9? It's hard to tell, he pondered to himself. I'll confirm it when I get back. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw an urgent message from the vehicle dispatcher. Absol has already approached the visitor center. There's no human activity left on the mountain. It seems to be preparing to drive people out of the visitor center. All our people are there. Please hurry. Qian Lin's eyes sharpened. He immediately looked up and shouted to the driver, Brother Gao, speed up. Absol is starting to drive people out of the visitor center. The driver, Gao, was the same one who had accompanied Qian Lin to Engshi last time. Hearing this, his expression instantly turned serious. Due to the unusually high temperatures, the helicopter couldn't get close to the volcano, so they had to rely on the vehicle. Gao had been maintaining a steady pace for comfort, but with the urgency of the situation, he could no longer afford to do so. Hold on tight, Gao gave a brief warning. Before Qian Lin could respond, a powerful force pinned him against the seat. If not for the seatbelt, he might have been thrown out entirely. Just as he was grateful for being secure, a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, Grolithe doesn't have a seatbelt. Sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw Grolithe being flung around the cabin, eventually crashing heavily into the young man on the right. The man's face turned pale from the impact, while Grolithe's expression was oddly serene, as if it had transcended worldly concerns. Qian Lin quickly retrieved Grolithe into its pokeball. In that brief moment, he clearly saw a look of relief on Grolithe's face. Take a good rest, Qian Lin thought with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was relieved that the Swablu was flying outside. Otherwise, it might have suffered the same fate. After about 8 minutes of jarring travel, a massive visitor center came into view. Judging by the parking lot, there were at least 100 people gathered inside. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, everyone jumped out, and the Swablu descended from the sky to hover beside Qian Lin, its wings flapping lightly due to the intense heat. From the direction of the visitor center came waves of terrified screams. Without hesitation, Qian Lin sprinted toward the building, pulling out a live streaming drone and starting a broadcast. The stream quickly filled with comments, but he didn't have time to respond. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out, Qian Lin, hurry up, Absol is about to attack us. Qian Lin pushed open the doors of the visitor center. A blast of cold air hit him, and a striking figure came into view, a creature with white fur, jet black skin, crimson eyes, and scythe-like horns and tail. It was none other than the disaster Pokemon, Absol. Absol had already entered the visitor center. Standing in the middle of the hall, it resembled a graceful yet imposing leopard, its scythe-like horn gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Whoa, what a majestic creature! Qian Lin couldn't help but smile. A tiger? A leopard? Whatever it is, it's a feline, and way cooler than that thug panda. Seeing someone mention Milotic in the chat, he retorted indignantly, look into the eyes of a Sichuan native and say that again. Absol is the coolest. 5 fully armed soldiers quickly entered the hall. The moment they spotted Absol, they assumed a standard defensive formation. 2 flanked Qian Lin, 2 guarded the front, and 1 covered the rear. Their guns were pointed directly at Absol. Sensing the threat, Absol's eyes turned cold, its body lowering slightly as it adopted a combat stance. Noticing this, Qian Lin quickly patted a soldier on the shoulder. Stand down. Lower your weapons. The soldiers complied immediately, but their tense posture made it clear they remained on high alert. It was understandable. Absol's appearance didn't exactly exude friendliness. Like facing a wild predator, human instinct leaned toward self-defense. A Swablu perched on Qian Lin's shoulder, its gaze fixed intently on Absol. It let out a sharp, warning chirp. Chirp. Qian Lin chuckled softly and took 2 steps forward. Absol, I'm a trainer from the League, here to investigate the volcanic anomalies. If you're trying to ensure humans leave this area, then we have no conflict. The mention of the League clearly caught Absol off guard. It scrutinized Qian Lin and the Swablu with a puzzled expression. In a world where trainers weren't supposed to exist, this human was undeniably Swablu's trainer. This realization made Absol relax slightly, and it let out a low growl, as if posing a question. Are you asking about the League? Qian Lin pondered for a moment before explaining. I've acquired knowledge of the Pokemon world, where there's a Pokemon League. In fact, I plan to establish a league in this world too. It's still in the works, but I'm the first trainer here. He paused as a thought struck him. Wait a second, does that make me the first ever league champion? Absol struggled to follow Qian Lin's sudden train of thought, but seemed to grasp the general idea. The person before them had inherited knowledge of the Pokemon world, and was accelerating this world's acceptance of Pokemon. Absol quickly understood the significance of T-Sit meant that Pokemon who had already arrived in this world would be treated better, and those who came in the future would be spared from attacks. Realizing this, Absol's gaze softened noticeably, and it withdrew its previously defensive stance. The sharp, predatory aura it carried began to dissipate, replaced by a graceful and noble demeanor reminiscent of a feline. The live stream chat instantly erupted with excitement. Wow, so cool. I'm in love. I'm in love. Streamer, aren't you going to introduce it? Just going to stare at it like that? Guys, pay attention to the atmosphere. Don't you feel like something's off? It seems like Qian Lin is really tense, or maybe even serious. Yeah, this stream feels different from usual. Despite the flurry of questions in the chat, Qian Lin remained silent. At that moment, Absol gave a slight nod and then turned its gaze toward the volcano behind it. Seeing this, Qian Lin understood that Absol had accepted him. He let out a sigh of relief, smiled at the 5 people behind him, and then slowly stepped forward, stopping a short distance from Absol. The 5 others, noticing this, also relaxed their guard and turned to head toward the evacuation area. They still needed to organize the evacuation of the remaining personnel. Although vehicles were ready, they were not fast enough, and it would take at least another 10 minutes for them to arrive. In the meantime, they had to gather everyone together. Following Absol's gaze toward the volcano, Qian Lin noticed a distortion in the air above it. So that's the reason for the rising temperature, he murmured to himself. Absol, do you know which Pokemon is causing this? Absol nodded solemnly. Though he couldn't understand its language, Qian Lin continued to speculate. I really hope it's something like a Magmortar, but for this level of power, it must be a legendary Pokemon, right? After Absol confirmed his guess again, it glanced at the 5 people heading toward the human shelter. Understanding that they were evacuating the crowd, Absol no longer lingered to intimidate the humans. It let out a low growl to signal Qian Lin to follow before dashing toward the volcano. Qian Lin sprang into action, calling out to his Swablu to follow while releasing Growlithe from its Pokeball. I need you to follow Absol and stay in a visible spot. Swablu will guide me from above. Arf. Leave it to me. Growlithe barked as a faint red glow enveloped its body, propelling it to catch up with Absol. Swablu, stay close. Taking a deep breath, Qian Lin stepped out of the cool building and into the blistering heat, chasing after them. During this time, he glanced at the live stream chat, noticing that most of the viewers were discussing his actions. One user, with the ID I am not Fianyang, seemed to be explaining the situation, likely the same person who had contacted him earlier. Qian Lin smiled, though Absol's figure was already disappearing into the distance. Absol, a dark-type Pokemon often referred to as the disaster Pokemon, typically resided in rugged mountainous regions and rarely ventured down to the foothills. Absol, as a highly unique Pokemon, possesses an acute ability to sense changes in the natural world. Not only can it foresee disasters, but it also actively emerges from the deep mountains to warn humans. It is precisely because its appearances are often followed by calamities that it has been dubbed the disaster Pokemon by people. However, in reality, its gentle nature starkly contrasts with its ominous appearance. Absol not only protects human farmlands, but also promptly alerts others to any abnormalities. Qian Lin looked up, but Absol's figure had already vanished from sight. He took a deep breath, his gaze heavy. The reason I came here this time is because of Absol's unusual behavior. Normally, it tries to prevent disasters after issuing a warning, but this time, it seems unusually anxious to drive humans away from this area. He turned to face the camera, his expression growing more grave. According to records in the Pokemon world, there's only one explanation for this situation: a legendary Pokemon is about to descend. Faced with a disaster of such magnitude, Absol never acts recklessly. Instead, it focuses on urgently evacuating people. The livestream chat erupted instantly. Some viewers recalled Qian Lin mentioning during his first livestream that legendary Pokemon are essentially the deities of the Pokemon world. This realization caused the atmosphere in the stream to become palpably tense. Although some viewers tried to reassure others, claiming that legendary Pokemon, after all, are still just Pokemon and shouldn't be too overwhelming, Qian Lin's expression suggested the situation was far more dire than they imagined. In truth, Qian Lin felt utterly uncertain. His decision to come here had been spurred by a single comment from a viewer that heightened his sense of alarm, prompting him to impulsively volunteer for the mission. But now that he was here, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Facing a legendary Pokemon with a team consisting of Swablu, Growlithe, and Pangoro, it was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even with the support of Milotic, the odds of success seemed bleak. He didn't even know which deity might be lurking on the volcano, but the situation felt grim regardless. As Qian Lin pressed on in silence, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed it was his team manager. On the other end of the line came a voice filled with authority. Evacuate immediately. We are not prepared to face a legendary Pokemon. Qian Lin glanced toward the increasingly distorted light at the volcano's summit and shook his head. It's too late. Based on Absol's behavior, the legendary Pokemon is either about to awaken or has already been provoked. It could appear at any moment. He paused, then added, to be honest, I don't think humanity's current weapons can handle a legendary Pokemon. Not even a second-tier deity unless you're planning to drop a nuclear bomb here. The team manager was silent for a moment. Air Force support is on the way. We'll do our best to delay it. Sorry, manager, Qian Lin said with a helpless smile. That might not be the wisest course of action. If you challenge a legendary Pokemon using non-Pokemon methods, humanity will only invite something far worse: divine retribution. The car owner fell into silence, unsure of how to respond to the predicament before him. He understood that Qian Lin's anger stemmed from the fate of the warriors who had turned to stone on the battlefield of Shangjing, but such emotions were of no help in the current situation. At least, Take Fu Xing and the others with you. The car owner's voice involuntarily softened. Qian Lin shook his head and sighed. If I fail, even if Fu Xing and the others are sacrificed as cannon fodder, I won't escape either. So, he paused for a moment. After this, give Fu Xing and the others some time off. Is this really the time to talk about taking a vacation? The car owner looked at the screen helplessly. He and his superiors knew almost nothing about the legendary Pokemon. They had never seen them in person. The only information came from survivors of the battle against Yveltal in Shangjing. According to their accounts, even the casual actions of the legendary Pokemon could easily take lives, and human weapons were utterly ineffective. Qian Lin had once explained that Yveltal likely hadn't truly attacked humanity back then. Otherwise, no one would have survived, and the entire Shangjing could have been reduced to ashes in its wrath. The power of legendary Pokemon far exceeded human comprehension. Looking up toward the mountaintop, Qian Lin noticed the air rippling and distorting from the intense heat. Even with the enhanced physical endurance granted by the Pokemon world, the scorching temperature of over 40 degrees Celsius was unbearable. The car owner watched Qian Lin in the live broadcast, caught in a dilemma. Rationally, he knew he should order Qian Lin to retreat. Qian Lin was far too important to the nation. Yet emotionally, he agreed with Qian Lin's perspective. Challenging a deity without using Pokemon battles would come at a devastating cost, regardless of the outcome. Sensing the car owner's hesitation, Qian Lin continued, Director, the legendary Pokemon of this world are not limited to just one. Even if the opponent this time isn't the strongest deity and we somehow find a way to prevail, what about the next time? He glanced at the Swablu circling in the sky, his tone calm. We might be able to handle Moltres, Inti, or Heatran, but what if it's Ho-Oh, Groudon, or Yveltal again? Even humanity's strongest forces may not be enough to take down a secondary deity. As for the primary deities, no amount of power from across the globe could triumph over them. Groudon, representing the earth. Kyogre, ruling the seas. Rayquaza, the god of the skis. If these three were to wage war on earth, believe me, no force could stop them. Qian Lin took a deep breath and looked directly into the camera. Backing down once will only lead to backing down again. I could choose to retreat now, but if I ever faced these three deities, where could I possibly retreat to? His voice was resolute. The moment I decided to start this live broadcast, I already anticipated this situation. These 2 weeks of hesitation were all leading to this decision. I can't back down, not even this once. He knew that once he accepted this system, it would mean he must eventually face the trials of the legendary Pokemon. Those deities of unimaginable power, the Tier 2 and Tier 1 gods, would become obstacles he had no choice but to overcome. For the past 2 weeks, Qian Lin had repeatedly questioned himself. Did he have the courage to confront these legendary beings? What was the purpose of doing so? Although he hadn't found all the answers, as his first live stream began, in his encounter with the Swablu, and after witnessing the majestic Milotic, powerful yet content to remain in isolation, the answers gradually became clearer. He admitted to himself that he was afraid of facing the legendary Pokemon, but he had no other choice. In this world, he was the only Pokemon trainer. He deeply loved these creatures not just as the virtual figures he had seen on screens in his past life, but as real, living beings now standing before him. He wanted to introduce them to the world, to let everyone see these adorable and extraordinary lives. As for the rewards, perhaps it would be the recognition of the nation, a life free from worry, and most importantly the chance to become a true Pokemon trainer. Qian Lin looked at the camera and gave a simple, sincere smile. This is my answer. The car owner stared at the phone screen, which now showed the call had ended, and then turned to the live stream, watching the ordinary boy's smiling face. Lost in thought for a moment, he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. It was a call from his superior. Xiao Jun, an elderly voice with a thick accent came through the line. I like this kid. He's got guts. The car owner was momentarily stunned. Li Lao, let him go all out. Continue to support him, but don't interfere. From here on, it's up to him. Li Lao's voice, though slightly muffled, carried an undeniable authority. I have only one request. Even if he fails, no matter the cost, bring him back to me. Do you understand? The car owner stood at attention, saluting even though the other party couldn't see him. Yes, sir. At that moment, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Qian Lin is so cool. Followed. I'm officially your fan for the next 10 years. Even though we're not trainers yet, we're with you all the way. No matter what happens, you're my idol. Way cooler than any celebrity. I'm fired up. Some even started discussing reactions on international platforms. Someone's rebroadcasting the stream overseas, calling Pokemon monsters, and saying Qian Lin is just seeking attention. I'm going to argue with them. Seeing the flood of comments, Qian Lin's lips curved into a slight smile. He knew what he was doing would impact the entire world. We promised to do this together, so don't let outside voices sway you. If you leave, I'd be really sad. He looked ahead, his gaze resolute. Let's face the legendary Pokemon together. Let's face the gods. Oh, what a stroke of luck. I found a moon stone, Qian Lin said, wiping the sweat from his forehead while holding the stone up to the camera with a grin. He explained in detail, the moon stone can evolve certain Pokemon like Clefairy or Jigglypuff. I never expected to find such a rare mineral on this volcano. After carefully tucking the moon stone into his backpack, Qian Lin looked up towards the mountain peak not far ahead. With his superior physical condition, which surpassed that of ordinary people in this world, it would take him about half an hour at a normal pace to reach the top, or just 10 minutes if he sprinted at full speed. He sat on a protruding rock, waiting for Altaria to guide the way. At this point, he had reached the end of the observation platform. Beyond this point, he would need to forge his own path. The unique terrain of the volcano's summit was clearly visible, and Absol and Growlithe had already arrived at the peak ahead of him. Judging by the current situation, the legendary Pokemon within the volcano had yet to awaken. Fu Xing had just sent word that all the people at the foot of the mountain had been evacuated, and the ground combat unit was assembling to advance up the mountain. Despite Qian Lin's repeated assurances that it wasn't necessary, the team assigned to shield him insisted on coming. The temperature around him had already risen to levels comparable to a blazing inferno, unbearable for ordinary people. Fire trucks were stationed at the base of the mountain, extinguishing small flames sparked by the intense heat. Reinforcements from other regions were also on their way after all. When dealing with a fire-type legendary Pokemon, proper precautions were essential. Qian Lin gazed up at the sunlit sky. With his keen intuition, he sensed that the rising temperature had little to do with the sun. Good news, everyone, he said to the camera. The Pokemon in the volcano is probably not Groudon. It's more likely to be Entei, Moltres, or Heatran. None of these are Tier 1 legendaries, so we might stand a chance. He added with a hint of regret, I should have sent Altaria to find Milotic for backup. The viewers in the livestream chat eagerly inquired about the power of legendary Pokemon, recalling how they had witnessed Milotic effortlessly shatter half a mountain before. Milotic and Mismagius are indeed very powerful, Qian Lin explained, taking a sip of water. They can hold their own against Tier 2 legendaries in unknown battles, but their chances of winning are slim. Even if they teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against a Tier 1 legendary. Those are just too overpowered. At that moment, Altaria let out a chirp from the sky, pointing Qian Lin in the right direction. He got to his feet and began moving in the direction Altaria indicated. After only a few steps, another discovery made his eyes light up. Another thunderstone. This mountain really is something else. Qian Lin was about to move forward when a small rock on the ground caught his attention. This action immediately triggered dissatisfaction among the livestream viewers. Seriously? You're about to face a god, and you're picking up rocks? My sense of tension is completely ruined. Some viewers try to be more understanding. Maybe Qian Lin just wants to relax a bit. He's about to face a legendary Pokemon, after all. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even have the courage to go. Why is it Qian Lin who gets to livestream, be trusted by the higher-ups, and even capture Pokemon, while we can only sit at home and watch? Someone complained sourly. I want to help Qian Lin, but the police have blocked all the roads, another viewer commented. Seeing this message, Qian Lin paused and responded earnestly, thanks for your concern, my friend, but please don't come here. The reason we're facing the legendary Pokemon is to ensure everyone's safety. Even if you could help, we wouldn't feel good about it. This is the truth. The last thing anyone wants on the battlefield is people who shouldn't be there. At that moment, a Swablu suddenly let out urgent chirps and circled anxiously above Qian Lin's head. He immediately became alert. It's coming. The surrounding temperature spiked abruptly, going from the heat of a fire to feeling like he was being roasted alive. Qian Lin quickly took off his jacket, leaving just a short-sleeved shirt, and rolled up his pant legs. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as black smoke began to billow from the volcano's crater, and the ground shook violently. Instinctively, Qian Lin considered leaning against a nearby boulder but quickly changed his mind, moving to an open area and crouching down, keeping a vigilant eye on the sky above. As someone from Sichuan, he was well aware that during an earthquake, one should avoid sheltering under trees or rocks and instead head for open spaces. Drawing from years of experience, he accurately judged that the earthquake was about a magnitude 5 and would likely last for a while. After 20 seconds, the tremors subsided. Qian Lin took a deep breath and slung his backpack over his shoulder again. As he prepared to continue, he spotted a fire stone on the ground. Looks like Growlithe's evolution is taken care of, he murmured to himself. The live chat erupted once more. Come on, can you stop ruining the tension? I was genuinely worried during the earthquake, but now I feel nothing. As someone from Sichuan, I can say that wasn't a big quake, but the point is, the streamer is still on a mountain. The real issue is this guy still has the nerve to pick up rocks. Qian Lin placed the fire stone into his backpack, forcing a faint smile. These evolution stones might contribute to future research. If he failed today, at least these items would still hold some value. He pressed on, getting closer and closer to the volcano. He could even hear the breathing of the volcano itself. The air was scorching, and even breathing felt like it might ignite a fire. Qian Lin's lungs burned with every breath, each inhale as if he were swallowing flames. He looked up at the still smoking mountain peak and let out a bitter smile. Finally, almost there, he thought. I never expected the greatest obstacle to be the terrain, but rather this heat that feels like it could melt a person. Just then, the volcano erupted without warning. Crimson flames shot out from the crater like a giant dragon, instantly engulfing the entire mountaintop in a fiery red glow. The air grew even hotter, and even holding his breath, the stinging pain on his skin was unbearable. Damn, is it finally coming out? Qian Lin thought, attempting to wipe his sweat, only to find his skin dry and parched. His sweat had evaporated the moment it emerged. Even as a human in the Pokemon world, he was barely holding on against the heat. For an ordinary person, they would have collapsed long ago. Above, the crimson flames spread outward, as if they intended to set the entire sky ablaze. At the heart of the fire, a massive orb of flames floated, resembling a second sun radiating suffocating heat. What the hell is that? Is the entire mountain burning? So this is the power of a legendary Pokemon? Qian Lin, maybe you should retreat for now. Forget battling. Even getting close seems impossible. The livestream's chat was filled with worried comments. Residents in nearby cities also felt the abnormal heat indoors. It felt as though they were being steamed alive. Qian Lin glanced at the messages, cracking a dry smile with his chapped lips. Don't worry, I can hold on. And I've got good news. I've identified our opponent. It's not a tier 1 god, but a tier 2 deity with divine authority. Its base strength should be comparable to Milotic. His smile turned more bitter. But the bad news is, the fact that it's causing such a massive temperature spike means it's currently wielding its divine power. At the volcano's summit, Absol stood atop a jagged rock, its gaze fixed solemnly on the churning crimson magma below. This volcano, which should have been dormant, was awakening. Not only was the magma an unusual shade of red, but the scale of the eruption far exceeded expectations. If the fury of that presence couldn't be quelled, it wouldn't just be the surrounding areas. Nearby cities could also be reduced to ash. Humans were powerless to stop this disaster, and Absol understood this all too well. It and the trainer had to stop this being here, and now either pacify its rage or perish alongside it. Behind Absol, Growlithe let out a low growl, its eyes equally filled with grim determination. Absol cast a glance at Growlithe, and then thought of the trainer's Swablu, letting out a sigh. With the strength of these two Pokemon, the trainer had no chance of stopping what was about to unfold. Suddenly, Absol's expression grew tense. In the next moment, the volcano trembled violently, black smoke billowed into the sky, and crimson lava rained down, instantly consuming the surrounding greenery. Absol warily scanned the area, his gaze finally locking onto the churning magma. A deafening roar shattered the heavens, and a massive crimson pillar of fire erupted from the volcano's crater. The searing flames, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression, forced Absol and Growlithe to retreat step by step. The flames engulfed them, their sheer power nearly suffocating. Enduring the burning pain, Absol's horn began to emit a dazzling light. With a low growl, the light transformed into a sharp blade, slicing through the flames, encasing his body with precision. Free from the immediate danger, Absol turned to check on Growlithe. To Absol's surprise, Growlithe, being a fire-type Pokemon, seemed relatively unaffected. His body glowed with a fiery red light, completely shielding him from the flames' harm. Meanwhile, the volcano's summit had become a raging sea of fire. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the colossal burning fireball hovering in the sky, resembling a second sun. Within the fireball, the faint outline of a giant flaming bird could be seen. Encased in spiraling, living flames, it seemed poised to scorch the heavens. The immense aura it radiated weighed heavily on Absol and Growlithe, leaving them gasping for breath. This was none other than the legendary fire god, Moltres. Moltres let out another piercing cry, its gaze sharp and menacing as it fixated on the two Pokemon below. Absol, undeterred, stood at the volcano's edge and met Moltres' gaze directly. "Oh fire god, please stop. Do you intend to destroy this world?" Moltres spread its wings, and the flames around it surged wildly, forming a terrifying pillar of fire that shot straight toward Absol. Faced with a firestorm that seemed to engulf half the volcano, Absol acted without hesitation, gathering white light in his mouth to counter the attack. The two forces collided, unleashing a staggering energy storm. "You had to give your all just to withstand a casual strike from me. What gives you the right to stop me?" Moltres' voice dripped with disdain. The scorching air made it nearly impossible for Absol to respond. At that moment, Growlithe suddenly let out a fierce growl. Baring his teeth, he glared at Moltres, the fiery glow on his body intensifying. "I don't care who you are. My trainer is down there, and if you keep raising the temperature, he might die too. Stop this now. Molter's eyes flickered with a trace of disbelief upon hearing this. The flames surrounding it grew even more ferocious, swirling and condensing around its form. Then, with a powerful sweep of its wings, Molters loomed over Growlithe, letting out a resounding cry. Flames erupted from its mouth, exploding midair and transforming into a massive fiery character that descended from the heavens. The terrifying blaze locked onto Growlithe, its immense range engulfing the entire volcano crater. The scorching heat felt as if the sun itself had fallen, forcing even Absol to instinctively take a step back. Yet Growlithe gritted his teeth and stepped forward instead. He howled defiantly to the sky. Even if you're a god, you will not harm my one and only trainer." The flames swallowed Growlithe whole. With a powerful push off the ground, he leapt into the air, his body soaring upward. Under the astonished gazes of Absol and Molters, he charged straight into the devastating fiery character. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, sending shockwaves rippling downward. The sheer force of the aftermath flung Absol off his feet. Molters let out a low hum, its fiery aura blazing fiercely as it prepared to turn and leave. Oh! A faint howl stopped Molters in its tracks, its pupils narrowing sharply. Turning back, it saw Growlithe, his body charred and battered, crash heavily to the ground. Yet, his eyes remained wide open, his limbs propped against the earth. Flames still flickered on his body as he let out an angry roar at Molters. Stay where you are." Growlithe gathered flames in his mouth and unleashed a fiery column aimed directly at Molters. Though this attack was far weaker than the effortless flames of Molters, it radiated Growlithe's unyielding determination. The fire column struck the fiery character, but didn't even leave a ripple. "You will not leave." Blood streamed down his face as Growlithe took another step forward. "My trainer told me to keep you here, so you will not leave." Flames engulfed his body once more as Growlithe glared at Molters. The searing fire evaporated the blood, tinting the flames with a crimson hue. Molters turned back, its once proud expression now tinged with seriousness, as if it had developed an interest in this small, defiant creature. The next moment, the flames surrounding Molters gradually dissipated, and the enormous fireball in the sky vanished. Its divine form was revealed, and the surrounding temperature dropped from unbearable, searing heat to the intensity of a midsummer day. Absol immediately sprang into action, rushing to stand protectively in front of Growlithe. The horn on its head glowed as it pressed its claws to the ground, watching the descending Molters warily. Just then, a cheerful chirp from Swablu echoed across the mountaintop. "We made it." Panting heavily, Qian Lin climbed to the summit and gazed at the Molters in midair. "So, it really is Molters. Could it be that you are the god of fire?" Swablu flew close to Molters, glaring at it angrily. Meanwhile, the flames on Growlithe's body gradually extinguished. He turned to look at Qian Lin and gave a goofy smile. Molters stared at Qian Lin with a flicker of uncertainty, seemingly perplexed as to how this human could appear here in such unbearable heat. Qian Lin approached Growlithe, his fists clenching as he took in the sight of the scorched and bleeding Pokemon. He gently patted Growlithe on his bare head. "You did well, Growlithe. You held on until I arrived. Rest in your Pokeball, now leave the rest to us." Growlithe shook his head firmly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Qian Lin hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and sprayed some potion onto Growlithe's wounds. "All right, but don't push yourself too hard. If anything happens, they'll return you to your Pokeball immediately." Growlithe wagged his tail happily. After applying the potion, Qian Lin stood up and smiled as he turned to face Molters in the sky. "Well then, Molters, thank you for waiting for me all this time. In this world, there is no Pokemon League, no trainers, no Pokeballs, and no bonds formed between humans and Pokemon." Molters gazed down at Qian Lin below, its eyes filled with scrutiny. In this world, discrimination and persecution against Pokemon had long become the norm, at least in Molters' understanding. At this moment, it silently observed Qian Lin tending to Growlithe's wounds. When Qian Lin looked up, Molters noticed the cold fury hidden beneath his smiling face. This anger was not directed at Pokemon, but stemmed from the injuries inflicted on Growlithe. This realization caused a flicker of something unusual in Molters' eyes. It let out a sharp cry, spread its wings, and hovered above the volcano's crater. Intense heat radiated from its body, enveloping the entire volcano in scorching heat. Flames began to gather in its beak, swirling like a vortex before surging toward Qian Lin. Qian Lin's eyes sharpened as he quickly threw out Pangoro's Pokeball. "Pangoro, protect!" With a flash of light, the towering 2-meter-tall Pangoro emerged, crossing its arms in front of its chest to generate a white protective barrier. However, when Molters' fiery attack collided with the shield, the sheer force shattered it instantly, sending Pangoro flying backward. "Are you okay, Pangoro?" Qian Lin called out anxiously. Despite its charred fur and darkened appearance, Pangoro stood firm, nodding at Qian Lin before turning its determined gaze back to the airborne molters. Qian Lin swiftly analyzed the situation. Molters held the upper hand in the air, and Pangoro's attacks struggled to reach it. His other two Pokemon Swablu, too weak to fight, and the severely injured Growlithe out of commission. At this moment, his only hope rested on Pangoro. Suddenly, Absol let out a low growl, its horn gleaming with a sharp light as it slashed toward Molters. But with effortless grace, Molters twisted its body, evading the attack. Without hesitation, it gathered flames in its beak again, launching another fiery assault directly at Absol. The raging flames sealed off all of Absol's escape routes, leaving no room for evasion with such a wide-range attack. Even the Swablu soaring high in the sky couldn't escape its reach. However, Qian Lin observed the battlefield with a slight frown. When Absol's hyper beam collided with Molters' fiery assault, the resulting explosion created a shockwave that nearly knocked him off his feet. Yet it seemed far less powerful than expected. With Molters' ability to control the weather, it could easily trigger a volcanic eruption and annihilate us all, Qian Lin murmured, carefully studying the fiery bird in the sky. Is it deliberately holding back its power? At that moment, Molters' gaze shifted toward him. Their eyes met briefly in the air, and Molters flapped its wings, its expression revealing a hint of deliberation. Qian Lin was about to speak. Fire God, we... Screech. Molters let out a piercing cry, cutting him off. Its body was suddenly engulfed in blazing flames, transforming into a massive fireball as it descended rapidly, hurtling straight toward Qian Lin. In that instant, Qian Lin realized the truth. Molters wasn't merely trying to kill him. It was testing him, waiting for him to display a certain quality, one that could only be proven through battle. I have to fight with everything I've got, and I absolutely cannot lose. Pangoro, Hyper Beam. Swablu, Dragon Pulse. Qian Lin shouted, thrusting his right hand forward. He turned to Absol and added urgently, follow my lead for now, use Hyper Beam to block Molters' attack. The three Pokemon launched their attacks simultaneously. Pangoro roared toward the sky, unleashing a white beam of energy. Swablu flapped her wings, releasing a dragon-shaped wave of light. Absol nodded silently and fired a more powerful Hyper Beam than Pangoro's. Molters easily evaded the attacks from Pangoro and Swablu. Suddenly, its body glowed with a vivid blue light, like a sword aiming directly for Swablu. Qian Lin's expression changed drastically. Swablu, dodge it quickly. But it was too late. The young Swablu flailed her wings in panic, unable to escape Molters' precise strike. The blue light struck her body heavily, and blood scattered into the hot wind. Without hesitation, Qian Lin retrieved the injured Swablu with a pokeball as she plummeted to the ground. Molters hovered in the air, looking down at Qian Lin with an imposing gaze. Inside the pokeball, though gravely wounded, Swablu felt a mix of frustration and guilt. Yet, in her heart, she made a vow. Fire God, just you wait. Next time we meet, I'll make sure to take you down. Qian Lin took a deep breath, solemnly placing the pokeball back into his backpack. Pangoro, Growlithe, from now on, we fight not just for ourselves but for Swablu as well. Let's give it everything we've got. Qian Lin wrestled with his thoughts, questioning how he should respond, but he couldn't afford to show any hesitation now. Pangoro and Growlithe were still fighting with all their might. He had to hold on, no matter the odds, to honor his promise to his comrades. Wu Absol stood firmly in front of Qian Lin, side by side with Pangoro. Though Absol was more severely injured than Pangoro, its superior strength and better condition allowed it to keep fighting. Molters spread its blazing wings once again, the flames gathering in its beak, distorting the air with intense heat waves. Pangoro, hold the line. Take this hit for Absol. Qian Lin commanded decisively. Roar. Without hesitation, Pangoro stepped forward, crossing its arms to form a protective barrier. Absol glanced at Qian Lin with furrowed brows, its eyes filled with doubt. It could have taken the attack itself and sustained less damage. Trust Pangoro, trust me, Qian Lin responded, his reddened eyes meeting Absol's questioning gaze. The moment the flames collided with the protective barrier, a white shimmering wall cracked under the impact. Pangoro gritted its teeth, holding its ground, even as its fur caught fire. Blood trickled down its arms, evaporating into a crimson mist in the searing heat. Absol watched in astonishment and admiration. When the flames subsided and the barrier shattered, Pangoro ignored its battered arms and stared defiantly at Molters. Did you see that? I blocked your attack. Molters widened its eyes in disbelief. This attack was stronger than the last. How could this happen? Its gaze shifted between Pangoro and Qian Lin, its usual indifference now tinged with uncertainty. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a snow-white figure leaped into its line of sight. Absol now. Rock slide. Qian Lin's furious shout tore through the sky. Wu Absol let out a resounding howl, its cry scattering the clouds above. Massive boulders materialized in the air, raining down like a meteor shower onto Moltres. Having missed its chance to evade due to its momentary lapse, Moltres had no choice but to endure the relentless onslaught of rockfall. Even the fire god must abide by the basic rules of Pokemon types. The rock slide attack struck Moltres' wings with precision, delivering quadruple effective damage that left the legendary Pokemon in excruciating pain. Its body faltered under the relentless barrage of rocks, forcing it to fold its wings and descend to the ground. Moltres opened its beak, unleashing scorching flames that shattered the falling rocks in midair. But this played right into Qian Lin's hands, as a confident smile crept across his face for the first time, signaling his growing sense of victory. In the instant Moltres lowered its head, its pupils reflected the imposing figure of Pangoro. Radiating white energy, the fighting-type Pokemon let out a thunderous roar. Rah! Finally, you're down! With the full force of close combat, Pangoro launched itself like a cannonball, slamming into Moltres and sending the legendary Pokemon flying. Moltres regained its balance, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes. This won't be enough, it declared. The flames it spat formed massive fiery symbols in the sky, which came crashing down toward Pangoro. But Qian Lin was prepared. A red beam swiftly recalled Pangoro into its Pokeball just in time. Taking cover behind a boulder, Qian Lin shielded Growlithe in his arms, his sly smile returning. Fire God, did you forget about Absol again? Just as Moltres was about to take flight, Absol's Stone Edge attack was unleashed. Its crimson eyes locked onto the target, and sharp blue stones erupted from the ground like blades, striking Moltres squarely in the abdomen. The quadruple effective damage made the legendary Pokemon cry out in agony before plummeting into the molten lava of the volcano's crater. The flames in the sky dissipated, the temperature plummeted, and the volcano fell silent once more. Holding Growlithe tightly, Qian Lin stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Though he knew Moltres hadn't gone all out, this victory was hard-won. Swablu was gravely injured, Pangoro was covered in burns, and even the fire-type Growlithe hadn't escaped unscathed. Absol approached Qian Lin, its steadfast gaze offering reassurance. Just as Qian Lin was about to express his gratitude, a sudden pillar of fire erupted skyward, turning the entire volcano's crater into a massive flamethrower. In the midst of the blazing inferno, Moltres rose again, its wings spread wide. Qian Lin clenched his fists, realizing that this battle was far from over. The fight would continue until true victory was achieved. Screech! A towering pillar of flames shot skyward, as if piercing through the heavens. From within, the Moltres let out an earth-shaking cry, its fiery gaze locked unrelentingly on Qian Lin. The cold indifference in its eyes was long gone, replaced by a mixture of indignation and humiliation. The searing pain inflicted by the quadruple effective rock-type move had convinced this legendary bird that the trainer before it was no ordinary opponent. Once again, Moltres raised its head and cried out to the heavens, its entire body erupting in flames. A suffocating pressure descended like a mountain crashing down. Qian Lin's eyes widened as his body was thrown uncontrollably to the ground. Even the Growlithe at his side struggled under the weight of the overwhelming force, its body pressed flat against the earth. Yet, despite it all, Growlithe fought to stand, painstakingly dragging itself in front of Qian Lin to shield its trainer with its own body. It let out a low growl, its fiery coat burning fiercely even as its movements were stiff and nearly frozen. Resolutely, it glared at Moltres, refusing to back down. The Absol fared slightly better, but even it could barely move. It crouched low, its eyes filled with awe as it stared at Moltres. Was this the true power of the god of fire? That's not fair. Qian Lin gritted his teeth, glaring at the Moltres. But the legendary bird simply raised its head proudly, looking down on him with an air of superiority, as if silently proclaiming, "Even if you manage to hit me twice with a quadruple effective move, the gap in our power is still insurmountable." The flames surrounding Moltres began to condense once more, this time forming an even larger fireball. It was as if the sun itself had descended, its blinding light making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Qian Lin knew all too well if that attack landed, the entire volcano would likely be reduced to ashes. A fully unleashed Moltres was an impossible foe to defeat. This realization brought a bitter smile to Qian Lin's face. Under the oppressive pressure, his strength seemed to drain away, leaving him unable to move. Taking hold of the drone that had been hovering nearby, Qian Lin glanced at the screen, which displayed the reactions of the viewers. Some were cursing Moltres, others were praising Qian Lin, while a few were deeply moved. He smiled, raised the drone, and aimed its camera at the majestic Moltres in the sky. With a casual tone, he began to narrate. Moltres, the flame Pokemon. It is said that when it is injured, it dives into the lava of a volcano to heal its wounds. With its fiery orange wings, It commands respect and awe. Each flap of its wings ignites flames, casting a mesmerizing red glow that stirs the soul. When it beats its blazing wings, even the night sky lights up. Legends tell of it guiding lost travelers through mountain paths with its radiant fire, and its passage heralding the arrival of spring in snowy lands. This legendary bird is said to fly from the southern regions, bringing the warmth of spring with it. The comment section exploded instantly, with countless viewers anxiously shouting, "Save Qian Lin! Qian Lin, run! Help is on the way." But Qian Lin paid no attention to the barrage of warnings. He raised his head, gazing at the dazzling light in the sky, and calmly continued his commentary. Although Moltres is a communal Pokemon, only one among them truly holds the divine role of the fire god. It can wield flames, manipulate temperatures, and even ignite the very ground. His voice trailed off, and the surrounding noises seemed to fade away, leaving only the suffocating heat in the air. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Qian Lin's face. In the future, humans will inevitably venture into the wild. Whether it's to capture Pokemon or face legendary Pokemon, please remember, Pokemon are not inherently evil. Humans and Pokemon can coexist peacefully. But I probably won't be waiting for you in the wild anymore. Qian Lin turned to the camera and gave one last brilliant smile. This concludes today's stream. I'm your host, Qian Lin. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. He pulled out Growlithe's Pokeball, attempting to recall it. But Growlithe nimbly leapt away, landing heavily on the ground. With its fiery eyes locked on Qian Lin, it let out a resolute growl. "No, Growlithe, come back." Growlithe turned to face Moltres, its entire being ablaze with fury. "Ever since I saw Officer Junsha fall in front of me last time, I swore I would never let that happen again. Even if it means dying, it'll die before you do." It stood tall, like a steadfast warrior. "I am Growlithe of the Junsha family. Proud, just like my ancestors. I fought alongside Officer Junsha to combat evil, and I will never back down. To protect Junsha, to protect trainers, and to protect those they hold dear." With an earth-shaking roar, Growlithe's crimson flames turned into a brilliant blue, resembling a lion king standing atop a mountain peak. It pushed off the ground with all its might, becoming a shooting star in the night sky. The blue flames shone brightly amidst the crimson world. Growlithe's form expanded within the azure blaze, spreading like ink on paper, until it transformed into an enormous figure. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, it charged into the fiery orb blazing in the sky. The Moltres stared blankly at the charging Growlithe, blue and crimson flames clashing in the air. As the god of fire, it couldn't comprehend why it was unable to control an ordinary Growlithe, nor could it understand the source of Growlithe's extraordinary power. Roar! Growlithe's furious cry echoed through the valley. "Look at me, god of fire." On the ground, Qian Lin gripped a Pokeball, hesitating. Logic told him to recall Growlithe immediately, at least to save its life. But deep down, he knew that wouldn't be fair to Growlithe. Gritting his teeth, Qian Lin put away the Pokeball and pressed his hands against the ground, struggling to stand. "If that's the case, they'll stand with you. After all, I'm your trainer." Nearby, Absol watched in astonishment. Under this suffocating pressure, even it couldn't maintain its combat strength. So how could this human still manage to rise? Using a rock for support, Qian Lin finally stood, though his burned skin cracked open and blood trickled down his body. From his backpack, he retrieved a fire stone and looked toward Growlithe. His vision blurred by blood, he still trusted his instincts about what needed to be done. "Growlithe!" Qian Lin's voice roared through the valley, overpowering the crackling flames. "Catch this! Take down Moltres! Use Flare Blitz!" Growlithe heard him. Even as its blood seemed to vaporize under the intense heat, the blue flames around it remained unwavering. Its trust in Qian Lin was as steadfast as its loyalty to Officer Jenny's. With an earth-shaking roar, Growlithe caught the fire stone thrown by Qian Lin. In the intertwining blue and crimson flames, a dazzling white light burst forth, as radiant as snow in the peak of summer or warmth in the depths of winter. The white light coalesced into a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall. Its flaxen, fluffy fur, deep brown eyes, black and deranged striped pattern, and every strand of fur danced in the flames, as if alive. Seeing this, Qian Lin smiled in relief before collapsing unconscious. Absol quickly caught him, its gaze fixed in shock on the figure in the sky. It was an Arcanine no longer the Growlithe it once was. Now, it stood majestic like a king, encircled by blue flames. Its low growl radiated an overwhelming presence, the blue fire consuming Moltres' crimson blaze as it charged like an ancient beast toward its opponent. What followed was an earth-shattering explosion. A blinding light that no one could bear to look at, flames beyond comprehension, tore the sky asunder. Such an attack could obliterate an entire mountain, perhaps even more. Two figures broke through the flames and plummeted into the volcanic magma. Absol stared in disbelief, glancing at the unconscious Qian Lin and then at the two Pokemon falling into the molten depths, its mind blank. A fire-type Pokemon defeated the god of fire? Was this a dream? Soon, Moltres rose from the lava once again, clutching the unconscious Arcanine in its talons. Absol immediately tensed, stepping protectively in front of Qian Lin. Then, it noticed the expression on Moltres' face, blackened like the bottom of a scorched pot. As a second-tier deity of fire, the Moltres possessed power vast enough to overwhelm most Pokemon, even formidable enough to challenge a champion trainer. Yet at this moment, this noble divine being had been knocked to the ground by an Arcanine that had just evolved. Though it managed to absorb and counter the opponent's ultimate move, leaving the Arcanine unconscious on the spot, it could not erase the fact that it had been toppled. Moltres' gaze darkened as it fell upon the Absol nearby. Should this sole witness be silenced? Then no one would ever know the embarrassing truth that a newborn had brought a deity to the ground. Sensing Moltres' killing intent, Absol warily stepped back 2 paces, instinctively positioning itself in front of Qian Lin. It was fully aware that it was no match for Moltres, but if the divine bird truly intended to eliminate witnesses, it would fight to the death to protect Qian Lin. Just as the tension between the two Pokemon reached its peak, 5 figures suddenly leaped up from the base of the mountain. A smoke grenade landed precisely between them, erupting in a cloud of thick white smoke. Moltres frowned and spread its wings, the powerful gusts clearing the smoke in an instant. Yet within those few seconds, the 5 had executed a seamless series of actions. 2 of them swiftly carried Qian Lin away. Another grabbed Qian Lin's backpack and retrieved the Pokeball to recall the unconscious Arcanine, while a 4th positioned themselves behind a rock, setting up a firearm and readying several primed grenades aimed directly at Moltres. The last one Fu Xing stood beside Absol, his battered body wrapped in torn and charred combat gear, aiming his weapon squarely at Moltres. The entire rescue operation took no more than 3 seconds, and the 3 carrying Qian Lin had already retreated to the foot of the mountain. Absol stared at Fu Xing in shock. It could smell the scent of burned human flesh, scorched fabric, and the evaporated blood rising from his body. These ordinary humans had somehow endured the intense heat that even Qian Lin had struggled to withstand. Their combat uniforms were burned to tatters and fused with their flesh, with blood rapidly evaporating in the heat, leaving their injuries appearing less gruesome than they truly were. Fu Xing struggled to lick his cracked lips. Despite the pounding headache, he kept his weapon firmly trained on Moltres. In a hoarse voice, he reported, "Target recovered. Evacuated." Maintaining vigilance on codename Moltres, Fu Xing's voice was beyond hoarse. It sounded as though sandpaper had scraped through his throat. Just managing to utter coherent words was already his limit. Suddenly, the command center's orders came through the earpiece. "Stay on high alert. Ensure the target completes evacuation. Air support will arrive in 5 minutes. Do everything possible to hold off the entity codenamed Moltres." "Understood. Understood." Fu Xing and another soldier on standby responded in unison. They immediately raised their rifles, aiming at Moltres, and fell silent. The temperature above the volcano's crater had dropped slightly, but the heat from the magma continued to surge upward. Even without Moltres' interference, the oppressive heat here was already unbearable for most humans. It was precisely because these ordinary people managed to endure such extreme conditions that Absol regarded them differently. Absol let out a warning growl at Moltres. The fiery bird gave no reply, its gaze fixed instead on the retreating figure of Qian Lin being dragged away, and on the 2 unarmed humans standing on the ground. It seemed to ponder. Were these 2 the ones who had attacked Pokemon before? Maybe it was time to unleash its fury again? Sensing the rising heat emanating from Moltres, Absol instinctively stepped forward, shielding Fu Xing behind it while issuing a low, threatening growl. Moltres did take note of the warning. It had already suffered twice at Absol's hands before. Besides, that young trainer, though inexperienced, had earned its recognition, even if being knocked over by that little one had left it annoyed. Moltres squinted, weighing its options. Leaving now might damage its pride, making it seem as though it were fleeing in defeat after being bested by that trainer. But staying? It had already seen what it came to see. That boy, though green, was trustworthy. Surely the god of fire couldn't go back on its word. Perhaps it should teach Absol another lesson? Fu Xing licked his cracked lips again. The action only worsened his thirst, but it helped keep him alert. He didn't understand why Moltres was hesitating to attack, but he welcomed the delay. If he could stall until air support arrived, Qian Lin's safety would be assured. His own life, however, was no longer a concern. Suddenly, Moltres unleashed a burst of flames, aiming directly at Absol. The attack, surprisingly weak, was met with a glowing slash from Absol's horn, colliding with the flames midair. Absol was puzzled. Had the fire god lost its mind after being rammed by the Arcanine? But then its heart skipped a beat, because at the very moment Moltres attacked, Fu Xing and the other soldier simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Moltres. Not stopping there, the other soldier hurled every grenade he had, detonating them right in front of the fiery bird. Molters froze, feeling the attacks graze its body like an irritating itch. These humans, they truly had no fear of death. Absol's expression twitched, and it shot a reproachful glance at the two men behind it. The fire god's initial rage had been sparked by humans using firearms against Pokemon. If they'd engaged in a battle with Pokemon instead, it wouldn't have been so enraged. Just as the situation was about to calm down, these two had provoked it again. Were they trying to incite Molters to ignite every volcano on Earth? The expression on Molter's face suddenly darkened. Fu Xing keenly caught this subtle change, which occurred at the precise moment they fired. He immediately reacted, releasing the trigger while speaking into his collar microphone in a low voice, "Cease fire." Although his comrades didn't immediately understand his reasoning, they complied swiftly, maintaining their aiming stance. A question from the command center soon came through his earpiece. "Why stop the attack?" Reporting, Fu Xing responded, panting slightly. "Codename Molters has shown clear displeasure toward our attack, and the temperature at the scene is rising abnormally. I believe continuing the assault could provoke the target into taking drastic measures prematurely." "Understood. Maintain ceasefire," the command center swiftly replied. "Given the complexity of the situation, Comrade Fu Xing, you may make judgments based on the circumstances on site. The priority is to ensure Comrade Qian Lin's safe evacuation and to delay as much as possible." "Roger that," Fu Xing replied, slowly slinging his gun onto his back, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Molters in the sky. He remained motionless, refraining from speaking or making any rash moves. This seemed to have an effect. Molter's expression softened slightly, and with a faint huff, it flapped its wings. The surrounding temperature gradually returned to normal. Fu Xing's thoughts stirred. It was clear that the god of fire strongly detested technological weapons. But why was it lingering instead of leaving? What was it planning? At that moment, Absol silently moved to stand in front of Fu Xing. Their eyes met, and both could sense the gravity in each other's gaze. Fu Xing furrowed his brows at first, then his expression shifted to one of surprise, could actually understand the Pokemon's gaze. Qian Lin had been right. Pokemon indeed possessed intelligence and emotions akin to humans. The root of this conflict lay in the mutual misunderstanding between the two sides. Despite his exhaustion, Fu Xing forced himself to look up at Molters. To be honest, he harbored some resentment toward this divine bird. Because of it, Qian Lin, his protectee, was injured and unconscious. The volcano was on the verge of erupting, and nearby cities had been forced into lockdown. Why couldn't it be like the other Pokemon Qian Lin had encountered, willing to communicate? The cutie fly's adorableness, the Growlithe's gentleness, even the Pangoro had proven reliable. Why did the god of fire, with its immense power, refuse any form of dialogue? Was it simply because of its divine status and strength? During his time with Qian Lin, Fu Xing had stopped viewing Pokemon as mere enemies. He had come to recognize them as intelligent beings capable of communication. His gaze shifted between the weapons at his back and his vigilant comrades, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Is it because of humans? These words made Absol turn its head to look at him, while high above, Molters cast him a disdainful glance. Fu Xing clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the Molters. Finally, a realization struck him. This scene before him was a perfect reflection of the moment when Pokemon once tried to communicate with humans. Though the Molters had calmed its fiery rage, it remained steadfast, silently accusing them. "When we sought dialogue, you turned us away. Now that you wish to speak, why should I agree?" In that moment of clarity, Fu Xing glanced down at the weapon in his hands and understood this was the true barrier to communication. The warning from Qian Lin before their departure echoed in his mind. If you choose to confront legendary Pokemon without using Pokemon battles, humanity will face an even greater retaliation, a divine retribution. Without hesitation, Fu Xing removed the gun from his back and, under the astonished gaze of the Molters, cast it into the searing magma. He then pulled out every magazine, grenade, and weapon he had, throwing them all into the volcano. Watching the steel slowly melt into the molten rock, a relieved smile appeared beneath Fu Xing's mask. Even the Absol beside him could sense the lightness in his heart. "Wang Shouyi, throw away your weapons too into the volcano or down the mountain. It doesn't matter," Fu Xing said, turning to his companion. The sudden command left Wang Shouyi momentarily stunned. The five of them had climbed the mountain together, enduring the blistering heat of the Moltres battle with Qian Lin. His mind already foggy, he looked at his captain with a concerned expression. "I'm perfectly clear-headed," Fu Xing explained with a smile, his gaze shifting back to the Molters. "I've just finally come to understand Comrade Qian Lin's perspective." Then, turning to Absol, he added, "Could I ask for your help?" "You're free to refuse, of course. I just want to experience firsthand what Qian Lin meant by speaking with Pokemon." Wang Xiaowei was silent for a moment, before suddenly stepping out from behind a boulder with a grin. Without hesitation, He tossed his weapons into the volcano as well. Captain, make sure to write a proper report when we get back. Damn, I should have thrown them down the mountain instead. At least I could have retrieved them, Fu Xing muttered, realizing the punishment that awaited him, his scalp tingling at the thought. Absol's gaze shifted between Fu Xing and the molters before looking into the distance, as if it could still see the figure of Qian Lin riding an Arcanine, charging toward the god of fire. It closed its eyes, a faint, enigmatic smile crossing its face. Perhaps, speaking with Pokemon could truly mark the beginning of something new. Absol strode forward with determined steps, stopping directly in front of Fu Xing. It opened its eyes, staring intently at the flaming molters in the sky, and let out a heart-shaking howl. Woo! Fu Xing gazed at Absol's back, something stirring within him. Unlike its previous protective stance, this time Absol did not shield him with its body. Instead, it exposed its back to him without hesitation. In that moment, he understood this was what true trust between partners looked like. They had both chosen to believe in each other. Taking a deep breath, Fu Xing removed his blood-stained hat and jacket, letting them fall to the ground with a heavy thud. From a small pouch at his waist, he retrieved a red tablet device, the first prototype of the Pokemon Pokédex developed by the Pokemon Research Institute, initially given to him for testing its data recording capabilities. Fu Xing took off his mask, revealing a bloodied face with a faint smile. He pointed the Pokédex at Absol. Now's the perfect time. A soft beep sounded as the Pokédex began displaying data. Unknown Pokemon detected. Detection complete. Type, Dark. Moves, Quick Attack, Leer, Double Team, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Thunder Wave, Knock Off, Detect, Taunt, Slash, Night Slash, Rock Slide, Stone Edge. Dozens of move names scrolled across the screen, leaving Fu Xing momentarily speechless. To be honest, aside from moves like Hyper Beam, Rock Slide, and Stone Edge ones he'd seen Qian Lin use before, most of these names were unfamiliar to him. He didn't even know the name of the slashing move Absol performed with its horn. Setting the Pokédex aside, Fu Xing turned his gaze back to molters. Since he couldn't make sense of these move names, he decided to follow Qian Lin's approach to commanding. He recalled Qian Lin mentioning that she wasn't well-versed in Pokemon battles and mainly relied on type advantages. So, what type could counter molters? Fu Xing smiled wryly to himself. He had no clue about type matchups, but he did remember Qian Lin mentioning that molters was a fire and flying type, and water was effective against furry. At least he knew that much. Absol, use a water-type move. Fu Xing shouted. Such a vague command might have earned an eye roll from most Pokemon, but Absol understood that humans in this world knew very little about Pokemon. The fact that Fu Xing could think of using type advantage to direct the battle was already commendable. Absol let out an approving howl. Woo! Immediately, water-type energy began to gather in the air. Dark clouds formed above, and raindrops started to fall. The rain, initially light, grew heavier, its coolness dispelling the intense heat of the volcanic crater. Fu Xing and Wang Xiaowei felt a small sense of relief amidst the downpour. Wang Xiaowei stared in shock, glancing back and forth between Fu Xing and the sky. The sudden rainstorm was reaching levels that could trigger a flash flood, but what stunned him even more was the sight of Fu Xing actually commanding a Pokemon battle. How had things escalated this quickly? At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece from the command center. Communication check. Special Operations Squad. Do you copy? Repeat. Special Operations Squad. Do you copy? Fu Xing didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Wang Xiaowei, who immediately understood. Pressing his earpiece, Wang Xiaowei replied, "This is Special Operations Squad member Wang Xiaowei, receiving. Please proceed with instructions. Ground support units are in position, and air support units are estimated to arrive in 2 minutes. Due to the sudden appearance of rain clouds overhead, we are unable to observe the situation. Please report the current status." Wang Xiaowei glanced at Fu Xing, who was brimming with resolve, then at Absol, which was summoning the rain, and finally at the molters in the sky. Words caught in his throat. Special Operations Squad member Wang Xiaowei, report the current status, the command center urged. Wang Xiaowei tilted his head back, letting the rain soak his face as he gave a wry smile and reporting, Special Operations Squad leader Fu Xing is currently commanding Absol to use what appears to be a rain summoning move, resulting in heavy rainfall. At this moment, he is facing off against the entity designated as molters. According to squad leader Fu Xing, he plans to engage in a Pokemon battle with molters. Command center. Screech. The molters unleashed another burst of searing flames, forcing Absol to immediately halt its rain dance. The weather had already shifted, and continuing the move was no longer necessary. Take cover behind that rock. Fu Xing's calm voice rang out at just the right moment. Although he knew little about Pokemon moves, his battle experience allowed him to instinctively make the right call. Without hesitation, Absol darted gracefully behind the boulder. The flames struck the rock, shattering it into pieces, but the brief cover was enough. Rock slide. Fu Xing commanded steadily. This move, raining down boulders from above, was the perfect counter to a flying Pokemon. Absol leapt out from the rubble, a faint smirk forming at the corner of its mouth. While this human might lack knowledge of Pokemon moves, his tactical instincts were undeniably reliable. As the rain fell, a cascade of rocks began to materialize and descend like a waterfall. A flicker of surprise flashed in Molter's eyes. It clearly had no intention of enduring another quadruple effective rock-type attack. Enveloped in blazing flames, it transformed into a massive fireball, flapping its wings to accelerate. In mere moments, it surged forward, dodging the falling rocks and colliding directly with Absol. Absol! Fu Xing shouted instinctively, his voice filled with concern. In that moment, he realized that this reflexive worry for his partner was a testament to the precious bond between humans and Pokemon. Bite it! Fu Xing yelled. If they couldn't close the distance themselves, they might as well use Molter's own charge to their advantage. Despite wincing in pain from the impact, Absol immediately acted upon the command. It opened its jaws wide, enduring the searing flames as it clamped down tightly on Molter's wing, its claws digging firmly into the fiery bird's body. Molter's, now carrying Absol, soared into the sky. Fu Xing shouted at the top of his lungs, giving his final order, Absol, use rock slide again. With Absol weighing it down, Molter's speed had drastically decreased, leaving it unable to evade. Despite the intense heat scorching its body, Absol summoned its rock-type energy once more, calling forth a relentless deluge of rocks from above. The Firebird instinctively tried to dodge, and flames on its body surged instantly. However, as it glanced at the Absol clinging to it and Fu Xing on the ground, the blazing flames gradually subsided. A powerful radiance began to condense in the Firebird's beak, and an intense burst of fire, far surpassing the flames it had unleashed during its battle with Absol and Qian Lin, erupted. In midair, it formed a massive fiery symbol. The sheer force of the attack was enough to engulf the entire volcano's crater. If directed at the ground, neither Absol, Fu Xing, nor Wang Xiaowei would have survived the devastating strike. Fu Xing stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. The rock slide was utterly obliterated, yet the Firebird refrained from continuing its assault. Instead, it cast a gaze of acknowledgement at Absol, who was still clinging to it. Absol keenly sensed the change in the Firebird. It had cooled down, and its once scorching wings were now at a normal temperature. Absol promptly released its grip, leaping gracefully to the ground. Though its body bore minor scorch marks, it was in far better shape compared to the severely burned Arcanine or the gravely injured arms of the wandering panda. As Fu Xing tried to step forward to stand alongside Absol, a sudden wave of pain from the aftermath of the battle caused him to stumble. Fortunately, Wang Xiaowei caught him just in time. Absol noticed this and turned its head, letting out a soft cry as if to signal that there was no need to rush. The Firebird let out a resonant cry from above, its gaze now clear. It nodded slightly toward the trio, and a single burning feather floated down, landing unexpectedly in Wang Xiaowei's hand. Why me? Wang Xiaowei asked, bewildered. The Firebird seemed to convey, because you're the only one still standing. Then, with a crimson beam of light, the Firebird directed its power at the volcano. To the astonishment of the two onlookers, the volcano miraculously calmed. Lava receded back into the depths, the temperature plummeted, and as rain mingled with the residual heat, a refreshing coolness filled the air. Having completed its task, the Firebird appeared somewhat fatigued. Its body glowed as it ascended slowly into the sky. Suddenly, the light intensified, and in an instant, the dark clouds and volcanic ash that had blanketed the sky vanished. The heavens cleared, revealing bright sunshine. Even the lingering volcanic ash was swept away, leaving the sky pristine. The Firebird nodded in satisfaction and called softly to Absol. In the distance, various fighter jets and transport planes were approaching. With a disdainful cry, the Firebird spread its wings, transforming into flames as it flew off into the horizon. It was gone. Wang Xiaowei clung to the Molter's feather in a daze, struggling to process the sudden turn of events. Leaning against a boulder, Fu Xing's burn-scarred face showed a hint of worry. Did the Molters leave, or did it go to attack somewhere else? Can we track it? He muttered to himself. The mission was to stall the Molters, but now it's gone. Although, considering the goal was to ensure Qian Lin's evacuation, maybe the mission is technically complete? Absol sauntered gracefully up to Fu Xing and let out a soft chirp. Woo, are you saying there's no need to worry? The Molters won't attack humans again? Fu Xing asked tentatively. Wang Xiaowei threw up his hands helplessly. Captain, I've been meaning to say this. How can you possibly understand what a Pokemon is saying? Before he could finish, Absol chuckled and nodded at Fu Xing. What the? Wang Xiaowei stood there, dumbfounded. Ignoring Wang Xiaowei's shock, Fu Xing seemed deep in thought. I see, so that's what Qian Lin's words meant. If you insist on using methods other than Pokemon battles to deal with legendary Pokemon, humanity will face retaliation far beyond their ability to resist. Retaliation from the divine. The key isn't about forbidding other methods, it's about showing us that only through Pokemon battles can mutual understanding be achieved. Absol nodded again, then directed its gaze to the Molter's tail feather in Wang Xiaoyi's hand and let out a soft cry. Seeing Wang Xiaoyi's confusion, Fu Xing explained, "It's probably saying that this feather is meant for Comrade Qian Lin. We can't take it, or we might anger the Molters again." Just then, the roar of jet engines echoed through the sky. The once distant fighter jets and transport planes were now approaching overhead. Absol's expression shifted slightly, as if unsettled by the massive machines. It gave Fu Xing one last look, letting out a gentle, drawn-out woo, as though bidding farewell. At the edge of the cliff, it paused to glance back at Fu Xing before leaping off, disappearing swiftly into the mountains. Fu Xing was about to reflect on Absol's noble character, appearing to warn of impending disasters, completing its mission, and leaving quietly, unwavering even when misunderstood. But before he could finish his thought, Wang Xiaoyi interrupted him with a blunt remark. "That cliff looks pretty high, huh?" Wang Xiaoyi spoke instinctively, but immediately noticed Fu Xing's hesitant expression. Fu Xing seemed to have a lot to say, but his face twisted as if he were holding it all in, looking visibly uncomfortable. In the end, he swallowed his words. "If you can't say something useful, just stay quiet. Report to command first. We need to figure out how to handle this thing," Wang Xiaoyi said, his voice hoarse and strained from overuse during the earlier battle. Clearing his throat, he pressed the communicator button. "Command, this is Special Operations Team member Wang Xiaoyi. We have new intel to report. Please respond." "Command here." "Go ahead," came the clear response from the other end. Special Operations Team members Fu Xing and Wang Xiaoyi have successfully intercepted the target codenamed Molters. Captain Fu Xing commanded Absol in battle against Molters, resulting in a stalemate. Molters has since retreated, its whereabouts currently unknown and untraceable. Before leaving, it dropped a feather. According to Absol, this feather must be delivered to Comrade Qian Lin. Otherwise, Molters may attack again. "Please advise." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Hold on. We need to assess the situation." After a moment, the voice returned. "Can we confirm that the Special Operations Team does not require ground or aerial firepower support?" "Affirmative." "Understood. We are evaluating the intel. Ground support units are on standby, and aerial support will arrive for extraction in 30 seconds. Please provide a detailed report once the rescue is complete." "Understood." After completing the report, Wang Xiaoyi finally let out a long breath and sank down beside Fu Xing. The two exchanged a knowing smile, silently sharing their relief after the intense and harrowing battle. Soon, the sound of a rescue helicopter grew louder as it approached. Soldiers in orange-eared rescue uniforms swiftly descended on ropes, while dozens of fully armed troops spread out across the mountaintop to secure the area. Meanwhile, in a conference room, Director Che looked perplexed as he stared at the group of high-ranking officials seated on the screen in front of him. In another office, a robust man in military uniform spoke with a tone of astonishment. "The detailed report has been sent to everyone. To summarize, during this operation, our soldiers gained the recognition of the Pokemon codenamed Absol. After Comrade Qian Lin departed, they took over command and engaged Molters in battle. Midway through the fight, Molters abruptly ceased its attack and left." Director Che, holding the report in his hands, drew a sharp breath. As someone who had extensive experience with Pokemon, he knew how rare and extraordinary it was for anyone other than Qian Lin to command Pokemon like Swablu, Growlithe, or Pangoro. And now, someone had managed to command a Pokemon in combat, even temporarily. The implications of this were staggering. "Does anyone have any thoughts?" The man in the military uniform directed his gaze primarily at Director Che, who was in charge of the Pokemon Research Institute. The director put down the files in his hands, his face filled with shock. This is the first time the Pokemon Research Institute has encountered such a situation. Although something similar happened with Qian Lin before, our analysis at the time concluded that it was because, as a trainer, Qian Lin had developed a unique bond with Pokemon. Wild Pokemon seemed more willing to trust him and follow his commands. He rubbed his temples and continued. "All our experiments in other cities have failed. Except for a few particularly sluggish Pokemon, none were willing to obey our instructions. Even those sluggish ones couldn't understand what we were saying. To this day, the Institute hasn't figured out why wild Pokemon are willing to listen to Qian Lin, but completely ignore our orders. When we asked Qian Lin, he only gave a simple reply. You're not trainers, but the Institute has conducted countless experiments, and no matter how much we claimed to be trainers, the Pokemon remained unmoved. It's driving the professors at the Institute crazy," the director sighed. "For now, all we know is that just calling yourself a trainer doesn't work. It seems to require a certain quality, and Pokemon can somehow sense it." Another man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, That young man possesses this quality, making him a true trainer? Is that why Absol is willing to follow his commands? More data is needed to confirm that, the director replied. The elderly man on the screen immediately gave instructions. Then start the experiment. Take him to the Pokemon Experimental Containment Facility in Chuanshu, and have him try communicating with the Pokemon we have there. These were attracted using berries and energy cubes, not forcibly captured during the war, so they're relatively friendly. Of course, there are a few tricky ones, like those red and white balls that could explode at any moment. He paused and added, take Qian Lin with you as well. His judgment is more accurate. If we can uncover the qualities required to become a trainer, it would be a major breakthrough for the nation. Understood. The director nodded firmly. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over Qian Lin, making him feel drowsy. Following the light, he gazed outside and saw the golden sun hanging high in the sky, resembling a giant bird spreading its wings and letting out a low cry. Damn! Molters! Qian Lin jolted upright from his bed, staring out the window in alarm. Realizing it was just his imagination, he let out a long sigh of relief and wiped away non-existent cold sweat. I've been traumatized. Even my dreams are about molters, Qian Lin muttered to himself. At least it's not as bad as pulling back the blanket and finding molters inside. I can live with this level. Looking around, Qian Lin confirmed he was in a hospital. Other than feeling slightly weak and hungry, he was otherwise fine. He was about to get up in search of food when he felt something on his leg. With a soft chuckle, Qian Lin carefully lifted the blanket. In the dim light, he saw a Swablu curled up by his thigh, its body wrapped in bandages. Its signature snow-white feathers were now charred black with burn marks. Seeing Swablu's once pristine feathers, now scorched and uneven from Molter's flames, Qian Lin gently stroked its head, his heart aching. I'm so sorry, Swablu. Bang! A nurse pushed a cart into the room and froze at the sight in front of her. The patient sitting on the bed, half the blanket lifted, his right hand moving around near his lower body. My apologies, they'll come back later, the nurse said, blinking before quickly retreating. Qian Lin. The sound of the door startled Swablu awake. It lifted its head in confusion. Chirp. The nurse skillfully changed Qian Lin's dressing while explaining in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, but your earlier actions could easily be misunderstood. I understand. Qian Lin sighed, his gaze falling on the slightly flustered Swablu beside him. He chuckled softly, but a little explanation clears things up. Then he turned to the nurse and asked, may I ask, how long have I been asleep? About 30 hours. The nurse efficiently finished changing the medication, stepped back, and replied in a professional tone, I've already informed the doctors. They will be here shortly. You must be quite hungry, but I'm afraid we need to wait for the doctors to examine you and provide dietary recommendations. Thank you. Qian Lin expressed his gratitude. The nurse gave a slight bow and was about to leave with the cart when Qian Lin quickly stopped her. Wait a moment. I want to ask, how are Pangoro and Arcanine doing? The nurse paused. I'm sorry, but I don't have detailed information about your Pokemon's condition. I see. Qian Lin's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. He could understand the situation. Considering the unique injuries Pokemon sustain, they were likely sent to a Pokemon research center for treatment. Compared to them, Swablu's injuries were relatively minor despite being hit heated by molters. It only suffered battle fatigue and light burns. Pangoro and Arcanine, however, were in much worse condition, covered in burns. Arcanine, in particular, had forcefully absorbed Molter's flames, likely making it the most severely injured. When can I be discharged? Qian Lin asked again. That depends on the results of the doctor's examination. The nurse bowed slightly again after responding, and then left the room with the cart. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the hospital bed. Qian Lin held Swablu in his arms, his eyes filled with concern. Swablu, do you know anything about how Arcanine and Pangoro are doing? Swablu chirped softly and shook its head. It only knew it had escaped from its Pokeball to stay by Qian Lin's side. Although the other two Pokemon were also released, their injuries were so severe that a kind professor had taken them for treatment. Qian Lin glanced around and noticed that his clothes and personal belongings were nowhere near the bed. He didn't even have the option to borrow a phone to contact the vehicle manager. As he pondered his next move, the door to the room suddenly opened and hurried footsteps approached. He turned his head to see several doctors in white coats and the vehicle manager walking in briskly. Qian Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of the vehicle manager. The manager, seeing Qian Lin awake in bed, visibly relaxed, and the tension on his face finally eased. He approached Qian Lin's bedside, his face filled with helplessness and concern. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Usually, you listen to reason, but at critical moments, you just have to act rebellious. He sighed. Do you have any idea that the higher-ups watching your live feed were ready to give the order to deal with you? If it weren't for the fact that you were still at the volcano, their fingers would have pressed those buttons already. Qian Lin is far too important to them. Sorry, Chief Che, Qian Lin replied with a smile. But didn't it all turn out fine in the end? Several doctors quietly approached Qian Lin and began examining him. Results-oriented thinking isn't the way, Chief Che said sternly, shaking his head. Next time you encounter something like this, you absolutely cannot act recklessly again, understand? Otherwise, I really won't be able to explain myself. I'll try my best, Qian Lin nodded. In truth, there wasn't much time to think when facing a legendary Pokemon. If he hadn't stepped forward to stop Moltres, the entire volcano would have erupted. As he cooperated with the doctors, Qian Lin asked, Chief Che, how are Pangoro and Arcanine doing? Chief Chi's expression immediately grew heavy. Not good. Based on human injury standards, Arcanine has second-degree burns all over its body, and Pangoro is in even worse shape, with third-degree burns on its hands and superficial second-degree burns on its upper body. And that's just what we can see on the surface. He went on to explain that they currently lack the technology to conduct complete examinations on Pokemon. At most, they could perform a simple CT scan, but Pokemon's physiology was entirely different from the creatures of this world. Take Arcanine, for example. It may resemble a canine on the outside, but its internal structure is completely different, not to mention the unique energy within its body that they couldn't detect without specialized methods. Burns all over their bodies, huh? Qian Lin relaxed slightly upon hearing this. Such burns would be life-threatening for humans, but they weren't fatal for Pokemon. With berries and energy replenishment, they could recover gradually. Of course, Pangoro's recovery would be much slower than that of the Fire-type Arcanine. If we can provide some citrus berries or lum berries, their recovery should speed up, Qian Lin suggested, turning to Chief Che. Are they awake yet? They're awake, Chief Che nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You don't seem too worried? Not really. I have ways to treat them, Qian Lin said with a smile, while gently stroking Swablu. Injuries that are fatal to humans aren't particularly severe for Pokemon, but you'll need to check their conditions first. Although this incident wasn't resolved perfectly, the crisis had been averted. More importantly, Qian Lin had recognized his own shortcomings. He looked at Chief Che with determination. Chief Che, once I've healed Arcanine and Pangoro, they'll intensify the training for Swablu, Arcanine, and Pangoro. Even if it's not for battles, it'll be to prepare for potential encounters with legendary Pokemon. I don't want to feel this helpless again. Watching Swablu lose its ability to fight, seeing Pangoro risk its life to create an opportunity for Absol, and witnessing Growlithe force itself to evolve due to insufficient strength, these were things he never wanted to experience a second time. Under the skeptical gaze of the doctor, the test results showed that Qian Lin's physical condition had improved remarkably. His burned skin was healing rapidly, and his damaged internal organs had nearly fully recovered. At this rate, he would be completely healed within a week. Even for minor internal injuries and first-degree burns, recovering to such an extent within 30 hours was truly astounding. The car owner gave Qian Lin a complex look, as if re-evaluating this young man. Qian Lin responded with an awkward smile, thinking that in the Pokemon world, such injuries were hardly a big deal. Compared to someone like Ash, a true prodigy, his recovery abilities were still far behind. Since the doctor had cleared him for discharge, the car owner didn't say much more. After the 4 was removed, he treated Qian Lin to a meal and then drove him to the city's Pokemon Research Institute. Oh, by the way, the car owner suddenly remembered something while they were in the car. Moltres left you a burning feather. We tested it at the lab and found that, aside from containing a large amount of fire energy, there was nothing else unusual about it. This is said to be the legendary unextinguishable tail feather of Moltres. Qian Lin's eyes lit up. If he gave this to Arcanine, it could not only speed up its recovery but also enhance its fire energy. As the tail feather of the fire god, its effects might surpass his expectations. Coupled with Arcanine's flash fire ability, it could fully absorb the fire energy within the feather. However, when he thought of Pangoro, Qian Lin felt a bit regretful. If only he could find an item that boosted fighting or dark types. Chew. Swablu tilted her head and looked at Qian Lin with a questioning gaze. I didn't forget about you. Of course, Qian Lin said, cold sweat forming on his forehead as he quickly explained. It's just that I don't have any flying type items either. I promise I'll make it up to you in the future. But Swablu had already puffed up her cheeks, her big eyes full of dissatisfaction and grievance. Chew, she chirped, her voice filled with reproach. Qian Lin quickly picked up the Swablu sitting on his lap and gently cradled her in his arms, speaking softly. I'm sorry, Swablu. I was just worried about Arcanine and Pangoro's injuries. I didn't mean to neglect you. Chew. Swablu nestled into Qian Lin's arms, her voice softening. She understood that her companions were seriously hurt, but as the first Pokemon to join her trainer, she couldn't even hold her own against a single Moltres and was defeated in just one move. Thinking about this, she raised her head, her tearful eyes gazing at Qian Lin. Chew trainer, if I'm too weak, will you abandon me? Although Qing Tian couldn't understand Swablu's words, he could sense its unease from its anxious expression. He reached out his hand, gently stroking Swablu's head with a soft smile on his face. You're my Pokemon, my partner. Whether you're strong or weak, that will never change. If you feel you're too weak, let's train together and grow stronger, side by side. Chirp, Swablu let out a faint sound and buried its face into Qingtian's chest. It seemed to be worried about something, an emotion that transcended the barrier of language and reached straight into Qingtian's heart. The fear of being separated from its flock, the warmth of meeting its trainer, and the anxiety of not wanting to lose someone important again. For a moment, Qingtian felt as if he could hear Swablu's inner voice both indistinct and clear, perfectly conveying its complex emotions at that moment. He finally understood why the injured Swablu insisted on staying by his side. It was terrified of losing its only source of support. He picked Swablu up, letting their faces gently touch. I love all Pokemon, but you along with Arcanine and Pangaroo are unique companions to me. I'll never give up on you, and I'll never abandon you. Though honestly, I hope you won't resent me for always taking you to dangerous places. Chirp, tears rolled down Swablu's cheeks as it suddenly leapt into Qingtian's arms, nuzzling against him with all its might, as if trying to pour all its love into him. The driver nearby watched this heartwarming scene and smiled knowingly. Clearing his throat, he said, "There's one more important thing. While you were unconscious, Fuxing reached the mountaintop. When faced with Moltres, he chose to lay down his weapon and attempt a dialogue. In the end, he successfully commanded Absol to battle Moltres." Qingshan's eyes lit up. Fuxing? Captain Fuxing? As the driver waited for the red light to change, he turned and explained. Do you remember the discussion we had about trainers before? We speculated that we couldn't command Pokemon because we lacked a certain quality, something you have that we don't. Fuxing's recent experience has given us an excellent subject for research. We'd like you to take him to the Pokemon shelter at Julong Valley and help him try to connect with Pokemon. See if he can gain the ability to command them. In your words, we want to make him the second Pokemon trainer in this world. Fuxing's injuries were far more severe than Qian Lin's. Suffering from extensive burns all over his body, he was currently lying in a makeshift medical station set up at the Pokemon Research Institute. His entire body was wrapped in layers of white bandages, even covering his face, making him resemble a mummy. This arrangement was made at Fuxing's insistence. Although the hospital strongly advised against his early discharge, he was determined to cooperate with the Institute in their research on Pokemon trainers. While higher authorities placed great importance on the study, they were reluctant to have a soldier in such a fragile state participate. The compromise reached was to establish a dedicated medical station at the Institute, staffed with doctors and nurses providing 24-hour care, ready to administer treatment at the first sign of complications. Qian Lin set down the documents in his hand and turned to a nearby doctor who was recording data. Is he going to be okay? He's stable for now, the doctor replied without looking up. The internal injuries have passed the critical stage. Honestly, if Moltres hadn't held back, given the severity of his burns, the internal damage alone could have been fatal. The doctor went on to explain that the extreme heat had melted Fuxing's combat suit, fusing it to his skin. It had taken medical staff a significant amount of time to separate the charred fabric from his body. Fortunately, the combat suit was designed to withstand high temperatures, and the actual injuries were not as severe as initially feared. Once his body regained its normal functions, he would be ready for skin grafts and other follow-up treatments. These procedures were not particularly complex, so there was a good chance of a full recovery. However, until then, he needed to rest and was temporarily unfit for any missions. Surviving and being able to recover, that's the best outcome we could hope for, Qian Lin said with a sigh of relief. Moltres showed mercy to all of us, and am truly grateful for that. It was only then that the doctor realized the person standing beside him was none other than the legendary Qian Lin. Quickly straightening up, the doctor saluted. Feeling awkward, Qian Lin gave a faint smile before hastily leaving, worried that lingering any longer would attract more salutes. After confirming Fuxing's condition, Qian Lin carried Swablu to the room where Arcanine and Pangaroo were staying. As soon as he stepped through the door, a massive figure lunged toward him, accompanied by excited barks and a tongue lolling out in delight. It's Arcanine. Qian Lin immediately recognized the familiar figure. Qian Lin, look out, the handler shouted anxiously. This Arcanine isn't the same Growlithe you knew before. According to Qian Lin's memory of the Pokédex data, a standard Growlithe stands at only 0.7 meters tall, roughly reaching his thigh, while an Arcanine towers at an impressive 1.9 meters and weighs a staggering 155 kilograms. Its size surpasses that of lions and tigers. Rather than calling it just an Arcanine, it might be more fitting to describe it as a speed chariot. Fully aware of the sheer impact such a frame could deliver enough to leave an ordinary person in pieces, the car owner instinctively reminded the recently recovered Qian Lin to be cautious. However, instead of putting down the Swablu in his arms, Qian Lin calmly extended one hand and firmly caught the pouncing Arcanine. The Arcanine affectionately nuzzled its head against Qian Lin's face, panting excitedly. The car owner froze in place at the sight, while Qian Lin chuckled and buried his face into the Arcanine's thick, fluffy mane. How could such a loyal and dependable Pokemon ever harm its trainer? Just like a regular dog carefully retracts its teeth when eating, Arcanine had perfect control over its strength. Chirp, the Swablu, squished within the mane, initially looked a bit annoyed but was soon won over by the warmth and comfort, rubbing itself contentedly. The coziness was no less satisfying than its own feathers. While embracing the Arcanine, Qian Lin carefully inspected its burn injuries. Fortunately, thanks to the healing properties of Moltres' tail feathers, the wounds were already starting to heal, and its entire body radiated the unique warmth of a fire-type Pokemon. Alright, time to check on Pangoro. She's injured too, Qian Lin said softly, stroking the Arcanine's cheek. The Arcanine understood and stepped aside, revealing Pangoro in the corner of the room, currently undergoing examination. Qian Lin's smile froze instantly. Compared to Arcanine, Pangoro's injuries were clearly much more severe. Both arms were almost entirely wrapped in bandages, hanging limp and motionless. Qian Lin approached with a heavy heart, gently touching Pangoro's hand. I'm sorry, Pangoro. Roar. Pangoro looked at Qian Lin with a puzzled expression. For her, battling a powerful opponent was a valuable opportunity to grow stronger. Qian Lin seemed to grasp Pangoro's thoughts and said earnestly, I promise I'll heal you as soon as possible. Please trust me. Roar. Pangoro nodded with a smile, as if to say, you're my trainer. If I don't trust you, who else would I trust? Qian Lin took 2 citrus berries and 2 raspberries from his pocket and handed them to the 2 Pokemon. Citrus berries will speed up recovery, and raspberries can treat burns. I'll ask the car owner to process them into Pokeblocks later, but for now, just eat them directly. Arcanine swiftly grabbed its berries and swallowed them in one gulp. Qian Lin, on the other hand, held the berries up to Pangoro's mouth, watching as she slowly chewed them with a satisfied smile. Arcanine tilted its head, showing a hint of regret it had eaten too quickly to savor the taste. Qian Lin handed out some food to Arcanine and Swablu. Arcanine happily expressed its delight with the taste, while Swablu accepted the food more out of a desire not to stand out. What left the researchers present utterly dumbfounded was the sight of the Pangoro, previously deemed likely to have permanently lost the use of its arms, now nimbly pulling Qian Lin into a hug and mimicking Arcanine's affectionate gestures. Qian Lin felt both touched and slightly amused by this display of affection. Arcanine's mane was soft and fluffy, irresistibly inviting one to bury their face in it, while Pangoro's fur was a mix of genuinely soft patches and mostly coarse, bristly fur that was quite uncomfortable against his face. Even so, Qian Lin gladly accepted this clumsy show of goodwill. To help the Pokemon recover, Qian Lin used the system to exchange for various berries, including oranberries, citrus berries, pechaberries, and lumberries, and handed them to the driver to make simple Pokeblocks. While these energy blocks were rather crude in quality and just barely edible, they were still better than consuming the berries directly. Without professional Pokeblock making equipment, even the flavor could only retain the original taste of the berries. While the 3 Pokemon played around in the room, Qian Lin was deeply focused on the analysis report in his hands. This report, from the Pokemon Research Institute, compared various data points between Arcanine and Growlithe. Although Arcanine's height and weight were within the standard range, its energy levels were concerning, just barely passing the threshold and far below the average for its species. This discovery immediately made Qian Lin realize the core issue. Arcanine had evolved too early. Reflecting on it, Growlithe was roughly the same age as Swablu, with an age difference of no more than 2 to 6 months. As a juvenile Pokemon, it had not yet reached its peak energy potential when it was forcibly evolved using a fire stone. To make matters worse, it had immediately pushed itself beyond its limits by absorbing fire-based moves during the evolution process. Qian Lin's fingers tapped lightly on the table as his expression grew increasingly serious. He understood now the key to Arcanine's ability to absorb the Moltres fire-type move wasn't its inherent strength, but rather the sacrifice of its future potential. In that critical moment, to protect its companions, this young Pokemon had paid a heavy price. It had traded its growth potential for the power it needed in that moment. In this situation, the Arcanine is indeed in an unhealthy state, akin to the subhealth condition in humans. On the surface, it appears normal, but hidden dangers lurk beneath. Qian Lin turned his head to look at the Arcanine, which was joyfully chasing after a Swablu. The big dog's face radiated genuine happiness. As a Pokemon raised by Officer Jenny, the Arcanine must be well aware of its physical condition. It knew its evolution was incomplete and understood that those potential sacrificing attacks were unnecessary, yet it resolutely chose to proceed regardless. Qian Lin's expression gradually grew serious. The Moltres Feather, as a top-tier fire-type Pokemon resource, could indeed slowly restore the Arcanine's energy levels. Perhaps that was the purpose behind Moltres leaving the feather. However, the process was far too slow. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The flame of life, the trial of the rainbow, or perhaps the crimson orb. I will find a way to restore you completely. Don't worry, Arcanine. His voice was soft, but it carried unwavering determination. Half a month later, the driver brought Fu Xing, who had regained mobility, to find Qian Lin. They informed him that they were heading to the Jiulong Valley Pokemon Sanctuary. Jiulong Valley? Huh? The ecosystem there is truly beautiful, Qian Lin remarked, stroking his chin. Fu Xing, still wrapped in a few bandages with most of the ones on his face removed, said, "You're from Sichuan, and you've never been there? Every vacation, it's way too crowded. I'd rather stay home and play games than join the masses. I'm not part of the Sichuan A crowd," Qian Lin shrugged. "I'm finally on vacation, and I don't have to drive." "It's fantastic," Fu Xing said with a grin. "About transportation." Qian Lin paused for a moment. "I might not be taking the car." "Huh. Then how do you plan to get there?" the driver asked. "Riding my Arcanine, of course," Qian Lin replied matter-of-factly. "I've been waiting for the day Growlithe evolves so I can ride it around. This way, I don't have to drive, and I won't have to worry about wild Pokemon attacks." According to the Pokédex, Arcanine is incredibly fast and can run for long distances, making it the perfect mount. "Right, Arcanine." "Arf." The Arcanine lying nearby responded enthusiastically. "All right then." The driver clicked his tongue. "Just make sure the Arcanine follows our car." "No problem." Qian Lin gave a thumbs up. Fu Xing looked envious. "I'm not jealous at all. I should check if the sanctuary has any rideable Pokemon. Can Absol be ridden?" Although Absol is taller than Growlithe, it still pales in comparison to the robust build of an Arcanine. It might work for children, but for adults, it would be a bit of a stretch. It's similar to Altaria after evolution. While it looks sizable, it feels small once you actually try to ride it. "Get ready to head out. The car's all set," the driver said, casting an envious glance at the Arcanine before leaving the room. This was Qian Lin's new room, as his previous one was too small to accommodate the Arcanine. While it wasn't spacious enough for the big dog to run freely, it was sufficient for it to walk around in circles. The Jiulong Valley Pokemon Sanctuary, humanity's first Pokemon Sanctuary. Qian Lin was also curious to see if he could capture any new Pokemon there to expand his team's lineup. Woohoo! On an empty highway, a massive Arcanine was sprinting at full speed. Its tongue was hanging out, eyes sparkling with excitement, and its powerful limbs pounded the ground rhythmically. Qian Lin sat steadily on the Arcanine's back, one hand gripping its orange mane tightly, while the other held a phone to check the navigation. The phone's GPS kept issuing overspeed warnings, which was no surprise. Arcanine is a legendary Pokemon capable of covering 10,000 kilometers in a single day. A quick calculation reveals its speed can reach a staggering 416 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, Qian Lin possessed the unique physique of the Pokemon world, allowing him to maintain balance at such high speeds and even shout with exhilaration. Compared to sitting inside a closed vehicle, riding on Arcanine's back offered a much better view of the surrounding scenery. Various wild Pokemon occasionally flickered in and out of sight, and whenever they passed a river, he could catch glimpses of water-type Pokemon playing in the water. Remembering the embarrassing encounter with Moltres last time, Qian Lin couldn't help but plan to capture a water-type or rock-type Pokemon for future battles. "I can't see anything around you. Everything just flashes by in an instant," someone complained in the live stream chat. "Did you start this stream just to show off?" "So jealous," another comment floated by. "Arcanine is huge. I didn't realize its size when it was battling Moltres before. This is the first time we've gotten such a close-up view of Arcanine, especially with Qian Lin for scale." Facing the rushing wind, Qian Lin laughed and introduced loudly, "Arcanine is a fire-type Pokemon. It can convert the blazing flames within its body into energy, allowing it to run lightly across the earth as if it's flying. They say it can cover 10,000 kilometers in a single day." 10,000 kilometers? The chat was filled with incredulous comments. That's an average speed of over 416 kilometers per hour for a full 24 hours. Qian Lin glanced at the stream of astonished reactions in the chat, a faint smile curling her lips. She noticed some people comparing it to high-speed trains, but they were clearly overlooking a crucial point: the immense energy consumption required for a train to run continuously for 24 hours. Speaking of Arcanine, Qian Lin said as she stroked the majestic Pokemon by her side, "You might have noticed that whenever I introduce other Pokemon, I always mention their classification. For example, Growlithe is classified as the puppy Pokemon, but I deliberately didn't mention Arcanine's classification earlier. Do you know why?" The chat immediately exploded with guesses. Some suggested big dog Pokemon, while others started listing examples. "Pangoro is the daunting Pokemon. Swablu is the cotton bird Pokemon." "Wrong, all of you," Qian Lin triumphantly announced, gripping Arcanine's flowing mane. "Arcanine is actually classified as the legendary Pokemon." The chat erupted in disbelief. "What? Like Moltres, one of the legendary birds?" Qian Lin went on to explain, in ancient Eastern legends, Arcanine was regarded as a majestic and awe-inspiring creature. It's said that long ago, it fought alongside a warrior general to bring peace and order to the land. Its roar was so commanding that anyone who heard it would instinctively feel the urge to kneel. Its luxurious mane and swift, graceful movements have captivated people for centuries. As if to affirm her words, Arcanine let out a thunderous howl, not the playful bark it usually gave, but a regal and commanding roar. A red aura shimmered around it, emphasizing its extraordinary presence. That said, Qian Lin added, while its classification is legendary Pokemon, it's not truly on the same level as actual legendary Pokemon. It's more akin to Absol, the disaster Pokemon. Its legendary status comes from stories passed down by people. Why Absol was later removed from the legendary classification while Arcanine retained it might have something to do with the Officer Jenny family. Just then, a brightly colored message in the chat caught Qian Lin's attention. The driver asked me to tell you, if you don't stop and wait for them, you're going to reach the destination without them? The corners of Qian Lin's lips curved into a faint smile as he gently patted the side of Arcanine's face. Arcanine, let's head to the overpass up ahead and wait for the others. Our speed is just 3 times faster than theirs. No big deal. Arcanine gradually slowed down, tilting its head back toward Qian Lin with a soft woof, as if teasing him. This made Qian Lin chuckle. Pfft, poor supervisor. Driving the best car and still can't keep up with you, Arcanine. So humbling. Honestly, if we didn't wait, you'd probably reach the destination way before us. At that moment, the live stream chat began to flood with comments. What kind of reverse threat is this? I'm dying of laughter. How did the supervisor ever agree to let Qian Lin ride Arcanine in the first place? Because Qian Lin never mentioned how fast Arcanine is, let alone that it's a legendary Pokemon. Qian Lin, the supervisor asked me to tell you don't let him catch you, or you're in big trouble. Did the mod go to open the door for the water meter guy? What even is there to check with the meter? Wait, isn't he the one checking it? Arcanine leapt gracefully onto the highway of the overpass. From this vantage point, they had a clear view of the direction the supervisor's group was coming from. Qian Lin nimbly hopped off Arcanine's back, pulling out an energy cube to offer it. As he ran his fingers gently through Arcanine's mane, he reassured it softly, don't worry, they'll be here soon. Meanwhile, he'll grab a quick bite. Taking a few steps back, he tossed 2 Pokeballs into the air, releasing his Swablu and Pangoro. In a flash of light, the 2 adorable Pokemon appeared, one large and one small. Swablu immediately fluttered into Qian Lin's arms, chirping joyfully. Qian Lin laughed and stroked Swablu's head. Not there yet. Let's eat first while we wait for the supervisor and the others. While we wait, huh? After enduring a long journey of chatter, the group finally arrived at the Jilangi Pokemon Sanctuary. This popular scenic spot in Sichuan is renowned for its breathtaking landscapes and often attracts local residents who are unable to travel far. Due to the high number of visitors in the area, Qian Lin had no choice but to return his Arcanine to its Pokeball, opting instead to hold the affectionate Swablu as they continued their journey by car. The scenery along the way was picturesque. Thanks to strict ecological protection measures, the abundance and diversity of wild Pokemon here were astonishing, even for the well-traveled Qian Lin. He kept his live stream running, enjoying the views while introducing various Pokemon to his audience. The majestic Nidoking roaming on the ground, Pidgeot and Fearow soaring in the sky, and the occasional Vulpix darting through the bushes. The most exciting moment came when Qian Lin caught a glimpse of a Salamance's silhouette in the forest. This sparked his imagination. If Swablu could evolve into an Altaria and achieve Mega Evolution, perhaps it could truly challenge this pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Thinking about how Mega Altaria is humorously dubbed the traitor of the Dragon Clan, Qian Lin couldn't help but laugh. He gently stroked Swablu's head with affection. Swablu, who had been intently gazing out the window, chirped happily at the touch, only to puff up its cheeks in mock indignation upon noticing Qian Lin's peculiar grin, as if accusing him of slander. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the sanctuary. Situated by a lake, the sanctuary was uniquely designed to include a portion of the lake, allowing water-type Pokemon to move freely in and out. Before even stepping inside, Qian Lin's attention was drawn to a Snorlax pre-evolution, Munchlax, peacefully napping by the entrance. He tiptoed closer to admire the adorable Pokemon's serene expression. This little guy is a real glutton, the driver said with a helpless expression. 70% of the sanctuary's food supply ends up in its belly. Be glad it hasn't evolved into a Snorlax yet, Qian Lin replied with a shrug. Otherwise, its appetite would double. The driver sighed. When we first took it in, we had no idea it would turn into such a long-term freeloader. I don't regret it, but looking at the food bills does give me heartache. Let's go inside, Qian Lin said with a smile, leading the way forward. The shelter owner glanced at the small Snorlax, shook his head, and led the two into the facility. As they walked, he introduced, this place was built based on the Pokemon care guidelines you provided. While there's nothing particularly special about it, we've created environments tailored to the habits of different Pokemon. He pointed to a lake ahead. For instance, this lake. But most of the Pokemon in it are Magikarp, not even a single Feeba. Feeba usually wouldn't stay in a place like this unless there's a Milotic around, Qian Lin remarked with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of red emerged from the Lakia love disc, leapt gracefully through the air, drawing an elegant arc before diving back into the water. Qian Lin was about to explain the habits of love disc when another one followed, leaping out of the water. The two love disc played together at the surface, and even though their expressions weren't visible, their unique bond was unmistakable. These two love discs are inseparable, the shelter owner explained. We once considered separating them for observation but decided against it, as it went against the principles of the shelter. Good thing you didn't, Qian Lin nodded. Separated love disc can pine away due to longing for each other. True love, Fu Xing sighed. Indeed, Qian Lin agreed. The live stream chat suddenly became lively. Even fish can show off their love life, and here I am, alone. My heart is sealed with concrete. No further explanation needed. Qian Lin glanced at the chat and then turned to the shelter owner. Is it okay to keep the live stream running? I'm just concerned there might be things here that shouldn't be made public, like at the Pokemon Research Lab. It's fine. The shelter owner waved dismissively. This is mainly a Pokemon shelter. There's nothing confidential here. In fact, this place was originally intended to help prospective trainers choose their partners, but unfortunately, the experiments failed. None of the Pokemon wanted to come with us. Well, you've got one now, Fu Xing said proudly, puffing out his chest. Qian Lin rubbed his chin and addressed the camera. So, if any of you viewers have the potential to become trainers, you could come here to choose your Pokemon? Of course. Trainers are a rare resource these days, the shelter owner affirmed with a nod. You all heard that, Qian Lin said with a smile to the livestream audience. Study hard and learn from my streams. Strive to become trainers as soon as possible. This is the country's first Pokemon shelter, but it's not the only one. The chat exploded. I'm so excited. Qian Lin, check if I can become a trainer. All I need now is a Pokeball. Swablu is mine. At that moment, a young woman in a white lab coat walked out, her expression serious and focused. This is Professor Li Mingyan, our researcher, the shelter owner introduced. Professor? Qian Lin looked at the woman, who seemed about his age, with a puzzled expression. Li Mingyan extended her right hand. I got in through connections. I actually only have a doctorate. When the shelter project started, I was the only one willing to come, so they gave me this title. Sorry, Qian Lin said awkwardly, shaking her hand, embarrassed that his muttered question had been overheard. It's just the truth, Li Mingyan replied calmly, though her gaze softened with an undeniable fondness when she looked at the Swablu. Li Mingyao leaned closer to Qian Lin, her gaze falling on the Qingmian bird nestled in his arms. A gentle smile graced her delicate face. Hello, Qingmian bird, she greeted, reaching out to stroke its wings. However, the Qingmian bird was not so welcoming. Sensing her intentions, it immediately fluttered its wings and flew out of Qian Lin's arms. A soft breeze brushed against Li Mingyio's face, prompting her to instinctively shield it with her hand. When she opened her eyes again, the Qingmian bird had already perched itself firmly atop Qian Lin's head, puffing out its cheeks and glaring down at her. Li Mingyao stood frozen in place. Qian Lin, trying to ease the situation, gently soothed the bird on his head while offering an awkward explanation. The Qingmian bird doesn't really like being touched by strangers. Even I have to offer it food if I want to pet it. The Qingmian bird is indeed quite shy, added the caretaker standing next to Li Mingyao with a chuckle. Aside from Qian Lin, it barely lets anyone else touch it. Even during its time at the Pokemon Research Institute, it would only reluctantly cooperate with researchers when absolutely necessary. According to Qian Lin, it's because the bird is exceptionally clean and doesn't want anyone but its trainer to touch its feathers. The caretaker's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, clearly recalling a similar failed attempt of his own. I see, Li Mingyao said, glancing at the Qingmian bird perched atop Qian Lin's head with a trace of regret on her face. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to Qian Lin and Fu Xing. I've understood the purpose of your visit. Please follow me. With that, she turned and began walking deeper into the shelter. The caretaker followed closely behind, explaining as they walked. The shelter is divided into 7 zones: the forest zone, lake zone, swamp zone, volcano zone, grassland zone, or zone, and sky zone. Pokemon that come here are free to choose their habitats. Report. Fu Xing raised his hand. This isn't the military, the caretaker remarked, gesturing for him to speak freely. If you have a question, just ask so long as it doesn't disturb others. Fu Xing lowered his hand and asked curiously, what's the sky zone like compared to the other zones? Qian Lin also looked over with interest. The caretaker paused to think before replying. The sky zone doesn't have a defined boundary. We mainly place food on the ground that's suitable for flying-type Pokemon. They typically build nests or rest nearby. Since the terrain is quite complex, we just collectively refer to it as the sky zone. Noticing Fu Xing's lingering confusion, Li Mingyao, who was walking ahead, turned back and clarified. In simple terms, the sky zone is just a feeding spot. We put food out in open spaces, and flying-type Pokemon stop by to eat. Once they're done, they leave. Then why call it the Sky Zone? Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Wouldn't Feeding Zone be more straightforward? It's just for appearances, Li Mingyao continued walking. While the shelter doesn't restrict Pokemon movements, we try to encourage them to settle here. But flying-type Pokemon have such wide activity ranges that it's hard to get them to stay in one place for long. The staff, in an attempt to mask their awkwardness, had named the ordinary open-air feeding area the Sky Zone, as if it were some specialized containment area for flying Pokemon. The sudden naming made Fu Xing suppress his laughter, while Qian Lin couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Mo Yin, at least spare some dignity for the seniors. The driver frowned and said. Li Mo Yin replied nonchalantly, my seniors don't need that kind of dignity. If anything, you all need it more. As they spoke, the group entered the interior of the facility. What greeted them was a space with a minimalist yet aesthetically pleasing design. The most striking feature was the crisscrossing tracks on the ground and several small electric carts stationed along them. These facilities alone hinted at the massive scale of the containment center. Considering Qian Lin had only started live streaming a few months ago, and the construction of this facility likely took less than half a year, it was impressive that not only the main structure but also a fully functional transport system had been completed in such a short time, a true testament to the country's infrastructure capabilities. Li Mo Yin stopped in her tracks, pointing ahead as she explained, there are 7 electric carts here, each capable of carrying 12 people, and they go to different areas. Where do you want to head first? Fu Xing and Qian Lin instinctively exchanged glances. Just as Fu Xing was about to gesture for Qian Lin, the leader, to make the decision, Qian Lin spoke first. I already have 3 Pokemon partners, and this time, I'm mainly here to help you test if you can capture a Pokemon. So it's better for you to decide. Fu Xing thought for a moment before responding, to be honest, I don't know much about Pokemon. Do you have any suggestions, Qian Lin? What kind of Pokemon are you hoping to capture? Qian Lin asked thoughtfully. If I could choose, I'd like something like Absol, Fu Xing explained. I'm not saying it has to be a dark-type Pokemon, but I'd prefer a partner that's empathetic, reasonably strong in battle, and most importantly, highly obedient. As a soldier, that last trait is particularly important to me. Qian Lin fell into contemplation. While most Pokemon would obey their trainers, the trainer's level was a crucial factor. Considering Fu Xing was still at a relatively low level, the best approach might be to start with a younger Pokemon that had significant potential for growth. I'd recommend considering Pokemon with normal, fighting, grass, water, rock, or ground types. They generally have more stable temperaments. What about fire types? Li Mo Yin interjected. I remember your Growlithe, now an Arcanine, was very much like a soldier. Qian Lin's eyes lit up. Are there Growlithes here? That would indeed be a great choice, because Growlithe itself. There aren't any. Li Mo Yin interrupted abruptly. I was just asking out of curiosity. Qian Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Lin looked at Li Mingyan and explained earnestly, Fire-type Pokemon have a wide range of personalities. Some are quiet, but many are mischievous or hot-tempered. Fighting types are similar in that regard, but once they acknowledge you, they'll be completely loyal. Fire types are known for their explosive power, but their personalities tend to be polarizing, which is why I don't recommend choosing them. I see, Fu Xing nodded with a smile. Then let's check out the grassland and or zones first. There should be plenty of grass-type and rock-type Pokemon there. As their guide, Li Mingyan had no objections. The 3 of them boarded a tram, the scenery outside quickly receding. Accustomed to the speed of Arcanine sprinting, Qian Lin couldn't help but feel the tram was moving sluggishly. During the ride, Qian Lin noticed the scrolling comments on his phone screen. Is that thing up ahead really human? Could it be a Pokemon? I wish I could go to the shelter and catch my own Pokemon. Anyone want to team up to raid the shelter? Don't bother. Julong Valley is under lockdown now. Approaching the shelter will only get you sent to training. Training as in scolding sessions? Nice abbreviation. Li Mingyan caught sight of Qian Lin's smile as he read the comments and leaned closer to ask, I've always been curious, why did you choose to livestream instead of contacting the officials directly? As Li Mingyan suddenly leaned in, the comments section became lively. Whoa, beautiful girl up close to the camera. Your screen's dirty? Huh? I get it. I'm wiping my screen with my feet too. These remarks made Li Mingyan frown slightly. Qian Lin, stroking his swablu, explained, actually, I did contact the officials, but the liaison told me to stop reading so many novels. Left with no choice, I had to pick a method that would quickly catch their attention. Plus, the system provided me with a drone, so live streaming became the natural option. Swablu let out a contented chirp under Qian Lin's touch. Li Mingyan returned to her seat, propping her chin on one hand as she gazed enviously at Swablu. Swablu is so adorable. I wish I could pet it too. Qian Lin shrugged. You'll have to get Swablu's permission first. Aren't you Swablu's trainer? Can't you just let it know I want to pet it? Fu Xing turned to look in their direction. Qian Lin paused his stroking of Swablu, his expression growing serious. After frowning in thought for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you, do the Pokemon here accept you? Are they willing to cooperate with your research?" The question left Li Mingyan in silence. The car owner turned his head toward the direction of the conversation. The atmosphere in the lab was slightly tense as Li Mingyan was sharing her concerns with Qian Lin. Even when we offer them food, most Pokemon are unwilling to cooperate with the research. We've made it clear that they won't be harmed, yet they still refuse to let the researchers get close. Not just during experiments, Li Mingyan added, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Even during daily feedings, they leave the moment we approach. They only come to eat after we've moved far away. Except for a few that are particularly naive, most of them act like this. Do you know why? A faint smile appeared on Qian Lin's lips as he lowered his gaze to the Swablu in his arms. Professor Li Mingyan, do you like Swablu? I do. Although puzzled by Qian Lin's question, Li Mingyan nodded earnestly. Then, Qian Lin said, lifting the Swablu up toward her, you can pet it now. Li Mingyan froze, instinctively glancing at the car owner for an explanation. The car owner shrugged, just as confused, while Fu Xing seemed to have some understanding. It's okay, just a gentle pet. Qian Lin softly spoke to the Swablu. No dodging, all right? The Swablu puffed up its cheeks and let out a displeased chirp, its eyes full of resistance. Then, as if making a resolute decision, it closed its eyes, spread its wings, and adopted a sacrificial posture. Seeing the Swablu's expression, Li Mingyan felt a pang of disappointment. Forget it. It's clear it doesn't want. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Why is it that other Pokemon are so friendly when we first meet? But in the end, they all keep their distance from me. Is that so? I just asked Swablu to let you pet it, Qian Lin replied, pulling the Swablu back and gently stroking its puffed-up cheeks. You used the wrong word earlier. I'm not Swablu's master, I'm its trainer. In my world, the relationship between a trainer and a Pokemon can be that of companions, comrades, or friends, but never master and servant. We are equals. Qian Lin looked intently at Li Mingyan. Pokemon can sense the intentions of humans. When you see them as inferior beings, you might initially gain their trust with your appearance, but over time, the truth will come to light. It's like someone who pretends to have an equal conversation with you, but constantly flaunts their wealth, status, or subtly points out your shortcomings. Who would enjoy that kind of interaction? That's exactly how your attitude toward Pokemon comes across. Deep down, you think of yourself as superior. This arrogance has prevented you from truly engaging with them as equals, or even considering asking them why they're unwilling to interact with you. Qian Lin sighed, his gaze shifting to the drone's camera. I fear that most of the people watching this livestream right now also see the Pokemon captured by trainers as mere pets, rather than true companions. The grassland zone is located to the right of Jalonga Mountain, a vast, genuine expanse of prairie. After extensive renovations, it now features not only open grasslands, but also a small lake connected to the Pokemon Shelter's office, as well as a moderately sized feeding area. Stepping off the tram, Fu Xing could hardly contain his excitement. After encountering various Pokemon along the way, he was now more eager than ever to explore the destination. Where do we find Pokemon? Fu Xing asked Qian Lin, scanning the surroundings. Holding a Swablu in his arms, Qian Lin replied with a helpless shrug, this is a Pokemon shelter. How would I know where to go? You should ask Professor Li. Both of them turned their gaze to Li Mingyan. She seemed lost in thought, but snapped back to reality upon noticing their stares. Generally, the lakeside and the feeding area are where Pokemon gather the most. But since we just came from the shelter, there's no need to visit the feeding area. Then let's check out the lake, Qian Lin suggested. It's a good chance to see some water-type Pokemon. All right, Fu Xing responded enthusiastically, already stepping toward the nearby lake. Hold on, Qian Lin called out with a smile. Driver, could you hand over the item we prepared for him? At Qian Lin's words, the driver looked a little envious as he pulled a redandwhite Pokeball, about the size of a thumb joint, from his bag and handed it to Fu Xing. This is the first industrial Pokeball produced on the assembly line. You get to test it out. Test it? Fu Xing asked, his expression calm as he took the Pokeball. The driver shrugged. Don't worry. Even though it's a prototype, it's absolutely safe and reliable. This Pokeball was crafted strictly according to technical specifications. If anything goes wrong, it's not our fault, he explained. He further elaborated that the ball was a test product made entirely based on Qian Lin's provided data, with the only downside being that there was just this one. If Fu Xing failed to use it successfully, he'd have to switch to the Hijua-style Pokeball, crafted by Qian Lin. Fu Xing carefully examined the Pokeball in his hand, immediately noticing the difference compared to Qian Lin's handmade ones. The industrial Pokeball had a smooth, metallic texture and seamless construction, unlike the Hijua-style Pokeballs, which were made from apricorns and had a rougher surface, visible screw structures, and a protruding button. However, this didn't mean Qian Lin's creations were inferior. The differences were simply due to the manufacturing process. Both types of Pokeballs serve the exact same function, with the only likely advantage of the industrial one being its longer lifespan. Fu Xing gently pressed the button on the Pokeball, and the redand white sphere expanded to the size of a fist, its surface smooth and refined. Qian Lin instinctively pulled out his own Pokeball, which had a cyberpunk vibe with visible screws. Though it seemed rough in comparison, he consoled himself with the thought that it was handmade. Let's go, Qian Lin said to Li Mingyan, who was still intently gazing at the Pokeball. Hearing his call, she reluctantly tore her eyes away. The three of them soon arrived at a nearby lake. The lakeside was teeming with Pokemon, primarily grass, water, normal, and flying types, though other types occasionally appeared to drink. The presence of humans made most of the Pokemon wary, with some even leaving the area altogether. Faced with dozens of Pokemon, Fu Xing hesitated, unsure of which one to choose. Qian Lin patted him on the shoulder and explained. The simplest way to capture a Pokemon is through battle. While I could fight for you and let you throw the ball to capture it, if you can't earn its trust, even if the capture succeeds, it will eventually choose to follow the one who defeated it, which would be me. Got it? Fu Xing nodded in understanding. Qian Lin, what kind of Pokemon do you think Fu Xing should go for? Asked Che Zhuguan, who was watching the diverse group of Pokemon in front of them. Qian Lin pointed ahead. That Lotad looks like a good choice. It's a water-weed Pokemon with both water and grass attributes. It has a gentle nature and, despite being a water type, can survive on land as long as its leaf is kept hydrated with fresh water. It's beginner-friendly, though when it evolves fully into Ludicolo, it can get really noisy. He sighed helplessly at the end. I don't mind the noise, but it does look a bit silly, Fu Xing remarked, but he still walked toward the Lotad. Squatting down in front of it, he said, Hello, Lotad, His words faltered, and he glanced at Qian Lin for help. What should I say? Interestingly, the Pokemon, which had initially been cautious of the humans, seemed drawn to Fu Xing's awkward demeanor and did not leave. A few even boldly approached him. This scene left Li Mingyan wide-eyed with surprise. While she was most familiar with this sanctuary, it was clear that the Pokemon felt an unusual affinity toward Fu Xing. A small Wynot, with its eyes closed, curiously stood next to Fu Xing and let out a cheerful cry. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Fu Xing said awkwardly, waving his hand. I'm trying to capture the Lotad. Qian Lin interjected at the right moment. That's a Wynot, a psychic-type Pokemon known for its cheerful demeanor. They like to live in groups and huddle together to sleep in caves at night. They even play pushing games under the moonlight to build endurance. While it would also be a good fit for you, Wynot and its evolved form, Wobbuffet, are not great at attacking and are more defense-oriented. Psychic type? Li Mingyan stared wide-eyed at the tiny little Guaran perched on her shoulder, utterly incredulous. They had always assumed this Pokemon, which lived in the rocky caves, to be a normal or rock type. Who would have thought it was actually a psychic type? Qian Lin, noticing her expression, calmly explained, Indeed, identifying a Pokemon's type can be quite difficult without prior knowledge. He gestured toward the other side of the lake. For example, over there, you can see a group of Slowpoke using their tails to fish. They are water and psychic types. And those Psyducks sunbathing by the shore? While both they and their evolved forms, Golduck, are pure water types, their psychic abilities are also quite impressive. Li Mingyan looked dazed. They had been searching across the country for Pokemon with attributes like Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, and Fairy types that didn't exist in the real world, never imagining that so many psychic-powered creatures were right here. They're all so cute, someone exclaimed. Psyduck is as cuddly as a little duckling, you just want to hug it. The pink Slowpoke is so adorable too. And Little Guaran is an excellent defensive Pokemon. Out in the wild, it can protect humans from wild animal attacks. The driver glanced around, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. We've been searching so long for psychic Pokemon, only to find out there are so many here all along. Li Mingyan turned to Qian Lin. If we had known about this Pokemon shelter earlier, would we have recognized these Pokemon sooner? That's probably true, Qian Lin nodded with a smile. But even now, it doesn't make much of a difference. You still wouldn't be able to gain their trust just yet. At that moment, little Guaran had climbed onto Fu Xing's shoulder. It raised its large, hand-like ears and called out to the baby Pokemon around them. No. Bida Niba, Naki no Kuwano. Hearing its call, the baby Pokemon instantly grew excited, scrambling to hop onto Fu Xing. He twitched his mouth in exasperation. Do you all think him some kind of toy? Lotad laughed joyfully nearby. Fu Xing decided to just sit down, pulling out the energy cubes Li Mingyan had given him earlier. Piece by piece, he handed them out to the little creatures. What was supposed to be bait to attract Pokemon had now become a reward. The sight of food made the Pokemon even more thrilled. Meanwhile, Li Mingyan remained off to the side, still questioning her entire worldview. While patiently feeding the Pokemon, Fu Xing explained helplessly, line up and take your time. There's enough for everyone, no need to rush. Even if I run out, others have some too. Isn't there anyone here who wants to be my Pokemon? Or are you all just here for free food? Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. A Swablu had silently perched there at some point, tilting its head curiously at him. Chirp. Fu Xing's eyes lit up as he turned excitedly to Qian Lin. I can't believe it. There are wild Swablus here. Qian Lin, can I catch this Swablu? Qian Lin sighed and stepped forward, gently scooping the Swablu out from the crowd of Pokemon. Its little beak was still smeared with food crumbs. Why'd you go over there? If you wanted food, I have some here too, he said, holding the Swablu up for a little scolding. The Swablu's cheeks were puffed out as it stared at Qian Lin with wide, blinking eyes. With a gulp, it swallowed all the food in its mouth and then gave an innocent, cheerful smile. Chirp chirp. Seeing its adorable expression, Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I'll forgive you since you're so cute. He pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped the crumbs from the Swablu's beak. There, all clean. Now don't bother Fu Xing anymore, okay? Let's just watch from the side. Chirp. The Swablu tilted its head as if pondering his words, then nodded solemnly, as though it truly understood. The moment Qian Lin let go, the Swablu excitedly spread its wings. Swablu, charge. Before it could get far, Qian Lin caught it again. This scene made the driver laugh. Let the Swablu play for a bit. Qian Lin smiled at the lively scene in front of him. I wasn't really trying to stop it. I just wanted to clean its beak. It really is like a little baby, not even a year old. Speaking of which, the driver shifted the topic. What do you think are Fu Xing's chances of gaining recognition and catching a Pokemon? Qian Lin glanced at Fu Xing, who was surrounded by a crowd of Pokemon. Though his words carried a hint of complaint, his smile was brighter than ever. Almost 100%, Qian Lin said confidently. The only question is whether there's a Pokemon willing to join him without a battle like this Swablu, drawn to his charm. At that moment, the Swablu was playing joyfully with the other Pokemon, as carefree as a child in a kindergarten. Sometimes I wonder, Qian Lin said softly, what does it really mean to catch a Pokemon? Is it gaining a companion? Adding a family member? Or, as Fu Xing says, finding a battle partner? He lowered his gaze and took out the Pokeballs for Arcanine and Pangoro. To me, catching a Pokemon means never being alone again. Whether you're happy or sad, there's always someone to share it with. As the light flashed, Arcanine and Pangoro appeared on the grassland. Looking at them, Qian Lin continued, Pokemon share all their trainers' emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and excitement. So I want to share everything with them too. The relationship between a trainer and their Pokemon should be mutual. Only when you understand that can you become a true trainer. Arcanine affectionately licked Qian Lin's face, while Pangoro stood nearby, chewing on a bamboo leaf. Even the usually fierce-looking Pokemon wore a rare smile. The heartwarming scene made Li Mingyan blush, instinctively covering her chest with her hand. Nana, little Goran, happily munched on an energy cube, while Lotad climbed out of the water nearby, its small claws gently resting on Fu Xing's leg, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fu Xing chuckled at its adorable expression and handed it an energy cube. There's enough for everyone. Bana. Lotad let out a cheerful cry. Fu Xing distributed the energy cubes to each little creature, then sat down, watching them eat joyfully. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. The livestream chat buzzed with excitement. These little guys are just too cute. Lotad has such a sweet temperament, waiting patiently without grabbing. Even that Bulbasaur looks kinda adorable after a while. What do you mean, Bulbasaur? Qian Lin corrected with a hint of exasperation. That's a Bulbasaur, a grass and poison-type seed Pokemon. The seed on its back stores rich nutrients, allowing it to go days without eating. As it evolves, it becomes an Ivysaur, with a flower bud on its back, and eventually a Venusaur, though the tree on its back looks a bit far from a flower. But let's not dwell on that. The Pokemon world is full of wonders, Qian Lin said as he shifted focus to the white squirrel nearby. That's Pachirisu, an electric-type electric squirrel Pokemon. They live in tree hollows and store their favorite berries along with static-charged fur balls. They're closely related to Piku, sharing electric sacs in their cheeks and the ability to release electricity through their tails. Facing the camera, Qian Lin added, though they're gentle by nature, don't touch them carelessly. Like Piku, they can unleash powerful electric currents. The chat instantly grew lively again. I really want to pet it. Warning. High-voltage electric rodent ahead. I want to catch a Pokemon and cuddle with a Swablu. Fu Xing noticed Qian Lin's interaction with the chat, then glanced down at the little creatures climbing all over him. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze once again falling on Lianya Tongzi. Lianya Tongzi, would you be my partner? His voice trembled slightly, betraying a nervousness he himself might not have noticed, but everyone present could hear his unease. It wasn't fear of rejection, it was a deep worry about whether he could truly become a competent trainer. Lianya Tongzi paused its meal and looked up at Fu Xing, its expression thoughtful. After a moment, it slowly shook its head apologetically, then slid off Fu Xing and made its way to the lakeside. With a glance, it gestured for Fu Xing to look at the water. At that moment, the previously calm surface of the lake began to ripple as countless lotus leaves of varying sizes emerged, gently swaying with the water as they floated closer to the shore. Are those all Linya Tongzi? Fu Xing asked in astonishment, pointing at the floating leaves. Bana, Bana, Linya Tongzi shook its head, seemingly trying to convey something. Qian Lin walked up beside Fu Xing, his tone equally surprised. Not just Linya Tongzi. Judging by the size of the leaves, there should also be Lian Mao Xiaodong. But no Leti and Hitongthi usually avoid deep water and prefer staying near the shore. If they were here, we would have noticed them when we arrived. Watching Linya Tongzi reunite with its kin in such a heartwarming scene, Fu Xing sighed softly. I guess Linya Tongzi doesn't want to come with me because it has its family and companions here. That's probably it. Qian Lin nodded in agreement. Linya Tongzi are naturally social creatures. I was wondering why there was only one here earlier. It must have been the one staying behind to watch over this spot. Linya Tongzi began sharing its energy cubes with its companions. Amid the cheerful calls of its group, it turned back to Fu Xing, waving its hand. Bana, Bana. Fu Xing smiled, though a hint of reluctance lingered. He waved back. Take care. Linya Tongzi, I hope we'll meet again someday. Another farewell, it's always so bittersweet. Yeah. Linya Tongzi is so adorable. Ugh, this reminds me of Milotic and Fiba. Streamer. You should visit them when you get the chance. You guys talk like you were actually there. Qian Lin glanced at the chat and then at Fu Xing, rubbing his temples. Linya Tongzi isn't saying goodbye, it's calling you over. What's this take care nonsense? Its home is here. You're the one who's leaving, not it. Fu Xing froze, turning mechanically toward Qian Lin. Oh? Wait, isn't this supposed to be a farewell? Qian Lin, shut up. You just played with my emotions. I was already picturing Milotic and Fiba in heaven, and now you tell me this isn't a farewell? Give me back my tears, you jerk. Wake up, Milotic and Fiba are still alive. Feeling thoroughly embarrassed, Fu Xing walked toward the still waving Linya Tongzi, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. At that moment, Li Mingyan approached Qian Lin. If I apologize to them now, do you think they'd let me pet them? Unlikely, Qian Lin replied, shaking his head. But you can take it slow. Since you're always here, you have plenty of time to change their impression of you. When the time comes, just ask the car owner for a Pokeball, and you'll be a Pokemon trainer. You make it sound so easy, Li Mingyan said, her smile radiant as she glanced at Qian Lin. Care to teach me? Qian Lin suddenly shivered, scratching the back of his head. Oh, just follow my Bilibili account. They'll keep uploading Pokemon tutorial videos, and it'll cover trainer-related content in the future. Li Mingyan's smile vanished instantly. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly, very well. They'll follow you. Qian Lin turned to look at her, puzzled. Why does it feel like Professor Li is upset? Did I say something wrong? A few minutes later, Fu Xing and the Lotad waved goodbye with big smiles, while the little companions around them enthusiastically waved their tiny paws. Several lively Pokemon clung to Fu Xing, and trailing behind him was a cheerful group consisting of 7 Azurill, along with a newly joined Poochyena, Oddish, and Zigzagoon, forming a lively little team. A Swablu swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on the head of an Arcanine, chirping happily at Qian Lin. Qian Lin waved back at the Swablu, then turned his attention to Fu Xing, who had walked up to him, and asked, How are you feeling? Unbelievably great, Fu Xing replied, his face glowing with joy. Being with these little ones makes me feel 10 years younger. They're all babyish, it's perfectly normal, Qian Lin said with a smile, glancing at the Pokemon clinging to Fu Xing, including Azurill, Eevee, Bulbasaur, and Shroomish. He couldn't help but laugh at the Pachirisu stubbornly clinging to Fu Xing's head. You really look like a kindergarten teacher right now. Fu Xing scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly a little scared of capturing Pokemon. They're just too adorable, I can't bear it. Besides, it feels a bit at odds with my identity as a lifelong military trainer. Not all Pokemon are the cute type, Qian Lin pointed out before asking, so, other than Lotad, do you have any other preferences? Fu Xing's smile faded as he glanced at the Pokemon clinging to him. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. I'm not sure. Although he had listened to Qian Lin's explanations, for him, these Pokemon weren't just stats or data. They were living beings, not pets, but companions akin to comrades. Qian Lin nodded in understanding. I suggest you consider Bulbasaur, Poochyena, and Shroomish, he briefly explained. Bulbasaur has a gentle temperament and grows quickly, making it easy to manage even for a trainer at your level. Poochyena is determined and adaptable, and its evolution into Mitina embodies team spirit and loyalty. As for Shroomish, while its personality can be unpredictable, its evolution into Breloom makes it a steadfast and combat-ready fighter, which aligns well with the traits of a soldier. Qian Lin deliberately avoided discussing the pros and cons of these Pokemon in detail, as choosing a Pokemon isn't merely about weighing advantages and disadvantages. It's a mutual choice. Trainers choose Pokemon, and Pokemon choose their trainers. If Fu Xing could earn the recognition of these three Pokemon, Qian Lin was ready to hand over 2 Hisui balls for him to capture them, though the chances of that happening seemed slim. As for the concept of starter Pokemon, Qian Lin decided to hold off on bringing it up for now, as such labels could lead to preconceived notions, and it wasn't the right time to discuss it yet. Fu Xing listened to Qian Lin's words and nodded slowly. He gently placed the Pokemon he was holding onto the ground and crouched down in front of the 3 little creatures. Would you like to come with me? Be my Pokemon, my companions, and together we can… He paused for a moment, then awkwardly added, protect our homeland? His confidence wavered with the last few words, as he was, after all, speaking to Pokemon and not humans. Bulbasaur tilted its head, looking hesitant. Shrimish outright shook its head. It had its own group and had only followed Fu Xing this time because of the food. Poochyena, however, leapt playfully onto Fu Xing's lap, panting with its tongue out, looking very much like an excitable husky. After a moment, Bulbasaur also shook its head, signaling that it wanted to stay here. I understand. Fu Xing smiled as he handed them energy cubes, then turned his attention to Poochyena. Poochyena, would you like to come with me? Arf. Woof. Poochyena panted and dashed away, its playful demeanor resembling that of a mischievous pup. Disappointment flickered in Fu Xing's eyes, but the next second, Poochyena suddenly stopped about 10 meters away. When it turned back, its playful expression was gone, replaced by a sharp, wolf-like intensity in its stance. Fu Xing froze. The car owner beside him asked curiously, what does that mean? Could it be a battle challenge from the Pokemon? Li Mengyan's eyes lit up. That's exactly what it is. Qian Lin smiled slightly and walked over to Fu Xing, explaining in a low voice, Poochyena is challenging you to a battle. If you defeat it, you can capture it. Fu Xing instinctively wanted Qian Lin to take over, but Qian Lin shook his head. The circumstances are different. If I fight, Poochyena might not recognize you as its trainer. By doing this, it seems more like it wants to test your strength rather than genuinely liking you. You have to do this yourself? Huh? Fu Xing looked completely bewildered. Qian Lin chuckled and whispered a suggestion in his ear. Choose Pangoro and use fighting-type moves close combat, superpower, brick break, or hammer R. But Pangoro is still recovering from its injuries. Some exercise will help with its recovery. Qian Lin turned to Pangoro and whispered a few words. After a moment of thought, Pangoro nodded seriously and stepped forward in front of Fu Xing. It first gestured toward him, then turned to face Poochyena, which was so excited it was clawing at the ground. Leaning against his Arcanine, Qian Lin announced the rules. This will be a unknown battle between Fu Xing and the wild Poochyena. No switching Pokemon and items are allowed. The battle ends when one side is unable to continue. Begin. Poochyena let out a howl, its mouth glowing with white, fang-like energy as it charged at Pangoro with incredible speed. Pangoro, hammer arm. Fu Xing called out instinctively. Pangoro's eyes narrowed as its arm glowed white, blocking the bite attack. With a roar, it unleashed a surge of power, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, sending Poochyena flying. What a formidable opponent, the rogue panda muttered, gazing at the defeated hyena dog sprawled on the ground. She gently rubbed the spot on her arm where she had been bitten. Several strands of fur had been torn off, and if she hadn't countered with a timely arm thrust, her old injury might have flared up again. The hyena dog lay motionless, its eyes spinning in dizzy circles, clearly unable to continue the fight. Fu Xing stood frozen in place, his gaze darting between the rogue panda and the hyena dog, the sounds of the recent battle still echoing in his mind. I think I just heard a bone crack? Fu Xing asked hesitantly. Qian Lin walked over, chuckling as he patted Fu Xing on the shoulder. You're overthinking it. Rogue panda wouldn't go that hard. At most, a few teeth might be broken. For a hyena dog, that's not a big deal, he explained. Their teeth and claws grow back, especially quickly when they're young. Of course, if it evolves into a great wolf dog, it'll take longer to recover, but using energy cubes or dark-type resources can speed up the process. So, can I capture the hyena dog now? Fu Xing scratched the back of his head, uncertainty in his voice. Go ahead and throw the ball. Qian Lin nodded in confirmation. Instead of throwing the pokeball from a distance, Fu Xing hurried over to the hyena dog and carefully tapped its body with the ball. The pokeball opened, enveloping the hyena dog in a red light. After a series of quick beeping sounds, the ball's red light blinked 3 times before settling. Capture complete. Qian Lin clapped Rogue Panda on the back and turned to Fu Xing. Congratulations. You're now the second Pokemon trainer in this world. Fu Xing stood there, stunned, staring at the pokeball in his hand in disbelief. The process had been so simple: one command, one arm thrust, one pokeball, and it was done? He walked over to Rogue Panda, his expression sincere. Thank you, Rogue Panda. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to capture the hyena dog. Rogue Panda simply shook her head, saying nothing more. For this naturally combative Pokemon, fighting was just an ordinary part of life. Qian Lin pulled a potion out of his backpack and handed it to Fu Xing. Here, treat the hyena dog with this. Thanks. Fu Xing took the bottle, a bright smile finally breaking across his face as his earlier confusion faded away. It was only at this moment that he finally confirmed it had become a trainer, and he now owned a Pokemon. Fu Xing took a deep breath, suppressing his trembling hands, and raised the Pokeball high above his head. Come out, Poochyena. With a forceful throw, the Pokeball traced a graceful arc through the air, only to land on the ground with a soft thud. Fu Xing froze in his throwing stance, looking completely bewildered. What happened? Why didn't it come out? Could Poochyena have fainted? Qian Lin watched the scene unfold, the corners of his mouth twitching as he struggled to hold back his laughter. He explained, although a Pokeball doesn't have healing capabilities, it does ensure that Pokemon won't faint from injuries. But I might have forgotten to mention one important thing: you need to press the release button before throwing the Pokeball, or it won't open in midair. He held up a finger and continued his explanation. Also, the recoil of the Pokeball isn't actually a feature of the ball itself. It's caused by the force generated when the Pokemon is released. If you can control that force well, the Pokeball will automatically return to the trainer's hand after releasing the Pokemon. So, Qian Lin said with a meaningful smirk, if you haven't mastered the recoil control yet, I'd suggest releasing the Pokemon by pressing the button while holding the ball. Otherwise, sure, throwing it looks cool, but scrambling around to pick it up afterward? Not so much. Fu Xing shot Qian Lin a resentful look. Couldn't you have told me earlier? You didn't ask. Qian Lin shrugged nonchalantly. The lab director cleared his throat, steering the conversation in a different direction. We haven't fully developed all the features of the Pokeball yet. Fu Xing, now that you have a Pokemon, remember to come back to the research lab to help us work on new functionalities. Fu Xing nodded in agreement and quickly walked over to pick up the Pokeball. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Qian Lin again. Is it really that hard? Why don't you give it a try? Qian Lin raised an eyebrow. Clenching the Pokeball tightly, determination flashed in Fu Xing's eyes. He pressed the button and swung his arm once more. Come out, Poochyena. This time, the Pokeball opened midair, releasing Poochyena in a burst of light. As Fu Xing reached out to catch the rebounding Pokeball, it suddenly veered off course and plunged straight into the lake. Ha 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 ha. Qian Lin finally burst out laughing. See? What did I tell you? Without practice, it's impossible for anyone to catch it. The lab director gave him a deadpan look. You're acting like you're not one of the normal people. Anyway, let's focus on treating Poochyena first, Li Mingyan said as she approached the Pokemon, her curiosity piqued. She crouched down to examine Poochyena, who tilted its head and looked back at her, equally puzzled. Fu Xing held the injured dusk-lichen rock, which had just been treated with a healing spray, and briefly negotiated with the lotus leaf spirits in the lake, asking for their help in retrieving the Pokeball. Meanwhile, both Li Mingyan and the driver turned their gazes toward Qian Lin, seemingly waiting for his decision. Qian Lin gently stroked Arcanine's head, a faint smile curving his lips. I think I'll skip the car ride and just ride on Arcanine. This area doesn't see much human activity, so it's a good chance to, extend my livestream time. He trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing he had let something slip. Quickly correcting himself, he added, I mean, it's a good chance to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Noticing the skeptical looks from everyone, Qian Lin awkwardly explained, when you've been live streaming for a while, saying things like extend stream time becomes second nature, a bit of a professional hazard, I guess. He quickly changed the topic. Since Fu Xing has already captured a Pokemon, I should start looking for a suitable partner for myself. With that, he nimbly mounted Arcanine and recalled Pangoro into its Pokeball. When he turned to do the same with Swablu, the lively little Pokemon dashed into his arms, nuzzling him affectionately and clearly unwilling to return to the ball. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Lin nodded in agreement. After all, Swablu could fly and wouldn't struggle to keep up with Arcanine's speed like Pangoro might. The driver, wearing a serious expression, cautioned him, be careful on the road. Although this is a Pokemon sanctuary, there are quite a few unidentified Pokemon that have wandered in. If you encounter danger, prioritize retreating. Qian Lin knew that the ones staying behind were likely in more need of concern, but the driver's thoughtfulness warmed his heart. Understood, he replied. He patted Arcanine's head gently and pointed into the distance. Let's go. Time to explore this area. Arcanine let out an excited howl, its powerful legs surging forward, transforming into a blur as it sprinted into the distance. The driver watched the rapidly disappearing figure and couldn't help but remark in awe, that speed is incredible. Riding on the speeding Arcanine, Qian Lin felt a sudden whim to reach out and grasp the rushing wind, only to laugh at his own childish thought. Then, an idea struck him. Arcanine, he said, Try channeling the energy from the molter's feather to boost your speed. The thought reminded him of Flame Charhea, moves similar to Flare Blitz. According to research, both moves harness fire energy, but Flame Charge focused on enhancing the user's speed, whereas Flare Blitz released energy on contact, often causing recoil damage. Arcanine seemed puzzled by the command, gradually slowing down and turning its head back to Qian Lin with a questioning look. Qian Lin gently patted the Growlithe, a warm smile on his lips. It's okay, we have plenty of time to learn at our own pace. The timing is just right now. Arcanine let out a hearty "oh-woo" and nodded earnestly. It focused its gaze forward, channeling energy from within. Utilizing its ability as a conduit, it gradually merged the energy from the molter's feather into its own being, enhancing its physical strength. As the energy coursed through, Arcanine's speed surged to its peak, and a fiery red glow began to envelop its body. The moment Qian Lin let go of the blazing mane, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Arcanine, hold on for a second. Obediently, Arcanine paused its training and turned its head, a puzzled expression on its face. I just realized something, Qian Lin said, covering his face. Whether it's Flare Blitz or Flame Charge, you always ignite flames when using them. And here I am, sitting on your back. Doesn't that make me a walking barbecue? And worse, I'm the one on the grill. Before his words fully landed, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Arcanine instinctively halted, its stance turning vigilant as it stared toward the source of the noise. Qian Lin immediately fell silent, gripping Arcanine's mane tightly, his expression growing serious as he looked ahead. In the rocky area ahead, countless massive boulders were plummeting from the sky. However, the energy emanating from each boulder seemed unusually faint. Qian Lin furrowed his brows. Something feels off about this. It looks like rock slide, but something doesn't add up. He scrutinized the falling rocks carefully. Normally, rock slide consists of energy-formed rocks, and their duration depends on the power of the Pokemon using the move. Strong Pokemon can maintain them for minutes, hours, or even days, and they can also control the rocks to dissipate upon impact. But these... Let's check it out, Qian Lin said, patting Arcanine. Arcanine gave a bark of acknowledgement and dashed toward the source of the commotion. As they drew closer, Qian Lin finally discerned the true nature of the rocks. A look of realization crossed his face. So that's it. These aren't rocks at all. Theory Pokemon. Geodude, Graveler, and Golem, the whole family. Looks like they've changed their style. Instead of rolling down mountains, they're dropping from the sky now. Qian Lin couldn't help but chuckle, adding, honestly, if I didn't already know, I might not have recognized them even up close. When they tuck in their limbs and curl up, they look just like real boulders. But why are they being thrown into the sky in the first place? At that moment, a Swablu fluttered down and perched lightly on Growlithe's head, folding its wings. Seeing Qian Lin deep in thought, it tilted its head, mimicking his expression. Let's go. It's a good chance to introduce everyone to rock-type Pokemon, Qian Lin said, picking up the Swablu. A memory came to mind, and he grinned. You know, I used to think Geodude's evolution chain was Geodudonic Steelix. It wasn't until I played the game and tried to catch a Steelix that I realized Geodude actually evolves into Graveler. It's like how people who don't know about Dragonair's evolution are shocked when they see Dragonite a big, yellow dragon instead of a sleek serpentine form. Equally surprising. In the rocky area, a group of Geodude and Graveler curiously observed the Arcanine standing before them. Not far away, several massive Onix were coiled on the rocks, their eyes closed as they basked in the warm sunlight. This unusual scene left Qian Lin puzzled after all. Onix typically reside underground and rarely come to the surface to sunbathe. Wow, they're so cool. Those Onix are huge, even bigger than Milotic. Most of them are actually about the same size as Milotic, but yeah, they're definitely intimidating. Wait, didn't you notice those monkeys over there? They look like they're fighting. Following his companion's remark, Qian Lin turned his gaze toward the edge of the rocky area, where a small forest stood. About 10 monkeys, each 2 meters tall, were agilely leaping among the trees. Their expressions filled with curiosity as they studied Qian Lin and his group. Those are Passimian, fighting-type Pokemon, Qian Lin explained. They're social creatures that live in groups, and they usually follow the strongest member who can throw berries the farthest. Typically, they send out a group of about 10 members to forage for food. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed something unusual about this particular group of Passimian. These Passimian don't have berry shells on their heads or in their hands, Qian Lin pointed out, gesturing to his own head for emphasis. Normally, they use hard berry shells as head protection and as weapons to throw. But now, they don't seem to have anything in their hands. This is probably because they've been in this world for some time. Another companion speculated. Their original berry shells may have been damaged or lost, and the berries in this world haven't fully matured yet. Apart from a few specific areas, it's almost impossible to find ripe berries here. Qian Lin elaborated further. The Pokemon Research Institute has already started cultivating berries to make Pokeblocks, but the current supply of berries comes from transplanted plants, so the quantity is extremely limited. Berries take time to grow, and they haven't fully ripened yet. Without berries to throw, these Passimian might have gotten restless and struck a deal with the Geodude, Qian Lin said with a smile as he observed the scene before him. Geodude have sturdy bodies and the perfect weight, and they naturally enjoy rolling down from high places. So it seems both sides found common ground and started a game of throw the Geodude. Not just Geodude, even Graveler and Golem are joining in. The ones capable of tossing those big guys must be the leader-level Passimian. The sounds we heard earlier were probably from their throwing competition. Looking at this harmonious scene, Qian Lin couldn't help but marvel. The world of Pokemon truly is amazing. Qian Lin sighed helplessly as he took in the scene before him. A group of Primeapes was using a family of Geodudes as throwing objects. While Rock-type Pokemon had tough bodies, being treated like projectiles was undoubtedly unpleasant. Sliding off the back of his Arcanine, Qian Lin reached into his bag and pulled out a handful of brightly colored berries. Primeapes, look. I've got berries here, he called out loudly. Before he even finished speaking, the Primeapes, who had been hesitating about whether to continue their antics, suddenly lit up with excitement. In an instant, they dropped the Geodudes they were holding and charged toward Qian Lin like a pack of ravenous wolves. Within moments, over a dozen Primeapes, each towering over 2 meters tall, surrounded him, their eyes fixated hungrily on the berries in his hands. Qian Lin felt a pang of nervousness. Being encircled by so many large Pokemon would make anyone uneasy. He quickly distributed the berries, pulling out more from his bag until each Primeape had 4 or 5 in its grasp. Satisfied, the Primeapes grunted in thanks and dispersed. Just as Qian Lin was catching his breath, a Golem lumbered up to him, its expression filled with displeasure. Golem! It protested loudly. Clearly, the Rock-type Pokemon were accustomed to using collision training to toughen themselves up. Being hurled into the air not only helped them grow stronger, but also allowed them to showcase their resilience to others. Qian Lin nodded in understanding but firmly replied, "The impact from falling from such heights is too concentrated and could easily injure you. Rolling down a hill would be a much safer and more effective way to train." The Golem still looked unconvinced, so Qian Lin decided to play his trump card. "How about this? I'll give each of you 2 extra berries as compensation, but you have to stop doing this." The Golem immediately held up 3 fingers. "At least 3. It demanded through its gestures. "If you had 5 fingers, would you be asking for 5? Qian Lin quipped with a resigned smile. To his surprise, the Golem's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. It hurried back to its group, picked up a Geodude, and returned. Holding up the Geodude, it proudly displayed the smaller Pokemon's 5 fingers. "Golem!" it declared triumphantly, signaling that it was now demanding 5 berries. This is an interesting piece of trivia, Qian Lin thought to himself as he observed the Pokemon in front of him. Geodude has 2 hands, each with 5 fingers. Graveler has 4 hands, each with 3 fingers. And Golem has 2 hands, each with 3 fingers. Watching Golem struggle to count its fingers made Qian Lin chuckle. The Golem seemed to consider asking Geodude for help, but it clearly hadn't thought of a simpler solution like having Geodude raise both its hands to count to 10, or asking Graveler, whose 4 hands could total 12 fingers. Qian Lin pulled out some berries and handed them to Golem and Geodude. As he saw the joy on Golem's face, he fell into thought. While Pokemon had already appeared in this world, resources related to them such as berries and evolution stones didn't seem to have fully materialized yet. Aside from the evolution stones found on the mountain where Moltres resided and the collection owned by Honchkrow, these items were rarely seen elsewhere. However, this particular area was unique. Not only were there at least 3 golems present, but it had also attracted a population of Onyx to settle here. This suggested the presence of a special magnetic field that might facilitate trait evolution. After distributing the berries, Qian Lin noticed the leader of the Onyx group gazing at him expectantly. He decided to share some berries with them as well. This gesture clearly earned him the favor of the Rock-type Pokemon in the area. When someone in the livestream chat asked how many berries he had in his bag, Qian Lin chose to remain silent. At that moment, a message from a moderator appeared, explaining that this was a new technology being researched by the Pokemon Institute. As Qian Lin slung his backpack over his shoulder, he caught an intriguing detail. Although Geodude and Passimian seemed to play together frequently, he hadn't seen any injured Geodude around. This was especially odd, considering there were no berries in the area that could be used for healing. Qian Lin turned to the Graveler beside him and asked with concern, "How do you treat your injuries? Are there any berries around here?" Graveler shook its head and replied dismissively, "Grav, if there were berries, I wouldn't have had to extort you." It stood up and pointed toward the forest with its right hand. "I don't understand," Qian Lin said helplessly. "Grav, idiot, you don't even get that?" Graveler looked at him with disdain and then turned to Arcanine, gesturing something with its hands. Arcanine looked confused at first, then suddenly seemed to understand. Graveler, munching on a berry, began to walk away. Before leaving, it tossed back a final remark. Our boss doesn't let us hang out with idiots. Qian Lin scratched the back of his head and turned to Arcanine. Was it insulting me? Arcanine pretended to look around at the scenery, avoiding a direct answer. That reaction said it all. Forget it. Was it saying there's something in that forest that can help with recovery? Qian Lin pressed. Arcanine tilted its head, nodding and shaking at the same time, looking conflicted. Qian Lin sighed. Let's go check it out. He decided to look for whatever could help the Geodude recover and worry about everything else later. They bid farewell to the Pokemon and rode off on Arcanine. This area was at the border between the forest and rocky zones, where the trees weren't as dense as deeper in. Arcanine seemed to know the way perfectly, heading straight toward the center of the forest without hesitation. A few minutes later, they stopped at a small pond. Though modest in size, the pond was connected to the larger Jalangu Lake by 2 channels, ensuring a steady supply of water. In the pond, Barboach, Magikarp, and Corphish swam leisurely, while a Psyduck stood on the shore, holding half a gourd in its hands. Why is there a Psyduck here? Qian Lin said in surprise. This Psyduck was likely separated from its group in the lake area. Arcanine, let's take it back later. Arcanine didn't respond, instead grinning broadly as it looked toward the forest on the right. Following its gaze, Qian Lin froze, his entire body stiffening as an uncontrollable shiver ran through him. The fear he felt in that moment, deep in his soul, was even stronger than when he had faced the god of fire. Swablu landed on Qian Lin's head, puzzled. What is that? Say something. You're making me anxious. Don't tell me it's another god of fire. Just then, a group of adorable Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey emerged from the forest, holding hands. Their faces were adorned with eternal smiles, resembling a harmonious family as they cheerfully made their way toward the lake. The livestream chat froze, and everyone stared blankly at the heartwarming scene. Qian Lin looked up with a grave expression, taking a deep breath. That is the pink demon. Qian Lin slowly stood up, his gaze fixed ahead, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The livestream chat scrolled rapidly, with viewers expressing their curiosity about the so-called pink demon he mentioned. Are these Pokemon really that strong? You look both scared and excited. Could he be a masochist? They look so cute, and their smiles are so comforting. Why call them the pink demon? Do they lure enemies with their smiles and then deliver a one-hit KO? In response to the viewers' questions, Qian Lin shook his head and explained, the nickname Pink Demon isn't actually tied to the Pokemon themselves. Ultimately, the issue lies with me. Pointing to the Pokemon in front of him, he began a detailed explanation. This is a complete evolutionary line. The smallest is Happiny, a normal-type Pokemon often seen as a playful companion for kids. It's gentle by nature and has a quirky trait. If you take away the round stone it carries in its pouch, it'll become extremely distressed. Since it can't lay eggs yet, it mimics Chansey by finding white, round stones as substitutes. It might even gift its stone to someone it likes, but if the person doesn't return it, it'll throw a tantrum and cry loudly. Qian Lin chuckled softly before continuing. Its evolved form is Chansey, also a normal-type Pokemon known for its egg motif. Chansey is shy and incredibly fast. There's a legend that catching one is a sign of good fortune. It can lay several eggs daily, and these eggs are so delicious that even someone with no appetite could eat them all in one go. He then elaborated on the origin of the Pink Demon nickname. In the previous world, this title was infamous. But it didn't refer exclusively to Chansey. It applied to the entire family of pink Pokemon known for their unfair tactics, though Chansey was the most notorious. Interestingly, this meme doesn't exist in the Pokemon world itself because here, Chanseys and Blisseys are primarily trained by the Joy family as medical assistants, and their combat abilities aren't particularly emphasized in the anime. However, Qian Lin's expression turned serious. The games, anime, and manga are entirely different worlds. The games are driven purely by data mechanics. While some special moves are restricted, countless strategies emerge that are impossible in reality. Things like Electro-Net defeating legendary Pokemon, flying types enduring Earthquake, or reckless tactics with Aaron. These would never happen in real life. The Pink Demon was born from these data-driven battles, becoming a terrifying force. Whether it's minimized strategies, substitute toxic setups, or endless rock slide combos, just seeing it on an opponent's team is enough to make anyone nervous. A group of adorable little creatures resembling Mediterranean eggs approached Qian Lin with cheerful energy. These were actually the final evolutionary form of Blissey, renowned as the happiness Pokemon. Known for their kindness, these normal-type Pokemon were celebrated for their nurturing nature. They produced delicious and nutritious eggs, often sharing them with weakened beings and taking care of them until they recovered. As Qian Lin watched this gentle and lovable family of Blissey approach, he thought to himself that these must be the Pokemon Rhyperior had mentioned, capable of healing injuries. Why would anyone call them pink demons? They're clearly so friendly. If anything, Pangoro seems more like a demon, Qian Lin remarked with confusion. Look into the eyes of this Sichuan native and say that again. Pangoro isn't a demon, it's got charisma, someone retorted. It's just a joke. Qian Lin shrugged and explained. In the original Pokemon world, they were always the doctor's trusted assistants. Whether it's their natural cure or healer abilities, everything about them is tied to healing. They can even learn a variety of recovery moves. Mentioning their egg-laying abilities, Qian Lin couldn't help but shudder. As they spoke, a Blissey approached Qian Lin with two Happiny by its side, offering a warm smile. Happy, do you need help, stranger? It asked. The voice echoed directly in Qian Lin's mind, as if a gentle elder sister was speaking to him. He realized in surprise that this was telepathy, a psychic ability that projected thoughts into others' minds. While it wasn't direct verbal communication, the skill required to achieve this level of interaction was impressive. Although it might not rival a totem Pokemon, it could very well match Pangoro in strength. Seeing Qian Lin lost in thought, Blissey tilted its head and asked again, happy? Snapping out of his daze, Qian Lin smiled and replied, sorry, I got distracted. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need help right now. Blissey examined Qian Lin and his Arcanine closely, then asked curiously, are you sure? This Arcanine seems to be in a rather unusual state. Arcanine let out a deep yet friendly arf in response. Qian Lin sighed softly. Arcanine's situation is a bit unique. Ordinary methods won't work. Only divine Pokemon like Nti or Ho-Oh could restore his lost potential. Blissey nodded in understanding. Happy, I see. Pokemon that evolve using evolutionary stones usually don't face potential depletion, as the energy within the stone is sufficient to support the process. However, evolving too early might have side effects, such as being unable to learn certain pre-evolution moves. Happy, Blissey waved goodbye. I'll take my leave for now. If you need help, feel free to come find me. Thank you, Qian Lin said with a polite nod and a smile. It was clear this family of Blissey had long established themselves in the area, earning great respect among the local Pokemon by frequently providing care. No wonder they assumed Qian Lin was seeking treatment. This only confirmed their reputation as gentle and kind-hearted, just as the legends described. It made sense why the Joy family would choose them as partners. Why is this happening? This feels so unscientific. Or, is it my memory that's failing me? Qian Lin found himself deep in doubt. Just as Blissey was about to turn and leave, Arcanine let out a long, joyous howl, its voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Blissey froze mid-motion, then slowly turned back with an expression of disbelief. Happy? Blissey released the hand of the little Happiny it was holding and stared at Arcanine in a daze. Arcanine nodded and growled softly in confirmation. Happy. Blissey's eyes lit up with joy. Under the confused gaze of the two little Happinys, it strode forward and wrapped Qian Lin tightly in its arms. The 1.5-meter-tall creature hugged him so tightly and excitedly called out repeatedly, happy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Blissey didn't realize its own strength. It lifted Qian Lin off the ground and swung him back and forth, as if playing some game of pulling up a tree by its roots. Qian Lin felt the world spinning, a wave of nausea rising to his throat, and his eyes rolling back. Fortunately, Arcanine noticed Qian Lin's distress in time. Seeing that he was about to collapse, it darted forward and grabbed his bow tie with its mouth, rescuing him from Blissey's grasp. Happy Blissey scratched its head awkwardly. It's fine, Qian Lin said, steadying himself with Arcanine's help. He thanked it while inwardly sighing in relief. If it had been an ordinary person enduring that kind of force, they might have already met their end. For a moment, he even thought he saw his parents from a past life, waving to him by a river. Arcanine gave a reassuring smile. At this moment, Blissey turned toward its companions in the distance and called out excitedly, happy. The Chansey and Blissey drinking by the lakeside raised their heads at the sound. Their gazes, filled with astonishment, landed on Qian Lin. The next moment, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they swarmed toward him, seemingly intent on surrounding him completely. Qian Lin's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, Arcanine stepped forward just in time, positioning itself in front of him. It growled sternly, "Gruff." Though the specific words were incomprehensible, all the eggs stopped in their tracks. Their faces still radiated excitement and admiration, and the way they looked at Qian Lin was as if they were gazing at Nurse Joy herself. What's going on? Qian Lin asked, scratching his head in confusion. What did Arcanine say to Blissey that got them all so excited? I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but if I had to guess, my Arcanine is probably from the Officer Jenny family, while these Happinys, Chanseys, and Blisseys most likely belong to the Nurse Joy family. Officer Jenny? Nurse Joy? What do you mean? Didn't I mention this before? Qian Lin tilted his head, explaining, Officer Jenny is part of the police family in the Pokemon world. Nearly all the law enforcement in the Pokemon world is organized by the Jenny family, and their partners are often Growlithes and Arcanines. Qian Lin raised a finger and began explaining the healthcare system in the Pokemon world. In the Pokemon world, The medical system was established by the Joy family. They typically partner with Pokemon that have healing abilities, such as Chansey and Blissey, which are iconic Pokemon associated with joy in different regions. Other Pokemon like Audino, Wigglytuff, Comfey, and Indeedee are also commonly seen in their care. As he spoke, Qian Lin suddenly realized he had instinctively raised his finger while explaining and couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Could it be that I've been influenced by Professor Oak? By the way, he added, both Joy and Ginny are surnames, not first names. Although people are used to calling them that, each of them actually has their own unique name. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the people around him, Qian Lin realized he had never mentioned Officer Ginny before. Just as he was about to elaborate, the Blissey and Chansey in front of him suddenly became unusually excited. Happy, the leading Blissey stepped forward, beaming with joy and explained, Nurse Joy sent us here in advance to treat Pokemon and help establish a healthcare system in this place. Qian Lin's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying Nurse Joy sent you here? Blissey nodded to confirm. Happy Nurse Joy said that our presence is as essential as Growlithe and Arcanine. This revelation left Qian Lin stunned. He quickly pieced things together. Not only does the Pokemon world know about this world's existence, but they also specifically sent well-trained Growlithe, Arcanine, and various healing Pokemon to assist with integration. Turning to Arcanine, Qian Lin asked, besides you, have any other companions come to this world? Arcanine shook its head, indicating it had arrived here by accident and didn't know the whereabouts of any others. After taking a moment to process his shock, Qian Lin asked, if your goal is to help Pokemon integrate into the human world, why have you all stayed here this whole time? Blissey gave a helpless expression. Happy because no one is willing to believe us. Qian Lin was momentarily speechless, realizing that this world had only started accepting the existence of Pokemon after his first livestream. I'm sorry, he said, apologizing to Blissey. Blissey responded with a warm, sunny smile. Happy I came here as a doctor. Whether or not the people here believe in me, my only responsibility is to do what I'm supposed to. I believe that one day, humans will accept us. As sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled Qian Lin in its glow, Blissey's smile filled him with an overwhelming sense of warmth. How can there be such a gentle Pokemon like Chansey? Qian Lin exclaimed sincerely. Faced with such praise, Chansey froze for a moment, then its soft pink cheeks flushed as it shyly responded, Happy well, am not as great as you say. Although Qian Lin still had lingering impressions of the pink demon from his past lives games, he couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy when seeing this family of Chansey. However, he quickly realized that these feelings stemmed from his gaming experiences and had nothing to do with the real Chansey in front of him. Looking at the shy Chansey, Qian Lin smiled and said, Chansey, humans are now preparing to accept Pokemon into their lives. This Pokemon shelter is the best proof of that. Happy. Chansey tilted its head, showing a puzzled expression. Qian Lin explained, although the Pokemon here weren't intentionally gathered by humans, humans have contributed. They designated this area as a Pokemon shelter and temporarily prohibited ordinary people from approaching. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted to the drone's camera, and he fell into deep thought. The live chat immediately became lively, shifting from discussions about Pokemon to focusing on Qian Lin himself, even branching into topics about the stream moderators. At one point, there was even a humorous interlude about a food delivery, which led to the unexpected disappearance of a moderator. Seeing Qian Lin's changing expressions, Chansey tilted its head in confusion. Realizing the conversation had completely gone off track, Qian Lin quickly brought it back. Ahem, let's refocus, Qian Lin said seriously. I've been thinking about a possibility. The reason this Pokemon shelter has managed to gather so many Pokemon in such a short time might not just be because it provides food and lodging, it could also be closely related to your family of Chanseys. He continued to analyze. In the wild, when a Pokemon gets injured, if there are no berries available, they can only wait for natural recovery. But with your family of Chanseys, it's different. Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey can produce lucky eggs, which can heal injuries and restore energy when consumed by other Pokemon. Plus, as normal-type Pokemon, your family doesn't rely on berries as much as Pokemon of other types do. The Pokemon gathered around this pond were all here seeking the help of the Happiny family. This place was like a Pokemon center without humans, entirely operated by Pokemon themselves. Happiny's face lit up with a warm smile. Happy everyone is here because they like us. Qian Lin nodded in agreement. Along this short journey, he had already spotted at least 9 different Pokemon groups of varying sizes. Lotad, Slowpoke, Psyduck, Poochyena, Shroomish, Bonesley, Graveler, Onix, and Passimian. And this was just in the grassland and mineral zones. There were still many unexplored areas in the Julong Ravine Pokemon Sanctuary. Looking at the gentle Happiny before him, Qian Lin felt a surge of respect. Despite the fear and rejection from humans, these Pokemon had upheld Nurse Joy's teachings and quietly built this sanctuary in the wild. Qian Lin bent slightly to meet Happiny's gaze. Happiny, I have a favor to ask you. Happiny nodded without hesitation. We came here to help you, after all. Qian Lin found that response a bit peculiar, but his mind was preoccupied with his plans. He took a berry out of his backpack. Could you designate an area here for planting berries? Also, I'd like your help in finding some reliable Pokemon to act as gardeners. Happy. Happy's eyes widened in surprise. Even though I only have this one berry right now, do you know what my country is called in this world? Qian Lin said proudly. The farming fanatic. Give me one fresh berry and some time, and I can make an entire field flourish with berries. Although it will take a long time. He explained that some of the berries would be for the Pokemon at the sanctuary to eat, while others would go to the research institute for study and cultivation. When this place is brimming with berries, I hope you'll leave here and help us create a human Pokemon center just like in the Pokemon world where we can work with doctors to provide care for trainers and Pokemon alike. Qian Lin handed the berry to Happy. Happy froze for a moment before breaking into a warm smile, carefully taking the berry as if it were a precious gem. The golden fruit gleamed under the sunlight, exuding a tempting fragrance. Happy turned to face its companions, the Happy, Chansey, and Blissey, all of whom gazed at the berry with eyes full of hope, their faces blossoming with smiles. Arcanine approached Qian Lin and affectionately licked his cheek. Qian Lin gently patted Arcanine on the head. Happy turned back to Qian Lin, raising the berry high and flashing a sweet, radiant smile. In the berry plantation, Qian Lin watched the busy figures of the Happy and Chansey families. Although these medical Pokemon were a great help, they were clearly not enough on their own. The Research Institute had planned to send a team of researchers who had previously participated in berry cultivation studies to provide support. These experienced researchers were expected to get along well with the charming Happy family. As Qian Lin gently stroked the soft mane of her Arcanine, she admired the heartwarming scene in front of her. In the livestream chat, someone expressed curiosity about the Happy family's eggs, asking what the so-called taste of happiness was like. Qian Lin replied with a smile, I can't describe the exact flavor, but according to the professor's memories in the Pokemon world, it's an indescribably delightful taste. A Swablu landed lightly on Qian Lin's head, its bright eyes gazing at the Happy in the distance. Qian Lin continued her commentary. Once the Pokemon Center is established, everyone will feel safer exploring the wild. With professional doctors and medical Pokemon, both humans and Pokemon will receive timely and proper treatment for any injuries. In 6 months, Pokeballs will begin mass production. While further research on Pokeball technology continues, the classic red and white balls will be introduced to the market to encourage humans to actively engage with Pokemon. Of course, this process will require appropriate regulations to ensure safety. Qian Lin then explained her current mission. My job now is scouting, which involves assessing various wild areas in advance to evaluate the danger levels of local Pokemon. For low-risk areas like Zhulong Valley, it's highly likely they will be prioritized for opening in the future. The Pokemon here are cautious around humans but won't attack unprovoked, and with the Happy family providing protection, this area is an ideal candidate for public access. Addressing questions from the chat about the Pokemon Center, Qian Lin elaborated, the Pokemon Center will not only offer treatment services for Pokemon but also include accommodations, Pokemon-specific dining, item shops, and battle facilities. The Research Institute is training professional support staff who will conduct more in-depth explorations of these areas after I've confirmed their safety. They will also work to establish connections with local Pokemon. However, this initiative is still in its early stages. The volcanic Mount Duanhong, where the legendary Moltres resides, is deemed extremely hazardous and is currently being explored only by specialized task forces. Qian Lin stands by, ready to respond to any potential emergencies at a moment's notice. At that moment, Blissey approached Qian Lin once again, this time accompanied by a shy companion Chansey. Blissey held Chansey's little hand, her face beaming with joy. Qian Lin, we've made a decision, Blissey said, her voice filled with hope. We want the Pokemon here to enjoy berries and continue thriving in the wild. So, we're going to take charge of planting berries and encourage the nearby Pokemon to help out. Once the Pokemon Center is built and the berries are ripe, we'll go with you there to assist the trainers. Seeing the anticipation sparkling in Blissey's eyes, Qian Lin couldn't help but feel moved. Thank you both. I'll arrange for the berry planting as soon as possible and turn the area around this little pond into a berry paradise. The environment here is perfect for it. The biggest challenge will be the care afterward. But for wild Pokemon who have grown up surrounded by berries, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Suddenly, Blissey seemed to remember something important and gently nudged Chansey forward. Qian Lin, while we'll stay here to look after the berries and the Pokemon, we also want to fulfill Nurse Joy's request. So, we've chosen the most outstanding among us to represent us and take care of your Pokemon. Qian Lin was taken aback and quickly shook his head. There's no need for that. I helped you not because I wanted to take anyone with me. You're a group. It's better for you all to stay together. Besides, we'll meet again in the future. Blissey firmly shook her head. When we trained with Nurse Joy, we always knew that one day we would go our separate ways. It doesn't make us sad. Instead, we're excited because it means everyone can find their own place in the world. Qian Lin fell into thought. Having a Chansey trained by Nurse Joy and already certified was undeniably tempting. It was like having a portable healing station. But he still hesitated and turned to Chansey, asking, I respect your decision. Chansey lowered her head. Her small hands clasped together. After a brief moment, she raised her head and responded softly with a clear and melodious voice, Lucky. Her voice was more delicate and enchanting than that of other Chanseys. Qian Lin understood her intentions. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a handcrafted Hijui ball from his backpack and crouched down in front of Chansey. Chansey, would you like to become my partner and explore the vast world with me? Lucky. I would. Chansey replied with determination. A soft pink hand gently touched the pokeball. As the ball opened, a beam of light enveloped Chansey, pulling it into the ball. Steam rose from the surface of the pokeball. Though it seemed quite hot, the steam dissipated before Qian Lin could react. The pokeball shook slightly for less than a second before settling down. Perfect capture. Qian Lin stared at the pokeball in his hand, as if he could see the calm and collected Chansey sitting inside. Excited, he stood up, raised the pokeball high, and announced the good news. The livestream chat exploded with comments. Congrats, congrats. Another permanent MC Chansey joins the team. My Chansey got captured by the streamer. Chansey knows so many healing moves. Now when facing molters, you can fight and heal at the same time. The way Qian Lin asked Chansey if it was willing, just know it totally looked like a proposal. Amid the flurry of congratulations, one peculiar comment stood out. As a Pokemon, I still don't think this pairing will work. This sparked curiosity among viewers. Wait, are you a Pokemon? These days, even Pokemon watch live streams? Qian Lin glanced casually at the comments and then tossed the Pokeball lightly. A blue light emerged, revealing Chansey's figure. Looking forward to working with you, Chansey, Qian Lin said with a smile. Lucky, Chansey shyly covered its face, showing its timid nature. Qian Lin introduced the teammates one by one. This is Arcanine, cheerful and lively. And this is Swablu, playful and adorable. Woof! Arcanine enthusiastically licked Chansey's face, making the already bashful Chansey blush even more. Swablu, meanwhile, mischievously circled above Chansey's head before gently landing there, resembling a delicate white hat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Swablu flapped its wings excitedly at Qian Lin. That suits you well. Qian Lin coughed lightly, then carefully lifted Swablu off Chansey's head, as Chansey was already covering its face in embarrassment. Finally, Qian Lin released Pangoro. This is Pangoro, the reliable caretaker of the team. Roar! Pangoro protested indignantly. Caretaker? Call me the boss. Lucky. Chansey, sensing something different about Pangoro compared to the others, lowered its hands and observed her closely. The moment their eyes met, Chansey noticed Pangoro's worn hands and felt a pang of sympathy. Without waiting for Pangoro to react, a healing light began to glow softly in Chansey's palms. A gentle pink glow gathered in the air, cascading down like a soft drizzle onto Pangoro. Her hands, in particular, were completely enveloped in this soothing light. Healing Pulse, San Lin murmured, naming the move that could restore a Pokemon's injuries. Chansey had instinctively detected the hidden injuries in Pangoro's hands, even though they showed no visible signs of damage. This was the innate ability of a healer-type Pokemon to sense pain and provide healing. Pangoro was astonished as she felt a surge of strength returning to her arms. Her injuries were healing at an incredible speed. Moments later, Chansey wiped the sweat from her brow and looked at her handiwork with satisfaction. Chansey. Pangoro tentatively clenched her fists. Although she wasn't fully healed, the injuries no longer hindered her ability to fight. With some energy cubes and a few days of rest, she would make a complete recovery. After carefully examining Pangoro's arms, even San Lin couldn't hide his amazement. Based on the usual recovery timeline, it would have taken 1 to 2 months for her to heal, but Chansey's healing pulse had shortened that to just a few days. Pangoro bowed deeply to Chansey in gratitude. Gore. Chansey cheerfully handed the egg she was carrying to Pangoro. Chansey, eat this, and you'll recover even faster. Before Pangoro could respond, Chansey turned and handed an egg to San Lin, Arcanine, and Swablu as well. Chansey, everyone can have one. From a distance, Blissey observed the scene with a warm smile. Blissey Joy, we found the one. We'll do our best to help him. After recalling Pangoro and Chansey into their Pokeballs, San Lin bid farewell to Blissey, leaving behind a generous supply of berries. He mounted his beloved Arcanine, preparing to head back to the main shelter to discuss berry cultivation with the research team. Qian Lin realized that the Research Institute had witnessed the entire process through the live stream. He decided to share some important tips with the viewers to help them avoid dangerous encounters with aggressive Pokemon in the wild. Sitting steadily on the back of his Arcanine, he turned to the drone and said, "That's all for today's live stream. We've learned about many social Pokemon and demonstrated the standard process of capturing them. I hope to meet you all out in the wild someday. I'm Qian Lin, your Pokemon science content creator. The next live stream schedule will be posted on the announcements board. See you next time. The Arcanine immediately caught on and let out a loud howl toward the camera as a farewell. Just then, a Swablu flew past the drone, its cheerful chirps echoing across the sky. Shortly after, the live stream screen faded to black. The chat room exploded with comments. Pulled out hundreds of berries again. This Pokemon tech must have some tricks up his sleeve. With the current tech in this world, an expandable backpack is impossible. Are you guys sure you haven't been duped? Could Qian Lin have some kind of system? Maybe he's actually from another world. If he had a system, how did he get beaten so badly by a Moltres? Too amateurish. That's a weird comment. Above, are you secretly a Pokemon yourself? Meanwhile, in a concealed room within the Pokemon Research Institute, Chief Che was frowning as he stared at a large screen. The room was filled with the constant clatter of keyboards, and staff wearing uniforms distinct from regular researchers were moving briskly about. A few minutes later, a young technician stood up, ruffling his hair in frustration. We lost the trace. This individual is highly unusual. His network activity patterns don't match any known human technology, and our system can't make sense of his operational logic at all. Foreign forces? Chief Che pressed. Unlikely, the young man replied, shaking his head. While several nations have attempted to breach our network, they've all been blocked. Our tech is robust, and with the help of that civilian organization, it's nearly impossible to penetrate our country's cyber defenses. His gaze returned to the central screen as he took a deep breath and said, right now, we have two hypotheses: either it's a highly advanced AI, or a Pokemon living within the network. In the dining hall of the Pokemon shelter, the manager hurriedly approached Qian Lin, who was in the middle of his meal. He pulled out a chair and sat down beside Qian Lin, lowering his voice as he shared his discovery. A mysterious account with an untraceable IP address had appeared in Qian Lin's livestream. Qian Lin set down his chopsticks, his brows furrowed. So the higher-ups suspect this could be an artificial intelligence intrusion? Or are they asking me to confirm if there's a Pokemon capable of freely navigating the internet? Exactly. The manager spoke while shoveling food into his mouth. This account's behavior is quite peculiar. It simply watches quietly and never does anything unusual. If the tech team hadn't been routinely scanning IPs, they wouldn't have noticed its existence at all. This intruder, Qian Lin asked cautiously, did it infiltrate the network like a hacker, or through some other means? The tech team said it seems more like a being that naturally resides in the network, which is why they're highly suspicious it could be artificial intelligence. The manager set down his chopsticks. Because no ordinary human could exhibit such bizarre online behavior. Judging by your expression, it seems you might already have someone or something in mind. Yes. Qian Lin nodded. At first, I thought it might be Rotom. This kind of behavior does align with its nature. But now, I'm leaning toward another Pokemon Porygon. The manager immediately pulled out a notepad and pen, gesturing for Qian Lin to continue. Qian Lin elaborated, the Porygon line comes in three forms. The original Porygon operates solely based on its programming. Porygon 2 has developed self-awareness, allowing it to act beyond its programmed behavior and even create its own language. And Porygon Z is the result of a failed upgrade. While its attack power is greatly enhanced, its behavior becomes unpredictable. Pausing briefly, he continued his analysis. A Porygon 2 is the most likely candidate for interacting with a livestream like a normal viewer. But there's one issue. Although Porygon can understand human language, it generally doesn't communicate using it. How certain are you? The manager stopped writing, looking at him intently. If it's confirmed to be a Pokemon, I'm almost 100 sure, Qian Lin said with a hint of resignation. The problem is, we can't determine whether this artificial intelligence is actually a Pokemon. In the digital world, Porygon and AI are practically indistinguishable. With current technology, it could roam freely across networks worldwide, and unless we can physically confine it somewhere, capturing it is virtually impossible. The owner put down the pen and paper, frowning slightly. If it shows up during your live stream, could we cut off the internet and use that chance to catch Porygon? No idea. Qian Lin shrugged without hesitation. The owner's mouth twitched. You sure sound confident about that. Qian Lin spread his hands and explained. Porygon is one of the least researched entities in the Pokemon world. Programmers know more about it than Pokemon professors. As a man-made Pokemon, most of its information is controlled by the production company. Professors diving into its study might run into issues with trade secrets, so even Professor Oak's understanding is limited to its type, moves, and abilities. Fair enough, the owner said, reluctantly putting the pen and paper away. Then for now, let's treat it as AI and see how it reacts. Sounds good, Qian Lin nodded. At least we don't need to worry about it digging into Y2K problems or something. Watching the owner leave, Qian Lin fell into thought. Was the one sending messages in the live stream really Porygon? Normally, Porygon should only be roaming the network, finding and fixing vulnerabilities. It shouldn't display such human-like behavior. Am I overthinking this? Qian Lin sighed, picking up his chopsticks to take a bite of his meal. Then again, Porygon 2 is equipped with AI functionality. It wouldn't be surprising if it learned to mimic human behavior. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He grabbed his phone and dialed the owner. Did you forget something? The owner asked, confused. I'm not far. You could have just called out. Qian Lin chuckled. I want to try live streaming to lure it out. Are you sure about that? Won't it alert the target? The owner asked, pausing in his tracks. If it's a Pokemon, alerting it doesn't matter. If it's AI, then alerting it is even better, Qian Lin said, giving a thumbs up. The owner thought for a moment. All right, they'll grab the files and notify the tech team. If it shows up in the live stream, we'll let you know right away. After hanging up, Qian Lin pulled out a drone and walked over to Chansey, who was eating gracefully, and Swablu, who was devouring its meal with gusto. He started a live stream titled, Pokemon Mukbang Guaranteed to Go Viral. The chat exploded instantly. Whoa, another stream. Mukbang? I gotta see this. Swablu, slow down. Where's Qian Lin? Get Swablu some soup. Chansey eats so elegantly like a princess. Swablu is so wild it's meme material for sure. Send me those memes later. Standing behind the drone, Qian Lin stared at the barrage of comments with a blank expression. Geely Egg was focused on enjoying her meal when she suddenly heard Qian Lin call her Lucky. She looked up in confusion, tilting her head toward Qian Lin. Just a small matter. I need to start a live stream. You can keep eating, no need to worry, Qian Lin explained with a smile. Geely Egg seemed to have some understanding of what live streaming was. The thought of so many people watching her eat made her round cheeks flush with redness. She deliberately slowed her movements, carefully bringing the energy cube to her mouth, her actions more graceful than usual. Nearby, a Swablu, whose face was covered in food crumbs, glanced at Geely Egg in puzzlement. Being a seasoned pro at eating on live streams, she couldn't understand why anyone would feel shy about it. Shrugging it off, she lowered her head and continued focusing on her own food. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream chat began to liven up. So elegant, absolutely elegant. As expected of Swablu. Where's Arcanine? I want to see the big dog. And Pangoro. They used to eat together, why aren't they here today? I'm going to lose it without Arcanine. And Pangoro too. Qian Lin sat to the side, a bit helpless, noting the absence of a certain special comment in the chat. Though that mysterious user had only sent messages 2 or 3 times before, rumors of their existence had circulated for a while, but this time, it seemed more concrete. She turned her gaze toward Pangoro and Arcanine on the other side. The reason they weren't dining with Geely Egg and Swablu was simple. Their feeding bowls were too large and would interfere with Geely Egg's meal. While Swablu's small size wasn't an issue, Geely Egg, though not tall, was rather wide. Suddenly, a unique comment caught Qian Lin's attention. Colorful comment. Qian Lin. It's in the stream. Qian Lin immediately became serious, her whole demeanor shifting. The live stream audience, caught off guard by the sudden change, was full of confusion. The moderator is back. Wow, you're alive. Who's in the stream? What's going on? Is this some kind of riddle? Qian Lin turned the camera toward herself, narrowing her eyes slightly. Is it you, Porygon? Or Porygon 2? The chat continued to scroll. Porygon? What's Porygon? That name doesn't sound human. Could it be a Pokemon? Wait, so this isn't just a regular eating stream? I'm intrigued now. Faced with silence in the chat, Qian Lin took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as she stared into the camera. You don't have to admit it, it doesn't matter. We're currently investigating all possibilities. Whether you're an AI or Porygon, we'll track you down eventually. Honestly, Porygon is easier to deal with. Its AI isn't as advanced as Porygon 2's, so it's more likely to fall into traps. But if it's Porygon 2, the challenge will be much greater. What exactly is Porygon? A single question in the live stream chat sparked a chain reaction. The comment section surged like a tidal wave, with viewers eagerly debating and turning the once calm live stream into a flurry of excitement. Some claimed it to be a Porygon 2, while others speculated it could be a Porygon Z, with countless theories flooding in. Qian Lin's eyes scanned the screen, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened. The possibility of it being a Porygon 2 is indeed quite high, especially considering the current level of AI. But Porygon Z? That seems incredibly unlikely. He paused, a subtle yet meaningful smile creeping onto his face. However, your comment just confirmed a suspicion of mine. The blue-tone comments quickly acknowledged Qian Lin's deduction. He nodded slowly and began to elaborate on his analysis. Among all Pokemon, only Porygon displays behavior so akin to artificial intelligence within a network. But here's the crucial point: Porygon is a man-made creation, built on data and programming. It typically operates strictly within its preset parameters. Porygon 2, on the other hand, has enhanced AI capabilities, allowing it to act beyond its programming. But there's one thing it doesn't do: it doesn't actively observe humans. Qian Lin's smile grew more confident as he posed a thought-provoking question. Do you know why Pokemon professors know so little about Porygon? The blue-toned comments quickly replied. Porygon is tightly controlled by advanced tech corporations, with only a few rare instances of them being found outside. They were originally created to explore space, so corporations deploy specialized personnel or Pokemon to operate them. The corner of Qian Lin's mouth lifted. So, the Porygon observing my livestream is actually under your control, isn't it? He placed a drone on the table and stared directly into the camera. The blue-toned comments lit up with enthusiasm. How about we play a guessing game? After thorough analysis, Qian Lin narrowed down the possibilities to 3 likely candidates. Metagross, with a brain comparable to a supercomputer, Alakazam, known for its extraordinary intelligence, and Rotom, capable of inhabiting various electronic devices. The blue-toned comments admitted to being one of the 3 and made an unexpected proposal. If Qian Lin could identify which one it was, it would hand over the Porygon to him. As Qian Lin processed this sudden offer with surprise, the blue-toned comments explained that during their conversation, its IP address had been exposed. Technicians had already pinpointed the general location, but the exact address had been erased, leaving only one clue: it was in Blue Sea City. His eyes flickered with intrigue. Episode 2 of Bao's Guide has officially started. Standing in front of the screen in a white researcher's lab coat, Qian Lin wore a gentle smile on his face. Last time, we introduced the 18 types of Pokemon attributes. Today, let's talk about Pokemon moves. Raising a finger, Qian Lin continued. Moves are divided into 3 main categories: special, physical, and status. Simply put, special moves are magical attacks, physical moves are close combat techniques, and status moves include all buffs and debuffs. For example, the move I often use, Protect, can completely block an opponent's attack if our strength is evenly matched, though its success rate decreases with consecutive uses. Of course, these moves also fall under the 18 types of attributes. Qian Lin turned to his right. Now, let's have Arcanine and Pangoro demonstrate the differences between these types of moves. The screen fell silent. What's wrong? Feeling shy? Just as Qian Lin finished speaking, a scorching flame roared in from the right, while Pangoro, wielding electric power, leaped down from above. Exactly. Flamethrower is a fire-type special move, while Thunder Punch is an electric-type physical move. Both are classic Pokemon moves. Qian Lin's explanation was abruptly cut off. Wait, why am I the target? With a loud explosion, fire and electricity collided on Qian Lin. As the smoke cleared, he was nowhere to be seen. Arcanine looked at Pangoro in confusion, while Pangoro shrugged, as if to say he had no idea what was going on. The comment section and live chat instantly exploded. Did Qian Lin actually die? Finally, Swablu is mine. Is Pangoro holding a grudge or something? Come on, it's obviously scripted, just like last time. But I have to admit, this makes the educational content way more fun. Meanwhile, in the Pokemon Research Lab, Qian Lin was happily checking the surge in data, while casually patting Arcanine on the head. Arcanine looked puzzled, while Pangoro scratched his head, seemingly unable to comprehend why humans found such things amusing. At that moment, Director Che pushed the door open, holding a backpack. Qian Lin, who had been waiting for a week due to equipment adjustments, was finally about to head to Blue Ocean City. Director Che smiled. It's all set now. The driver opened his backpack and pulled out a brand new phone. It was a special model equipped with a complete Pokemon encyclopedia feature. Although it currently only contained information on a few Pokemon, all the other functions were fully operational. Qian Lin took the phone and examined it carefully. The screen was slightly larger than his palm, and the overall design was minimalist and clean, with no notches or unnecessary components. The back was fitted with 4 cameras, which were completely flush with the body. Running a hand over it, he couldn't even feel any protrusion. The material of the phone intrigued him. Apart from the glass screen, the rest of it seemed neither metallic nor plastic, and it was surprisingly lightweight. Stop staring, even I don't know what kind of technology this is, the driver said as he rummaged through his backpack again and pulled out a Pokeball. We managed to produce 10 of these this week, and 5 of them are for you. Qian Lin accepted the Pokeball, looking puzzled. If I have the materials, I can make handcrafted Pokeballs myself. These industrial ones might be better left for the Research Institute. That's an order from above. Don't ask too many questions, the driver replied curtly, cutting off Qian Lin's doubts. Seeing the conflicted expression on Qian Lin's face, he chuckled and took out a container of Pokeblocks. These are made according to the latest research. They should meet the medium quality standard. Alright, the higher the quality of the Pokeblocks, the better the effect on Pokemon. Qian Lin nodded in agreement. He recalled the recent system upgrade, which had added the mechanics for crafting Pokeblocks and a berry mixer. This finally allowed him to produce Pokeblocks on his own, without relying on the Research Institute. More importantly, he could now customize Pokeblocks to suit the tastes of his Swablu, Arcanine, Pangoro, and Chansey, instead of using generic ones. The driver packed up his backpack and handed it to Qian Lin. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Are you sure you want to go alone?" In truth, neither he nor his superiors were comfortable with Qian Lin acting solo, especially since Qian Lin planned to travel on his Arcanine. This made it nearly impossible to send someone to follow him discreetly unless they used a plane, which would be far too conspicuous. Arcanine's incredible speed and adaptability to complex terrains rendered ordinary vehicles useless in the forest. "I'm sure," Qian Lin replied firmly, taking the backpack. "Previously, when you were concerned about my safety and assigned people to follow me, I agreed even though I thought it was unnecessary. And as it turned out, in situations where even I couldn't handle the crisis, like with molters, having more non-trainers around didn't make any difference." Noticing the worry on the driver's face, Qian Lin slung the backpack over his shoulder and gave a reassuring smile. "I'm not fighting alone. I know I have the support of the nation behind me. Right now, I just need to scout ahead." The driver was at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed with a wry smile, patted Qian Lin on the shoulder and said, "You, just make sure to stay safe. Don't worry. I'm Qian Lin." After all, Qian Lin replied with a confident grin. It takes 2 days to travel from Zhuxian to Blue Ocean City, which is the maximum distance Arcanine can cover at full speed. However, Qian Lin planned a more reasonable itinerary, traveling during the day and resting at night, expecting to reach the destination by the afternoon of the 4th day. Arcanine dashed forward with remarkable speed and determination, showing no signs of hesitation. At first, Swablu joyfully circled in the sky, but it quickly grew exhausted after just half a day and had to curl up in Qian Lin's arms to rest. In contrast, Arcanine remained full of energy, maintaining a steady pace with only short breaks for meals and rest. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated Arcanine's strong and agile figure, which still radiated vitality without any hint of fatigue. Perched atop Qian Lin's head, Swablu stared in amazement, silently marveling at the difference in endurance between the dog and the bird. It resolved to stay perched on Qian Lin's head without moving the next day. Following the instructions of the channel sponsor, Qian Lin conducted a live stream every evening. He launched a drone to start the stream, quickly drawing a large audience. Sitting by the campfire, Qian Lin interacted with the viewers, while the fire crackled softly. Swablu lazily lay in his arms, watching the flickering flames. In the distance, Chansey coached Arcanine on practicing new moves, while Pangoro observed and learned from the sidelines. "Hello everyone, I'm Qian Lin, your host," he greeted with a smile. "Right now, I'm traveling through the mountains of the Sichuan Basin, heading towards Blue Ocean City. This is a solo trip, and I usually don't stream during these journeys since the travel can be quite monotonous. But whenever something interesting happens, or at the end of each day, I'll connect with you all to share updates." Viewers in the livestream chat quickly asked about his packing arrangements. Qian Lin explained that this trip was kept simple, with only the essentials: energy cubes, a portable mini boiler, a tent, and some outdoor gear like ropes and a small knife. When asked if he had encountered any new Pokemon, Qian Lin nodded in response. "While crossing a mountain river, I came across a Gyarados for the first time up close. Fortunately, it was busy hunting for food and didn't attack us, so we left the area quickly." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and shared a photo he had taken. The image showed the Gyarados with its 3 sharp blue horns standing tall on its head, its back covered in segmented, armor-like plates, and its wide-open mouth revealing razor-sharp fangs, exuding an intimidating presence. Gyarados is extremely aggressive and loves to destroy things. Qian Lin pointed at the intimidating photo of Gyarados in the Pokédex and patiently explained, "When Magikarp evolves, its brain cells reorganize, which makes its temperament extremely violent. From its appearance, you can distinguish its gender. Male Gyarados have blue whiskers, while females have white ones." Closing the Pokédex, Qian Lin's expression turned serious. "Gyarados is an extremely dangerous Pokemon. If you encounter one and aren't sure of its intentions, you must do everything you can to stay away. Normal methods of dealing with wild animals won't work on it, and might even provoke it. Although Gyarados isn't very intelligent, once it acknowledges a trainer, it will protect them at all costs." The comment section erupted with excitement. "That's so cool. Gyarados, a dragon-type Pokemon. I want to raise one too. Since it evolves from Magikarp, I'll just catch one from the river, leap over the Dragon Gate." Seeing the enthusiastic comments, Qian Lin couldn't help but smile. "First, let me correct something. Gyarados is not a Dragonite Pokemon. It's a water and flying type. While it does evolve from Magikarp, the process is as difficult as evolving Phoeba into Milotic. I've traveled to so many places and seen countless Magikarp, but I've only ever encountered one Gyarados." That speaks volumes. The comments exploded again. "What? It's not Dragon-type? Fine, but why is it flying type? Can it even fly? Swablu evolves into a Dragon-type, so why isn't Gyarados one?" Qian Lin shrugged and explained, "It can't fly, but it can leap and glide. As for why it's not a Dragon-type, that's a question only Arceus can answer." A blue comment popped up. "What even is Arceus?" sparking a flurry of reactions. Qian Lin chuckled at the comments and said, honestly, calling out Arceus like that is pretty bold. Then, realizing he might have slipped up, he quickly covered his mouth and looked at the camera with an innocent expression. The comments kept rolling. Ha ha ha, a llama? Is Arceus a llama? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like it can jump out of the Pokemon world and attack us. A more reasonable comment suggested. Qian Lin, maybe you should explain who Arceus is. Suppressing his laughter, Qian Lin nodded. Alright then, let me tell you a story. Before the universe came into existence, within the chaotic and dark void, an extraordinary egg began to form. When it finally hatched, the first Pokemon Arceus was born. Tired of the eternal silence, Arceus created three powerful deities: Dialga, the ruler of time; Palkia, the master of space; and Giratina, who was later banished to the distortion world due to its volatile nature. As time began to flow and space expanded, the universe gradually took shape. Arceus then divided the world into three realms. The vast skies were ruled by Rayquaza, the solid earth was governed by Groudon, and the boundless seas were overseen by Kyogre. Following this, it created Mew, the ancestor of all Pokemon, which, though not a deity itself, possessed powers rivaling those of the gods. The emergence of life introduced the concept of the cycle of life and death. Thus, Xerneas, the deity of life, and Yveltal, the deity of death, were born, with Zygarde serving as the balancer to maintain harmony within this order. At this point, Qian Lin paused his narration. He noticed that the comments in the livestream chat had suddenly disappeared, leaving only his own image on the screen. Did the connection drop? He wondered. Just then, a single abrupt question appeared. How do you know all of this? That information shouldn't be there, right? Qian Lin's pupils contracted slightly. It was true these legends about Arceus were not part of the official lore of the Pokemon world. In this world, most people had never even heard Arceus' name, and any research about it remained purely speculative. But Qian Lin knew the truth came from a world that had created all Pokemon, a world without Pokemon but one that had given birth to their existence. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his face. Wait for me to find you, he said. The night breeze stirred gently, and the interplay of moonlight and flames cast peculiar shadows. The Swablu nestled in his arms trembled slightly, nuzzling closer to his coat. By now, the viewers had finally snapped out of their stupor. The Creator? Did I just casually talk about the Creator God? Arceus above, please forgive your humble follower. I offer my sincerest apologies. While you're at it, could you gift me a Pokemon? Ugh, dream on, buddy. The chat erupted into chaos once more, but Qian Lin's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Who was this mysterious observer aware of the system's existence, and what other secrets were they hiding? Woohoo, guys, we're at the beach, Qian Lin exclaimed, sitting atop Arcanine's back, his face beaming with uncontainable joy as he gazed at the vast, azure sea before him. As a boy who grew up in a mountainous region far from the coast, seeing such an expansive ocean for the first time filled him with overwhelming excitement. All right, I get it. The ocean. The endless ocean. But we're still a few hours away from Lon High City, so don't get too sentimental just yet. Hurry up, I'm waiting to treat you to a meal. No rush, no rush. Let's take a moment to appreciate the beauty of the sea. Qian Lin turned toward the camera, his expression suddenly serious. It's not the same. Seeing the ocean from the city and experiencing it here on the wild coastline are two completely different things. They were near a highway, about 3 hours away from Lon High City. Far from the noise of urban life, the highway stretched alongside the coastline, offering a breathtaking view of nature's grandeur. While there wasn't a soft sandy beach, the raw and untamed charm of this place had its own unique appeal. Arcanine, let's take a detour along the coast. Go slow, so we can really take in the vastness of the sea, Qian Lin said, gently patting Arcanine's back. Arcanine, despite being a fire-type Pokemon with an inherent aversion to water, obediently left the highway and trotted toward the shore. He curiously eyed the waves lapping at the rocky and gravelly shore, cautiously placing his front paw on the uneven ground. His weight left clear paw prints, which were quickly washed away by the incoming waves. This phenomenon immediately piqued Arcanine's interest, and like an overjoyed oversized pup, he began running along the shore, leaving behind a trail of fleeting footprints. Silly one, Qian Lin chuckled, shaking his head as he let Arcanine play. He, too, wanted to feel the seawater, but the rocky shoreline wasn't particularly accommodating for humans. Shoes would get soaked, and bare feet could easily be cut by the sharp stones, so he could only watch from a distance. Meanwhile, Swablu fluttered joyfully around Arcanine, chirping with delight. It had been a while since they'd had such carefree fun in the wild, and this was a perfect chance to relax. Seeing his two Pokemon so happy brought a warm, tender smile to Qian Lin's face. There's nothing to be envious about. It's just the seaside, several voices chimed in one after another. You're right, but I'm from Sichuan, so I envy it. You're right, but I'm from Shandong, so I envy it. You're right, but I'm from Zonghai, so I envy it. Wait a minute. What is there to envy about Zonghai? Don't you guys have the largest inland lake? But it's not the sea. As the group continued their lively discussion, Arcanine suddenly stopped in its tracks, letting the waves gently lap at its legs. Its gaze froze on something ahead, its eyes unusually focused. What is it? Qian Lin followed Arcanine's line of sight. At the edge of the highway near the beach, a white figure came into view. It was a young girl, casually sitting there, her pale legs swinging gently in the air as she hummed a melodic tune. The scene made Qian Lin pause. Although this place was only a 3-hour journey from Blue Sea City, it was beyond the city's safety perimeter, the furthest boundary where humans could move freely. Beyond this line lay dangerous wilderness. The sight of a girl, seemingly only 14 or 15 years old, alone in such a place was deeply concerning. If anything were to happen, even immediate rescue efforts might not be fast enough. Qian Lin patted Arcanine lightly, signaling it to approach. As the distance closed, the girl's appearance became clearer. She wore a delicately adorned white dress, a sun hat atop her head, and her long black hair danced in the sea breeze. She was barefoot, sitting with her hands on the ground, her eyes closed as she softly sang toward the ocean. Though the exact song was indistinguishable, her voice was as crisp and enchanting as wind chimes, carrying a unique gentleness that drew listeners in. A swablu perched beside her, watching her lips move intently. Qian Lin closed his eyes, letting the sea breeze and the melody wash over him, almost as if he could truly see the roaring waves of the ocean. What a beautiful song! Qian Lin couldn't help but praise as the singing came to an end. Ah! The girl flinched at the sudden voice, looking at Qian Lin in disbelief, as if she hadn't expected anyone to be there. She hesitated, her eyes darting around nervously as though searching for an escape route. Qian Lin's mouth twitched. Do I look like a bad guy? The girl didn't answer, instead shrinking back from the roadside. Her slender feet touched the ground as she prepared to get up and flee. But it was too late. Qian Lin raised his hand, and from the light of a pokeball, Pangoro's imposing figure appeared, blocking the path behind her with its arms crossed, glaring fiercely. The girl froze in place, slowly turning her head robotically to look at the Pangoro behind her, completely stunned. Qian Lin leapt lightly onto the highway on Arcanine's back, catching the swablu midair with ease. Standing beside the girl, he spoke gently. I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask, why are you here all alone? Although thanks to Qian Lin's explanations, most people now understand that the majority of Pokemon won't actively harm humans, the limited knowledge about them still makes no one brave enough to venture into the wild alone, let alone go this far. Qian Lin observed the girl standing before him. From her confident demeanor, it seemed she was quite familiar with this area. The girl didn't immediately reply to Qian Lin's question. Instead, she blinked her bright eyes, her delicate features so perfectly balanced they seemed almost like a work of art, yet with a natural charm. She looked as if she had stepped straight out of an anime, exuding an endearing allure. Ahem. Qian Lin cleared his throat and turned his head, averting his gaze from her overly adorable face. The residents around here have all moved to Blue Sea City. Are you staying here by yourself? Or with your family? The girl remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on the swablu nestled in Qian Lin's arms. Noticing this, Qian Lin smiled warmly. Cute, isn't it? This is my partner, Swablu. Chirp. Swablu let out a proud little cry. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. She then sat down on the ground, spreading her arms in an inviting gesture. Wait, Swablu usually doesn't let strangers hold it. Before Qian Lin could finish, Swablu had already fluttered lightly into the girl's embrace. Looking at his now empty hands, Qian Lin sighed in mock frustration. You're friendly, but isn't this a bit too much? Where's my dignity? Swablu, however, seemed perfectly content, nuzzling against the girl's chest. Qian Lin clicked his tongue. Sure, I don't have a soft chest for you to cuddle, but come on, a 14 or 15-year-old girl wouldn't have much either, right? Nearby, Pangoro silently approached Qian Lin and playfully patted him on the shoulder, gesturing to its own steel-hard chest with a smirk. Yeah, right. Qian Lin chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He thought to himself that Pangoro's muscular body was probably harder than stone. For some reason, Pangoro suddenly had the urge to give Qian Lin a good punch. At that moment, Arcanine also trotted over, curiously studying the girl. Its massive body leaned slightly forward, prompting Qian Lin to quickly grab its mane. Careful not to scare her. After all, Arcanine was larger than any real-world lion or tiger, and its imposing canine appearance and thick mane would intimidate most people. Yet the girl showed no trace of fear. Instead, she happily reached out to wrap her arms around Arcanine's head, affectionately nuzzling it. Arcanine's expression lit up with joy as it gently licked her cheek with its tongue. The girl giggled, her laughter ringing out like a clear and melodious chime, as if tickled by the sensation. On the beach, beside the highway, A young girl sat on the ground in a duck-sitting position. She held a lively Qingmian bird in her arms, while a large arcanine gently leaned down to lick her cheek. The sea breeze swept through, lifting her long hair, and her crisp laughter floated away with the wind. The soft sunlight bathed her, painting a picturesque scene. Qian Lin retracted his earlier thought. This girl didn't seem like a two-dimensional character stepping out of a painting, but rather a two-dimensional girl who didn't belong to reality at all. The thought brought a slight smile to his lips. Although Arcanine often licked his face, it was the first time he'd seen it act so affectionate toward anyone else, let alone someone it had just met. He took a couple of steps forward, stopping in front of the girl, and gently patted Arcanine to signal it to step back. Now, can you tell me where you're from? As Arcanine moved aside, the girl finally looked up at Qian Lin. After a brief pause, she suddenly smiled and extended her right hand toward him. You're offering to pull me up? Qian Lin blinked in surprise, but reached out to take her hand anyway. Her touch was as cool as seawater and as soft as a baby's skin. With a slight tug, she stood up, staggering a little before steadying herself. She held the Qingmian bird close and gave him an adorable smile. The livestream chat erupted with a barrage of teasing comments about moderators, but Qian Lin just rolled his eyes. It was then that he noticed the girl barely reached his shoulder. While she appeared tall at first glance, it was her graceful figure that gave that impression. Letting go of her hand, Qian Lin frowned slightly. You can't speak? The girl shook her head with a cheerful smile and pointed to her throat. Is it because of some condition that you can't talk? When she nodded in confirmation, Qian Lin pulled a notebook and pen from his backpack and handed them to her. Then write your name for me. She accepted the paper and pen, and under his watchful gaze, wrote Canong. Your name is Canong? Qian Lin tilted his head in thought. That's quite an unusual name around here. But why does it sound so familiar? He spoke as he studied her closely. Interestingly, the girl openly observed him in return, showing no sign of shyness. Qian Lin pulled out his phone and sent a message to the car owner. Then, speaking into the livestream camera, he said, Hey, friends from Blue Sea City, can someone help me contact the police to check Canong's background? Moderators, please keep an eye on updates and notify me immediately. The chat was instantly flooded with more jokes about fallen moderators. Qian Lin exaggerated a sorrowful expression in response. Seeing his playful acting, the girl couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Her smile seemed to mirror his emotions, as though his mood was contagious, or perhaps she simply found something amusing. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she continued to watch Qian Lin intently. The girl in front of him seemed off. Qian Lin frowned, trying hard to search his memory. The name Canon felt strangely familiar. Even after being reborn into this world for over 20 years, even though most of his memories required the system to gradually recover, this name still stirred a strong sense of déjà vu within him. Should I take you back to Blue Sea City? Qian Lin asked tentatively, his gaze fixed on the girl. Canon didn't respond. She simply held the fluffy swablu in her arms, her face glowing with a bright smile as she looked at him. Definitely peculiar, Qian Lin muttered under his breath, quickly recalling his rogue panda Pokemon. He patted the Arcanine beside him and said to Canon, You don't have shoes. Ride on Arcanine. Well, go slowly. The Arcanine immediately understood, crouching down warmly and panting with its tongue out toward Canon. A trace of delight flickered in the girl's eyes as she gracefully climbed onto Arcanine's back, her small hands gently clutching its mane. The curious expression on her face caught Qian Lin's attention, not the astonishment of seeing a Pokemon for the first time, but more like the novelty of interacting with an Arcanine for the first time. Woo! Canon suddenly let out a soft exclamation, interrupting Qian Lin's thoughts. She tilted her head to look at him and extended her left hand, making a gesture as if inviting him. You want me to get on too? Seeing Canon nod, Qian Lin grasped her smooth, porcelain-like hand. With a gentle pull from her, he was lifted onto Arcanine's back, his right hand instinctively resting on her waist for balance. At that moment, Qian Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in shock at the girl before him. Canon, however, seemed completely unaware, her excitement evident as she held the swablu with one arm and pointed forward with the other. Arcanine let out a long howl and sprinted ahead at full speed. As they sped forward, Qian Lin was astonished to notice that they were enveloped by a faint, shimmering pink barrier, shielding them completely from the force of the rushing wind. The sea breeze gently brushed through Canon's flowing hair, and her face radiated with an innocent smile, as pure as that of a carefree child. Qian Lin put away his phone, a helpless smile tugging at the corner of his lips. All right, we'll just treat this as a day of playing along. Let's see how long it takes for you to get bored, he said, almost to himself, as he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Canon's hair. Canon turned her head back to look at him, puzzled, as if she didn't understand the meaning of his gesture. You're just too cute. I couldn't help it, Qian Lin shrugged. Offering an explanation, Canon seemed to suddenly understand, nodding in realization. Canong leaned back into Qian Lin's arms, releasing her grip on the mane and raising her hands high in the air. Her face lit up with an innocent smile, like a carefree ghostly girl enjoying the breeze. Qian Lin held her waist with one hand, while gripping the mane of the Arcanine with the other, ensuring both his safety and hers. Be careful, don't fall off. Qian Lin was about to remind her, but the pure joy on Kanong's face stopped him. He sighed softly and thought to himself, forget it, as long as you're happy. The Swablu nestled in Kanong's arms chirped excitedly, flapping its wings. Qian Lin looked at the adorable little creature with a helpless expression. You're so cute, and I'd love to spoil you. But why do I always get the feeling you don't need my attention? Chirp. The Swablu tilted its head, looking puzzled. Qian Lin shook his head. Never mind. Forget I said anything. The Swablu continued its cheerful flapping and chirping, completely ignoring his words. Seriously, you're a bird, right? Your flying speed in the sky isn't much slower than Arcanine's running. What's got you so excited? Qian Lin sighed again. Just then, the livestream chat became active. A colorful announcement from the moderator appeared. The Pokemon Research Institute has confirmed the girl's true identity, but due to special circumstances, it cannot be disclosed yet. This was quickly followed by another message. This girl is older than Qian Lin, sparking a wave of astonishment. Qian Lin glanced at the chat with a smile before turning his gaze back to Kanong. She had also noticed the hovering drone, her clear eyes reflecting its image as her face lit up with curiosity. That's the live streaming device, Qian Lin explained. I control it. It records everything so people on the internet can watch. Seeing that Kanong still seemed a bit confused, he added, it's like transferring your thoughts to others, but with visuals. And the viewers choose whether they want to see it. Kanong's face lit up with understanding, and she playfully stuck out her tongue, flashing a sweet smile. The live stream chat immediately erupted, with comments ranging from cheers of legal lowly to envy over Qian Lin's lucky life. Some questioned if this was an official RPG setup, while others speculated about the meaning behind the cryptic "it's her" statement. The entire scene radiated warmth and joy, and even the occasional controversial comments couldn't diminish the beauty of the moment. With Arcanine dashing at full speed, they arrived at the outskirts of Blue Ocean City near the security perimeter around 4 p.m. As Qian Lin had anticipated, a large number of police officers and soldiers were already stationed there, waiting. Qian Lin recalled Arcanine into its pokeball and led a curious Cannon onto the awaiting vehicle. Cannon eagerly rolled down the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The streets were lined with crowds of people, some enthusiastic and waving, others indifferent. There were adults and children alike. Cannon happily responded to every friendly greeting, occasionally holding Swablu out toward the window to feel the breeze rushing by. Please do not stick your head or hands out of the window, a police officer in the passenger seat cautioned. Startled by the sudden warning, Cannon quickly pulled her hands back in and clung to Qian Lin's sleeve with a pout. It's okay, Qian Lin said with a gentle smile. Neither she nor Swablu will come to any harm. Let her enjoy herself. The officer frowned. We can't afford to take any chances. Thank you for the reminder, Qian Lin replied, still smiling warmly. But please trust me, if anything were to happen to this vehicle, everyone here might be in danger, but Cannon would remain completely unharmed. The officer blinked in confusion and was about to respond when the vehicle's communication system buzzed with a loud voice. This is Command Center. Unless their actions pose a threat to the safety of the entire vehicle, do not interfere with Qian Lin or his companion's behavior. This is Vehicle 1, understood. The officer responded through the device, then turned back to Qian Lin. Apologies, Comrade Qian Lin, Comrade Cannon. You may continue to enjoy yourselves. Though he seemed reluctant to use the word enjoy. Cannon's eyes lit up, but she hesitated, looking hopefully at Qian Lin. Only after he gave a nod of approval did she gleefully reopen the window, leaning her head and hands out while holding Swablu to embrace the wind. My apologies for the trouble, Qian Lin said to the officer. The officer simply shook his head silently. The vehicle fell into a quiet lull. Qian Lin began contemplating their plan to locate the target Pokemon. First on the list was Metagross. With its computer-like brain and reliance on physical connections, combined with the presence of Porygon, it was likely hiding in a remote location equipped with internet access and computer systems. As for Alakazam, it was the most challenging to track. With its unparalleled intelligence and teleportation abilities, it could easily hide within the city without being noticed. Alakazam had too many ways to disguise itself. For now, that would have to wait. The next target was Rotom. This electronic ghost Pokemon made the search particularly challenging. It could easily hide within various electrical appliances, making them appear only slightly unusual when stationary. However, Rotom had a critical weakness. It required a substantial amount of electricity to sustain itself. Such massive energy consumption was difficult to maintain in ordinary locations. By identifying areas with abnormal power spikes through the utility company, the target could be pinpointed. Qian Lin rubbed his temples and gazed out the window, silently praying not to encounter an Alakazam. He sent his analysis to the car owner, who promptly contacted the Blue Ocean City Police. A citywide inspection was swiftly initiated. As for Qian Lin's task, he relied on the power of his online followers. He pinned the potential location features of Metagross and the relevant clues about Rotom to the comments section, leaving the rest to be confirmed by his superiors. At last, he could finally relax by the real seaside. This work trip was practically perfect. He could livestream educational content, enjoy some leisure time, and admire the ocean, all expenses covered. Could there be a better assignment than this? 2 hours later, the car pulled up in front of a seaside hotel. After saluting, the police officers departed, leaving the next phase of the operation to the military and the Pokemon Research Institute, while the police were tasked with maintaining public order. Qian Lin took his room key and headed to his balcony room on the 18th floor, which directly overlooked the vast, endless ocean. By now, it was 7 p.m., the perfect time for a stroll along the beach. He released all 4 of his Pokemon and happily wandered the sandy shore with Cannon. Arcanine excitedly chased the waves, barking joyfully as the water erased its paw prints. Cannon and Swablu played with the sand, admiring Chansey's intricate sandcastle. Meanwhile, Pangoro stood guard like a protective parent, wearing a warm yet slightly intimidating smile. Qian Lin sat on a beachside chair, savoring fresh coconut juice head bought from a roadside stand. Passers-by showed remarkable friendliness toward the Pokemon, with not a hint of fear that these weren't ordinary civilians. As he pondered the identity of the coconut vendor, Cannon bounded over, curiously eyeing the coconut in his hand. Qian Lin chuckled and handed her a fresh coconut with a straw. Want a drink? Inu, Cannon happily accepted, twisting off the coconut lid with ease. The sight made Qian Lin imagine his own skull being unscrewed. She inserted the straw and took a sip, her eyes instantly lighting up with delight as she eagerly drank more. I don't think it's that special, though it's not bad, Qian Lin remarked. Inu. Cannon puffed up her cheeks in protest. All right, it's really good. Qian Lin quickly surrendered, raising his hands in mock defeat. He definitely didn't want to risk losing his head literally. Moonlight bathed the beach, carried by the gentle sea breeze, when a faint red glow flickered in the distance. As Qian Lin turned toward the light, the girl beside him had vanished. In her place stood an elegant figure, a sleek, streamlined form of white and red, with jet-like wings that shimmered under the moonlight. Lottie, she still held the coconut, her smile radiating pure innocence and joy. Qian Lin glanced at the moon, a small smile tugging at his lips as he held his own coconut. The mythical Pokemon Lacia's, the younger sister. The residential area in Lanhai City is composed of temporary buildings, mainly housing nearby residents who cannot return home due to the appearance of Pokemon. Initially a simple resettlement point, the area has gradually developed, with new high-rise buildings continuously emerging and people moving in one after another. In room 1003 of the resettlement area, a teenager was fully engrossed in playing a video game. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered and rebooted without warning. Staring at the now black monitor, the boy froze in disbelief, his heart sinking. Arg! My promotion match, he shouted, clutching his head in frustration, unable to accept the harsh reality. Why did it have to reboot now of all times? Fuming with anger, he waited impatiently for the computer to restart. Skipping the login to the communication software, he jumped straight back into the game, trying to salvage the situation. But it was too late. Just 2 minutes of disconnection had been enough for his teammates to surrender. Damn it! He cursed under his breath in annoyance. He carefully inspected the computer and its power supply. Everything seemed normal. As a custom-built PC that had been in use for 2 years, the occasional reboot was understandable, as long as it didn't happen frequently. With a sigh, he took off his headphones and felt a pang of hunger. Grabbing his phone, which was charging, he deftly opened a food delivery app and quickly selected Order Again, completing his meal order in under a minute. As he was about to plug his phone back in for charging, his eyes fell on the battery percentage displayed on the screen. Didn't it have 30 battery left earlier? Why is it down to 20 after charging all morning? Puzzled, he checked the plug and the charging cable, both of which appeared fine. After reconnecting the phone, it started charging normally, and the battery percentage began to climb steadily. This discovery made him frown. Everything seemed to be working, so why had the battery drained instead of charging before? After a brief moment of thought, he concluded, there's only one explanation: the cable must be faulty. Deciding to buy a new charging cable, he quickly dismissed the issue and moved on. So, you want me to check out what's going on? Qian Lin asked, staring at the profile picture of the car manager on his phone. The car manager nodded in confirmation. Exactly. You know how coastal cities rely heavily on the sea. While we have nationwide support for now, we can't depend on it forever. The best solution is to address the problems at sea directly. Pokemon shouldn't be stopping people from fishing, right? Qian Lin asked, puzzled. The Pokemon in the sea generally don't attack fishermen. Even if they're caught on a line, the most they do is spit at you before diving back into the water. So aside from the initial scare, fishermen have actually been able to fish normally now, as long as they don't venture too far from the shore. That's where the problem lies. The car owner sighed, his tone laced with clear frustration. Just yesterday evening, a mysterious Pokemon appeared out on the sea. It specifically targeted fishing boats, but deliberately avoided harming humans. Even our Coast Guard vessel was attacked. Rubbing his temples, he continued, "Of course, we launched a counterattack, but none of our weapons could hit it. It was like fighting thin air." Qian Lin frowned. "Any photos or eyewitness descriptions?" "None." The car owner shook his head. "That thing was like it was invisible, not even detectable by radar. The only thing we know for sure is that it used Dragon Pulse, the same move that Swablu can use." Hearing this, Qian Lin froze for a moment and instinctively turned toward Cannon, who was still sound asleep by the bedside. His mind raced. The sea, invisibility, yesterday evening, could it be Cannon's brother? The legendary Pokemon Latios? Noticing Qian Lin's gaze, Cannon gave a sweet smile. "What is it?" the car owner asked curiously. "Do you know what kind of Pokemon it is?" Qian Lin didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to Cannon and asked, "Cannon, is your brother nearby?" Cannon tilted her head, thinking for a moment, before suddenly showing an expression of realization. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly. "I forgot about my brother. You're such a great little sister," Qian Lin sighed. "So, you were supposed to return yesterday, but because you came with me, you didn't go back. Your brother might think you were attacked by humans, which is why he's been targeting the fishing boats. He's avoiding harming people, probably because he's worried about implicating you." Cannon continued swinging her small, white legs by the bedside. After hearing Qian Lin's analysis, she finally stopped and gave a mischievous smile. "She doesn't know." The car owner glanced at Cannon from afar, smacking his lips as he said, "If you hadn't told me this girl is a Pokemon, I'd never believe a Pokemon could take on a human form." "It's not transformation, it's disguise," Qian Lin explained in a lowered voice. "Only Mew and Ditto can truly transform into humans. The rest are just disguises." He chose to respect Cannon's wishes and didn't reveal her true identity for now. "Call it what you want," the car owner said, dropping the subject. "In any case, since the attacker is Cannon's brother, I doubt it's malicious. You should try talking to him. Like it's that simple." Qian Lin rolled his eyes. He hadn't yet told the car owner Cannon's true identity or mentioned that she was a legendary Pokemon. Everyone still assumed she was just an ordinary Pokemon with the ability to disguise herself. Turning back to Cannon, Qian Lin asked, "Cannon, your brother has a good temper, right?" Cannon's eyes lit up, and she nodded enthusiastically. "Brother is the best." "That's a relief." Qian Lin exhaled in relief. What he feared most was that Latios would misunderstand and think he was some bad guy who'd kidnapped Latias. After all, with his current team's strength, he was nowhere near capable of matching a legendary Pokemon. Even facing a mythical Pokemon would be impossible. "What the heck? 1,300 for electricity?" The boy shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes wide as he stared at the notification on his phone screen. Last month's bill was only around $80. How could it possibly skyrocket to 1,300 this month? He immediately called the electric company, repeatedly confirming whether the entire building's electricity bill had been mistakenly charged to him. After receiving a firm denial, the company assured him they would launch an investigation right away. He slumped into his chair in front of the computer, momentarily speechless. The scene shifts to a small pier. Qian Lin, with the assistance of the Coast Guard, boarded a patrol boat heading toward the incident site. On the deck, Kenong was leaning over the railing, intently watching the spray of water as the bow of the boat sliced through the waves, as if admiring an ever-changing blue painting. A police officer accompanying them glanced at this scene and, worried, turned to Qian Lin. "Shouldn't we ask that girl to go back to the cabin? The boat is traveling at full speed right now, and even seasoned crew members wouldn't linger on the deck. It's too dangerous for her to lean against the railing like that. At this speed, if she falls overboard, there's no time to rescue her. Thanks for your concern, but she'll be fine." Qian Lin looked at Kanong's back and allowed a faint smile to appear on his lips. In his eyes, standing on the boat was nothing for her. She'd probably be fine even without the boat. Besides, at this speed, the boat was hardly a challenge for her. The officer wanted to say more, but, recalling orders from his superiors, ultimately just shook his head. While they didn't know Kanong's exact identity, they were well aware she was no ordinary person. The higher-ups had clearly instructed them to focus solely on providing support. After some time, the boat's motion stabilized. Qian Lin had grown accustomed to the speed. As long as there weren't large waves causing severe bumps, he could move around freely. He couldn't help but marvel at how well his enhanced body adapted. He walked over to Kanong, leaning against the railing. "First time on a boat?" Kanong shook her head. "Your speed is definitely way faster than this boat," Qian Lin said with a chuckle. "To be honest, this is my first time on a boat out at sea. It's so different from the ones on a lake. The speed, the stability, everything." Seeing Kanong tilt her head curiously, Qian Lin elaborated. I've been on lake ferries before. They're set up to help people cross the lake easily, with cheap tickets and just a few minutes of travel. I only went for the novelty of it. Ini. Kanong turned her gaze back to the sea, saying nothing more. At that moment, the Qingmian bird swooped back, circling the boat twice overhead. Qian Lin instinctively stretched out his hands, but the bird dove straight into Kanong's arms, brimming with excitement. Expressionless, Qian Lin withdrew his hands. They'll remember this, Qingmian bird. Don't think he'll be so quick to hold you again next time. The swablu tilted its head and looked at Qian Lin in confusion, while Qian Lin merely rolled his eyes. The novelty of the long boat ride had gradually worn off, and by now, he was starting to feel bored. Glancing around, he noticed the officers busy with their tasks, while Cannon held the swablu in her arms, gazing intently into the distance. Taking out his phone, Qian Lin began scrolling through messages from his followers. Since he was about to meet Cannon's brother, and wanted to avoid exposing Cannon's identity, he decided against starting a live stream. Most of the messages on the screen were about missing the moderators or asking him to pick a favorite color, with some discussing Cannon and Pokemon. Suddenly, one particular message caught his attention: a user complaining about an electricity bill exceeding 1,300. While it seemed unlikely, Qinlin's sharp instincts made him suspect it might have something to do with Rotom. He decided to remain silent, not wanting to alarm anyone, including the vehicle's owner. After all, with Porygon surveillance, online activities were easily traceable, but actions in the real world could remain discreet. As Qian was absorbed in his thoughts, Cannon suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Inu. Cannon's excited voice made Qian immediately put away his phone. His spirits lifting. This was about to be his third encounter with a legendary Pokemon. Lottie, a stern male voice echoed out of nowhere. Instantly, the atmosphere on the deck became tense. The officers swiftly filed out from the cabin, moving into position with practiced coordination, leaving Qian space to act. Despite his careful search, Qian couldn't pinpoint the source of the voice. This was the invisibility ability of Latios and Latias at work. Cannon enthusiastically waved toward the direction of the voice, like an excited child. Lottie. The severe tone made Cannon quickly pull her hand back, her expression turning into one of disappointment. Seeing this, Qian frowned. The swablu became visibly upset, flapping its wings and chirping indignantly. Chirp, 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 chirp. Lottie. The voice now carried a note of anger. Suddenly, a massive blue dragon-shaped energy wave began forming in the sky, its overwhelming power dominating half the horizon. The swablu cried out in alarm. Chirp, 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 chirp. Qianlin's pupils narrowed sharply. Instinctively, he pulled Cannon behind him while tossing out a pokeball. Chansey. Protect. A wave of blue dragon energy descended from the sky. Qianlin quickly assessed the situation. Though Blissy's level and strength were inferior to Pangoro's, her higher special defense and HP made her the best choice to withstand the dragon pulse. Blissey. Blissy's cheerful cry remained undiminished, showing no fear even in the face of an attack from a legendary Pokemon. She floated midair, a faint shield materializing around her. The dragon-shaped energy wave crashed into her, enveloping her completely. With the sharp sound of the shield shattering, the attack's energy gradually dissipated. Blissey fell from the air, her pink body marked with visible scorch marks. Despite this, she maintained her smile, though she stumbled slightly upon landing and ultimately collapsed weakly onto the deck. Qian immediately noticed that Blissey was seriously injured. Latios was clearly not holding back. Taking a deep breath, a flash of anger crossed his eyes as he commanded, Blissey, use soft-boiled. Blissey let out a soft laugh as a white egg appeared above her head. Energy flowed down like a stream, enveloping her completely. A green glow flashed, and the scorch marks on her surface faded, though her internal injuries were clearly not fully healed. Blissey stood up, clutching her stomach with both hands, and walked over to Qian shaking her head with a reassuring smile to indicate she was fine. Seeing her forced smile, Qian frowned and turned toward the source of the attack. Latios, why are you attacking us? Leisho. Latios roared furiously. At that moment, his sister darted forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Qian and his group. She cried out angrily to Latios, Latia, but this only seemed to enrage Latios further, like a furious father discovering his daughter had a boyfriend. Leisho. He began to charge an even more powerful dragon pulse, its intensity strong enough to destroy the entire ship. Behind them, the police had already placed their hands on their weapons, and the armory doors were open. Though they knew they were outmatched, they were clearly prepared to fight back with everything they had. Latias's face was full of confusion, unable to understand why her brother was acting so irrationally. Blissey stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Qian Qian too, pulled out Pangoro's pokeball, ready to battle at a moment's notice. Just as the tension reached its peak, Latias suddenly turned, leaping over the deck's railing and diving straight into the ocean. Qian Lin was momentarily stunned by Latias's sudden movement. Behind him, the police officer's expressions changed drastically. One officer standing near a lifebuoy instinctively grabbed it, while the others stepped forward simultaneously. Snapping out of his daze, Qian Lin raised his hand to signal them to stop. Amid their confused gazes, he chuckled lightly and said, "You may be unreasonable, but your sister isn't." "Sister?" the officers exclaimed in unison. Almost at the same moment, a red figure leapt out of the sea. Sunlight pierced through her body, refracting a pinkish glow, and her sleek, streamlined form became clearly visible to everyone. The officers stood dumbfounded, the lifebuoy slipping from one officer's hands onto the deck. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, as if doubting the reality before them. A girl who appeared to be the same age as their own children had transformed into a Pokemon right in front of them. Latias seemed completely unaware of the commotion she had caused. Puffing out her cheeks, she flew high into the sky and called out loudly toward what appeared to be empty space. "Latia!" But no response came. Qian Lin let out a quiet sigh of relief and gently patted the confused Swablu perched on his head and the blushing Chansey beside him. Lucky, Chansey also exhaled in relief, her eyes fixed on Latias in the sky. "In terms of Pokemon aesthetics, Latias is indeed beautiful," Qian Lin remarked with a soft laugh, gazing at Latias's retreating figure. "Even by human standards, she's stunning." In the sky, Latias continued calling into the void, but still, there was no reply. Suddenly, the dragon-shaped light waves around her began to dissipate. As a ray of sunlight flashed by, a blue figure shimmered into view midair, revealing Latios's form. "They look exactly the same," muttered the officer tasked with documenting the scene, holding his camera in disbelief. Qian Lin's lips curved into a smile. "Brother Latios and sister Latias both are Ian Pokemon, legendary dragon and psychic types. They have the ability to refract sunlight with their feathers, making them invisible and capable of disguises." "Wait, legendary Pokemon?" The officer with the camera stared at Qian Lin in shock. "That's right." Qian Lin nodded, explaining, "We're pretty lucky. Aside from Moltres, Latias is the second legendary Pokemon I've encountered, and Latios is the third. However, this brother-sister pair likely doesn't hold divine roles like the legendary birds of fire, lightning, and ice. They belong to a species with a population, and every so often, their group sends a pair to Alto Mare to serve as its guardians." Qian Lin suddenly raised a finger, as if recalling something. "Oh, now I remember why the name Canon sounded so familiar. She was the main character in the Alto Mare movie. Could it be that this Latias is the same one from Alto Mare?" The officers collectively gasped, their eyes fixed in a daze on the two Pokemon in the sky. The officer with the camera murmured to himself, "So, from the moment we started this, we've been this close to legendary Pokemon." "No, that's not it." Qian Lin frowned in thought. At the end of the Alto Mare movie, Latios had already passed away. And if this Latias were the same one, she wouldn't have attacked us so irrationally. It's more likely that this Latias remembers the name Canon because she once heard about it from the Alto Mare Latias. The officers watched Qian Lin, now deep in thought, and dared not interrupt him. At this moment, some of them even considered whether they should jump off the boat to show their respect for the legendary Pokemon. "Latia!" Latias shouted angrily at Latios. In the sky, Latios hovered with a grim expression, responding with a stern "Latio." On the deck, Qian Lin felt deeply moved, though entirely because he couldn't understand what they were saying. At that moment, he particularly missed the translation ability of Blissey. However, relying on his instincts, he guessed that Latias was probably scolding her brother for launching an attack without understanding the situation, while Latios was likely explaining that he acted impulsively out of concern. Qian Lin assumed the situation would unfold predictably. Sister persuades brother, brother apologizes, and everything resolves happily. But when Latios turned his gaze toward him, that pleasant fantasy was instantly shattered. Latios began to gather another dragon pulse in his mouth, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. "I don't need your apology, just put that move away, will you?" Qian Lin said with a bitter smile. Clearly, this request had no effect, as this time the dragon pulse was even stronger than before. The terrifying pressure spread across the entire sea. Blissey stepped forward, preparing to cast a protective shield, but before she could act, Latias flipped backward and positioned herself in front of everyone. She unleashed her own dragon pulse to counter her brother's attack. The two energy blasts collided midair, erupting into a dazzling blue light that sent towering waves crashing down. Water sprayed onto the deck, drenching Qian Lin completely. "What did I do to deserve this?" Qian Lin muttered as he lowered his hand, shielding his face. He couldn't help but wonder if Latios thought he had kidnapped his sister and brainwashed her into defying him, hence his fury. Latias's face flushed red with anger, her cheeks puffing out even more. Suddenly, her body began to glow with a crimson light, a sign of an impending giga impact. She shot upward into the sky, colliding with Latios, who was radiating blue energy. Their powers clashed high above, the red and blue light intertwining and illuminating the entire sky. What followed was a relentless exchange of moves. Solar beam, flamethrower, shadow ball, dazzling gleam bursts of colorful energy exploded in the air like a spectacular fireworks display. The shockwaves rippled across the sea, causing the ship to rock violently. Qian Lin, already accustomed to such turbulence, casually kicked a Magikarp back into the sea as it was thrown onto the deck by the waves. Disappointed to see no flash of evolution, he pulled out some berries, handing a citrus berry to both Blissey and Swablu, while munching on a sweet-flavored berry himself. Nearby, the recorder, who had just returned a Kingler to the ocean, asked curiously, "Why are they only using offensive moves? It feels different from when they battle you." "They're just playing," Qian Lin replied flatly. "Huh." The recorder blinked, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. The intensity of this battle far exceeded the strength of Pancham, yet it was evidently just a playful skirmish. Latios was clearly holding back, while Latias seemed to be giving it her all. Watching the scene unfold, Qian Lin shrugged lightly, recognizing it as nothing more than an older brother humoring his younger sister. The recorder's gaze shifted back and forth between Swablu, Chansey, and the two legendary Pokemon in the sky, his expression thoughtful. Qian Lin noticed the look and chuckled as he explained, "No need to worry too much. Swablu hasn't evolved yet. Arcanine is recovering from an injury. Chansey isn't particularly skilled in offense, and Pancham's power hasn't been fully developed. It's normal for them to not compare to natural-born legendary Pokemon." He handed the recorder a berry and continued, "Ordinary Pokemon can still rival deities. The main teams of world champions usually have Pokemon capable of defeating Tier 2 legendaries. But right now, I probably couldn't even handle a gym leader's main team, considering Pancham is the only one I have in fighting condition." Patting the recorder on the shoulder, he added, "There's still time. Ever since the last battle with Moltres, I've been training them. Arcanine has already mastered a new move. As for Swablu, it might not be suited for the more intense techniques." The recorder, though slightly resigned, could only enjoy the berry in his hand as a non-trainer. It tastes good," he remarked. Meanwhile, the Coast Guards excitedly returned the Pokemon that had been swept onto the ship by the aftermath of the battle back into the sea. Despite being Coast Guards, they rarely had the opportunity to interact this closely with Pokemon. The playful battle in the sky lasted over 10 minutes before ending with the panting Latias landing in front of Qian Lin. Neither of the two Pokemon was injured. Latia's exhaustion was purely from energy expenditure. Latios would never harm his sister, was merely helping her vent her frustrations. As Latios glared with a murderous intensity, Latias landed beside Qian Lin with a pout, gazing up at him like Swablu might. "Latia," she whimpered, her voice filled with grievance. Qian Lin's mouth twitched, fully aware that Latios probably wanted to kill him at that moment. Clearing his throat, he ignored the sharp gaze and pulled out a citrus berry, handing it to Latias. "Did your brother just accuse me of stealing you away?" Latias accepted the berry and nodded lightly. "Latia, I knew it," Qian Lin sighed. "I understand his point of view. To be honest, I'm a bit upset too, since your brother attacked me without distinguishing right from wrong, causing Chansey to get hurt." Lucky Chansey blushed and shook her head repeatedly, indicating it was no big deal. Protecting her companions was her duty. She happily patted her round belly. "That won't do," Qian Lin said with a sly smile. "Not saying we need revenge, but, Latias, how about giving your brother a little lesson? Let him see what a trainer's skills are all about." Latias hugged the berry and looked at Qian Lin in confusion. "You might get hurt, and it might sting," Qian Lin said, his smile growing brighter. "But I promise I'll leave an unforgettable impression on your brother." Latias glanced at Qian Lin, then looked up at her brother in the sky. "Laisho." Latios' tone was low, as though reprimanding his sister again. Predictably, Latia's cheeks puffed up once more. Her expression turned determined as she nodded firmly at Qian Lin. "Latia. All right, let's team up." Qian Lin extended his hand. Without hesitation, Latias reached out to clasp his hand. "Latia." With the agreement sealed, Latias flew back in front of Qian Lin. He gently placed the Swablu perched on his head into Chansey's arms and stepped forward to the bow of the ship, steadying himself amidst the waves. Pulling out his phone, he opened the Pokédex, recording the data of the two legendary Pokemon while confirming the moves Latias had mastered. Although fewer than Latios, they were sufficient. Putting away his phone, Qian Lin took a deep breath, his face lighting up with a mischievous grin. He shouted toward Latios in the sky, "Latios, let's battle." "Latia." Latias echoed with a loud cry. The veins on Latios' forehead visibly bulged as he glared at Qian Lin, looking as though he wanted to devour him alive. But it didn't matter. Latias was now following Qian Lin's lead. Latios descended with a menacing aura, locking eyes with Latias from a distance. Qian Lin's grin widened. "Let's start with a greeting." Latias, Use Thunder Wave. Latios? Question mark. Latias froze, clearly puzzled by Qian Lin's command. Although she didn't understand the purpose of this move, she obediently followed the instruction. In an instant, yellow electricity shot through the air like a lightning bolt, striking Latios directly. Sparks danced wildly across his body. Witnessing this, Latios's expression darkened immediately. He glared furiously at Qian Lin below, psychic energy surging around him, his eyes glowing with the unique radiance of psychic power. Qian Lin, however, wore a confident smile. Latias, use Safeguard. A radiant light enveloped Latias, and simultaneously, the psychic glow surrounding Latios shattered like glass and dissipated. His expression shifted noticeably. Psychic shift is indeed a great skill, Qian Lin remarked, raising a finger. But don't forget, you and Latias share the same skill pool. She's already mastered Protect, Substitute, Roost, and Recover. Too bad she's missing Toxic. Otherwise, we could pull off the classic Protect, Substitute, Toxic strategy. Latios gritted his teeth, glaring at Qian Lin with fury, his body twitching occasionally from the paralysis effect. Even so, he began to gather the energy for a dragon pulse so powerful it lit up half the sky. Despite his love for his sister, he had no choice but to attack her in this moment. Angry now? Qian Lin's piercing gaze carried a hint of provocation. You could be even angrier. Latias, take the hit Hedon, then use Swagger. Latias puffed up her cheeks and charged straight into the dragon pulse without hesitation. The super effective attack made her cry out in pain, leaving visible injuries on her body. Seeing his sister hurt, Latios almost lost control and rushed down to help her. But Latias opened her eyes, stubbornly meeting her brother's gaze. Normal-type energy quickly gathered and transformed into a beam of light that struck Latios. A red glow flashed, and his eyes turned crimson. His aura surged wildly, while his once concerned expression twisted into chaotic frenzy, as if intoxicated. Latias shrank back slightly, worry evident as she looked at her now unhinged brother. Protect! Qian Lin suddenly shouted. But it was too late. Latios was already engulfed in light, descending with the force of a deity to strike Latias. Latias cried out as she was knocked down, rolling along the shore and nearly falling into the sea. Latias! Qian Lin called out anxiously. At this point, the frenzied Latios had completely lost his sanity, holding nothing back anymore. Latias's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she resolutely soared into the air once more, facing her brother, Latios. Qian Lin let out a sigh of relief, silently berating himself for his carelessness, while also feeling grateful that Latias had narrowly avoided the attack. The chaotic state in reality was vastly different from that in the game. In the game, a confused Pokemon would randomly alternate between attacking its opponent and itself. In reality, however, confusion caused Pokemon to completely lose control, either unable to execute moves or wildly unleashing attacks without any order. At this moment, Latios was in such a state, darting erratically through the sky in frenzy. Suddenly, yellow sparks of electricity flickered around Latios's body, and the paralysis effect took hold, causing his movements to abruptly stiffen. Seeing this, Qian Lin relaxed once again and immediately issued a command. Latias, use Recover. Latias lifted her head and closed her eyes. A warm glow enveloped her body, and the injuries from Dragon Pulse and Giga Impact visibly began to heal at an astonishing speed. Within seconds, she opened her eyes again, the pain entirely gone, her feathers regaining their radiant luster. As Latias hesitated on how to proceed, Latios's crimson eyes suddenly locked onto her, and white energy began to gather around him once more. It was another Giga Impact. This time, we can't let our guard down. Latias, use Protect, Qian Lin shouted. Latias responded confidently, forming a white shield just in time to completely block Latios's attack. Though Latias's strength was no match for her brother's, as one of the rare legendary Pokemon pairs, Latios couldn't easily break through her defenses in a single strike. Seize the moment. Use Zen Headbutt, Qian Lin commanded. Latias hesitated no longer. As the protective barrier faded, she reached out and grabbed her still confused brother. A pink light began to gather on her forehead. Brother, let me bring you warmth. With a resounding impact, Latias's forehead struck Latios's abdomen directly. The blow dispelled the crimson from Latios's eyes, snapping him out of his confusion, though the pain that followed made his eyes widen. In that moment, he realized how much his sister had grown strong enough to no longer need his protection. His body, driven by the force of the attack, plummeted into the sea, sending up a massive spray of water. Latias blinked worriedly. Qian Lin reassured her, don't worry. Your brother is very strong. An attack like that won't harm him, especially since he has double resistance to psychic moves. Internally, Qian Lin mused that using Zen Headbutt was more about annoying Latios. If only Latias knew Draco Meteor or Meteor Moss hit, would have been far more entertaining. Sure enough, seconds later, Latios emerged from the sea, ascending into the sky once more. Though the occasional flickers of paralysis still coursed through him, he paid them no mind. Instead, he gazed at his sister with pride. Despite the lingering ache in his abdomen, he felt genuine joy at seeing her growth, if only that meddlesome human weren't the one giving commands. Qian Lin muttered regretfully, "Too bad the flinch effect didn't trigger. Looks like the infinite flinch strategy failed from the start." Hearing this, Latios suddenly shivered. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.